Pheasantipity, do you need to read it again?
Flip the script from bad to worse on Miguel's
we're not
side.
done yet. That was still nothing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Recon Directive, just the last one to work with that evolution. On the other side, is Itchy Pollen really the way to go? Get that weakness in there.
Oh, another boss's order in Yoshiyuki's hand. Can get another targeted attack. First attack into the Dragapult. This is so big again. Miguel is going to struggle to get things set up.
Yeah, at this point, as soon as the Neo upper energy is gone, you target wherever the energy is played. It does not matter about your cloaks. I don't care about a Pheasantipity. Do whatever you want. If you place an energy on it, I'm probably going after it at this point.
Yeah, the boss's orders could take out the option for the Jet Headbutt play once again. Night Stretcher. Again, could we maybe set up the second Dracloak into Dragapult, attach there, get the boss's orders, counter catcher on the Psyduck, and since we're best attack is Jet Headbutt anyway.
Yeah, it's been the MVP of the game so far, unfortunately.
He just draws into everything that gets discarded.
Yeah. If you ever want to piece together the puzzle, you need to hold on to these resources, and Mega Absol does a great job.
Oh,
making sure that you don't get the job done.
Here's a struggle, though. Because of the Dracloak, he has to pick. There is a boss's orders in hand, but he doesn't have the jamming tower just yet. So in order to prevent it getting sniped off once again, is going to choose to actually send it to the bottom of the deck.
Okay. And it leads to the Dusclops, which could be played down. If you ever get the damage onto the Psyduck, you could try to set up that combo and use Curse Blast, but Prize Card's going to be falling left and right on Yoshiyuki's side. Attaching this energy would be brutal. That's a clear KO waiting, so wants to hold back.
Yeah, energy attachment instead onto the bench Dracloak. So I believe still, can't Pheasantipity. There was no knockout.
Feels like it.
Yeah, because that's just how brutal that attack was. Just a Jet Headbutt here. Doesn't seem... Yeah, that doesn't get that far. Luckily, there is no energies yet onto the Monkey Dory, so no movement yet, but no item lock. That means these Pokegears... Oh, there's also the Earthen Vessel.
Yeah. Pokegear taking a peek. If you ever saw another boss's orders, would you ever just go after the Dracloak in that spot now? You have the damage on the Dragapult. You know that you can handle that Pokemon at any time, but it's a clean Dragapult that really threatens you at this point in the game. You don't want to see that hanging around.
Instead, it looks like it is going to be the Arven. Could even double, get the E-Switch, maybe even get a knockout on a Duskull if you really want to get that aggressive.
Yeah, prize cards could be had here. With the Arven played, it takes away a few other resources that we could have otherwise seen. Some penny plays, but I think this is just fine at this point in time. Make use of these resources, find the energies, establish that Monkey Dory as a way to continue to threaten your opponent. Duskull will be a pretty easy KO at some point, obviously, but very simple KO at some point too.
Who getting the 30 damage onto the Dracloak? You were saying it was going to be safe. Oh, double onto the Dracloak. Just like that, it has 60 damage. It's no longer safe. It's in terminal period range.
Yeah, and a penny away from me finding even more answers at that point. It's could have taken a lot away, but this was the big attacker now.
What do you do now? You're so offbeat just because of your ace bet getting taken out without getting use out of it.
Yeah, it was a big risk, and if it paid off for Miguel, then we could see additional energies thrown down, and you won't have to worry about them being targeted each time. Instead, you're just on the back foot, trying to take out this massive Pokemon on the other side. 250 hit points remaining. You have a little bit of reach with the Dragapult, but once that damage is on that Pokemon, it's likely to stay. Any damage you attack into at this point, Monkey Dory will check you. And that could be a knockout with Claw of Darkness, double Adrenabrain.
Yep, Pheasantipity this time at least can draws into the Dragapult. I didn't see if it was the second energy. But this might be the... Oh, there it is. There's the second energy. This might be Miguel's last Phantom Dive of the tournament. No backup GP just yet.
To close out in this game, typically it involves one of those Ionos. If your opponent's exhausted all those resources, gone down on a low prize count, and then you take away one of those big Pokemon like that Mega Absol. If you could remove that, then you'd use that. But we see 3 Ionos already played to get to this point alone. Just so much needed to stay in this game for Miguel.
And even then, Yoshiyuki played around the potential for Iono. Getting that energy switch early means it's game on board. Well, knockout on board.
Yeah, just holding on to that dark energy, has double Adrenabrain ready if there's additional damage played into that Mega Absol.
So Night Stretcher could re-establish a Dreepy, but that is so far away from turning into a real threat at the moment.
It's hard to incorporate some other plays that we've seen with the Badoo. If you have the counter catchers and try to stall for any time, Latias makes pretty quick work of that with retreating out. And you see him just holding on to that counter catcher. Needs to buy an additional turn. It's Badoo, Itchy Pollen.
Doesn't even evolve the bench Dracloak. So that Dracloak has 30 HP remaining. Doesn't even need the boss's orders to try and deal with that.
Yeah, well, start waving goodbye. That is 100% a place to put that damage and clear off a major threat. And at this point, do you even need to attack? You could leave Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot, clear that Pokemon and pass turn, waiting to find your next boss's orders to target wherever an energy goes.
Yep, and there it is, just Adrenabrain. Moving 3. Let's think about it. Where is it going?
It's like, is this a trap?
Surely, this is too juicy to take.
Why do you want me to do this? Is there Blood Moon or Saluna coming? What?
Oh, opts to not do it.
Yeah, just wants to set up for if you could take multiple Pokemon off the board at the same time. He's got 3 prize cards remaining. It could be another checkmate style of situation.
Yeah, let's not open up the bench space for any sort of surprise. Very tough.
What an odd spot. 9 minutes remaining in this game.
Now, even if Miguel gets the attack off with the Dragapult, it's a terminal period plus double monkey. That's done. Yeah, that is checkmate.
Attacking in at this spot seems impossible.
But how do you win if you don't attack?
You believe in yourself. I don't know how you could possibly figure this one out. There's so much damage built onto your only clear answers. No bench spaces are opening up. It's never going to be a chance for Curse Blast. Psyduck's waiting there. Itchy Pollen isn't doing anything for you. And anytime you add a damage counter to the other side of the board, it is shoved right back to the other side. It is nearly insurmountable here for Miguel, but he will continue to press forward.
Maybe just buy time. Yes, it looks like Yoshi's opting to just pass. Maybe Miguel takes advantage of that. Let's just keep using the Badoo, get more energy attachments, and then at some point, at least get Dragapult online, start taking knockouts on the bench, and then sending the 60 damage onto the Psyduck. So there's nothing to move.
From Yoshiyuki's side, 6 is the magic number. If you have 60 damage on a Dracloak, feels comfortable just leaving that there. It won't be moved to the other side. He's got the deck list information that there's no Monkey Dory to heal this Pokemon up. So if you place that one other damage counter onto the other Dracloak, you have guaranteed terminal periods waiting anytime they evolve into a Dragapult. And then that Badoo is an easy clear with a Monkey Dory.
Know how important that was to get the 10 damage onto the Latias as opposed to the Kangaskhan. Prevents drawing two cards and then going into Absol, I suppose.
A moral victory at that point. Skyliner.
And there it is, just a pass. We again mentioned earlier, Miguel's missing beats because of the Neo Upper. At this point, he should be back in beat 4 energy attachments in any case. but the board is just... The fact that it's just 6 damage on each makes the board look so bad.
This is the spot that you don't want to see as a Dragon Ball player. Attacking him with Jet Headbutt has been his best answer so many times. It's because leaving damage on the other side of the board when the Monkey Dories are established forces an answer on the other side. Clear knockouts, and there is no pressure on this Mega Absol.
Yeah, there's... Attacks have to leave no damage at all for Miguel to stay into this. The attacks, clear knockouts already are on the board with the Dragapult EXs, and then the fact that Badu has 30 HP is simple. Whoop, monkey.
The one thing that really could mess with Yoshiyuki at this point is any issues with his sleeves.
Don't put that out there, Kyle.
Oh, he just passed his deck over to the judge. He's being very careful with how this goes down at this point.
Is there a judge draw? Can you draw the card for me, judge? Is that a thing?
I've yet to see that yet. I've seen the judge ball where they shuffle for you whenever, and they have to play your own Pokemon down. We're a little past that point.
Pollen once again. Singular damage counter.
All right. Well, Lily's determination. See a few more cards.
At this point as well, Miguel can't even Itchy Pollen safely into a Kangaskhan.
No, it feels bad. do you stop attacking to avoid getting to that crucial third damage counter? It could lead to some real issues now. And with Live A Stadium, bump up those hit points a little more.
Hey, it makes things tougher. Badu can now survive one Monkey Dory throw.
Okay. Go Badu. You've earned it. No rush from Yoshiyuki. The clock continues to tick. 5 minutes remaining for Miguel to solve this puzzle. He has attackers ready. But are they ready to attack?
You can't even depend on Dusknoir now. Neo Upper is gone. Oh, Turo gets them Badu out of harm's way. So there's no easy, simple, single throw of Adrenabrain. But Dusclops is still in play.
Duskull, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Still, this board is not an answer. If you promote that Dragapult attack in, you're leaving enough damage to where Penny Monkey Dory can close that game out. Cannot leave that as an option. Too many resources in the hand for Yoshiyuki. I don't think we've even seen one of those play just yet. Plenty of resources.
This is a safe Pokemon to retreat into now, though. Blood Moon Ursaluna can't even attack. I don't think Yoshiyuki's even going to let it attack. If he's going to win the game, he's going to win the game by taking 3 prize cards.
Right. You can set up this spot to where you don't ever have to reveal too much. And this is a pass over with the Duskull. 2013? What are we doing here with Duskull pass?
Just a pass. Now Yoshiyuki does find a boss's orders if he chooses to take knockouts this turn. There it is, boss's orders on the Pheasantipity.
Right, attacks in, sees the hand, puts a bunch of damage onto this Pokemon, removes the boss's orders. That hand is not looking pretty, and Pheasantipity is 10 damage away from being KO'd.
Now there's the only thing you can hide behind as Miguel is the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Okay.
Again, there is 10 damage on the board. There's 2 damage, actually, with the Mega Kangaskhan. So moving 2 with the Monkey Dory does get a knockout here on the Pheasantipity eventually. But again, Yoshiyuki's going to take all 3 prize cards in 1 turn. Not going to allow the Blood Moon Ursaluna's seasoned skill ability to activate.
Miguel solves the first piece of denying the 1 prize Pokemon, but Pheasantipity's still there. If the answer is available, I'm sure Yoshiyuki could find it. But 1 damage counter to take away this.
And I see the boss's orders. There it is. Woo! Boss's orders. That's boss. Yoshiyuki, the ultimate boss here at the Houston Regional Championships. What a
Five, four, three, two.
Against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokémon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome to the beautiful, the sunny city of Orlando, Florida. Some would say the theme park capital of the world, but right now, our players are working hard, playing hard here at the Orlando Regional Championships. My name is Wancho Saldana, and of course, joined by some amazing folks, Kyle Sablehouse, Jeremy Jallin, and Chip Ritchie. How are we feeling today, guys?
Love being here in Florida. It's one of my favorite places to visit. Got so many great memories playing Pokemon here, and I think we're going to build a couple more here this weekend.
Yeah, Florida has a great history in the Pokemon TCG. A lot of very good players have come from the state, and a lot of older players as well. So exciting to see how things will shape up.
Yeah, very excited, of course. You know, Florida's a big state, huge population. You mentioned some of the older players. Always feels like we get to see some old names come out that only play this one tournament every single year. So looking forward to getting to see some old names do well and see what happens this weekend.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I would love to learn more about the history of the game. I played in a cup here recently, and I was literally surrounded by players with 4-digit player IDs. So, yeah, a lot of talent, a lot of history here at the Orlando Regional. But, of course, Orlando isn't the only regional we have this season. We don't have too many left, but here is the 2026 schedule. Right now we're in Orlando, followed by Los Angeles, Indianapolis, and then it's just the big tournaments, NAIC and the Pokemon World Championships.
Just the big tournaments. These are the ones we've been looking forward to all year. Going to be some excellent Pokemon played over there, and we've got that new format coming up with the rotation, so really exciting to see what players bring to those events and see who's going to be our world champion.
Yeah, it felt like we breezed through the entire season so far, and honestly, each and every location we've been to for these tournaments has been amazing, and I really cannot wait to end the season in San Francisco for that World Championships.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Quite the journey we've been on. Still a few more to go, though. Still a few more chances for players to earn those direct invitations to Worlds, of course, by locking up a win at one of these regional championships, and it all culminates at the World Championships in San Francisco.
I agree. But right now, how about we take a look at what happened just a couple of weeks ago at the Houston Regional Championships. And right here we have it, the Houston Regional Champion, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, and of course our finalist, Miguel Marin. It was Absol, it was Dragapult, it was a lot of Pokemon.
Does anyone have more fun than Yoshiyuki playing the Pokemon TCG? Every time I see him, giant smile on his face, such a great personality, and excited to see what he does here this weekend as well, as he might be trying to bring it back one more time.
Yeah, well, the fact that this deck list really hasn't changed since its iteration for Yoshiyuki, and just he's doing so well with it. Top 4 at LEIC, winning Houston. What's next?
I mean, why change in perfection? If it works, it works. No, but again, huge congratulations as well to Miguel piloting Dragapult DX, one of the best decks in format, that's for sure. But these aren't our only champions, of course. We've had multiple regional champions already here at North America. A lot of familiar names, a lot of big names. But yeah.
Yeah, a lot of great players that have already taken down a tournament this year, and we're expecting to see a lot of head clashing here in Orlando from these players. A lot of hot starts already from players like Liam Halliburton and Tord Reklev. Jackson Ford in the mix as well there. I think Truin may have taken an early loss, but we'll see how all that works out. And yeah, just some big names showing up here.
And it's not only the fact that they've just won a regional, gotten their Worlds invite, they continue tournament after tournament to keep on the top of the standings each and every weekend.
I was actually out there just watching Giovanni Sasso playing in his round 3 game up against Rowan Stavino, so huge matchup right there to kick things off early on in the day. Giovanni was in a pretty good position in that game, it looked like, so really fun to see these top-level players continuing to compete. Even though they've locked up that invitation, it's the hunger and thirst for more and more championships that keeps driving them.
I wouldn't be surprised if we filled up the rest of this graphic with the same photos. Don't even have to take new ones. But of course now, how about we take a look at the top 16, the top leaderboard here at North America, and all of these players over 1,000 points.
Yeah, well-deserved points that we've seen, and a lot of these players, it's been some of the younger guns on the other side. We see the Bodies and the Karis and Sebastian that have been working their way up and making a great run of it, but some consistency, especially with Liam and Bon and Henry Chow. I mean, they find a deck that they like and they run it into the wall, trying to get all these championship points, and sure enough, it's worked out so well for them.
I mean, all I can really say is, at least for North America, and honestly for all around the world, the future of Pokemon's bright with a lot of these players.
Absolutely. I mean, 12 out of the top 16 players in this graphic are actually competing right now here at the Orlando Regional Championships. And again, look at these names. I like how Aban again had such an absolutely strong start to the season, and he just now lost the #1 spot.
he's been coasting. You could argue that he hasn't played his best Pokemon yet, as he's maybe gonna mix in something different here in Orlando. I'd like to see how his day ends here, or at least this opening phase.
We're going to keep track of all these amazing players, that's for sure, at least everyone that's in the top 16 and more. But how about we take a look at our friends across the pond, the EU Regional Champions here. A lot of big names as well. We did just see Ted Tobin win last weekend.
Yeah, winning with the Gardevoir, taking down Festival Lead in the finals. Really cool to see that deck making a deep run. It was Ethan Wild actually piloting it on the other side of the table. You know, Ethan, of course, the Birmingham Regional Champion. And yeah, Ted able to take down the Sevilla Special Championships, lock up that Worlds invite, and lots of great competitors here from the European region.
No, yeah. How cool would it be? What is more impressive? Getting 2 photos in the graphic or winning a regional with Festival Lead?
Yeah,
the possibility.
It would have been something else. I think at that point we'd have to get a second picture for Ethan just for the sake of Festival
We just put a
Lead.
pixture of Dipplin up there instead. Yeah.
Just a full green setup over a green screen, except it's not going to be whited out.
Hey, you get to attack twice, you have the possibility to win twice. But of course, let's take a look at the top 16 though for the EU leaderboard, and right now Tord Reklev leading the pack, 1,600. Everyone here again above 1,000. Remember when World Championship invites just cost like what, 500 points?
I remember 300.
Yeah, big names. Tord Reklev actually is even competing here, so adding more talent in the Orlando Regional.
Yeah, he sat down with us and showed us his deck, and boy howdy, does he have something for us this weekend. It'll be fun to see how he does with that. But some huge names that also are showing up here this weekend too. If you can make the trip over, Orlando is one of those hubs that's pretty easy to visit from the rest of the world. So we've seen a lot of big names jump over.
Fun fact, Tord Reklev is actually tied with Liam Halliburton, 16-10. They're both sitting at the pinnacle of Pokemon in their respective leaderboards. But I guess one of them is going to be taking the top spot after the Orlando.
Great script writing.
But how about we take a look at the LATAM leaderboard? Big names here as well. Again, a lot of players just having so many of these points already. Big names like Fernando Cifuentes, Vinny Fernandez, Juan Andre. Big names.
Yeah, both Cifuentes brothers up there. Yerko sitting up at the top. And some huge names. Pedro Pertusi as well. I mean, it's great to see the players from Brazil starting to make their way over. We saw Gustavo Wada out in the field this weekend, and he's not bringing the old grandma glasses. So sorry, Jeremy, you lost those with you.
Yeah, I always love seeing a lot of LATAM talent come up to the North American circuit and play. And it's really great to see Fernando Cifuentes, after winning Worlds with Iron Thorns, just continue to dominate in his region.
Absolutely. But yeah, a lot of the big names we got to talk about. A lot of players competing here in Orlando. I cannot wait to see even more. I want to see these players and see what they brought, actually, to the event. I believe we do have the day one metagame, so how about we go ahead and check that out? And anything surprising here?
I mean, look at Zoroark. It's moving its way up. We've seen Golden Go moving slowly down, and maybe with one last ride for Gardevoir, we'll see some of those convert into phase 2.
Now, Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan finally getting a little bit more recognition, moving on from the best of the rest, now at the bottom here in our deck breakdown.
How do you feel about that, Chip?
It's a great deck. It's a great deck. Lots of skilled players choosing to play it, of course. Golden Go kind of falling down a little bit, though, here. Golden Go's kind of been that solid number 2 deck for a lot of this format, and Zoroark has kind of pushed its way forward, thanks to the recent addition of that ends Zekrom, also the Pokepad as well, helping Dragapult there, pushing itself forward. I'm honestly a little surprised Dragapult's not a little bit more popular. 14% is obviously still a lot, but I really wouldn't have been surprised to see that number be like 17, 18 this weekend.
Top of the pack and still wants more.
Maybe a few wins.
Maybe. No, but I can't believe we've actually gone through the entire top of show without talking about how this is the last time we're going to see Gardevoir in this graphic. Yep. And Golden Go.
You want me to start clapping? What is this, Wancho?
I mean, Gardevoir is probably one of the most successful decks in the history of the Pokemon card game. I think it demands a standing ovation at this point. We should start clapping.
I mean, we're sitting, so.
Oh, well,
I will stand for another Gardevoir
I hear some
win.
clapping back there. So. Someone on production is clapping for you, Wancho.
Either way, if you're happy or sad to see it go, this is going to be Gardevoir EX's last tournament here in North America. And I have to say, I think with how good this deck has been, it has to go out with a bang, right?
It feels very reminiscent of Mew VMAX when we kept waiting for it to go. It just took so long to fade out of the tournaments. But here it is once more. Gardevoir, it's just so powerful, and it continues to find its way through every matchup, even when you don't think that it's going to have a chance against Dark-type decks or anything that's way too consistent. It doesn't matter. It finds a way.
Yeah, look at the 3 Dark-type decks on this graphic, Kyle, right? Mega Absol, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and Zoroark. All a big reason for those decks having success is because of just how strong Gardevoir is and how many top-tier players choose to pilot it. I would not be surprised if Gardevoir got one last deep tournament run this weekend.
Absolutely. With that, though, how about we take a look at the players to watch, what are... Again, some of the best players out there. We're talking about Gardevoir. There's his strongest soldier, Henry Chow.
Are we sure that he's playing it?
It would be really funny if he just chose not to play it this weekend, one last chance. But I'm pretty sure he's playing it.
Spoiler warning there, but of course we also have Liam Halliburton and Jackson Ford. As we talk about Gardevoir, how about the deck that beats Gardevoir? Jackson Ford, you know, probably Zoroark's strongest soldier there.
Yeah, Jackson stole his plushie. That's tough.
Yeah, Zoroark and Charizard, both decks that have been known to hopefully counter Gardevoir EX with that dark weakness. But again, we've seen him kind of finish at the regional tournaments lately and finish well compared to Gardevoir.
Yeah, Jackson actually made a bit of a switch up at the Houston Regional Championships. He got top 32 with Marnie's Grimmsnarl. You know, he's been known as a Charizard player for the last 2 years. Made a little bit of a change up. I'll be curious to see what he chose to go with this weekend here in Houston. But I mean, these have been 3 of the most successful players in the game this season. They're all 3 top 4 in championship points, and then also in money earned through prizing throughout the year. So incredibly successful seasons. One last ride in the current format with rotation looming on the horizon.
Yeah, we have so many good players that it just couldn't fit in this graphic. So I want to talk about even more good players. We have Ryan Antonucci actually as another player we have to watch out for here at Orlando, and quite a number of achievements there.
Yeah, consistent is the one thing we see from Ryan time and time again. He's always in the fight, always a competitor in the phase 2, and he's had a few of these tournaments turn over for him, make that top 16 at NAIC in 25, but maybe this is another great shot for him here to improve on these results.
And it's kind of a stark contrast of the 3 we had for the players to watch, where they're over 1,000 championship points. They already have their invite locked up. Ryan is on the cusp of needing a couple hundred more championship points to lock up that invite.
Yeah, of course, you got to be in the top 135 players in the North American region to get that invitation, and 538, where he is right now, right on that cusp, like you said, Jeremy. So got to get a couple more deep tournament finishes. I'm confident Ryan has the ability to do just that, and we'll be looking forward to seeing how he does. He, of course, won the Knoxville Regional Championships a couple of years ago, so he's got the experience. Will he be able to pull that experience in and lock up his World's Invite?
Exciting stuff. You know, you got to build the suspense, right? Going into the World Championship, will he make it? Will he not? So much drama here at the Pokemon Regional Championships. No, but yeah, I believe that the match is almost ready. So as much as I've been enjoying talking to you folks here, we gotta, of course, get going with the match, but gotta plug in. Don't forget to follow all our channels, Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's for all your Pokemon broadcast needs. And of course, the channels /Pokemon for YouTube, /Pokemon TCG on Twitch. Wherever you enjoy watching, well, that's where you can find it. With that, though, how about we take a look at the format we're going to be playing here at the Orlando Regional Championships.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
And not only, of course, the glory of becoming a regional champion, the money and the booster packs that come with placing at the top of a tournament with so much prestige. $10,000 up top. And even for those players down at the top 32 range, still big win-ins, a couple booster boxes, and of course, some cash to go along.
Yeah, the prize increase a couple years ago brought a lot more players into the game and really raised the skill of players as well. And it's great to see the prizing match the growth that the Pokemon has had post-COVID.
Well, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Ethan Heggie here with Piper Lapine. We're already underway here in this tournament. 3 Swiss rounds have concluded. We are jumping into that 4th Swiss round. We've got 2 excellent players, 2 10-plus year veterans of the game, and they're going to be giving us an absolutely star-studded showdown here in Orlando.
Yeah, on the right we have former world champion Vance Kelly, not rotated a few seasons ago, now playing Gardevoir. Last event for Gardevoir, we'll see how it's able to do this event. And on the other side, Steven Bresco with Grimmsnarl, a matchup that is typically, on paper, Grimmsnarl favored. But, I mean, Henry Chow has been saying for a while, Gardevoir can beat Grimmsnarl pretty often.
Vance essentially doing a full 180. Took down the Gardevoir EX deck in the finals of the 2023 World Championships to become the world champion, is now embracing this deck in a sense. As we'll see these prize cards come out, that secret box at the top of the prize card, such a vital part of the setup for this Grimmsnarl deck.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl really used to be relying on Arvening for Secret Box, but now with the introduction of Pokepad has been able to shift away from that Arven focus. So while the Secret Box is a little annoying at the top, not going to be able to see it, it is a lot more manageable than it has in the past. And Vance on the other side, prizing one of those Bravery Charms can really make the Monkey Dories a little more healthy against the Frostlass and the Shadow Bullet Snipe. So having one of those prized is a little annoying, as you also want it on the Mega Diancie, but here we go, starting Steven going first, which Grimmsnarl usually wants to be going second. Get those supporters to get basic Pokemon into play, and just passes.
Oh, just a pass of the turn, so absolutely doing nothing on this first turn. No real pressure being threatened to go with it, and Vance already opens up that Technical Machine Evolution and a Lily's Determination to go along with it. Did, however, start Ralts. It's ideally not the Pokemon you want in that active spot, since that Evolution Technical Machine can only evolve those bench Pokemon.
Yeah, but Steven with such a weak start really isn't putting much pressure on that potential one Curly that Vance could get out, so it's not too bad of a spot anyway, as long as Vance is able to find that way to get a second Ralts down and an energy for the active.
We'll see these 8 cards here. There is the Earthen Vessel and an Ultra Ball, it looks like. So with both of those pieces in hand, it does mean that Vance will guaranteed be able to get a Curlia into play this turn. We'll see how he wants to sequence things out. The Monkey Dory as well in the hand. That is a great supporting Pokemon to go into the bench. This Adrenabrain ability, available on both players' sides, will be a huge dynamic in this matchup.
Yeah, one of the big things of this matchup is both players trying to set up as many Monkey Dories as possible, and we kind of get into a Monkey Dory war where both players are throwing damage at each other, and sometimes they just pass to not give the other player damage. Steven has the way to generate on his board with Frostlass and Vance with Psychic Embrace, so they're both able to make some damage to make plays with Screamtail, Shadow Bullet, whatever their deck has available.
Vance will have the opportunity to first look through his deck, see what pieces are available. We'll note that the Mew EX is in the prize cards, as well as that Bravery Charm, like you mentioned, and did get rid of Arven, with that other one being at the top of the prize card. So no Arven, most likely, for Vance in this game. We'll have to really rely off of those other supporters in order to draw some cards this game.
Yeah, the Arvens are kind of weak in the mid game. They're really good in the early game to get Secret Box, to get a bunch of basics and the Technical Machine Evolution, and then the late game to find those Bravery Charms and Night Stretchers, whatever piece you need to close out the game. So I don't think Vance will be missing it too much, relying on Pheasantipede to kind of compensate for the draw that Guardy doesn't have refinement anymore, so just kind of working off that lack of draw.
Will be that Ralts grabbed, Psychic Energy in the hand to the active spot, and we'll see that Technical Machine Evolution do its work to allow Curlia to evolve on the first turn of the game. This action is back onto Steven now. Steven doesn't know that this Secret Box is prized and is considering using Arven, which would be pretty weak in this spot without it. And this is a big risk here. Arven's not going to be able to find Secret Box, and Steven's going to have to completely pivot how he wants to play this turn.
Yeah, Steven had almost every supporter available. I saw Lilies and Iono and an Arven, and going with this Arven, no Secret Box means gonna have to find something else to do this turn. It is that risk of relying so heavily on that ace spec is 1 in every 10 or so games. It's gonna be prized, and there you see it on his face.
You see him shaking his head. You know, sometimes poker face is important in the TCG, but it's pretty clear what Steven wanted to go for here. The Secret Box could have even found a Grimmsnarl KO on this first turn. The Spikemouth Stadium, Rare Candy, a supporter for next turn, but instead is gonna have to go to the drawing board and think about how he wants to repivot this turn. Maybe something along the lines of a pivot out. We'll see the Air Balloon and that Buddy Poffin grabbed, and it is going to be Itchy Pollen, but ooh, an interesting card to play down in this matchup. That 30 HP can be a big weak point of this card.
Yeah, the idea of the Budu in this matchup is it's very hard for Gardevoir to set up a bunch of Monkey Dories and a Gardevoir EX under the item lock. They kind of have to get one, but since Vance already used the Technical Machine Evolution, it is a bit more likely to get multiple Monkey Dories and the Gardevoir in play. But Steven here is just trying to slow down the game a bit and establish his board since he had such a weak turn one just going draw pass, and now with no Secret Box is just Arvening for this Poffin. Has the Morgrim at least, so is threatening a Grimmsnarl attack next turn if Vance gets aggressive and takes KO. Activating Counter Catcher, which is something to watch out for in this matchup.
Vance only has one Psychic Energy in the discard pile as things are shaping out. So we'll see the Getchi Pollen, 10 damage onto Ralts, and right away, Vance, with the Dark Energy, even going to evolve this Kirlia up into the active spot and play that Iono. So Vance puts that Turo to the bottom of the deck. We'll see these players draw 6 cards from the top. Can Vance find that Gardevoir EX? If he can, he could take 2 prize cards this turn. Oh, Gardevoir does have an Artisan and another Dark Energy for next turn. So the question now becomes for Vance, do you want to use this Call Sign attack? It feels like that may just be the best way to go about this turn.
Yeah, Call Sign can get you the Gardevoir EX for next turn. Maybe something like the Frillish if Steven continues using Itchy Pollen can kind of win the item lock war without giving Steven the Artisan in play to get his own Monkey Dories, and Vance could get that second Monkey Dory that we were just mentioning as well with the Dark Energy in hand ready to go for next turn.
Yeah, and this will take more damage next turn from Itchy Pollen if it does, take another hit, which is just more damage Monkey Dory can throw back at the opponent. So we'll see this Screamtail along with the Gardevoir EX be grabbed. And while another Gardevoir EX is probably what Vance wants in this spot, you do have to always try and be careful about Iono as a way to support, a little bit of disruption on Steven's side.
Yeah, and with Steven having an easy way to knock out these Gardevoir EXs, it is important to not always immediately go into the second one. Now that the Curly has 100 HP, they're a lot tankier and resistant to the Shadow Bullet 30 snipe, so kind of staggering that board can really limit Steven's ability to take prizes aggressively.
Pheasantipede EX, the third Pokemon to be found off of Call Sign. Like you said, big upgrade in small ways sometimes for this Gardevoir deck.
Yeah, and Vance here kind of shows to Steven that his hand isn't amazing if he's grabbing this Pheasantipede. Grabbing this instead of one of those other more impactful Pokemon means there's either no supporter or he's expecting Steven to take a KO. So maybe Steven now sees that and just plays a bit more patiently, uses another Itchy Pollen, sets up the board, and here with the Pokepad, a great addition for Grimmsnarl. Lots of lists playing 3 or 4 of them now. Just gets your Monkey Dories, your Frostlasses, your Morgrims. Really just something that Grimmsnarl felt to be missing, being super reliant on the Technical Machine Evolution in the past.
As you mentioned, Monkey Dory grabbed Spike Myth Gym. Coming down into play, will search out this Grimmsnarl EX if Steven so chooses to, but is just going to continue to play things slow, like you mentioned. Does have Grimmsnarl EX in hand, so we'll have the choice now to use that Punk Up ability, see how many Dark Energy want to be searched out of the deck. It is just going to be the 2 onto the Grimmsnarl, and considering putting a third onto Morgrim, but just going to go ahead and go with just those 2 for the time being.
Yeah, Steven does have that second Grimmsnarl prize, so it wouldn't have been surprising to see one go on the Morgrim, but just here, only getting 2 Dark Energies out of the deck because you want to be able to attack with Shadow Bullet, but you also don't want to limit your odds of finding a Dark Energy for your Monkey Dories. So by limiting that, I mean, you can evolve the Morgrim into another Grimmsnarl and accelerate later, and you have basically unlimited acceleration with 5 energies off it. Just trying to get those Monkey Dories. I mean, Vance already has one, threatening getting a second one next turn. Steven's already behind in the Monkey Dory war, so just trying to get them as online as possible and quickly.
No Dark Energy in this hand. It does sort of make me wonder, if Steven could have waited to use that Spike Myth Gym, played the Lily first and kept those Dark Energy in the deck, but it can be hard in hindsight to, think about plays like that. Steven's going to have to do what he can, but with no Dark Energy on Monkey Dory and with item cards going to be available for Vance this next turn, there could be a huge tempo swing this turn.
Yeah, I mean, if Vance gets another Monkey Dory and maybe an attack with the Mega Diancie, it could put a lot of damage onto this Grimmsnarl, and Steven's not going to be able to reduce that damage as much as he'd like, with only threatening 1 Monkey Dory on the next turn.
So there it is, Shadow Bullet KOing Kirlia, 30 damage placed onto Monkey Dory. Now the options kind of become a bit overwhelming here for Vance. Could start to go after Monkey Dories of his own. Top deck's Earthen Vessel for the turn. So now there's a way to, at minimum, put one of these Psychic Energy in the discard pile. But like you mentioned, grabbing that Pheasantipede the turn before, there's really not too much else going on. Does have Gardevoir EX, does have Monkey Dory Dark, but what will the attack of choice be? We're going to have to see.
Yeah, I mean, Steven not having any Dark Energies on these Monkey Dories, a Screamtail isn't too strong, maybe only knocking out that Morgrim. So could see something like the Mind Bend try to disrupt this Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but it already has the Air Balloon, so you're not threatening those energies much. Maybe the Mega Diancie attack just put 240 to 300 damage, depending on how many Monkey Dories Vance is able to set up, and just pressure this Grimmsnarl to be knocked out on the next turn with a couple more Adrenabrains.
See if the Pheasantipity does come down. It does. Flip the script, drawing 3 cards. We'll see how much help this can give to Vance's turn to start things off. Does find 3 supporter cards. The Iono, Lily's Determination. Would still draw 8 cards for Vance, so you've got to imagine that's probably what he would like to do with this spot.
Yeah, especially being down an Iono already, you really want to keep those for the later game, as Grimmsnarl with no draw engine on board can be really prone to those late game disruptions. So trying to keep as many Ionos in the deck is really strong for these Gardevoir decks, especially in these harder matchups due to the weakness.
See the Screamtail come down. If there is a Dark Energy in hand, sure we'll see Artisan be used. Grab that second Monkey Dory to put an energy on it. There's now 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile, so it's pretty much the magic number here for Gardevoir. EX can now start to, navigate around however he so chooses to. And with this Monkey Dory down, there would be another bench space open for that Diancie, but with Screamtail also coming down, it may signal potentially getting aggressive and even maybe going after that Morgrim on the bench. That could be a really strong play here.
Yeah, I think that's what Vance is angling here, and also just kind of hedging for not drawing it out to Diancie off this Lilies. That's one of the things with Gardevoir. You don't always draw everything you want. Obviously, when you do, the deck feels amazing, but since you don't always do that, you kind of have to be ready for having backup plays that may feel a little weaker or not be what you want to do, but you have them guaranteed.
Will be the Lily's Determination, saving that Bravery Charm of note. The other one is in the prize cards. So now we'll have to think about, if Vance does find Diancie here, what is the best play? You've always got to be thinking about, in spots like this, Piper, what is the route if your opponent just goes boss's orders and KOs your Gardevoir EX when you have no Ralts down?
Yeah, and Vance may be looking for a second Ralts. Saw him eyeing up that Bravery Charm on the Screamtail to protect it, but without doing that, maybe only going to be putting 40 damage, just leaving the Screamtail so it's out of range of the Shadow Bullet Snipe and not having damage on Steven's board to knock it out. Means that you can bench a Ralts on the next turn and use another Screamtail attack, kind of progressing your board still, even if Steven is able to find the boss.
And Lily's Clefairy is another really interesting card in this matchup since it's not Dark Weak. It's just going to decide to discard it off of Ultra Ball.
Yeah, you kind of need to pair it with the Bravery Charm, since it's only at 190 HP, which means even if you heal it all the way, if Steven just has a Dark Energy on one of the Monkey Dories, Adrenabrain means it's getting knocked out, and 2 more prizes, but here Vance getting that Ralts. So going in with the Screamtail for sure this turn, and just kind of making sure that he has a threat of a Gardevoir on the next turn, even if Steven has that boss knockout.
Curious where we'll see these Adrenabrains go. We'll have to see one go on to that Morgrim to take a KO onto it. The other question is, do you even want to leave damage on your opponent's board? Do you go after Badoo to take a KO on that? We'll see what the choice here is for Vance. Again, one essentially guaranteed, smartly moving it off the Monkey Dory. We'll go into the Morgrim. Where is this other damage going to go? It feels like you could just abstain from using that and just have it available next turn, but you should probably have more than enough damage. Yeah, we're just going to save the other Adrenabrain, take a KO with Roaring Scream onto Morgrim, and now all of a sudden for Steven, he's got to find a way to at least threaten putting another Grimmsnarl into play on the following turn.
If Vance had gone with the second Adrenabrain to knock out something like the Badoo, it would have also given Steven something like Countercatcher, which means Arven also gets Steven the Gust card to knock out that Gardevoir. And the Badoo is kind of just sitting on Steven's board now and not really threatening at all. And Steven with the third Impidimp and second Grimmsnarl prize is really being pressured on his Pokemon here. Usually Gardevoir tries to pressure the energies, but Steven not finding energies on those Monkey Dories is more so pressured on his attackers this game. So we'll see what he's able to put together this turn. Is going to need something like a Night Stretcher or a Super Rod. Only playing Night Stretchers in the list, so looking for the Night Stretcher to get that Impidimp back, and then may need another one on the next turn to heal, to replace this Grimmsnarl if it gets knocked out.
Of note, the Secret Box and the prize cards, we talked about that, but there is also a 101 line of that Grimmsnarl, including that Impidimp in the prizes, so going to have to burn Night Stretcher, and also a Night Stretcher as well in the prizes for Steven. Absolutely brutal here so far. Is really going to keep him on the back foot when it comes to stringing together these Grimmsnarl EXs.
Yeah, and using an Iono here, not a boss's orders, means Vance doesn't have to find Rare Candy and Gardevoir on the next turn. Already has the Gardevoir set up, and that really just opens the lines for him. Already having the Gardevoir, having the Pheasantipity to draw 3 cards, because Steven can't let this Screamtail just stay in the active. Has to take the knockout this turn, it feels.
Does at least get the Dark Energy onto Monkey Dory. So will threaten Adrenabrain on the following turn. There is no damage counters to move so far. Will be this Shadow Bullet. Now 30 damage could go on a Pokemon. It will most likely just be moved off thanks to Monkey Dory. Question is, do you start to pile it up on Gardevoir EX to threaten Devo? That doesn't sound terrible.
Yeah, and that's kind of where you could be asking, should Vance have used that second Adrenabrain just to heal the Gardevoir and put it onto that Morgrem last turn so that Steven wouldn't have this option of a late game Devo on the Gardevoir, but just setting up that Pheasantipity for a Shadow Bullet later if it doesn't get healed or Bravery Charmed.
And now Vance is kind of thinking about where to put these counters. You will have to, of course, retreat a Pokemon. There is 2 retreat on that Gardevoir EX, so it will be bumped up to 80. But you can still comfortably move 6 of those counters off, depending on what you want to go in with this turn. There's an Ultra Ball available. Now, because of the bench space here, Vance will not be able to take a KO onto this Grimmsnarl, but could still pressure it pretty heavily here with that Mega Diancie. 240 damage plus the 60 from Adrenabrain would leave Grimmsnarl with just 20 HP remaining. The issue, though, is that if Steven can just establish another Grimmsnarl, or excuse me, another Monkey Dory, you're in a weird spot where you're not going to be able to KO it with Adrenabrain into the next turn. So with that being said, how does Vance want to approach this turn?
Yeah, the nice thing about the Diancie is that Vance is putting Steven on finding a boss, but also eyeing up a Monkey Dory, although has the Artisan in play to get that anyway. So it feels like the Ultra Ball was intended for the Diancie, but now Vance reconsidering. Yeah, grabs that Monkey Dory, maybe going for a third Monkey Dory and just maybe using something like Miracle Force this turn or a Mind Bend.
Yeah, Mind Bend
slow Steven down.
Mind Bend would force Steven to have Rare Candy plus Grimmsnarl in a 5 or so card hand, and even if it's there, you're still putting pressure onto the board. You still get your Monkey Dory damages. Instead, though, are we going to see Mind Bend go aggressive potentially here? Monkey Dory on Monkey Dory crimes, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, knocking out Steven's Monkey Dories means if damage ever sticks on his board, he's not going to be able to heal it. Iono continuously pressuring Steven's hand size and making it so that he's not able to find these combos as easily.
Yeah, and rips the Dark Energy as well, the last one at that. Off of these 3 cards, even finds a Super Rod for the following turn.
Yeah, Vance could potentially Miracle Force here and load a bunch of damage onto the Grimmsnarl, but then you're going to have to find Rare Candy and Gardevoir on the next turn, which is a little scary to do.
Yeah, regardless, you are threatened by a boss's orders on the following turn. We'll have to see how Vance wants to play this out. We'll see the retreat into Monkey Dory.
Also, though, with Steven having that Air Balloon committed, could maybe just Mind Bend this Monkey Dory to put damage on it, not even knocking it out, and forcing that retreat to have 1 less energy on Steven's board while loading up damage onto the Grimmsnarl. But I'm assuming we're going to see a knockout here.
I'm curious if we'll see that other Monkey Dory come down into play, or excuse me, the Dark Energy be played down. It looks like no. So we'll see healing off of the Pheasantipity onto the active. And then the second Adrenabrain probably off of the Gardevoir EX just to keep that out of range. Keep some damage on the board in case this Gardevoir does go down. It will be the case. We'll see Mind Bend get in there, take the KO. Vance will tie things up at 4 prize cards. And now a big opportunity here for Steven if he can find a way to KO this Gardevoir EX.
Yeah, still just having to draw one of those boss's orders. That's one of the downsides of Grimmsnarl. No engine. You're really reliant on these boss's orders in the matchups, but you can't find them easily. You have the secret box usually, but Steven still has it at the top of his prize cards. And top decks the boss's orders.
Wow, boss's order is a huge find. Even has Dark Energy for Monkey Dory as well. You've got to imagine that's probably Steven's best play. It would leave Vance with a pretty large hand size, but do remember on that first turn of the game, did play Ultra Ball and discarded a Rare Candy, so if Steven is kind of up to date with how these lists are built, which he should be since he actively plays Gardevoir, he'll know that there's probably only 1 more Rare Candy left in this deck, meaning that if that card is prized or is unable to be found, it will be a huge tempo swing for him in this game.
Yeah, and Vance does have the threat of triple Monkey Dory plus Mega Diancie to knock out the Grimmsnarl, but that is just a lot, like you've been saying, to find. And Steven here, with the boss's orders, going down to 2 prizes, potentially threatening game in a couple of turns.
Yeah, with another Monkey Dory, it would have essentially threatened it potentially on the following turn. You can put that damage onto Raldson. If it's not evolved into a Kirlia, it would just be game over on the following. We'll have to see how Steven wants to play this out. Checking the resources. We'll take note that that Rare Candy is discarded. It just has to feel stronger than playing a Lily this turn and cycling through. So there it is. Boss's orders onto Gardevoir. We'll have to place 3 damage counters onto the board with that Shadow Bullet damage. Let's see where this chooses to go. It is essentially not super relevant. We'll still stack on the Monkey Dory. Gardevoir EX goes down, and here we go. Big turn here for Vance. Can he find the rare candy Gardevoir plus a way to get Diancie into play? We already see the Dark Energy and has the Secret Box in hand. If Vance still has an Ultra Ball left, that would guarantee all the pieces right there. There's 2 energy in the discard pile.
Yeah, the Secret Box here unlocks the combo, really. You can get the rare candy and Iono. So just either need a way to find that Gardevoir with Night Stretcher or already have that rare candy.
I think it's already in the hand, Piper. Yes, already has it in the hand. It already has Nest Ball as well. He's going to use Artisan first just to check the deck, see what pieces are available. That rare candy is in there, and there are Psychic Energies too. And with Vance taking this KO here, he would essentially lock up the game on the following turn because that Butter is still in play. Now, Steven wouldn't be completely out of the game. There would still be a combo for him to win the game, but it would be highly unlikely.
Yeah, really hard, especially because of that Secret Box. Getting Vance and Iono on top of all these plays, gonna put Steven to 2 cards, and with only an Impidimp in play, really just shows the power of Secret Box as an ace spec, and Steven notably missing it this game. Could have been in a completely different position with that Arven on his second turn, getting a Secret Box and really developing the board.
Vance is just going to thin everything out of the deck, not even using Flip the Script quite yet, just grabbing all of those pieces, can save the Super Rod for later. There it is, slams it down. Rare Candy Gardevoir, the Dark Energy already in hand, and the Nest Ball can find the key piece in this match. Mega Diancie shining bright as it hits the battlefield and will threaten a Garland Ray KO on this turn onto the Dark Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, and Vance going to have 3 Monkey Dories at the end of this turn. I feel like I've never seen Gardevoir lose if it ever sets up 3 Monkey Dories. It's just so powerful. Monkey Dory is such a fantastic card. And we see both players using it to its fullest potential. Steven with 4 in his deck and Vance with 3. This Mega Diancie also putting out a lot of damage for a basic Pokemon. And here Vance uses the Bravery Charm on the Pheasantipity, just trying to play it a little safe in case Steven has something like that Blood Moon or Saluna that a lot of lists are playing, so that he can't draw the perfect 3 cards of Boss's Orders, Blood Moon, and Energy to attack and win the game.
Yeah, it's just thinking about bringing back Screamtail to essentially guarantee it as a out here. Does have the Dark Energy, does still need to put that onto the Monkey Dory. Can, of course, retreat one of those Psychic Energies off. So there it is. Super Rod shuffling the Screamtail back in. See the Dark Energy be played into Monkey Dory, and that Iono will take the KO. Or excuse me, will Hand Disrupt here. So here it is. Dark Energy down, Iono Hand Disruption, and with the help of Secret Box here, Vance has essentially put together the perfect turn to try and close out this game in the near future.
Yeah, Vance has just been playing patiently, taking key knockouts while not putting extra damage on Steven's board, and it's finally all coming together. 3 Monkey Dories have been set up over this game, and now he's going to be able to take this big knockout on the Grimmsnarl, leaving Steven with a Monkey Dory and a Dark Energy and an Impidimp, but a lot of these Grimmsnarl lists only with 1 candy, and Steven already down a Night Stretcher. Did find the second Grimmsnarl off the prizes, but now it's at the bottom of the deck. So it's going to be really hard for Steven to put together anything to respond to this Mega Diancie. And Vance here just showing how Gardevoir rewards patience with amazing boards like Triple Monkey Dory.
Patience is a virtue, Piper. We're seeing that on full display. 2 energy will go onto this Mega Diancie just to make sure there's still energy in the discard pile to move for next turn. And Garland Ray, thanks to that Monkey Dory being able to move 6 off of itself and then 3 onto the active from that third Adrenabrain. 240 damage plus the 90, 330. Grimmsnarl will fall, and Steven will be put in an absolutely brutal spot. 2 cards, and I'm not even sure there's a combination of 3 cards here that would win Steven the game. It'd have to be Rare Candy Grimmsnarl Boss, and we still know that the Grimmsnarl's not in the prizes, but that Secret Box being in the prizes is such a big deal. Here we go, Piper. Big 3 cards, and there's absolutely nothing. Just a Night Stretcher in hand, and that will basically lock the game up here for Vance.
Yeah, I mean, even has a Bravery Charm, but Vance with 3 Monkey Dories. The Bravery Charm is not doing anything here. Vance should just be able to close it out on the next turn. Steven considering with this Night Stretcher if there's anything left that he can do, but it's not looking like there's much with this board.
It can just retreat once off the Diancie and then 3 onto the Gardevoir EX. Itchy Pollen will have no effect here. It's going to just play it out for the fun of it, essentially, at this point. Itchy Pollen does no damage because of that Diancie's Diamond Coat ability, but yeah, Vance has essentially everything locked up here.
Yep.
Psychic Embrace #1, just going to check the energy. We'll see that there is more than enough can just go ahead, use those Psychic Embrace abilities, put that Diancie up to 9 damage counters, and after a back and forth, Vance Kelly closes out game number 1.
Yeah, really showing the strength of Pheasantipity. I mean, both these decks don't have a real draw engine, but Vance with the Pheasantipity is able to keep drawing cards while taking these prize cards, whereas Steven eventually fell to the Iono to 2, and the board just being a little too weak, Vance was able to take this game that, yeah, like you said, was really back and forth.
Now, Steven here will have the option to go second, which he will take that opportunity. First game, though, it seemed like that big turn was early on in the game where Steven played that Arven, looked through the deck, was hoping to find that pink card, and it just wasn't there, and it kind of just set us into a bit of a, awkward position where Badu had to be used early, and it really just didn't provide the disruptive effect I think that Steven was hoping for in that first game.
Yeah, especially when your opponent gets to Technical Machine Evolution before you Itchy Pollen, it's really hard for it to get value, and here we kind of see those prize trades back and forth, but Vance never giving Steven Countercatcher, forcing him to use Boss, and kind of keeping that board weak, gets to a point where there was just that Impidimp left after this Grimmsnarl got KO'd from that perfect turn from Vance's Secret Box. Really just showing the power of that ace-spec.
Yeah, triple Monkey Dory showing the power of that too. The Monkey Dory award very clearly in Vance's favor, even as far back to, Steven not being able to establish Monkey Dories, but it never mattered because outside of that turn, there was no turn where Vance left any damage counters on the board for Steven to move. A huge factor in just making sure your Monkey Dories get value while your opponents don't.
Yeah, it's one of the interesting things. It's like, should Steven be setting up the Frostlass to give himself damage? But if we see a similar game where Vance just has more Monkey Dories than him, it's going to be a bit disadvantageous to have that extra damage on your board. But here, starting the Snow Run is going to have it as an option. Snow Run now with 70 HP can't get picked off as easily. And Vance just starting with an S-Ball. Going to search the deck and probably get a Ralts here.
Yeah, we'll see the prize cards, what cards are available for both of these players. Vance does have that Curly on the prizes. We saw how that was a relevant piece to make sure Technical Machine Evolution could grab it, so that will be unavailable for the time being. Monkey Dory in the prize cards as well. We saw how having all 3 of those were important. It is towards the bottom, which means there is a high chance Vance does take that early on. A couple supporters, but nothing too relevant.
Yeah, a lot of supporters could be important if Steven goes for the Itchy Pollen strategy again, just make it hard to find the Pokemon that you need to set up and threaten a bunch of Monkey Dories again, or threaten a Gardevoir and find all those pieces.
Does have an Ultra Ball in hand. You see him really thinking about whether or not he wants to play this card. There's a high chance of item lock potentially happening, but so really thinking about it, but it's just going to pass the turn over. Steven will get started. Does have 3 Iono in the hand, as well as a Dark Energy. We'll just put that onto the Snow Run to threaten pivot into at least something else. And there it is, Iono being played, hands being shuffled, put to the bottom of the deck. 6 additional cards being drawn for both these players, and Steven does find a pretty solid set of 6 cards here, Piper. Badu, Monkey Dory, and a Stadium, as well as an Impidimp to go along.
Yeah, a lot of great cards. Can get 2 Impidimps, which Steven prioritized pretty heavily late last game. So can get the 2 Impidimps, has a Night Stretcher to get this Dark Energy back on Monkey Dory next turn, and this Itchy Pollen to just slow Vance down a bit. And yeah, aggressively benches that Monkey Dory. Not really a downside to it here. And considering Spike Mything, I think with Vance only having the 2 Artisans, Grimmsnarl is typically pretty favored to win the Stadium War. And getting the second Impidimp means you can get 2 more Grimms and then 2 Grimmsnarls eventually. But with 1 more Grimm prize, that could be a little awkward. And 2 Dark Energies. Last game, we saw Steven struggling to get Dark Energies on the Monkey Dories, and with 2 prize, could happen again. That Air Balloon 2, well, it's at the bottom. It is a really important piece for mobility, especially when your Gardevoir opponent uses Mind Bend or Countercatcher to try to force retreats and discard energies and prevent you from setting up those Monkey Dories.
So there it is, Itchy Pollen, everyone's favorite little guy getting in there. Zoroark's number 2 does come down into the bench. There is the Technical Machine Evolution, so who needs Arven, Piper, when Vance just has it essentially every turn he needs it so far this set?
Well, Vance still does need to find that Psychic Energy or Dark Energy and can't use Earthen Vessel or Secret Box. I saw Secret Box before the Lilies, but with Itchy Pollen, can't use that and just needs to draw one of those energies. I mean, Gardevoir 10 to 11 basic energies, you think you'd find it, but sometimes you just don't, especially off of 8 cards. It feels pretty bad, but it happens.
This is the Pokemon TCG. Anything can happen. We'll see these 8 cards be drawn. Of course, a reminder that Curly in the prizes means only one of these Ralts can be evolved up, and right in the window there, Psychic Energy found here for Vance. So at least breathing a sigh of relief. Does have Gardevoir EX as well for the following turn. And we'll see the Technical Machine evolution just get one Kirlia into play, but it is the bare minimum Vance needed to find on this turn.
Yeah, especially because Steven, a lot of Grimmsnarl lists only playing one rare candy. It's so hard for them to go rare candy and boss on the next turn. They kind of just need to draw their secret box. And yep, Steven just slamming the Lily's Determination, getting a new hand. Not using that Night Stretcher to get a Dark Energy early, though. Just hoping to find it off this Lily's. We'll see if he is able to.
Yeah, we saw Monkey Dory again not be as impactful on Steven's side. It is, of course, important to threaten it in the following turns, but maybe just really wants to prioritize having that available. The Morgrim is prized. May want to have another Night Stretcher available for that piece. So, you know, it is a bit of an interesting predicament on whether or not you want to use that. You haven't used any punk ups yet, so it may just be better to save that card for later on. But that's all hindsight once we see what these 8 cards are going to look like. He knew he was going to draw into a Dark Energy, you see?
Oh, there is one there.
Yeah.
And finds the rare candy. Could get aggressive if he wants to this turn. I mean, from Vance's perspective, a Monkey Dory getting knocked out with one in the prizes is actually pretty annoying, but obviously Steven doesn't know that.
Yeah,
so we'll see what he goes with.
If there's a boss's orders in hand, it probably would just be better to use that Badoo's Itchy Pollen again, but I'm not sure I see a boss quite there. We'll start with the Pokepad, grab out Morgrim plus a friend. Yet again, foregoing evolving into Frostlass in this matchup, just really wants to make sure that Monkey Dory is only going to get value when Vance puts counters and not thanks to that Frostlass's Freezing Shroud ability.
Yeah, and grabbing this Grimmsnarl could be getting it for next turn or going with the rare candy this turn. And yep, there's the rare candy to punk up.
All right, so we are getting in aggressive, Piper. Using this punk up ability, accelerating energies into play. Now the question is this just essentially preparing to protect this Morgrim, essentially, or are we going to see an evolution? Now, putting 2 energy onto the Morgrim is thinking about it. Just going to put the 1. I think I like this just a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe even going for the Corkscrew Punch, but then 2 energies on that Morgrim just makes it so enticing for Vance to use Screamtail and snipe it. You know, getting rid of 2 energies and a Morgrim, it's like all you really want. I mean, it's hard to knock out those Grimmsnarls early, and those have 2 energies, so it's a really high-value knockout. And Vance would have definitely gone for it. May still go for it, even with just the 1 energy, but then has to choose between that Monkey Dory and the Morgrim.
And it is actually going to put Frostlass into play, so we are seeing a switch up from this first game. So here we go, retreat into Grimmsnarl. Also avoiding potentially putting another Monkey Dory into play. I believe there is a bench space, and now we'll put that Monkey Dory down. So it's starting to make sense here, Piper, on how Steven is adjusting into the second game. There is that Shadow Bullet taking the KO, 3 damage counters onto Ralt, and it's Steven putting the aggression on again here in the second game.
Yeah, and Steven knows that this Kirlia is prized because Vance would have evolved one of the Ralts into Kirlia, and then evolutioned it into the Gardevoir last turn. So just pressuring that Ralt, threatening a double KO later on the Gardevoir and a Ralt, meaning Vance has to find Rare Candy Gardevoir, Bravery Charm, or bench a 3rd Ralt if he wants to play around that, all of which don't feel great. But here, starting off with an Earthen Vessel Waste Psychic Energy, the best target you can discard off of it.
I'm going to miss this combo so much.
Yeah.
Don't get me nostalgic yet. We're just on our first round of the stream. Earthen Vessel, I love you, my friend. You will be missed. But for now, these players will be using it for full effect, searching through the deck, seeing some energy cards to be put to the hand. The question here for Vance, is there a Monkey Dory out? And with Double Psychic being grabbed, I'm not sure there is quite yet. Could signal an Ultra Ball in hand, and wow, Vance is actually sitting on a really good combo of cards here. Dark Energy, Ultra Ball, Iono, Gardevoir EX. So with this hand here, Vance could guarantee the Monkey Dory off of Ultra Ball, play the Iono, and if there's a Nest Ball or an Artisan, could just go in and use Mind Bend, use Screamtail. Otherwise, Mind Bend is actually not even a bad attack this turn.
Yeah, has to be careful about the Screamtail though, because with this Frostlass in play, it means that even if it only has 40 damage on it, 1 more Monkey Dory could move 20 to it, and then a boss's orders, and Grimmsnarl could be knocking out Gardevoir and Screamtail in the turn, kind of wiping Vance's board of threats, forcing him to find a Candy Gardevoir on the next turn. And it's starting to look a little bit dicey for Vance here. Steven with such a dominant board, Grimmsnarl, Morgrim, a Monkey Dory, the Frostlass taking up damage on these Monkey Dories, so that really just opening the plays. And here Vance eyeing up the Secret Box maybe to get something like the Artisan, Countercatcher potentially, countercatching up that Frostlass, and then using Screamtail to knock out the Monkey Dory means that Steven either has to find the Air Balloon to retreat the Frostlass or give up on attaching to a Monkey Dory and attach the Frostlass to retreat it.
Yeah, this would also protect the Dark Energy as well. You could get a second copy of Monkey Dory down. It's even thinking about grabbing Rare Candy instead. It's going to guarantee a Lily for the following turn. I like that. It is tough in spots like this to kind of figure out or divulge which is better than what. I think with the bench being full in this case, it may not be terrible to just use Mind Bend. The fear being if you KO this Morgrim on the bench, your opponent could just go all in onto this active and target down your Monkey Dories and have 3 monkeys of their own thanks to Frostlass.
For sure. So Vance here maybe just going for that Monkey Dory and not getting the counter catcher, just instead prioritizing that both the or either one or the other of the Curly and Gardevoir survive, maybe even both if Steven is unable to find the boss. Just giving them as much HP as possible. Has to be a little careful with the damage on the Curlia now, though, from the Psychic Embrace. And yeah, here's the Screamtail.
Yeah, there still is the Ultra Ball. The question now, what will we see discarded? Probably one of these Bravery Charms. Does get rid of the Lily. So that card off of Secret Box, going to the discard pile, and just keeping in hand essentially the perfect cards. Rare Candy Gardevoir, Dark Energy, Iona for next turn, and the Bravery Charm to protect. So we really see how Secret Box allows you to put together these crazy combinations of plays where you're just keeping perfect resource counts and maximizing your odds and maximizing efficiency is so valuable in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and Vance here, discarding cards off Earthen Vessel, Secret Box, and Ultra Ball, was able to not discard anything too impactful for this game, which always feels great. I mean, there's a lot of discarding, and sometimes you just have really bad cards you have to discard. And here, Vance is actually starting to get into a much better spot than he was last turn. But now that Secret Box, which we saw really important at the end of the game for Vance to make a combo, now is not an option.
So we'll see what he decides to go after. Will it be the Monkey Dory or will it be the Morgrim Piper?
Yeah, I think Vance here is thinking which one is better. He has the ability to knock out both with the Adrenabrain.
I would say because of Frostlass being in play, it's probably slightly better to go after Monkey Dory with Dark here and just forego the the Mind Bend Confusion. Your opponent hasn't showed you Air Balloon yet. They've already got that option of retreating and evolving next turn, so I think I like this line just a little bit better. Especially with the Bravery Charm on the active means it's very unlikely your opponent's going to be able to KO your Screamtail and your Gardevoir EX this turn.
Yeah, one thing to note, though, Vance did discard that second Bravery Charm, so this is his last Bravery Charm for the game, which is a little bit scary. Now just thinking where he wants to put the damage, maybe deciding to switch to a Morgrim KO, or maybe just trying to make sure he doesn't have to put Gardevoir into play next.
It is a bit awkward, and a small thing to note here, I would have really loved to see the 2 damage counters be moved off Curlia, since there is still always the threat that your opponent has an energy switch in their deck, which would allow them to double Adrenabrain and KO your Curlia. It's not going to come up in this match, though, as there is no energy switch in the list for Steven, but you've always got to be thinking about sneaky ways this Grimmsnarl deck can get in and apply pressure.
Yeah, some people are playing the energy switch in their list. It is a little awkward to find. I mean, I keep mentioning time and time again, Grimmsnarl doesn't have an engine at the end of the day, so it's really hard to find these one-of techs. But here, Steven looks to have every supporter available in hand besides the Professor's Research. Yeah, Iono, Arven, and Lily's Determination, so gonna decide what is the best supporter to use. I mean, your opponent went Secret Box for Lilies and then Ultra Balled it away, so has a really strong hand, you can assume. Maybe eyeing up that Iono since Lilies is only giving him 6 cards here.
Yeah, it would just be 2 cards for Vance, so you're essentially helping him out if you play an Iono in a sense. We'll have to see what he decides to go for. Just confirming the ticks are correct with the Frostlass's Freezing Shroud ability. And there is that Air Balloon down on the active, so now this Monkey Dory play is going to be a lot less threatening. So Vance may be breathing a sigh of relief, thinking, hey, you know, if I had gone in with Monkey Dory, my opponent would have just had an immediate response. We'll put that on the active and play that Lily's Determination to shuffle through, cycle through the hands. We see this time and time again in Pokemon.
Yeah, and notably here, though, Steven, I believe, has 2 Dark Energies in the discard and 3 in play, and still 2 in the prizes. So it's going to be really awkward to try to find a Dark Energy for the Monkey Dory, maybe having to use a Night Stretcher, which could be a bit annoying as that second Morgrim is prized. But with the Rare Candy, shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, most likely not going to see 2 Grimmsnarl come into play, or excuse me, 3 Grimmsnarl come into play this matchup. Did find Secret Box and the Night Stretcher. And immediately, Steven is just thinking of playing the Secret Box. What could he possibly be looking to grab this turn?
Yeah, already using a supporter, can't get boss's orders. They're even on prize cards, so no counter catcher. So maybe just trying to disrupt Vance, get rid of that Artisan from play as it gets Monkey Dories, Frillish. If Super Odd is the recovery choice he has to have, it can't get the Screamtail immediately again. The Bravery Charm could be big on either a Monkey Dory to force more damage onto the Screamtail or on the Budu to prevent it from being taken out by a Adrenabrain.
Yeah, so discarding Iono to grab an Iono does already have Night Stretcher in hand, so basically free rolling which card to grab as the item for choice. It will be the Pokepad being played. We'll find Monkey Dory number 2, as one is in the discard pile already. So Monkey Dory comes down into play, using that Spike Myth's Gym to find another Grimmsnarl EX. We'll put that into play as well. So here we go. Grimmsnarl EX Punk Up ability powering itself up. We'll have to see which he wants to keep active. I'm sure we'll see the Air Balloon stay in the active spot, and where these 2 damage counters will be moved off of this turn.
Yeah, I think they're going to be moved off the active or the, well, obviously one of the 2, but trying to make it harder that Vance has to commit both these Adrenabrains to the active to get a Mega Diancie knockout, assuming that he finds another Monkey Dory. And it's pretty close, though, because you do want to make sure that Monkey Dory is safe, especially with that Bravery Charm. So could opt to heal there, just try to make it very hard for Vance to get ahead in the Monkey Dory war. We'll see what he
using
decides
that onto
to do.
Budu. Is going to go on Monkey Dory instead, so a bit of protection strategy, and it is going to be off the Monkey Dory itself.
Yeah, I mean, with the Screamtail having that second Bravery Charm from Vance, it means that once it's knocked out, if it comes back down and wants to knock out that Monkey Dory, it has to have 80 damage on it, which means it's going to get knocked out from Shadow Bullet or Adrenabrain. A lot of different ways for it to get taken out, and that's just pretty annoying for Vance to have to deal with. It's going to kind of dissuade him from using that Screamtail as aggressively.
Yeah, and I like this as well. The Freezing Shroud's starting to tick up on Monkey Dory, and this Curlia is now being pressured to be knocked out next turn with a Shadow Bullet. So we'll have to see if Vance can find another Dark Energy this turn. That would be a huge grab. Is only going to see 5 cards, no Pheasantipity down, and not too many energies in play either. No real great attack to use besides Mind Bend this turn. So here we go, big 5 cards here for Vance. Up a game, 10 minutes on the clock. Does find almost as best of a combo as you can here. Night Stretcher plus Earthen Vessel and a Dark Energy in hand. The big issue now, though, with that Bravery Charm on the Monkey Dory, is there a way to take a KO while making sure your Screamtail is not KO'd back by an Adrenabrain?
Yeah, it may be able to get out of range being KO'd by an Adrenabrain if Vance moves damage off of it to get to like 5, but then it could still get knocked out to the Shadow Bullet. And Vance also has to remember, though, that the Gardevoir and Curlia are both super heavily damaged, so you kind of have to heal that Curlia to prevent Steven from being able to knock out both the Gardevoir and Curlia.
See how Vance wants to go about this. Big find of that Bravery Charm for Steven, so that Secret Box really coming in useful on the previous turn.
Yeah, Bravery Charm, just such a powerful card in these Monkey Dory decks. I mean, Vance obviously getting more damage on the Screamtail, but can sometimes just buff up the HP on the Monkey Dories to make them a bit harder to KO. And yet, moving 6 damage from this Curlia to get it out of range.
Yeah, so it's just going to be going all after the Monkey Dory here. With the Freezing Shroud take, it's actually going to be KO'd going back into Steven's turn. So the math working out perfectly here, and Frostlass kind of biting him in the back a little bit, dealing too much damage. And now all of a sudden, Vance is the one with a commanding Monkey Dory lead, and there's no way to KO both the Screamtail and something else this turn. You could do it if you had Boss's Orders and Monkey, but we already see Steven is just down so many resources.
Yeah.
Dark Energy is running thin, especially after that punk up on the previous turn. We'll find the last Pokepad, or excuse me, the last Monkey Dory out of the deck. And yeah, there's no Dark Energy left, Piper, just the one in hand grabbed off the prize cards.
Yeah, I mean, Steven using that Secret Box last turn got the Bravery Charm, but the Bravery Charm really didn't do much. And if he had saved that Secret Box, could have maybe put together the Boss plus Adrenabrain play this turn and got himself super far ahead. But now could go for a Technical Machine Devolution play if he finds it, as the Gardevoir was rare candied up, so that would get knocked out. And then this Curlia would go back into a Ralts, which means Vance would have to find his second rare candy with Secret Box gone, and draws into it immediately off that research.
Yeah, would have to retreat into the other one. Actually does have the Dark Energy and finds it as the last card here off of the 7. Thanks to that Professor's research, Dark Energy will be played down into Monkey Dory, and now Steven has options. How does he want to approach this turn?
Yeah, can start putting a ton of damage on this Monkey Dory with 30 damage already and pressuring it, but at the same time, Vance still has that Monkey Dory advantage and much easier access to Steven's Monkey Dories through the Screamtail. So We'll see if he goes for that Technical Machine Devolution play or just wants to get rid of the Screamtail. Vance is down a Night Stretcher and that Secret Box, so it won't be too easy to get the Screamtail back out and retreats here.
I think we're going to see it then, Piper. That makes sense. A little bit of hesitation, but you've got to do what you got to do here in the Pokemon TCG. Devolution comes down. We'll have to see if Adrenabrain moves some counters, and I assume we're going to have to see it come onto the Monkey Dory. That would put it up to 80, or excuse me, 70 in between turns. So here we go, Piper. Moving the damage counters off. Could also move it onto Screamtail. It would allow it to snipe for a little bit more, but it would also force Vance to move damage counters off of it so a Pokemon wasn't KO'd. It's instead going to be onto the Kirlia. So that Pokemon will not be KO'd after being devolved, but it would threaten the Ralts in the following turn, and here we go. Devolution being used. All these Evolution Pokemon going back to the hand, including that Gardevoir. Vance now is in a one-turn clock to find rare candy. Otherwise, he is going to be blown out of the second game.
Yeah, but the Screamtail surviving another turn. Steven still only with one Monkey Dory, probably getting knocked out this turn, and really has just been unable to establish that second Monkey Dory, and is starting to have a lot of damage on his board, these Grimmsnarls, both with quite a bit of damage. Means Mega Diancie could be another option in the end of the game. And Vance here, I saw a couple supporter options. We'll see what he goes with.
Yeah, and this damage is slowly starting to build up on the Grimmsnarls in the active spot. With Steven being down so many dark energy, we've got to start doing some math, Piper. If this Grimmsnarl ticks back 3 times, right, once going into turn, twice going back to Vance, and then one more time going back into Steven's turn, it would actually mean a single Adrenabrain Diancie KO could take the game if there's another Adrenabrain used to KO Budu after this turn. So Vance potentially is threatening game in 2 turns right now.
Yeah, and Steven still has to be wary of his opponent playing Technical Machine Devolution. I mean, Henry Chow played it to top 4 at the Houston Regional Championships. It could be something that comes into play here, one of these Grimmsnarls being rare candied up. So could kind of see a reverse there, and Steven could need to play around that.
So Vance playing super safe in the spot, had Iono potentially, but instead is going to just use this Kirlia's evolution right now, not trying to find that combination that could be a little bit greedy off of 4 cards. Has an energy card in the hand, considering now just where to put that. Does have another Earthen Vessel, but I think is considering just not using it, and is also not going to attach an energy in hopes of maybe finding Monkey Dory Dark off of these 4 cards.
Yeah, going to be a little difficult with 1 Dark left in the deck, and one of those Earthen Vessels going to the bottom, and 1 or 2 in the discard already, but here finds the Pheasant, Nest Ball and Dark Energy.
Difficult, Piper. What are we talking about? This is a world champ difference right here. Nest Ball,
too strong.
Nest Ball, Plot Armor combined together finds an absolutely incredible combination. And now, even thinking about grabbing another Ralts instead, so it's not clear-cut here if Monkey Dory will be found, and it actually won't. It just wants to play super safe to make sure that this Psychic Embrace ability is on the following turn. So while it's not another Monkey Dark, it is the smarter play here, it seems, for Vance.
For sure, and I mean, Vance has the Pheasantipede in hand to start drawing cards for next turn if he wants. I think I saw an Arven as well, which is either the Rare Candy or the Gardevoir, so maybe not looking to use the Pheasantipede, though. Already using the Adrenabrains onto that Monkey Dory. Definitely going to Screamtail it at some point this turn, but still has 1 more Adrenabrain to use and decide where he wants to put it. Definitely going to keep that Budu alive for a few more turns. It's just wasting a bench space, and Vance doesn't want to give Steven Countercatcher. So it may go on to the other Monkey Dory to start setting that up for Adrenabrains to knock it out, and maybe take a 3-prize turn with a 3rd Monkey Dory on the Budu, the Monkey Dory, and maybe another Screamtail on the Frostlass.
Yeah, even on one of these Grimmsnarl is not terrible.
Yeah.
You open up Countercatcher and potentially can take a KO there. I think I actually like that maybe a little bit more in this spot.
Yeah, I can knock out the Buddy with an Adrenabrain and then use Mega Diancie to knock out the Grimmsnarl on the following turn. So a lot of options here.
So instead, going to just put this guy up to 4. Will tick again to go to 5 at the end of the turn. And there it is, Roaring Scream, the MVP so far for Vance in this game. Will push him to tie things up at 3 prize cards. Freezing Shroud ticking all these Pokemon in play. And another big turn here for Steven. Can he find a KO onto both of these Pokemon here? Has Dark Energy Boss's orders, Piper? Is now the time to strike.
Knocking out this Kirlia and the Screamtail means that Vance has to find that Rare Candy Gardevoir, which he was unable to do last turn, or wasn't confident in being able to do last turn, evolving the Kirlia quickly, especially with 1 Rare Candy down. Steven may just go for that, knock out the threat and the Gardevoir chance. And then Vance has to find Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and Mega Diancie to be able to close out this game, which is not easy with such few cards in hand.
Would be difficult. It would mean Steven would be close to being out of boss's orders, but with there being nothing else better to do, it seems like this is the route in this case. So here we go. Boss's orders onto Kirlia, bringing it into the active spot. We'll see the Adrenabrain move 3 damage counters onto this Screamtail, excuse me. I have to wonder, you've got to be careful about the damage counters on your active Grimmsnarl in a spot like this. Is not going to be wary, however. We'll see the damage counters moved. And now, all of a sudden, there is a world where if Vance can find the proper combination of cards, he could win the game on this turn.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just Rare Candy, Gardevoir, and Mega Diancie.
Yep.
This Grimmsnarl at 50 already means 1 Adrenabrain there. That's at 80. Mega Diancie doing 240 will knock it out. And then another Adrenabrain, 30 onto the Budu, will give Vance a prize. And if Vance has the Rare Candy plus Gardevoir, he knows there is an Ultra Ball prize, so could take the Budu prize early and try to find it off that. But has the Pheasantipede and Arven, a lot of pieces already.
Yeah, and Steven being at 1 prize card, playing the boss's orders, Vance can't necessarily lose the game, even if he just promotes Diancie this turn.
Yeah.
It won't be KO'd to a Shadow Bullet, and as long as there's not another Monkey Dory with a Dark Energy that comes down, will mean that these Monkey Dory are probably just safe on the bench. So here we go here. Big turn for Vance. Can he find the pieces necessary to close this game out?
Yeah, benching the Pheasantipede here. Has the Arven for any piece he needs. So just trying to find 2 more of those. Counting the deck. Maybe remembering that it's ordered from an Iono and considering using the Spike Myth Gym first to just shuffle here.
Yeah, there was no Rare Candy in that hand before the Iono, so he's going to just try and use these 3. I think there's a Night Stretcher in the hand, so let's see here. Big 3 cards. What does he find? Finds Gardevoir EX. Arven. It's close. It's really close, but I think Vance needed to find a Nest Ball or a Rare Candy instead.
Yeah, just short here. Could have maybe used the Lily's Determination first and then flip the script to see 9 new cards and hope to find it, but I think that was what Vance was counting the deck for. So here, just deciding what to do. Maybe, like you said, just having to retreat into that Mega Diancie and stall for a turn.
No counter catcher being able to be used, and if you just heal damage off the monkeys, one of them would have 10, it would tick to 20, it would then go to 30, which would then mean that if you have another Monkey Dory plus a Dark Energy, you would actually be able to KO the monkey on the bench with that Shadow Bullet damage.
Yeah, the Frostlass really showing that it kind of hurt Steven earlier in the game, but now that damage is really proving to be impactful, and was really different from last game where Steven just didn't have that damage to use the Monkey Dories with. So Vance here just using Spikeman to kind of evaluate what he wants to do. Use Arven, use Lilies, Iono, whatever supporter he chooses.
Yeah, there is a world where you spin the wheel here. There is, I believe, another Rare Candy available. So we're going to see Earthen Vessel be used to start. It's just kind of thinking about what pieces can be thinned. Dark Energy, the supporter, it will be Turo. I think Vance has enough information that there's probably not a Yveltal in the deck for Steven here.
Yeah, and if Steven is using Yveltal, I mean, Vance is probably losing anyway. I mean, if the Mega Diancie's in the active, Yveltal's not really doing anything to it.
See the attachment for turn to the active.
Yeah, just thinning as many cards out as possible.
Can bench the Frillish here. There's really not a need for a third Monkey Dory, and here we
Lilies.
go. We are full spinning the wheel. Pheasantipede has already been used, and I think there's only one Rare Candy in the deck, so if Vance can find a combination of Rare Candy Gardevoir plus Mega Diancie, he will have all the pieces needed to close out this game.
Yeah, and could maybe stall it with the Mega Diancie, but unlikely, not disrupting Steven's hand. It's going to be hard to find, but sometimes Gardevoir hits it.
Go 2 out of the 3 pieces, but importantly, does find the Mega Diancie and does find Counter Catcher as well, and that's actually a really big piece here to bring up this Frostlass to make sure that a Shadow Bullet plus a second Adrenabrain can't be used. And we've got to keep note here that Vance has only played one of these Counter Catcher. With there being 2 in the deck, it means that Vance can re-gust up one of these Grimmsnarl EX the following turn to take a KO on it.
Yeah, so while Vance didn't draw game this turn, was able to get to a spot where he's probably not losing on the next turn unless Steven has some card that he hasn't considered, like Energy Switch. But there's a lot of Monkey Dories in this card, I believe 3, and a Night Stretcher or 2 already. So a lot of resources gone. It's going to be really hard for Steven to make a play here. I mean, 100 damage on this Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure here, and Vance has found a way to survive another turn.
Oh,
Top
but
deck's
look
boss.
at this. Dark Energy Boss's Orders here for Steven. Wow, what a combination. After all that work for Vance, fell just short, and Steven snatches the game away and forces a game 3 with little time remaining.
Yeah, I think it's a tie now. I think we hit time
That's
that round.
right.
But
wow.
yeah, Grimmsnarl just sometimes has the boss's orders to close out the game. That's what the matchup comes down to a lot of the times. Does Grimmsnarl draw the boss? And in that game, Steven had it.
Vance, just on the edge of victory, was unable to find the pieces needed, falls short, and this match will end in a tie. But wow, what a back and forth game 2 that was.
Yeah, I mean, Steven adjusted from last game, going for that Frostlass to get damage on his board, but at the same time, Vance kept knocking out those Monkey Dories with Screamtail, and he wasn't really ever able to get 2, but with a couple key gusts here and there, was able to just win the game off that, knocking out the big Gardevoir, and Vance wasn't able to find the Rare Candy Gardevoir response ever.
And it really came down to that last turn as we kind of build up to that, looking through how this game played out. It was sort of, you know, a strong start for Vance in both games, but Steven really responded a lot better in this second game. Had the Monkey Dories down, had early Grimmsnarl pressure, and Screamtail really got in here over on Vance's side.
Yeah, Screamtail, just the best attacker for Gardevoir. It's always been in the deck ever since it came out, honestly.
Yep.
And I mean, Drifloon's been in and out, but Screamtail really just the star of the show. And knocking out those Monkey Dories means Steven never really had a good response to Vance, because Vance was not leaving damage on the board, and eventually was able to close out with triple Monkey Dory and the Mega DNC to knock out this Grimmsnarl in game 1. And heading into game 2, we saw Steven kind of adjust to the Frostlass game plan, because, like I mentioned, no damage on the board here means not much to do, and just scooping it up.
Yeah, this early pressure was the big key here for Steven, right? Had the Morgrams down into play, didn't have to worry that much about, you know, Rare Candy, just use that one early on. This Bravery Charm really was impactful, but it really came down to this turn right here. Devolution KO'd the KO'd the Gardevoir, and forced Vance to put just Kirlia into play this turn. Steven was able to boss it down the following turn and force Vance into a spot where he needed to find Rare Candy Gardevoir. Couldn't do that, and top decked the boss's orders to close out the game. You've got to imagine that if Vance had just another turn available there, would have been able to re-gust up a Pokemon there with another counter catcher and then use that Mega Diancie to take a KO and win this set. But that's what it comes down to. One turn can be all the difference here in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, I mean, Vance kind of had a rough last few turns there, having to evolve into Kirlia, not having the Rare Candy Gardevoir. Then the next turn, also not having the Rare Candy Gardevoir, not really able to put anything together. And then Steven was just able to draw what he needed and close out that game there.
Well, I wouldn't call it an old-time classic, but since NAIC last year, this is a matchup we've seen in and out. Let's bring Chip in and have a little bit of a discussion about what we just saw. Not an old-time classic again, but it seems like every time these two decks clash, we're always in for some sort of a wacky surprise.
Yeah, they're always feeling pretty close. I feel like oftentimes this matchup literally comes down to a Monkey Dory. I've seen it so many times where a confusion happens and the Grimmsnarl player just has to go for it, and the game can ride on that heads or that tails. Yeah, really interesting setup there in the two games that we got to see. Unfortunate to not get to see a third game, see a true conclusion to that set. But I think it was pretty interesting to see Steven's approach to the matchup. So obviously, Grimmsnarl is the headliner of his deck, Monkey Dory supporting with some damage move, but Frostlass, a huge piece of this deck as well, and one that feels pretty good to use into this matchup, but he forewent the Frostlass line completely in the first game. And I think a big reason for that was just right away, he was going to be behind on the Monkey Dories. In the opening turn, when he plays Arven on his second turn, he had his Secret Box prize, which really limited his setup. He was not able to get a Monkey Dory into play that turn, was not able to get a Snorunt into play that turn. So if we go ahead and just hop in to our first clip here, we can see kind of what the board setup was and exactly how Steven chose to approach things. Hopefully we can get into the gameplay here, but we'll hopefully find that up very, very soon. But in the opening turn, Vance was able to get energy down onto his Monkey Dory before Steven was able to get established and set up due to the prizing of his secret box. So when he went for the turn where he got the second Morgrim into play, he used his Spike Myth and got that second Morgrim. He was really hoping to find, I think, an energy. And I think if he had found an energy, we would have seen the Snorunt come down probably. But he just knew right away he was going to be a little too far behind, had to forego it. And at that point, his deck is just a little too fair, right? He's just throwing Grimmsnarls at the active every single turn, and that's just not going to be enough. Gardevoir is able to get around that well enough.
Well, I want to sort of bring Piper in on this a little bit because this is a matchup that you played in top 8 of the biggest tournament last year, and I know you and Isaiah himself have thoughts on whether or not Frostlass is correct in this matchup. Did you play Frostlass down in your set versus Isaiah?
Well, that one was a bit different since he had 4 Monkey Dories and the Turbo Energize, but it's kind of just dependent on those early turns. Do I feel like I'm going to get more Monkey Dories than my opponent? If yes, then I want to get the Frostlass, but if I feel like they're going to out-Monkey Dory me, then I really don't want it because it's just helping them at that point. They get to generate so much damage and throw it at me, and now I'm helping them knock out my Monkey Dories. So it really just depends on those early setups. Sometimes with the Budu, you can slow them down a lot so they're not able to get as many Monkey Dories. And if they don't get into the Frillish, you can set up a lot more Monkey Dories than them. And in those spots, you kind of play closer to a Frostlass Monkey Dory deck and have the Frostlass in play and just really threaten their board as much as possible.
Yeah, not able to fully see that board come together there for Steven. The secret box not being available, I think, really hindered him in that early go of things. But yeah, was able to get the Frostlass into play in the second game. And it's interesting as well because the Gardevoir is one of the decks that can just so nicely utilize the Frostlass against you as the Grimmsnarl player. And we saw Vance really play to that in the second game, was able to get some extra damage spread. That turn where his Gardevoir gets KO'd, right? That's a turn where sometimes you'll miss out on some Monkey Dory use because there's no way to generate damage, but he was still able to make plays happen in that, that specific turn.
Well, an excellent start to an excellent weekend. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more from you, Chip, as you continue to break down our matches. Thanks for coming in, sharing some wisdom with us as we share some wisdom with you all at home. We got to see it here, and you know this will be the talk of the weekend. It is a very sad weekend for myself and for you and for many people at home, where we say goodbye to some friends at home, some soldiers who have fought valiantly throughout the G format, who have left their mark on Pokemon TCG history forever. The Millionaire Club leader is who we're starting with first, Gardevoir EX. I have my love for this card. I have my devout honor. The Pokemon Fan Club. Can my name be on this list? It may not be right here, Piper. Your name may not be here, but we are definitely a part of the Gardevoir Fan Club.
Yeah, hoping for a lot of great Gardevoir games this weekend. It's the last event with this Gardevoir EX, and it's played in 4 European International Championships, I realized a couple months ago, which I don't think many cards can say that they've been around for that long, and so dominant at each one. And just insane statistics put out by Gardevoir here. Over $1 million earned, and it says World Champion wins 1, but it also got finals with Tord Reklev back in 2023.
Yeah.
Lost to Vance Kelly, who we just saw playing Gardevoir.
Yeah, just a chill 33 regional wins across all divisions. Look at that. $1.6 million earned for this card. You gotta wonder, you know, if Gardevoir from Secret Wonders, for example, was still released, if it wouldn't be the only Gardevoir, you know, that has over $1 million earned. But this is the king of Scarlet and Violet, the queen, so to say, of Scarlet and Violet. Gardevoir EX has put up crazy numbers, and we'll have to sort of see, you know, as we get into new formats, as you know, Henry Chow has to go back to the drawing block and figure out what he wants to play. How Brent will have to think about how he'll fund his travel awards after not having a certain amount of money. How will these players respond to having to pick up a new deck? At least they'll look at their wallets and say they were happy with the time spent together with Gardevoir.
Yeah, and it's crazy just seeing another broken Gardevoir card that we're saying goodbye to. I mean, feels like just yesterday, Shining Arcana left the format, and before that, Gardevoir GX and that Secret Wonders Telepath Gardevoir you mentioned. Just a fantastic card, time and time again.
Well, I'm going to have to take a moment off screen, maybe have a little cry to myself as I think about Gardevoir. If you guys at home have to as well, don't worry. We've got a scheduled break ahead of us here. We've got more Pokemon TCG action. Go have a little cry, a little sniffle, and come back and enjoy round number 5. We'll go real soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Orlando Regional Championships. I have quite the interesting interview up next, actually. I have a whole Pokemon family. We have Mindy, Jameson, and Jim. So these are this is entire 3 generations, I believe, competing tomorrow in the Orlando Regional Championships. How are we feeling today?
Excited. How about you, dude?
Same.
Overwhelmed.
Yes, besides being an entire Pokemon family, 3 generations of Pokemon family competing, I actually found out that Mindy here, you have quite the story with the Pokemon trading card game. You have a 4-digit player ID.
Yes, I do.
For the folks at home, that means she is one of the first 1,000th player who ever played the game. I think I've been playing for 15 years and I have 6 digits.
Yeah.
800,000th player. So you must have the story.
Yes. So I started when I was about 8 or 9, getting into it. Started with a video game, Pokemon Snap, if you've ever heard of that. I'm on the N64 and competed in that little competition that they had at Blockbuster. And then that kind of grew into seeing cards being sold and kind of collecting them. And then we're like, well, I wonder what these do. Right? So my dad, he kind of was playing the video game with me. He liked the whole camera idea.
Right.
The Pokemon Snap was a really, really fun game.
Really.
And so we found out there was a league at Toys R Us. And so we started bringing some cards there and we're trying to get people to help us learn how to play. And
we were turned down several times at the door. There's too many players and they were playing all over the floor. There was no chairs left. And I said, look, we just want to learn how to play the game and go home and play it like you would maybe chess or checkers or anything. Finally, the gym leader said okay, and he sat us down and we played and learned. And then it just spiraled. Once you're into it, it grabs you.
Who was more into the game?
Well, Mindy was. Yes.
Yeah.
We were just the pilots, and she just pulled us through, and it turned out to be going to 3 leagues in one day on a Saturday.
Oh, wow.
You'd go back and forth across the street, starting at Wizards and then going Toys R Us and back to Borders Books. And that was Saturday, this Saturday.
Yeah, just that one day.
I think we
didn't count any of the other days.
Yeah, we didn't play Sunday. No.
Right.
Yeah, Pokemon has evolved a little bit more of the same, but now it's like we have so many players who travel all across the country to compete. But yeah, Mindy, again, you've been playing for so long. What has been like your favorite format then?
Neo Genesis is always gonna have a special place in my heart, right? I mean, that's my deck there. It's all Neo.
That's the
that is the deck. That is the world champion deck
That's
in
the original
2002.
deck.
Tell the folks at home your history with the deck.
Sorry, yes. So the deck sitting on the table here is Donphan Slowking, and including all the baby Pokemon. And I played that in the 10 and under division back in 2002. And basically with him, anytime anyone played a trainer, Slowking made him flip. And if they didn't get a heads, it went back on top of their deck. And then the babies, they couldn't hit it unless they got a heads. So there's a lot of rolling the dice, and a lot of opponents didn't kind of like rolling too many tails on things. So it's a very flippy deck.
Have you ever played that deck, Jameson?
I don't think I've played it since Worlds.
It's intact.
Oh, wow.
It's intact, but just exactly the way she left it. And it was never printed or publicized or put in any magazine or anything. Like today, they'll make copies of it that you can buy of the World Championship deck. That one has never, ever been displayed.
I might have to check it out again. The 2002 World Championships, yes?
Yes.
For the junior division. Very, very, very cool. Did you know your mom was a Pokemon master?
Yeah. She told me that when I was, I can't really, is there 8, 7?
Yeah, just when you started kind of picking up cards.
Yeah.
Oh, so you started playing when you're 7, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to be a Pokemon master too?
Yeah, we would, for his school, he handed out flyers to try to get more kids to play. We would go to League, and there wouldn't be hardly any juniors. And so he started handing out flyers, and that's kind of how he learned how to read, because it's great for that.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
So you're the head of the Pokemon club at your school.
Yeah.
That is very cool. Well, let's bring it back to the present, though.
Yes.
How how excited are we for the Orlando Regional Championships?
I'm more excited just to see everyone. So the thing about Pokemon is playing so long, you still see players from back then, and it's just a big family community, and you'll find nothing like it, really. It's just amazing when you see people 10 years later, 20 years, and you're going, is that really you? Right? Or how are you you're still in this? This is awesome. So it's more about seeing everyone tomorrow, people that I haven't seen in years. So.
What about you, Jameson? Are you excited for tomorrow?
Yeah.
Have you been practicing a lot?
Yeah. I mean.
And then Jim, you're competing too tomorrow, right?
Right. I might be one of the oldest ones competing at 76 years old. But I learned getting back into it just recently what the real meaning of the game is getting together and making friends, talking, you know. That's the biggest thing that I took away from this is the experiences and the people that you remember all the years that, you know, just make the game. You know, you can take first or you can take last. It doesn't make any difference. It's just getting out there and having fun.
Exactly. I couldn't say it better than myself. I think a family that plays together stays together.
For sure. A lot of hours.
A lot of hours.
A lot of memories.
We traveled quite a bit. We're very, very fortunate. And I just, you know, thank all the people involved in it, you know, from, you know, Pokemon International, Game Freaks, and Wizards, and everybody that puts the game together. What they've done for us is incredible. Never thought the journey would be this big, this long.
And still continuing now.
Yep.
Yeah, we just we've been to New Jersey, Hawaii, down here, San Diego, Anaheim, and now moved down here just recently. We did from Seattle.
Yes, so much more Pokemon to be played. Honestly, 30 more years, right? We're just about to hit our 30th anniversary. So, very, very cool. Okay, before we do wrap things out, I just want to ask everyone, what's your favorite deck or favorite Pokemon?
Pikachu, Charizard, and Eevee.
Those are your favorite Pokemon. What's your favorite deck?
Charizard.
Charizard and the Dragon Ball.
I like it. What about you, Mindy?
That's always me. I mean, how can you top that?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Right? But as far as Pokemon, you know, I love Slowking. I think he's a cool character, even besides the fact that he's in that deck. So he's probably my top.
All right, Jim, same question.
Well, I'd have to say for Alligator was a deck that she won or took second place in New Jersey with back-to-back days.
Absolutely love it. With that, anyone you guys want to shout out before I let you guys go?
Well, just again, thanks for everybody for forming this game, a wonderful experience, and I'm just glad we were a part of it and done so much together. That's working together with daughter and dad, and the connection.
Love it. For that, thank you so much. Best of luck tomorrow in the Orlando Regional Championships. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Hello, Pokemon fans around the world watching the Orlando Regional Championships. It has been a great start to the weekend so far. The former world champion on the stage for our round 4. Now we are going into round 5. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin'. And it has been a while, Kyle.
Oh, yeah. Long time, but glad to be back here with you. And, man, we're back for some great Pokemon here in Orlando with 2 pretty nice names coming up here for the next table. It's always great to be back and see us at the table. And who do you think is going to bring us some good action now, man? This is great.
I don't know. Let's go ahead and take a look at the notable matches we have for our Swiss round 5 here this weekend. Of course, we are going to feature the Tord Reckleb up against Adriano Manzini Silva.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to, no spoilers yet, but it's going to be a pretty good one. Now, Liam Halliburton still doing well in this field. Can't really count him out with that Zoroark being just so popular. Justin Newdorf going down the list. Rowan Stabenau. Jackson Ford, a lot of players here. Even Jesse Parker.
Yeah.
Maridon's strongest soldier.
Still trying, maybe? Who knows? We'll have to see. We see Bodie Robinson there as well. Some great names. Corey Godfrey always brings something interesting to the table. But those two top names that I see here with Liam and Tord at those tables, they were sitting next to each other at one of the previous games. They are both sitting at 1,610 points, which is ridiculous that they have the same amount of points throughout the season. They've had these head-to-head battles already. It just seems like they're going to clash at some point in this tournament.
Oh yeah, Las Vegas Part 2, you know?
Oh, maybe the Blood Moon Ursaluna doesn't need 5 energies this time. We'll see.
Still such a crazy finals match. Honestly, a lot of our finals throughout this entire season has been ones to watch for sure. It's only inevitable that our finals for Orlando is hopefully going to be the same thing. You know, rotation coming up soon, just what, a week? So a lot of players' last chances to play these decks, their pet decks that they've had throughout these years, going season to season, rotation after rotation. Finally, Gardevoir EX is getting rotated out.
You saw, we saw Piper and Ethan talking about that just then. So many points, so much money, so much won with Gardevoir, and maybe this is the last ride for that deck. Some players gonna give it that last shot, but I don't think we'll see it this time around from our top table. It's a little bit of a different story, and to be expected, though. If the target's on Gardevoir, if you already know that a lot of players want to give it that one last ride, then make sure that you at least have a good matchup or something.
You would have to hope so, you know, and it's not only Gardevoir EX that's being rotated. There's Golden Go EX, Charizard EX, that's been one of the popular Pokemon throughout this entire last few seasons. It really is saying goodbye to a lot of these stalwart decks that have been in the format.
And it's been a good time with them. We've seen so much iteration from those decks, with Golden Go taking on so many different ace-spec cards, some unforeseen partners with Iron Hands. You could do whatever you want with that deck, and Gardevoir's been very similar story, just mainly featuring some different Psychic pals.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see the evolution that these decks take throughout each rotation and season. Decks will get worse inherently just because you're losing a lot of cards in the pool available to you, but a lot of decks still are just that good. And Gardevoir EX, Charizard EX, those have been that good. Dragapult maybe is that next big step of being, oh, it's just that good.
Yeah, I mean, it's been good since Reggie Drago was copying its attack for how many times now, and eventually we're like, oh man, we have to evolve this thing. But wait, its understage just draws you every card. This is just broken too, and continues to show us some great results. It's had a few different partners along the way too. We've seen a Moltres in there, a Monkey Dory in there, all sorts of different things thrown in. And even Charizard itself, as some casters, Jesper, would like to think about.
All right, it does look like our players are getting seated. I cannot wait to talk about just this matchup in particular. Tord's brought something a little bit special, I have to say.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. You get one chance, one last ride at this tournament before the format rotates. What does he have in store for you? I'm not going to give away any secrets until those headphones are on.
All right. Getting those little earbuds into place, really helpful a lot with the white noise that the players have to deal with.
Yeah, a lot of unforeseen things if you haven't been to the table. Tord's been here many a time, and he's brought his old pal, the Big Onion, Celebi.
For being such a Zoroark believer, a Mega Absol believer, having Celebi as the favorite Pokemon's definitely been
the grass weakness. Yeah, he just uses Celebi to threaten his Mega Absol to do work. This better be the best terminal period Claw of Darkness I've ever seen, or I'm sicking the Celebi on you.
It looks like both of our players have their headsets on. They're getting the lowdown from the judges for this round, but that means we can talk about their decks, Kyle.
Let's go. It is time. And yes, these players both bringing the same deck?
Question mark?
You would think. Well, no. Tord Reklev has decided this is a good deck, but End's Zoroark is a good deck. let's just throw them together and see what happens.
They both attack with the same energy, right? Dark energy.
You can. You can use End's BP up and energy switch and start doing all sorts of shenanigans. But yes, a 3-3 End Zoroark line and End Zekrom have been snuck into this list. Don't be startled when you just see this mirror match. It's a little different this time around. Oh, there's a castle!
Switching the Ends castle. This is really just crazy to see. And this is not new from Tord Reklev. I remember, like a couple seasons ago where it was the Rapid Strike Urshifu, Dragapult Charizard, like everything deck.
How can you not go to Zoroark and Gardevoir, man? That was my favorite.
I was getting there.
Oh, yes. Very rarely in the TCG does this work, but when it works, you remember it. We saw it at the World Championships in the senior division with the Golden Go and the Iron Hands, and maybe this is another time where just taking two good decks ends up working out. Adriano might want to say something for himself, though. 4-0, bringing this toolbox deck that has been popularized by Tord Reklev. Now he's got his best chance to show what it's made of.
Yeah, trying to take down the master, the creator of this deck, essentially, and starting out 4-0 here this weekend is pretty good in his own right. Now, this matchup is actually kind of a good mirror match back and forth. There's a lot of play for both players.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite ones to watch play out. Of course, you've seen Gardevoir matchups and Screamtail, Monkey Dory Wars. Look out. This matchup can go all sorts of different ways when you're playing with the likes of Mist Energies and trying to work around Terminal Period. And now we see the prize cards for these players, and that Latios prize for Adriano might be a big deal.
Yeah, Latios EX along with a couple of attackers in that Mega Absol and Blood Moon Ursaluna. Meanwhile, Tord had that 1/1 Ends Zoroark in the prize cards. Still 2-2 left.
Yeah, 2 of the 8 dark energies alongside those in the prize cards, and there's our fist bump. We're underway, and what better way to start off a mirror match?
Yveltal staring down each other, but Adriano just has a dark energy and passes the turn. No turn 1 Precious Trolley from Adriano there.
Oh, Tord, he's missing that one piece, the one you're always looking for. Where is the Precious Trolley? If you have that card, it leads to all sorts of setup. Instead now, a bit awkward, especially with this Iono as the supporter of choice, because it's the only one he had, and he's shuffling away one of the 2 remaining Zoroarks in his deck right now.
And Tord doesn't know that Adriano's hand was really battered. Wow!
He's cooking!
Precious Trolley off of the Iono, and you cannot take away that smile from Tord's face. Look at that.
And at the complete opposite, you see Adriano just looks up at the ceiling for the answer. It's not up there. We're not playing chess. You're not going to find it. It is the Precious Trolley, pink card galore, and it is devastating to see on that side of the table.
What does Adriano do when Tord just benches 2 Ends Zora along with everything else that you have in this mega box?
Said, hang on a second. I thought this was a mirror match. You're cheating. Adriano isn't. He is used to some tech cards though. In LAIC, he had a 152 finish, and he played a 2/2 Crustle in there. So, not surprising to see some evolution, but maybe not the one he was expecting.
And from Brazil, maybe he took a little inspiration from the Cifuentes brother from Chile, using that Crustle in this deck. And look at the 5 Pokemon found for Tord Reklev here. That Mega Kangaskhan, double Ends Zorua, Petrant EX, and that Ends Zekrom.
Yeah, just a real clean setup. I was curious how you want to build this, if in this matchup you only want to incorporate 1 or 2 of the Zoroark, but with so many additional pieces in this deck, it seems like having 2 trades available and just discarding a bunch of that fodder would lead to some really consistent draws in the mid-game.
And, of course, Run Errand is basically a trade turn 1.
Yeah.
You don't even have to discard a card.
It just saves you some brain power. There you go, Tord.
Tord passes the turn back to Adriano, who, after the Iono, has a little bit to work with. There's a couple Arven in the hand that will allow him to find that Precious Trolley himself.
Yeah, lovely find. The Arven, one of the favorite supporters in the opening turns of this format, and for good reason. Just access to any item card, as it was typically Buddy Buddy Poffin over so many tournaments. Now that we see many players leaning into that ace-bet card, that Precious Trolley, or that Secret Box in some other decks, just leads to some really helpful setups here.
And that is also one card that Tor didn't find on his first turn going second, is that Technical Machine Turbo Energize. Both of these lists are playing 2 copies of it, and it is so important to charge up that Mega Absol, that Mega Kangaskhan, and in Tor's case, those and Zoroark EXs.
Yeah, you have some decisions to make when it comes to Turbo Energize this time around. If you want to go for that big aggressive starter, if you want to wait back and load up the Monkey Dories and wait for some damage. But when you see your opponent lean into double Zorua and Zekrom, typically damage isn't sticking around much.
Especially with that End Zekrom from Ascended Heroes. Really just kind of changed the makeup of End Zoroark as a deck. You're really just doing that 2-2-2 trade a lot of the times.
Yeah, big damage coming out of that side now, but we'll see what Adriano has on his side of the table. The Mist Energy, that is a big piece if you do see the other Absol on the other side.
And Subjugating Chains bringing up that Yveltal once again. Going to be poisoned, but having that Technical Machine Turbo Energize to charge up that Mega Absol on the bench is exactly where Adriano wants to be. And then the poison building up the damage for those Monkey Dories later as well.
Yeah, and 2 energies onto the Absol. No pressure on this Pokemon just yet. You look at the board on the other side now for Tord, and setup is going to take a little bit of time unless he finds the perfect pieces. But this is where the deck gets interesting. Discards here. If you find a way to throw away some dark energies, you can work in that Ends PP up along with some other energy and have some attack power ready to roll. It's just, do you feel like committing those resources just yet?
Tord discarded an Arven for that first trade and has a couple energy in hand, but you got to remember those 2 in the prize cards along with the energy switch really kind of limits a lot of the options that Tord might have early game and wants to focus on just keeping the energies available.
Yeah, that's a great point. With the way that this setup looks right now, it just seems like you have to take a slower approach. If you wanted to use those energies early on and attack in with this Pokemon, it'd probably be in combination with something like a Boss's Orders or hoping that your opponent took a prize so you could use a counter catcher. So I think you want to slow things down here and get these energies accelerated the old-fashioned way, the turbo way.
Ultra Ball found off that Arven along with that Technical Machine Turbo Energize for Tord. This Ultra Ball is going to help him find another Ends Zoroark EX. That means another trade.
This was one of the issues that I was looking at in this list of how do you get these Pokemon in play? Yeah, you can search out basics all day. It's easy to find them, but finding the Ends Zoroark is tricky. It's just the copies there and the one Ultra Ball, and sure enough, he has both in play and fully loaded energy on one of these Zoroarks ready to go.
There's the one Technical Machine Evolution, but yeah, that's pretty insane to find those so quickly. And now just matching Adriano's pace with that Turbo Energize, but charging up that Ends Zoroark EX. Now, one thing we got to mention too is in the prize cards, the one of Binding Mochi. That does allow Tord to help reach those big knockouts on something like the Mega Absol.
Yeah, you don't see room right now on this board for a Monkey Dory, but if damage were ever to stick around, there's ways to amplify it there. Instead, it's just going to be some attack power, just either working through some of these lower hit point Pokemon like a Petrant or having to attack into Mega Absol, which just seems like you're asking for trouble when you see energies hitting Monkey Dories. It's a really easy terminal period right back.
And now, not seeing any Monkey Dories on Tord's side of the board, does Adriano go for the early Claw of Darkness here, or do you still kind of just play the patient game?
Depends. With the use of the Arven, now you're locked in on an attack into Mega Kangaskhan, which doesn't feel nearly as valuable as an attack into a Zoroark at this point in the game. If you're attacking into this Pokemon that already wants to be pennied, you're just presenting Mega Absol to be attacked.
especially with how much Tord's hand can change in a single turn. You got Run Errand and Double Trade available. That is essentially a brand new hand from a Claw of Darkness.
Well, this is the other piece of that. If you look at this side of it, instead of worrying about the attacks, maybe you can sense some weakness on this side of the board. If you can remove the best supporter from this hand, maybe catch Tord slacking. The problem is he sees 7 cards next turn. Who cares about his hand?
Night Stretcher is looking to be eyed down by Adriano to get discarded off of Claw of Darkness. Usually always good when you want to eye down those resource recovery cards. Not many decks are playing a lot of those.
Yeah, the counts have dwindled and they're very precious, so if you can remove them early on, you don't have to worry about one of these Pokemon potentially returning in the foreseeable future. Maybe removing a Petrarch from play and limiting any of the ways to retreat these Pokemon and swap around. But there's one great way to swap. Finds the penny right off of the deck.
2 of them, actually.
Okay, he's he's going to be up to a nickel soon.
That's a lot of pennies.
Yeah, I don't think you could play that many. We'll round up if he gets there. Still, great finds, and with the Earthen Vessel, even more ways to thin through this deck, and you just have to think that for Tord, that is the main strategy. When you lean into the Mega Zoroark as your attacker, or the Mega Zoroark, the End Zoroark, you're just thinking about removing all of the other fodder from your deck so that you just have ways to win.
Earthen Vessel just finds 1 Dark Energy for Tord here, discarding that second Mega Kangaskhan EX. Has access to both of the pennies in the hand. There's also that End's Castle, which acts as Tord's own Latias EX, being able to Petrant up the End Zoroark and then having a free retreat into any attacker that he wants.
Yeah, it's a nice inclusion to borrow from the typical list of the End Zoroark players, as you don't have space for the Latias in this build. You have to lean into that Petrarch. The damage that it brings is often a benefit to you, either by way of Monkey Dory or the Binding Mochi, and now we see how important it is for Tord to continue to draw. It didn't have to commit that spot to the Kangaskhan, but wants access to more resources if he can.
And big damage from Tord's side of the board. Night Joker copying that Rampaging Thunder, 250 damage, and plus the poison ticking up again. But thankfully, along with that Bravery Charm, Mega Absol still has a little bit of damage to work with. Tanky
build there with the Bravery Charm attached to this Pokemon. Just really trying to hold on to this resource and get some use out of it. In these spots, when you attack in this heavy, most players initially think, well, let's remove some of this with the Monkey Dory. Let's try to incorporate energy switches and Penny, but there's no good attacker to lean into after this. When you're the initiator with Mega Absol, you better have a backup plan.
And usually in this mirror match, mirror match, quotation marks, as well, you never really want to attack in just because it gives your opponent the Adrenabrain resources to terminal period, take 3 prizes, but Tord's only attacking with a 2-prize Pokemon in that End Zoroark EX. That has to help him, at least in the math a little bit, for prize taking.
It just doesn't add up. You look at terminal period and you're close enough to almost knock him out with Claw of Darkness instead. So why swap over to that strategy instead? Maybe try to use these damage counters to your benefit. If you can load them up on a different Pokemon, maybe you can put some pressure elsewhere, try to line up multiple KOs in future turns.
Another Arven for Adriano here, finding that Technical Machine, Turbo Energize, and Energy Switch.
Energy Switch is interesting here, as it could lead to a spot where you take this energy off of the Mega Absol and then maybe move it over to a different Pokemon. If you do so, you can still incorporate that terminal period knockout, but save those energies for your side of the board later on.
Is there ever a route to actually just Turbo Energize again? I don't think so.
It's not completely off the table, because we're 6/6 prize cards. Has to be boss's orders to bring this Pokemon back up. There's no real way to target the bench outside of that boss's orders there. But I just can't see you passing up on this knockout right now. Putting the pressure back onto Tord, removing a way to trade, and maybe finding an answer with another energy switch later on could be the way to keep in this game with the Mega Kangaskhan.
And with the double Adrenabrain to the active, we are going to see Terminal Period taking the knockout. Adriano going down to 4 prize cards left. Tord is going to have to do some work, but one thing that is available to him now is Counter Catcher. We saw a couple of those in the hand last turn.
Yeah, this is where it gets really interesting. What do you do here as Tord? As you have a few different comeback mechanisms in this list. Of course, you mentioned the Counter Catcher, but with Ends PP up and energy switches, you can sneak some energies onto the board that your opponent's not expecting. We know there is 1 energy switch in the prizes, and the counts on that, it looks like 2. So maybe an Arvin or a sneaky top deck here could get some extra energies in play.
Tord started things off like he always does, drawing a bunch of cards, run errand and trade one after another. But does it find the cards he needs? A lot of cards in the hand. You see that Mega Absol EX, couple Dark Energies.
Ooh, eyeing up Pheasantipity here from the discard pile. May need some extra reach at this point. Still no supporter played just yet and wants to get a count. Looks like working with about 20 cards there and hasn't done as much thinning as he'd like, but that's because the pressure was put on very quickly by Adriano.
That's just due to the fact that Adriano was able to get that turn to Turbo Energize. Just really helps plan out the rest of the match for this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck.
Well, we already saw one of those Night Stretchers played, well, discarded by the Absol, and now the second one played with the Pheasantipity. Resources starting to dwindle on that side of the board for Tord now. And there's a commitment.
Second Dark Energy on the active Mega Kangaskhan EX with the Bravery Charm. Going to be a little harder to knock this Pokemon out for Adriano, and ends Castle Iono.
Okay.
So, little disruption from Tord here, still needing to find some help to attack.
Yeah, the energy switch would be a massive find here. Not seeing that just yet, but this is also why you hold onto the Pheasantipity, flip the script. 3 more cards to be seen. No other ways to thin out. So what's left on the top of the deck?
No energy switch found. Just a couple of supporters that you can't really use.
Finds the Ends PP up, so there's energies to get onto the board, but the wrong Pokemon put energy on with the Mega Kangaskhan. Didn't want to lean into the Zoroark at this stage. Wanted the hit points. Wanted to incorporate that different prize map with a 3 prize Pokemon here at this spot, and took a risk. It just didn't pay off just yet.
Tord now looking to the future. Palpad back to Iono, knowing that Adriano is just going to be able to take another prize at least next turn, and hoping to disrupt later on and try and steal back this game.
And where do you go from here? The backup to this turn is promote Yveltal and use Clutch. It doesn't lead into the prize map that you're trying to incorporate. Do you ever promote the Zoroark and just use its hit points?
It's also the Turbo Energize in hand. I don't know how many Dark are actually left for Tord, though.
Yeah, well, we will find out. As 1 in the discard pile, and
might just be 1 left.
4 in play, just that 1 last energy with 2 in the prizes. I'm sure he has that information with him already, but still doesn't feel great when you only get 1.
It does go on that Mega Kangaskhan EX. This is going to be a big turn for Adriano. Boss's orders can mean an easy 3 prizes. Does not look like it's in the hand, though.
Oh, and yeah, this is tough for Adriano. There just hasn't been much thinning. Look at that wimpy discard pile that he's working with. What, six cards in the discard pile? What do you do with that? He just has not been able to work through any of this. And
oh, there's 7 cards in the discard
pile. Yes, I was off by 1. I'm sure 10-year-olds all around the world are excited about that. Wow.
Adriano's going to start things off with Iono himself. That hand just was not doing it.
So it doesn't feel great here. Not a lot of cards that even can be seen to help out in this spot. You missed out on the boss's orders. And, I mean, even an energy to incorporate Claw of Darkness would have been nice at this spot to limit some resources from Tord's side, but maybe this is just a full pivot.
No, Energy Switch is going to allow Adriano to do just that.
Okay.
Adrenabrain moving 6 to that Mega Kangaskhan EX, setting it up for a terminal period next turn. And then Claw of Darkness taking the knockout on the active Yveltal. Adriano's going to take a look at Tord's hand, and wow, there's that Energy Switch.
Yep, that is probably a pretty good choice here. When you look at this board right now, 3 energies on the Mega Kangaskhan. That's the one key resource that Tord probably wants to remove from play right now, as it is one boss's orders terminal period away from being knocked out of the game.
Not only that, but essentially just Mega Kangaskhan being able to rapid fire combo, flip a heads, and take the knockout on Tord's own Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Yeah, do we see a pivot in this spot then? With the energy switch already used on Adriano's side, with the limited resources, if you smell some issue on the other side, you can just take the knockout on this Mega Absol and put some pressure with the damage counters. Maybe include that Monkey Dory and push some damage off of your Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, there's been no talk about Monkey Dory, but there's 3 of them in the list for Tord. Just opted not to go for it early game, and then has not had the energy resources to even think about Adrenabrain.
And it makes sense. So you're not winning the Monkey Dory war when you need to set up this board with extra and Zoroark and Zekrom as well. Just too many pieces to try to include all of that. But, oh, off of the Fez, we see boss's orders, a few other resources that Penny included too. So all sorts of different responses. But I think the key is remove this Mega Absol from play. It has been an absolute pest.
It has taken all 3 of Adriano's prizes so far, but really it's just one of the best cards in this format. Both of its attacks are so good and do very different things.
Well, the piece where you use the Mega Kangaskhan and move some damage off with the Monkey Dory doesn't seem like an ideal strategy, especially when you miss out on energy for the turn. Penny with the Mega Kangaskhan could work, but the one issue there is you have to decide where this energy goes, and it seems like the Zoroark would need the energy more than the Monkey Dory.
Arvin, but there's not even any items to really take. Countercatcher, there's already one in the hand. I think Tord might have been looking for that energy switch that's still stuck in the prize cards.
Yep, just a lot of resources to pay attention to in this matchup, and he's already burned through so much and hasn't been able to use that card to full effect now. It is Mega Kangaskhan time. We don't need the flips. That's a knockout. And it leads to the draw of that energy switch. So there's a window here for Adriano. It does involve some heads, but we've seen crazier.
We definitely have, Kyle, and not even that long ago.
No, yep, we were there very shortly in Houston, and now there's a chance here with Cypher Maniacs co-breaking with the Mega Kangaskhan. What can you piece together? Is it more of a preventative play now with Bravery Charmer? Can you set up a 2-turn window? I think the boss's orders is already in hand. Maybe just an energy and a Bravery Charm is enough at this spot to just hang on.
Cypher Maniacs code breaking is such a powerful supporter in combination with Mega Kangaskhan EX. We don't see it too often in these Mega Box decks, but has been in a lot of the Mega Kangaskhan Boufflants. It really is just versatile.
Yeah, this is more region-based. We've seen a lot of this from the Brazilian players often enough, and here we are with Adriano with 4-0 from Brazil. He's using this card to full effect, and maybe this is the difference, but it could lead to some big heads flips here. If we see 2, this Pokemon's not long for this world. There's one. Can he get one more for the win?
No.
Oh.
250 damage off of Adriano's rapid fire combo. That is not going to be enough thanks to that Bravery Charm on Tord's own Mega Kangaskhan EX. Look at all those dice.
That's ridiculous. Pokemon players 20 years ago would just be shaking their head, thinking there's no way that there's a Pokemon that hangs on after 310 damage is sitting atop it. And this is why you have cards like Penny.
And if I remember correctly, Tord does have it in the hand.
Oh, yes. But now, what can you piece together in combination with this penny? We see the energy switch. We see a Monkey Dory in play. With the end Zoroark, I mean, if there was the Binding Mochi play to go along with this, I think we'd be seeing a knockout with double Monkey Dory push. But, well, I guess it's hard to include both of those on the board with the Kangaskhan. But he has so much reach.
And Tord opting to energy switch the Dark Energy off the Mega Kangaskhan to the end Zoroark EX instead of the Monkey Dory to kind of save that 30 damage. But I guess if you're using that 30 damage, you're just going to have it thrown back at you with Monkey Dory.
Here we go. And this is when you switch over strategies. Use the prize count to your advantage. 3/3 prize cards. Your opponent's working with 3 prize Pokemon. It seems like they've got the edge, but it actually works out in your favor. And Zoroark can attack in for 250, copying that Zekrom, and the backup of Petron just seems like the final blow here.
Irritated Outburst has been one of those attacks that really just helps close out a lot of these games for these dark-type decks.
Like the World Championships?
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't go back and watch that.
Tord looking to attack here. Night Joker for 250 damage, it seems like.
Yeah, pressure back on for Adriano. Already used that Cypher Maniacs. Really wanted to keep that damage in play. And what can you work out here?
Going to start things off with Run Errand, Energy Found, Boss's Orders, and Erica's Invitation.
Stop, really? I was just thinking, where's Erica's Invitation for a 3-prizer?
Oh no!
That is one way to come back. I was thinking, oh, the control versions. Yeah, if you slip in the Erica's Invitation right here, I mean, there's a world. You have 2 Monkey Dory in play. You bring up one of these Pokemon, you throw all the damage on it, and you just go for some flips. You could take this Pokemon out once more. The heads didn't go your way last time. Maybe they're feeling a little more generous this time around.
Adriano just needs 1 right now with the 6 damage from both Monkey Dory.
Here we go.
Big heads flip. Can Adriano take this game 1 off the camera?
Table? What is that? Tell me.
It was a heads.
Oh, wow. What a way to close out here, taking the big risk, and it's Erica's Invitation of all supporters to get the job done here in this opening game.
What a supporter to close out with that giant hand Tord had. You already knew the Mega Kangaskhan EX was in there, but seeing that Mega Absol makes it just a little bit easier.
And I mean, for Tord, this is where if you have open deck list, you just throw down that other Monkey Dory. You don't have to worry about any of this. We're not in top 8 right now. We still got plenty of work to do. Let's see what this game 1 looked like, because we saw so much back and forth.
It started off in a true mirror match, both players having that Yveltal in the active spot. Tord off Iono, found that Precious Trolley, but Adriano found it off and Arvin, and then got things started with Claw of Darkness, taking a knockout, stripping Tord's hand, and then that terminal period, taking a knockout on that Pokemon as well. Tord was in the back foot this entire game, essentially, was struggling to find energies with 2 in the prize cards, finally was able to take some prizes, but Adriano still just had access to everything, and that Erica's Invitation, putting that Mega Pokemon in active. Final 3 prizes for this game 1. Adriano stealing it like a champ.
Yeah, well done there by Adriano. What a way to play out the hand that you were dealt, truly. If you play it any slower, I don't think you get there. If you overcommit those resources, you're not going to find the closeout either. He played the perfect strategy of incorporating some tempo in the early game to put some pressure on Tord, and then the perfect closeout with that control tech in there of the Erica's Invitation to lock this out.
Game 2 is underway for both of our players. Tord chose to go second, which you want to do when playing a Precious Trolley and Arvin. Adriano has a little bit of a better start this time, has that Mega Absol EX with an energy on the bench. Meanwhile, Tord, Arvin to start things off, but is something missing, Kyle?
Oh. Yeah, you're going to have to carry those groceries, pal. That's going to be trouble. Along with a Monkey Dory and an Yveltal as well. That's just a few more resources he's not going to have access to. And does this ever switch your strategy? I mean, you start the end Zekrom. Clearly, the deck is telling you, we got to go Zoroark and we got to move quick.
This is worst case scenario for Tord. And the thing with combining two decks like this, the thing with just Precious Trolley decks in general, is you're cutting a lot of your other Pokemon search. There's only one Nest Ball.
It's in hand.
Ultra Ball. Well, at least it's in hand.
Yeah, he's but with all the other decks, it's I've got a Buddy Puffin in here. At least one copy. I'll be able to find a Zorua and make something happen. In this situation, you have to fully commit down one avenue or see a really lucky draw with the Kangaskhan running those errands that you forgot to pick up in a trolley.
Another thing that we saw on Adriano's side of the prizes was that Genesect in the prize cards, being able to Ace Nullifier, shut off any Ace Ace Spec in your opponent's deck. That's a card that has been getting a lot of hype going into the next format and has fallen by the wayside, at least for what we've had now.
Yeah, it'll look really nice against unfair stamps as the only real way to mess with hands. But in this tournament, it's one of those tech inclusions that often can target down a secret box, and it's a little too late to see a trolley. This time around, it's already in the prize cards waiting.
Despite not having Precious Trolley, Tord does manage to get a little bit of a bench setup, that energy on the active Mega Kangaskhan, but once again, missing that Turbo Energize. And was that just an attached pass from
That
Adriano?
was a turn. Before Tord even finished shuffling his deck from his search, Adriano has attached energy to this Absol and passed over the turn. And their double technical machine. Where do you go from here? You can slow down and load up this one and Zoroark, or maybe this Arven could lead to Ultra Ball for Zorua and then go double Zoroark?
It does look like Tord is eyeing that down specifically. And now, granted, Adriano's pace of play, not really non-existent, right? It's just attach energy pass, but Tord has sped up quite a lot here, and that's just due to the fact that first game really took like 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, look at this. This is a switch from that strategy, just instead throwing away the evolution and moving towards that single copy of Zoroark. Maybe with how slow this hand is, you want to switch things up. If you can get that energy into the discard pile, maybe there's a setup with End's PP up and some energies to start attacking in soon.
See, that's so risky, though, because there's only one copy in the list.
Yeah. Well, with the Turbo Energize, this makes a lot of sense now. You can load up for likely that Mega Absol to counter the other Absol, but have that backup plan of the Zoroark as well.
The one big thing to note with both of these Mega Absols is there's no missed energy in Tord's list, but there's the two copies in Adriano already having one on that Mega Absol. But again, nothing off the top. Wow, this hand is something.
Just doesn't add up. You think about all the different cards you can draw in this spot and the setup that this could lead to. One Precious Trolley completely flips this on its head. You lean into the Mega Kangaskhan, you draw into a Turbo Energize or something, any supporter card. Instead, it's just attack in, put the pressure back over to Tord, and try to remove some of those resources. Losing a penny when you just take 200 doesn't feel great.
But one thing that is different about this game compared to game one is that card that Tord just drew, that Binding Mochi. Now just missing that Petrant EX to be able to Subjugating Chains, and this would allow Tord to actually one-hit knockout that Mega Absol.
It's just getting closer and closer, but you think about how do you ever find that Pokemon again? The Nest Ball is gone.
That is true.
The Ultra Ball is gone. You have no other way to search unless you find your trolley later on. You're just stuck waiting for the top of the deck to help you out in these spots. And it's just trade from this point forward to help you get a little closer.
Tord looking to just eye down Night Joker, Rampaging Thunder here. Again, not having access to any Pokemon search, it really limits what Tord can do. At least there is no Monkey Dory staring down Tord on Adriano's side of the board.
And look at the valuing of the Binding Mochi. It's not providing any effect here, but doesn't want to lose that to a Claw of Darkness. Would rather have that in play and lean into this pressure. But Adriano, I mean, there's just nothing going on this side. The only card you want to keep in that hand is Iono. Please discard every other card so that they're forced to consider giving you a hand.
trade away that Mega Kangaskhan EX. No longer any sense of keeping that in hand, especially when your opponent plays that Erica's Invitation. And Tord found a Lily's Determination off the top of the deck. 8 brand new cards. This will, for sure, hopefully help Tord find more Pokemon.
You would think. There's plenty of Pokemon to be found there. 8 cards to be seen, and has already seen one trade, but another Zoroark potentially as well could find some more resources. And wow, there's Pecharunt. That doesn't get much better than that.
I don't know if Tord found an energy, but if he did, Claw of Darkness is something that's available to him as well. Even with Adriano not drawing anything, still stripping the hand of just good cards can be an option.
Well, after a Rampaging Thunder, you need that pivot, and thankfully with the Pecharunt, you at least have that as a way to move around. But where else do you go? It is Night Stretcher for the energy attachment once more, and I don't see a way out of this one. This has to be a lovely top deck from Adriano's side of the board, because there's the hand, if you were wondering. I'm pretty sure Tord knew this wasn't going to be a good one to look at.
The Mist Energy, maybe? Just free up a future terminal period, maybe, from Tord.
Yeah, entice your opponent to play the Night Stretcher for the Mega Absol.
All right, how about energy for the 4th turn in a row, Kyle? Is that a good top deck?
It is if you want game 3.
I mean, I want game 3.
All right.
I don't know about y'all.
Well, we are there. Tord Reklev taking an unorthodox game 2 victory there. And I don't know if that was exactly the mirror match we were intending on seeing that time around. It doesn't look like much of a mirror.
Not really. I mean, they're both playing Yveltal.
Yeah, and I mean, Tord prized his that time around, so we don't even get to see that part of the combo. It was end Zoroark all the way, just working through all those hit points. And for Adriano, if you're going to just draw like that, you're waiting for game 3 to come your way.
Exactly.
Let's get out of this one.
And it's just a little under 15 minutes left for our game 3 here. Both of these players starting off wonderfully in this tournament, 4-0, moving ever so closer to try and clinch that phase 2 spot.
And this is one matchup that when you see 15 minutes on the clock remaining, you're not too worried when you see +3 turns alongside it. So many prize cards available with those 3 prize megas, the 2 prizers on both sides of the table. If only a few prize cards are taken by the time we get to time, don't be surprised if this game finishes.
I won't, Kyle.
I was talking to Jeremy, but yes, you at home as well.
Both players have their Pokemon. Game 3 here in round 5.
That's what I'm talking about. Mirror match, baby.
And wow, Precious Trolley off the top for Run Aaron for Tord Reklev. This is exactly where you want to be in this game 3. If you're forced to go first, you don't have access to your technical machines or your Arven, might as well just get it right away.
Yeah, and you prized the other Arvens, so you weren't going to see them along with a Turbo. Yeah, that's not the greatest news, but I don't think you care right now, as Tord sees plenty of opportunity, no real issues going alongside those prize cards for this setup. And this setup now will include Monkey Dory for the first time.
Maybe, yeah, with the Earthen Vessel prized, energy just could be a little bit harder to find, but here we go. Adriano also has access to Arven, finding that Precious Trolley. Both players are going to be able to get that perfect bench setup turn 1.
That's what we're looking for. And from Adriano's side, it is the Turbo Energize in combination with this card that can be so powerful, not only seeing that full setup, but accelerating those energies with the mist energy, not mist energy, from Tord's side of the board. It's a big chance to, load up 3 energy to 0, and with double Monkey Dory, it really starts to put some pressure on your opponent.
It really does feel bad in this kind of mirror matchup where your opponent is able to use Turbo Energize and you're not. It just feels like you're a full turn behind now.
And for Tord, what does that lead to with his hand if you don't have the Arven just yet, with 2 in the prizes and 1 Turbo Energize in the prizes as well? Your odds aren't looking that great to see those energies next turn.
Subjugating Chains will bring up Yveltal for Adriano. There is that technical machine. Turbo Energize such a powerful tool, especially for this deck, and really didn't even start being used until what, Isaiah Bradner winning with Gardevoir at NAIC?
Yeah, it's always been a way to set up Monkey Dories, but look at this from Tord's side of the board. I talked about how it's difficult to evolve these Pokemon. Tord said, nah, you just draw them. He's got both already in play. No TM evolution, no Ultra Ball, just sees the resources, and he's flooding now. Finally sees a Dark Energy to go alongside this, and I think there was a copy of Arven as well, so even though the odds were stacked against him, he doesn't care.
Now Yveltal on the bench to utilize that Subjugating Chains Technical Machine play, but Arven eyeing down Technical Machine and Energy Switch for the following turn potentially.
Yeah, and this is where you see a difference in these setups. Over on Adriano's side, it's a little bit different when you're targeting down on this Mega Absol because you have the double Monkey Dory working for you. With the single copy, it's a little different. You have all these hit points to work with your Mega Kangaskhan. If it's ever attacked into it, you can work in double Monkey Dory, push over and attack in with an Absol. On the other side for Adriano, it's a single prize Pokemon that just gets easily KO'd. No damage to move with Monkey Dory.
Retreat to that Mega Kangaskhan EX, run errands for 2 cards. Both of these players now have a ton of cards in hand, a lot to work with.
Real fireworks. Yeah, Energy Switch, Bravery Charm, supporters to go with this. This is the mirror match we're expecting, where you have to really think about which attacker you want to include, and for Adriano, it's always lean into this Mega Absol, and it's so much easier to do when you have access to that Mist Energy. It's just that little extra protection against towards surprising you with Mega Absol on the other side.
Iono is going to put that Energy Switch found for Tord on the bottom of the deck. Both of the big hands now down to 6 cards. Subjugating Chains brings up that Mega Absol EX, Claw of Darkness.
Oh, once more, it's the penny and the stretcher on that hand, and wants to remove that penny. Anytime you attack into this Pokemon, make them work even harder to move this around. So often, it's the damage that we're concerned about, but energies can be a real big factor here, and there's another Energy Switch.
That is the second one in Tord's list. Again, that first one was on the bottom of the deck. First trade after that run errands, second trade here. Tord has a little bit to work with, but again, I'm not seeing
the energy.
Yeah.
That energy drought has been really tough. Just does not see it again. Actually runs into that TM evolution. So even slowing down to a turbo wasn't an option.
Air Balloon can help Tord pivot a little bit cleaner, not having or just attaching it to that end Zekrom. Getting rid of all the tools.
Yeah, real tough call of how to move about this turn here. Mega Kangaskhan just losing those 3 prize cards off the board basically means Zoroark has to be your answer throughout the rest of this game now.
Which both players are flying through, by the way. There's still over 8 minutes left to go, and like you were saying before, I feel like this is going to finish.
It certainly seems that way, and ooh, look at this. End's Castle played in. Who do you feel comfortable leaving the active spot here? It's going to be the Zekrom or the Zoroark attacking in, just trying to put some pressure on.
Actually, going to have 290 damage on it.
Okay.
From the Monkey Dory and the poison. Something crazy, but it is staying in the active thanks to that Bravery Charm.
Yeah, up to 300 and what, just a mochi away from really getting to that point. It's crazy where the damage can come from at this state in the game. It doesn't seem possible to take these KOs, but sure enough, it's just that close.
Earthen Vessel is going to allow Adriano to find more Dark Energy to start to get these Monkey Dory online and use Adrenabrain to hopefully clean up some of these Pokemon later on in the game.
And now on Adriano's side of the board, what attacker do you really have to work with? Do you lean back into the Mega Kangaskhan? Do you have the resources to even start working on some Monkey Dory, or do you just have to keep working with this Absol to just put pressure on the hand of Tord? And that looks to be the case once more. And it is the same decision of Penny and Stretcher. Stretcher going away once more.
Yeah, well, there's no big damaged Pokemon on Tord's side of the board, so I guess Penny seems a little less threatening, although still a very good card throughout this match. First trade, I think Tord found that Binding Mochi.
Yep. Donut's a little too late for the party, but still could be a very welcomed find for later turns. If this is the turn you remove the Mega Absol, which certainly seems to be that way, you don't have to worry about losing that resource. It seems unlikely that Adriano would find the Claw of Darkness return attack.
Poison, not burned. Subject getting changed, brings up that Zoroark EX. Tord takes the knockout with something like Shred, I assume.
Yeah, of course, yes. Don't want to limit your attacks for no reason. And that will lead to a few more prize cards. This game is tied up once more. We are in game 3, and there's 6 minutes remaining. We definitely should see a closeout to this series, and what a wild one it's been.
Adriano has that Cypher Maniacs, is debating playing it down, but it will allow him to search for any 2 cards in the deck.
Yeah, when is Cypher Maniacs ever better than Arven in this spot? You'd think that it'd just be the energy switch and a bravery charm, just giving yourself as many hit points as possible, but looks like
Blood Moon
wanted to include the Blood Moon Ursaluna as a follow-up.
Blood Moon Ursaluna, energy switch, energy can attack this turn. But again, that's not taking the knockout on the Zoroark EX.
Yeah, that just doesn't line up here just yet. No energies on Monkey Dory, so there's no damage to swap over there as well. Seems like Mega Kangaskhan is your best bet.
Missed energy, energy switch, rapid fire combo, flip a couple heads.
Certainly seems better than the bravery charm, because then you'd have to admit you played the wrong supporter in that spot in your head. Can never do that. So instead, it would be this. But yes, if you have the energy, the missed energy to go along with this, it does technically play around some outs, but it doesn't seem like that would be a likely play from Tord to get to the 6 damage of terminal period with 1 Monkey Dory in play and still needing that spot for an Absol.
That's where the penny can work in, maybe, you know.
You're asking a lot.
Oh, it's definitely a lot. Adrenabrain is going to move 1 damage over, I think.
Ah, okay. With the town store, it starts to add up a little more. There's the bravery charm and the additional hit points to go alongside this Pokemon. Don't worry about the prize map. Just be huge and don't worry about being KO'd.
There is that energy switch. The second one, actually, from the hand as well.
I mean, if this isn't a heads, then what are we doing? This is such a big flip. What a commitment in this spot. Can he find it?
No!
No. And that is huge for Tord. See the sigh of relief, the disgruntledness on the other side from Adriano. How do you go back from that? That was every resource in your deck, and now Tord has to think, holy moly, what do you have left?
With just 1 heads, Adriano would have been able to knock out the active Zoroark EX due to poison in between turns. That also shuts off something like a Pheasantipede, flip the script, even though the Pheasantipede EX is in the prize cards for.
Line it up. Here it is. Mochi, Penny, double Monkey Dory. That is a knockout on a Mega Kangaskhan. 350 hit points removed just like that. And you don't need En's Reshiram anymore after being attacked in for 170. you can just mock your opponent with all of these crazy amplifiers and remove 350 out of nowhere.
What a way to end this match, Kyle. Such a back and forth throughout all 3 games. And it came down to Binding Mochi being able to seal up that last KO.
Yeah, I mean, and saw it on the turn just before missing out on a big KO, but maybe it all worked out in the long run for Tord there. He saw an opportunity when the Absol was KO'd to play down that card at the right time, and he held on to it. Let's revisit this set one final time as we start that mirror in the oldest of fashions.
Again, Tord found that precious trolley off of the Iono for the turn. Both players able to get set up, but Adriano had that early Mega Absol EX, Claw of Darkness, Terminal Period, able to Claw of Darkness yet again, just stripping any resources that Tord might have available to him. And of course, the prize cards were pretty detrimental in this game one. And it really just was that back and forth, and here was that end of game one, that big coin flip to be able to one-hit KO that Mega Absol brought off from the Erica's Invitation. Now, this game two, very different story. Tord able to get off to a fast start. Adriano went attach pass for 4 turns in a row. Tord taking that game two pretty convincingly. And then game three here, Tord finding that precious trolley off of the run errand and off to the races. Now just back and forth, but a lot of damage on both of the boards. And then there, that Penny double Monkey Dory taking, or that was a little spoiler. Here we go. Penny double Monkey Dory taking the knockout with that subjugating chains, bringing up that Binding Mochi Zoroark EX. What a great match, Kyle.
I mean, think about that last turn. If that is a heads, not only is there no damage in play, but you get the knockout, you get the prize cards, you go down to 1 prize remaining, and you're staring at a very easy board to pick away at with a boss's orders. You're going to close that game out, and there's no way 3 prize cards are being taken. Instead, damage is left on board, double Monkey Dory is there to punish with the Binding Mochi, and 350 hit points disappear in the blink of an eye against the creator of your deck. It just has to be a heartbreaking feeling. But then again, you're 4-1 in Orlando Regionals, baby. That's a great place to be. If you're going to take a loss, might as well beat a Tord. And what a fun way to go out. I mean, that was a crazy matchup.
With a proven deck as well. Like, we have seen this deck time and time again with Yoshiyuki, with Ryuki Okada, with Tord Reklev himself, being able to take down these big tournaments. Time will tell. But sitting at 5-0, Tord Reklev with this Ends Zoroark EX, Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan Toolbox. What a deck.
How many words did you just say?
A lot.
Maybe he's got a cute pet name for it.
Hopefully, I'm hoping.
Celebi's friends. Get in there. Go have fun. I mean, this deck could look completely different depending on what matchup it's in.
Oh, yeah.
We say mirror match, we see basically End Zoroark and a Kangaskhan to draw some extra cards. And in other matchups, it's going to look completely different. It's just going to go full box, Mega Absol ripping into the hand.
3 Monkey Dory on the bench.
Yeah, and you're gonna see an End Zekrom and think that he made a deck list error at some point. But that's the beauty of this style of deck, is when you have a card like this Zoroark to work with, trade opens up these avenues where you can have 2 decks together and just throw away all the bad pieces of the other deck that you don't need right now. Yeah. It's like having a built-in sideboard.
Yeah, I mean, you just get rid of these technical machines you don't need for this matchup. Get rid of Mega Kangaskhan's you don't need for this matchup. Draw a ton of cards. I mean, we've always seen Tord do that.
He does love to draw cards.
A ton of cards.
Who doesn't love to draw cards? And
I do.
Yeah, Alakazam Gamer.
Whoa.
I mean, you don't have too much other room for some of the cutesy stuff that we've seen him include in some of these builds before. We've often laughed about how singleton of a version he can make his deck, and just the 40-card Highlander that so often pops up. But this time around, it's oddly
synergistic.
Yeah, it just works, and it's got enough consistency built into the supporter engine of it that you don't have to worry about it coming together. The one real piece that you worry about is the trolley, and we saw how devastating that is if he misses.
Yeah, and it really goes to show just that's kind of the A-spec in general. With a lot of these decks, they're being a little bit greedy and cutting their Pokemon search, their consistency, because trolley is just that much of a boost. And when it's prized, when you don't have that turn 1 Arven or that turn 1 run errand into it, it's definitely a whole different game.
Yeah, well, somebody saw that game from a different perspective, and we'd like to hear from him. Seems like Chip Ritchie we'll be hanging out with our winner here in round 5, Tord Reklev. We'd love to hear from you. How'd that game go?
Yeah, thanks so much, Kyle and Jeremy. I am here with Tord Reklev in the analyst booth. Congratulations on your win, starting off 4-0's got to feel pretty nice, of course. Professional Precious Trolley finder right here, Tord Reklev. Talk to us about, I guess, first off, just this deck. Super unique to see. Feels like you've kind of combined 2 different archetypes into one. I guess my first question would be, what problem were you trying to solve by adding these 2 decks together?
My biggest issue was that this was the last tournament, and I couldn't pick between Zoroark or Absol.
You just shuffled them together? And
I shuffled them a little bit together, but you know, a lot of the cards are overlapping, right? So, and they have a lot of synergy together. So I figured, you know what? Maybe we can make something new out of the 2 decks. See all the cards that overlap and cut the cards that you don't really need, and see if we could make something out of it. I did like more deep dive with Honshu and going over the list, actually. So,
yeah. I think we're going to get to see that here shortly. So looking forward to hearing a little bit more of your thoughts when we get into that. But let's go ahead and just look at this game. I actually want to look at a pretty interesting turn in game number 1. Right after Adriano took his first KO, you have the situation with your Kangaskhan in the active spot. I guess just talk to us through what your initial thought process was going into this turn. What were you trying to piece together, I
mean, I know I need to knock out this Absol, right?
Yeah.
It's really punishing if I don't, because then the Monkeydoris are still alive, and this Absol is going to keep on wreaking havoc, right? So I just need to get rid of it. I can try to get rid of it with either Zoroark or Kangaskhan. In retrospect, I missed with the line I went for when I tried to go for the Kangaskhan, because I got the PP up and not the energy switch. But if I try to take knockout with the Zoroark, I can get either out to take the knockout, right? Like I can get either E-switch or the PP up that was left in the deck.
Yeah, I was wondering when you did kind of commit to the Kangaskhan here before the Iono that you're about to play, if you felt like you had to attack with Kangaskhan over Zoroark in this specific instance. Was that a piece of the puzzle there?
The issue with attacking with Zoroark is if that one actually gets knocked out by the Kangaskhan on return, I think I lose.
Right.
And I felt like it was like relatively reasonable that I could, hit the E-switch. I will admit I didn't properly price check, so I didn't know the other E-switch was priced as well. Maybe I would have reconsidered and maybe, went for the safer,
attached to Zoroark.
Attached for Zoroark and, hope they don't flip aheads, right? But yeah, I got pretty punished here, and I somehow still rode it back, but then the Erica stole the game.
I know, yeah, the Erica's play at the very end did get you. That was a really interesting kind of setup. Immediately after you whiffed on this turn, you play the Pal Pad right away for the double Iono. I think you knew right away, okay, missing the attack this turn is pretty bad. My way to win this game is going to involve slowing him down and tanking some hits. And that's ended up being what kind of happened here there was a couple instances where Adriano had flipped a little differently, right? The game would have just been over.
Yep.
So I think this one ended up being really, really interesting. I actually didn't get a good look. Did you have another Pokemon you could have benched around the...
I had a lot of them.
The Ericas.
I could have slammed down something else.
Yeah, that's tough to see. But you end up calling it back. Obviously, Game 2, not super interesting, right? Your opponent doesn't really do much. But Game 3, I think we got to see a really nice display of what your deck is aiming to do.
Yeah, for sure.
So talk to me about just your other matches so far in the tournament. We saw you take down an Absol Kangaskhan mirror, though I don't know if it's totally fair to call it a mirror match, but tell us about your previous 3 rounds.
I hit some interesting decks, actually. Hit another Absol, but also with Teal Mask this time, and that was hitting me for grass weakness all over, so that was a little bit scary. I hit the Frost Blast. This was also actually one of the, jokes aside, that was more of the reason, actually, that I wanted to include, say, an Absol package with the Zoroark if I was going to play Zoroark, for example. Because I feel like beating the Frostblast evolution strategy can be pretty difficult when you only run a single Monkeydory, and the spread is pretty good against you. But Absol, that card is really strong against their deck. They don't really have any onboard engine, so if you take a knockout, you take a weather supporter, they often just sit there and not having the best time. So I feel like the kind of Absol package, if you want to call it that, helps a lot in that matchup at the very least. So that worked out great. With the Dragapult, this is Dragapult's worst nightmare. Yeah. It's like an Armor Monkeydory, it's Psyduck, it's Zoroark, you can't really Iono them either. And You have the Mochi Petrant plus Monkidori. You can like one-shot them whenever you want, and it's a nightmare for Dragapult.
I can imagine, yeah. It's kind of wild how much damage you can pull seemingly out of nowhere with a couple Monkidori. And, I mean, we saw you take down a Kangaskhan with 350 HP to close out that last game. So, yeah, very cool to see it all pieced together. Congratulations, Tord, on your run so far. Looking forward to seeing how you do. I do have one thing for you before we get you out of here. One pack of Mega Evolution Phantasmal Flames. What I want you to do here, I want you to open up this pack. I want you to pick a card from this pack that you pull and tell us how you would build a deck using this card, okay?
All right. It can be challenging.
Well, it could be easy as well. If you just
it could also
pull
be
like a
easy,
Lopunny or something, it's pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah, for sure.
See, we go. Show the people what you're pulling here. Oh, give a little suspense. No, you do whatever you want, sorry. Putting you on the spot here with the pack opening.
Let me see it.
You got it. You can pick Ghastly.
Ghastly is a pretty good card.
Yeah. Mega Gengar, right? We got here.
Get through.
Vileplume. I think that's it.
Oh, okay.
So, what's your choice here? How are we building? We're building a Piloswine deck.
Let's see.
Archaludon?
Archaludon is kind of cool though. Like that would do wonders against, the Absol decks.
So let's see, what does this one do?
So it has coated attack during your opponent's next turn. Prevent all damage on this Pokemon by attacks from basic Pokemon. So you could be tanking against these basic decks at the very least.
Taking it into your Archaludon EX deck, yeah?
Maybe. I do think that Monkidori will still be a little bit of a nuisance because that can still go through this attack and all.
That's a good point.
So maybe if you focus your whole strategy around, gusting the Monkidoris every turn and knock them out.
It does KO Monkidoris,
yeah,
right?
They don't have any damage to work with, so maybe that could be a plan. But Ghastly, like, honestly, the Gengar is also really good. Like I like that card a lot, being able to reduce prices as well. I'm looking into it for post rotation actually.
Okay.
I feel like I'm just looking for more win conditions since we lose a couple very strong ones like Iona and Conticatcher, and price reduction is a pretty good one. So
it's definitely not bad.
Could maybe be something with the Ghastly as well.
All right. Well, maybe you can use that Ghastly in a future tournament, Tord.
Oh, bring it.
Congratulations on the start, and we're actually going to take a moment here to look at that deep dive that you did with One Show yesterday and get a little bit more insight into the madness that is this deck that you've concocted for this event.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Orlando Regional Championships. And, well, I have a guest right now and a deck list. I think the guest needs no introduction. Probably one of the best, if not the best player in the world right now, Tord Reklev. Tord, how are we feeling?
Feeling excited, Just look at this.
No, you're excited. I'm excited for the viewers at home to see how this deck runs. So just to give the folks at home some context, what we're doing here today is we're going to go over the deck list that Tord Reklev is going to be playing at this regional championship. You are locking this in, right?
Yeah, I'm locked in.
Okay, we're going to DQ you if I don't see this exact list tomorrow.
That's all good.
No, I'm kidding, of course. But again, this is, I'm not even sure what to call this pile, Tord. How would you like to name the deck?
I mean, I think it looks kind of clean, but the concept is obviously not, super explored. So this is essentially my dream deck, right? Because my favorite deck in the format, or my two favorite decks in the format right now, it's Zoroark and Absol. And this is the last event of the standard format.
Yes.
And I couldn't figure out which one of these two to play.
So you decided both.
So I decided, you know what? Why do I have to limit myself? Why do I have to choose one of them when, they're both so good? And, a lot of the cards are overlapping. It took me quite a bit of time. I actually been trying to figure this, type of deck out for a few months now, actually, but I couldn't, quite hack it. But I think I reached a pretty good compromise with this list, and I'm pretty satisfied with how it's been running so far, actually, in testing and also.
Yeah, well, Tord, I just have to say, I did prepare for this segment because I was very excited to
feature a Tord Reckless deck list. And after last weekend, or a couple weekends ago in Houston, Yoshiyuki won with the Absol box type thing. So I expected you to bring that, especially since he was playing the Cornerstone, very similar to the first iteration of the deck. Got a couple of questions here. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to throw that out because this is its own beast. I don't even know where to start. Would you say it's more Absol or more Zoroark?
I'm not really sure. I feel like it's pretty right down the middle somehow. It's a pretty thick Zoroark line, and you still keep the core of the Mega Absol deck as well. But you see, like, it's a little bit thinner on both decks. Like, obviously, you have to do a little bit of compromise, but I think they complement each other really well. So say, for example, the opening, right?
Okay.
With Absol Box, you're using Kangaskhan for initial setup.
Yes.
You draw a few cards. You use that as your Pokemon to, you know, use your Turbo Energize to get energy in play and all that. While Zoroark usually is using Budew or Tatsugiri or like some smaller Pokemon, right? But just using Kangaskhan as a way, you know, to set up for Zoroark as well is also really good. And you're trying to reach this board state where you have both Kangaskhan and Zoroark in play at the same time.
That's a lot of cards.
So then you get 2 cards from Kangaskhan, but you also try to set up double Zoroarks, and you also get a couple cards from each Zoroark as well. So you're essentially drawing 6 cards a turn instead of what Mega Absol Box is normally doing, which is only 2 a turn, right, from the Mega Kangaskhan again. So you get 6, say, unconditional draws every turn, which is, you know, just more cards. And this is kind of nice that you can start off the turn with Mega Kangaskhan, gives you 2 cards, more options, so it's easier for you to know what to discard off the trades afterwards.
That is true, yeah.
I like the little synergy there as well. It also means that it's less pressure on you to have to set up, you know, Zoroark after Zoroark and all. Like, if you set up 2 of them, that's kind of plenty when you have the Kangaskhan next to it. Kangaskhan also acts as a very good wall as you're setting up your board as well. Like, it has a lot of HP, right?
Yes.
It's difficult to take down. You can slap on Bravery Charm as well, and then you have your regular big tank. So it's a lot of the regular win conditions from the Mega Absol deck, because you know, you have your big basic that you can tank with Monkidori, you can heal them off with Penny and all. On top of that, you of course still have the win condition with the Clutchy Veltal Petrant combo you can use too. You can see the board state might get a little bit, you know, clogged, because there are a lot of things you want there, right?
Yes.
So with Absol before, it was very important that you figured out what you wanted your board state to look like into each matchup. And now it's, you know, even more important because you have even more options between how many Zoroark you also want to establish on the board, right? But
yeah, I mean, even just to attack with the Zoroark, that takes up another bench space in that one Zekrom you are playing.
It does.
I'm struggling to think what the ideal board state would look like for you, Tord. It's probably matchup dependent, you'd say, right?
It's very matchup dependent, but the cool thing is that your ideal board state, even into the same matchup, is going to change throughout the game as well. So what the board you make initially is not, you know, your final board state or what you want your final board to be. It's just the best board state for the start of the game, and then you have a lot of penny access, and you have even a pal pad to bring them back. So you can start looping your board and create a whole new board state. So, you're playing a little bit of chess with your opponent. You make a board state, then your opponent usually makes their own board state to answer, right? And try to figure out a way to set up their board to be strong against your board.
Yes.
But then you kind of flip, you know, the script on them, basically, where you're using Penny to be like, okay, now you have your board, you know, locked down. You can't really change it much, right? So now I'm going to change my board into something else that matches your board a lot better, and then I will try to get the upper hand that way.
Ooh, that sounds that sounds like a lot of fun. It sounds like very dynamic gameplay.
It is,
and that's exactly what I wanted to point out, actually. The pennies really stood out to me. Whenever I see, like, Absol Box, normally you see, like, 4 bosses orders, right? But just the way you built it really shows that you do prioritize this penny over something like the boss's orders.
Yeah, definitely more emphasis on the penny over the boss. I was like a little bit unsure in the beginning if I wanted, you know, extra boss or extra penny, but I rather try to play this deck a little bit more defensive as well. And if you do need extra gusting, then you also, of course, have the counter catchers. And if you compare it to a normal Mega Absol Box, it is essentially the same amount of gusting you have access to total. Because if you want to, you can path at both the boss's orders back, and then, you know, you end up with your total of 6 gusting like you had in, you know, the regular Mega Absol Box deck anyway. So
that is a great point.
again, I just can't wait to see this place. I'm trying to rack my brain for more questions for you, Tord, but honestly, my question is just like, how does this all work? But knowing you, it will work.
I can give you a pointer here, though.
Okay.
So imagine you get to open with an Arven, right?
Okay.
And maybe an Arven and an energy. And now suddenly you might not have much more in hand. Like you have that Arven and an energy, but you want to convert that into a strong board state as possible. With just that, you can pick up Team Evolution. You can pick up Precious Trolley. You can fill your entire board. You can pick up a couple Zoras. If you can't, move your active, you can pick up Yveltal, Petrant, maybe even the Kangaskhan if you need more cards immediately.
Yeah.
And then you can put your Kangaskhan in the active for free with the Petrant Yveltal combo there. And then you can attach your energy and use your TM Evo. And then boom, you got double Zoroark on the board. You go from nothing to having a board that can draw 6 cards every turn. And you even got 2 cards immediately by promoting the Kangaskhan.
Yeah.
So you already start, the little card advantage over the opponent. And put a lot of pressure really quickly by you having access to so many cards again. So
that is true. Again, you did put that CD, the TM Evolution, but yeah, that unlocks a lot of the deck. That is a lot of cards.
It is a lot of cards.
That's a lot of tools, actually. A lot of different tools as well. Any thoughts of why Penny over Turo? Like, that means the Zoroarks are just stuck there, right?
Yeah, so I consider using a Turo as well. I mean, so probably not the smartest idea to show everyone the list like this, but it's fine. It's kind of cool anyway. But since it is a little bit unknown of an archetype as well, like if you see, Kangaskhan with Zoroark especially immediately, you're like, oh, what's going on? So your opponent might not really know how to play properly against it, so they might not know what to attack into. So if you attack into the basics, you still have the correct healing there, but if you have to 2-hit KO as Zoroark, I don't really mind, because that's only 2 prices anyway.
That is true.
So not being able to, heal the Zoroark isn't a huge deal, and you can still do it with Monkey Dory, so it's still a relatively big punish to trying to go for a 2-shot on a 2-pricer. Like, that will backfire really quickly. So I don't really mind not being able to, instantly heal or move the Zoroark, and cool thing about Zoroark is that that's not a bad card to have on the board no matter what you're playing against. So that's actually a card you don't really need to change your board state with. It's more about, changing off the lesser impactful basics again. But a Zoroark on the board, doesn't matter what you play against. That card is good to have on the board. Don't need to remove the Zoroark from the board again.
Fair enough, fair enough. Why take out the trades, right? Whew. But yeah, Tord, I am very excited to see you play this deck. And hopefully, again, it's a great success. Maybe we see it on the stream. I'm sure folks at home, this is your opportunity. Take your screenshots now. The latest Tord deck out there.
I mean, it's the final event of the standard format, and win or lose, I feel like this was a pretty cool idea, and I want to send it and see how it goes. And I'm not gonna be too upset if I don't have a great run with it, but I think it will be a really fun experience no matter what. Just playing this list.
I like it. Any deck building tips so that people can, start to imagine decks like this?
I know, like, this was from an idea of trying to, combine 2 decks again, and I was just looking at both the list and trying to figure out, actually there is a lot of cards that overlap here, right? So after I looked at all the cards that were overlapping, and then I tried to trim down a few of them, and then see what I could get away with a few test games. Then I eventually ended up here. It wasn't actually that complicated either. So
fair enough, fair enough. Just thinking a little bit outside of the box. With that, thank you so much, Tord, for sharing this deck, this new archetype, most likely. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out my friends and family. Shout out Jens and Robin, who are on a little mini vacation here in Orlando with me. We had a lot of fun at the theme parks yesterday. So yeah, shout out them, friends and family, and everyone that's always cheering for me and motivates me to try to challenge the status quo of deck building and bring new cool things like this.
Absolutely. With that, thank you so much, Tord. Again, this was, we didn't even name it yet, but it's Zoroark Absol Box. Tord's Zoroark Absol Box. Hopefully we see more of it here at the Orlando Regional Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans and trainers watching at home and all in the venue today. We have had 2 wonderful matches so far for our stream to start things off, and there is plenty more to go. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and Kyle, that was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we got to revisit 2023 Worlds with Vance Kelly and now Tord Reklov. We've had 2 great matches so far, and looks like we're going to see even more great play coming up here as we visit round number 6. A lot of big names that are going to be out on the table and, of course, at our main table here.
Yeah, speaking of big names, let's go ahead and take a look at our notable matches we have for this round. And wow.
Yeah.
Henry Chow and Rowan Stavino. That is going to be our stream match. How lucky are we?
That's just the best. You think about the script that we keep referring to, and now you have Gardevoir on its last run. If it ever were to be challenged, is there ever a better player on the other side than Rowan Stavino and one of his classic decks? Such a great matchup we've seen time and time again, and here we go again. And look at the other names that we have here as well. Justin Neudorf and Hector Ibarra, Charlie Lockyer and Caleb Rogerson. And of course, we've got some great deck building from Joshua Tate. I mean, man, there could be a lot going on in these tables.
Lucas Zing as well. Karis Jones. Joseph just coming off a big top cut in Houston. It's looking like it's really good. Did we even talk about Ryuki Okada at the bottom there?
Well, I see him down there, and I just think of all the precious trolleys we just watched, and he's just going, Cloth, let's go! He would love to revisit those days, and of course, it's always great to see him at some of these major events over on this side of the world. He's always done such a great job, and looks like he's off to another fantastic start here now in Orlando.
And this is round 6 that we're going into, so a lot of these names are starting to lock up that phase 2 in our Swiss today. Look at all those 5-0 players.
Yeah, we talked about all the names that we just saw, and most of them are 5-0, maybe some 401 sprinkled in there, but these are some big names that we see up at the top now with Lucas Morissa, Henry Chow, and Karis really standing out here for me.
Sammy Goldstein starting out 5-0 after a top cut in Houston. I got to shout out my local Aaron Davis starting out 5-0. It's pretty great to see. It really does just build your confidence going into the rest of the weekend. You have such a strong start. Your deck's working well. You're hitting the matchups right. Now, things can still go off the rails, but a lot of these players are looking towards the future, looking towards that phase 2.
And if you remember watching at Houston, we had a conversation before the end of the show of the players that are the grinders, the ones that continue to put in the work on the trading card game online and see how far they can take that ranking up through the Arceus and try to work their way up. You see Tord Reklov, Henry Chow, Justin Neudorf, 3 of the biggest names that we always see on in that field playing and building up their ranks, all 5-0 here to start things off.
Yeah, it really goes to show that this format has really just been it's really been helping the players that are sticking to the archetypes, really knowing their deck and knowing how to play it.
Yeah, it's very rewarding, and they've had so much time to build on that and hone their craft, make every last deck decision down to the last card. Maybe we see a few more of those this time around with these players as we're almost ready to introduce, as we already mentioned, Rowan Stavino and Henry Chow. You know one side of the table, always on that Gardevoir, but Rowan has had some success with a few different decks. We've seen him playing the Dragapult, playing the Charizard. He's played Gardevoir to a lot of success as well, and
testing partners with Jackson Ford as well. So
just let him evolve, and he's gonna do something.
Now it does look like both of our players are at least have their headsets on, almost getting stuff ready, but round 6 is going to be underway. It's going to be great.
Yeah, this is such a fun one for us. I mean, every time that we talk about the Gardevoir and how it's going to fade out eventually, you just want to see what does it have left in the tank. Does it need a Jellicent to get across that way? Does it need one more tech inclusion, or do you just play old tried and true? Henry, what do you have for us?
Well, he's going to be able to tell us now. Let's take it down to the stage. Our round 6, Henry Chow up against Rowan Stavino. Classic matchup of Gardevoir EX, Dragapult EX.
Oh boy, yep, we've been here before, but it feels like brand new as both these players so accomplished. Of course, we've seen Henry and his ridiculous run, all the regional wins that have gone into this. He has 3 top 4 regionals this year alone, 3 regional championships, and he's just been building on that global rank of his. He's up to 9th right now, and it's only going to get better from here.
Has won money out of 8 of the 9 placements that he has had with Gardevoir this season. If that's not consistency, I don't know what is, Kyle.
Well, I do. It's Rowan Stavino, our 2015 Junior World Champion. He had that great win in Hartford Regional Championships up against Grant Shen, a very memorable matchup. And he's been building on his performances as well. He's got that 3rd place at Milwaukee, where we saw him with the Guardy Jelly, and he's 1-0 against Gardevoir. Henry's 2-0 against Dragapult. Which way you leaning?
It is interesting for sure. Both players are in high spirits too. You love to see it, and it seems like lately Dragapult has had the edge in the matchup, at least in the games we've seen on stream.
It's such a back and forth. It's such a blast. We're gonna investigate it here with you as we are underway here in round number 6. And Henry choosing to go first.
I don't know if he actually chose to go first, but Henry is going first, and wow, what a way to start things off. Secret Box off the rip here. Starts Ralts in the active spot, but this Secret Box will allow him to get set up pretty much going into the next turn.
Well, when do you ever see this? This just doesn't seem like a strategy that most players get to use, but here we are, turn 1, another A-Spec being used on the stream. It's the Secret Box.
It's the stream magic.
It's working for him, but it's kind of a double-edged sword. You think about how this works, and typically you include that Artisan. You want to see your Pokemon and get your setup, but giving that Artisan a free basic Pokemon to Rowan never feels great.
And the possibility of the tool and supporter getting Iono to the bottom of the deck. This is Dragapult we're talking about. That's 4 Iono.
So as much as a happy sight as it is to see that Secret Box, there's some considerations that you need when you set up here. And I mean, look at this hand.
Tell me about it, Kyle.
Lilies and Ionos and more of the same with these tools now. Just no way to search out Pokemon other than just this lone Artisan now. So not going to be very wide board here.
Henry does grab that Darkness Energy and Psychic Energy off that Earthen Vessel. Artisan here, the Stadium will allow Henry to find another Ralts. And the way Henry's built this list is kind of an amalgamation of a lot of different ways that he's built Gardevoir throughout the season. There's the full suite of technical machines in Evolution, Devolution, and Turbo Energize.
Yeah, you don't see that too often, and it just speaks to the matchup spread of what do you need in certain matchups. Of course, if you have those Dark Energies for the Monkey Dories, that Turbo looks great, but you have to be prepared in this format to rare candy into a Gardevoir or slow down against a Bidoof, which we see 3 copies of in Rowan's deck.
That's usually only reserved for Frostlass Monkey Dory.
Well, he's doing a little bit of role-playing over on this side. Thankfully, it has the Buddy Poffin to go along with this opening hand. And with Artisan, maybe the wide board is going to be on Team Rowan.
Do you think Rowan strategy is going to use Itchy Pollen every game?
100%. If it weren't the strategy before, it absolutely is now. The one piece that really bothers me in this matchup is right here. This Artisan is a problem because it brings out Frillish. If you see Frillish against Bidoof, you might be in for a bad time.
Especially when you start throwing in Monkey Dories and the ability to move damage with that Adrenabrain. Now, what a way to start off round 6, 5-0 up against one of the best players in the game right now. with double Buddy Buddy Pop and Lily's Determination.
I mean, his hand was Pokepad double Dracloak, and he has to use Lily's Determination because he has no way to move the opening Pheasantipity here. He wants the item lock so desperately in this spot. You look at your opponent's side of the board, only one Psychic Energy in the discard pile. If you item block in this spot, there's a chance that your opponent doesn't set up for a few turns, and there's the energy to go along with this. Even an Ultra Ball if you want to use Pokemon like Latios.
Well, Latios is in the hand already.
Even an Ultra Ball if you don't want to use Latios.
Latios is kind of a double-edged sword. It conserves the energy, so you can start attaching to the Dreepies into the Dracloaks, and your Dragapults get charged up quicker. But it is a 2-prize liability on the bench that's pretty easily picked up by Screamtail and a couple Monkey Dory.
Yeah, this is the spot for Rowan where you really need to consider how you go about this turn. And
I like it.
I like this a lot, mainly because of the Fez that's stuck in the active. If you overcommit to this wonky board of Latios, Badoo, Fez, Duskull, you're not setting up enough draw to work through any Frillish on the other side. And you also don't get to set up one of those checkmate situations with multiple Dusclops and a Dusknoir. Maybe the pieces of that take away all the copies of Ralts and Kirlia.
An important note, too, is there is one copy of Dusclops in the prize cards. So it does limit Rowan's ability to chain off a couple Curse Blasts. But here we go. Henry, Artisans for that Monkey Dory attaches the Dark Energy and Technical Machine Evolution and plays a Lily's Determination. So 8 new cards for Henry. Has that evolution set up for that double Kirlia.
Is that not the most comfortable turn that you could have? Of course, speaking a little ahead of myself, there's a Lily's for 8. If you draw into the Kirlias, well, I guess you could evolve and see Gardevoir.
Then there's Gardevoir in play.
All right, so there's a few different avenues this could go, but as long as you see a little energy to go along with this, this is probably the best piece of it, then you get both Pokemon now, and with a Gardevoir and 2 Psychic in the discard, who cares about item lock? This Artisan needs to stick around for another turn.
It has definitely been helping out Henry a lot these 2 turns so far, but it has been helping out Rowan as well. 10 damage from Adrenabrain goes to the bench Dreepy, and then Technical Machine Evolution. Did Henry only point? Okay, I thought it was only to the Ralts first, but Gardevoir EX hits the bench as well. This is kind of fine for Henry, right?
I don't think it gets much better than this. This is a great setup given that you were item locked. You have a turn 2, stage 2, stage 1, Dark Energy Monkey Dory and 2 Psychic in the discard with an Artisan in play. It's all that you can really ask for in this spot. And now we see Rowan evolve the wrong Pokemon, so he might be a little frazzled as well to see that through item lock, this happened.
Well, Rowan's turn is nothing to laugh at as well. Double Dracloak into another Lily's Determination. This is going to be 10 cards, essentially, for Rowan.
Yeah, I mean, this is so much for him at this point. One key piece now, energy. If you find that, if you can play that onto maybe this undamaged Dracloak, you're a little away from being KO'd from that Screamtail, but we know that that's a looming threat that you need to consider in this matchup at all times.
Dusclops found off of the Lilies.
Sees the Dragapult. I didn't see what the other piece was, but
Monkey Dory.
Guaranteed attack on the following turn. That ace back, of course, to the Neo upper energy. If you find that piece, you get to skip ahead and not worry about that energy attachment that shows exactly where you're going to be leading into this turn.
Dusclops does get evolved on the bench for Rowan, hoping to maybe get a Dusknoir on the following turn. Luminous on one of the Dracloaks, so starting to finally build up a Dragapult EX and just another Itchy Pollen. Let's take a look at Henry's hand here. A lot of cards, not that many items.
Yeah, this, he's already has the Screamtail ready, so the Artisan could then be used with the Monkey Dory and see even more resources, but get that Psychic Energy in hand. That gives us another great resource to go to the discard pile and then have 3 energies to work with. I mean, with the way that the damage plays out here, maybe It's so tricky because you almost want the extra damage counter on Monkey Dory, so you can just push that over to Badoo at some point.
It's just the Lilies party back and forth for both of our players here.
The math is just so clean right now for Henry with this retreat and then double Psychic Embrace onto the Screamtail, move 10 damage from Monkey Dory, and then KO that Dracloak, leave no damage in play on your side of the board other than the Screamtail, of course, and remove that 1 energy from the board. It's really the key threat right now is wherever this next attack is coming from.
Second Gardevoir EX just in case for Henry found off that supporter. And like you were saying, here's the retreat. Screamtail double Psychic Embrace. That's 40 damage on the active. Roaring Scream does 80.
Curious if there was any considerations for a Bravery Charm in this spot with 50 hit points remaining. Could see Pokemon like Dusclops take that KO, but just doesn't really line up with the strategy. So often you want to use the Dusknoir ability or Dusclops to help remove Gardevoirs from play, but Henry somehow, some way got the second Gardevoir in play through item lock again.
Rowan missing one thing, and it is energies to attack with.
Oh.
We see in some lists play Hilda for Dragapult to be able to search that Neo upper energy, but this is just very straightforward. Lily's, Iono, Boss, nothing else. I'm just going to draw into the energy is what Rowan's saying.
Yeah, there's so many great supporters to use in this deck that you'd rather let your Dracloak do the dirty work for you. The problem is sometimes you start Fez. Sometimes your board doesn't turn into a triple Dreepy show where you can draw with all these recon directives and then see the Fez later on. Now he still has to build up this board and find Dreepy and slow down once more, and the pressure's on him. Every turn, Henry will remove a Dracloak if it's around.
3 cards off, flip the script, no energy found. Rowan does have the option to maybe Dusknoir, Dusclops in the same turn, take a knockout on the Monkey Dory and Screamtail. But again, if you don't have that Neo upper energy, that's risky.
Yeah, I mean, and they're just not the Pokemon you want to remove in this matchup. Sure, taking a prize card here feels okay, but often you're just doing this to have a better Iono against your opponent. You just put Henry on a low hand.
Speaking of Iono.
Hello. What else can be seen here? Maybe a bit awkward with the Dracloak not used yet and considerations for evolving as you then want to use Recon Directive, but you want to hold on to that ability for after Iono.
One of the Dreepy in the prize cards. This Buddy just fails to search.
Can these 2 cards see Neo upper energy? If they do, I'm sure Rowan feels much more comfortable about his spot, and that is not pink.
Neither of those cards are really doing anything at this point right now. Rowan has been flushed with Pokemon Search. Night Stretcher for that Dusclops. Dreepy hits the bench.
All right, and now the question mark of, do you really think that you're going to attack this turn? If you do, full send, use the Ultra Ball, thin down, then evolve and use Iono. If not, maybe this is another slowdown turn where you just rely on Badoo to buy one more turn and bank it for later. But without Rare Candy, I mean, if this Dracloak falls, you're in a lot of trouble.
Exactly. I think even with the Iono this turn, you still evolve. Like it's not that hard for Screamtail to come back. Well, I guess with Itchy Pollen, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, that's the one piece. With this Pokemon already in the discard pile, you can try to keep it locked away in there. There's not enough damage in play for Henry to ever move enough damage with the Monkey Dory, and Iono is going to do its job. He will keep this Pokemon unevolved at this point, and it's a bit risky, but it certainly could pay off here.
Energy found off the Iono, but it's just a Luminous. Rowan's going to attach it to that Dracloak. Drew into another Dragapult EX, but feels safe with that Itchy Pollen.
I mean, it's a great turn to recognize that you're not under pressure, but Henry still has a huge window available to him. It doesn't feel like the right line as a Gardevoir player, being up in prizes in this spot and then staring down 2 very easy prizes, maybe even 3 with that Pheasantipity and the Badoo. But do you ever want to take that much of an advantageous spot with this deck? that's the real question Henry's going to ask himself at this point.
6 cards. Dark Energy is found. That means the second Monkey Dory is online. And like you were saying, there can be a simple knockout on the Badoo, and then depending on what Rowan promotes to the active.
This is so cute. This is exactly how you play this point out here. You just remove that Pokemon, only do 1 Psychic Embrace, and then see what happens. If you want, this could just be a Monkey Dory Mind Bend, not commit a Dark Energy, and hang on to that Dark Energy for a future Artisan. Or rely on the hit points and maybe incorporate a different Pokemon from Artisan. And what is this? Do we see Frillish now? Item lock returning.
Wow. This is disgusting from Henry here. Just has a wonderful setup in this first game for round 6.
That's just so much pressure you put on your opponent, and you look at this board now, the energy's on the wrong Pokemon, it would seem. This Dreepy is stuck in the active now. Latias didn't want to come down at any point in time, and if you want to go back into Badoo, you're staring at Frillish again. You just don't have time to item lock anymore and keep that Screamtail locked away.
Yeah, this makes discarding that Latias even more a problem, and just like that, Rowan scoops it up. And Henry Chow is able to take game 1 in our classic of Gardevoir versus Dragapult.
I was nervous when I saw the lists, and even more nervous when I saw the Fez start there. It's not an ideal Pokemon, and with the way that the Duskull line is set up, I feel like that 3-2-1 line is really the key piece to put the pressure on your opponent. But was anything really going to pressure Henry in that spot? He set up through item lock a Gardevoir and a Curlia turn 2.
And a Screamtail.
He's just him. What are we doing?
If anyone is him for Gardevoir EX, I think it has to be Henry Chow.
Yeah, it's an intimidating presence, especially when the run hot is working for him. And he saw all the right pieces in that opening game. What do we have here in game number 2 now? As there's plenty of time, thanks to Rowan's quick thinking, identifying that game was all but sealed.
I do believe I saw 2 Buddy Buddy Poffin in Rowan's hand yet again. And one thing we have to mention too is Henry went first game 1, where both of these decks are wanting to go second.
Henry just throws a TM Evolution to start the game. I love the pace that we see here. A lot of respect from both these players. They want to see a full set, and maybe these prize cards have something to say about that.
Serendipity, that technical machine devolution yet again, rare candy, counter catcher, and only 2 Arven in the deck.
All right, well, that could be a problem. So often finding the TM Evolution and everything is going to be tricky, and
it's in the hand. What are you talking about?
Oh man, if only Rowan played that one supporter card, I don't know. If we see that, it couldn't maybe not see those evolutions like we did last game.
Just the pass of the turn after Nest Ball for the Ralts. Rowan, Buddy Buddy Poffin, Duskull in the active spot. That's a lot better than the Serendipity that we saw last game.
Yeah, this is much better now. The only real consideration is if you want to incorporate Latias or go back to that energy once more. If you see the energy earlier on, you're not so worried about Screamtail. You typically do have the first attack with that Dragapult. Maybe he finds all those pieces this time around. So this setup's going to be clean.
Prize cards for Rowan don't look too bad. Again, that Dusclops in the prize cards a little bit rough for doing multiple Curse Blasts in a single turn. The Psychic Energy and the second copy of Jamming Tower.
Yeah, Jamming Tower can be a really nice inclusion in this matchup that we've seen players lean into that second copy, not only for locking out the Brave Return, but even in the early game. If you lock out some of the TM evolutions, later stage devolution, you have a great chance of disrupting your opponent and maybe even removing some of those hit points on Bravery Charm into the Dragapults could be game ending.
Double Buddy Buddy Poffin finds 3 Dreepy and Badoo this time for Rowan.
Oh, look at this. He's got the same hand, except it's Iono instead of Lilies. It hurts a little more this time around, because you lose those Dracloaks to the bottom of the deck, but maybe it feels a little better because your silly opponent showed you a TM Evolution last turn on accident. Silly boy, down to the bottom of the deck, the TM Evolution goes, and maybe Henry will see some help, but this could be item lock.
Ooh,
there's Ultra Ball, there's energy, okay.
The energy unlocks that Badoo. Both the last cards actually energy. Rowan was still a little bit worried without having the access to Badoo.
Oh boy, and that Badoo is going to be game-breaking. Henry's hand doesn't have very much going on for it, and you have to imagine that there's some item cards waiting for him atop his next few cards. It's this could be bad.
A third Buddy Poffin finds the second Duskull for Rowan. This is looking like a great turn one. He has the fire energy to retreat into the Ichipollen. And like you were saying, if this Ichipollen is as good as it can be, maybe Rowan will find some time to get a good setup here.
Yeah, this is why you play 3 copies of this card. He prized one, doesn't have to worry about even having the reload of Badoo. 30 hit points, not a problem. This Pokemon does a lot of work, and even though it's just 10 damage, that item lock is the real piece here. Henry has Ultra Ball in hand, and nothing else. This is energies, and Mega Diancie, and Gardevoir, and pass!
Rowan is off to the races. Ultra Ball discards.
Discards the Lily is so disrespectful. Oh, yes. Yep. You could see it from Henry's side. He knows what this means. He maybe has 2 turns to figure this out before you see absolute fire blasting on the other side and a Neo Upper to go along with this.
Second Dracloak as well. And the Dusclops. This is a stellar hand from Rowan.
Dangerous stuff here now with the Dusclops to go along with that, as you're mentioning.
Boss's orders.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost ending the game here pretty soon.
Next turn, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, he threw away Hawlucha, but truly, with the Dusknoir into the Monkey Dory, the Dragapult into the Lily's Clefairy, he's just 10 short away from a KO onto the Ralts at that point, and he just needs to incorporate a Night Stretcher onto that Dusclops that he would discard. I mean,
Yep.
it's all right there for him. Even a stretcher for the Hawlucha to come back. There's so many avenues. This is just everything you dream of as a solitaire gamer. Look at that board.
Only missing that second Dusclops from the prize cards. There is Ichipollen yet again. Henry draws a Psychic Energy for the turn.
Well, you better bench Mega Diancie or this game is all but over. But even if you do, I think it's all but over. What a tough spot to be in. 2 damage, not even Monkey Dory shenanigans to incorporate a KO on the Badoo. He's just gonna attack in with Lily's Clefairy. The feels good KO.
Henry does not bench that Mega Diancie EX though.
I think we're gonna see some uppies.
This is the potential for a crazy turn from Rowan here.
It is not that far-fetched. The Dragapult's in hand, the Neo Upper's in hand. It is just a Night Stretcher away from being a game-ending play now. Dusknoir already in the hand too. You could use that into the Monkey Dory and try to see a prize card to help. There's still Ultra Ball for Pheasantipity because a prize card was taken. There's like 10 cards that can be seen this turn. There's no way he misses.
Not only that, but 2 more recon directives.
Yeah, this feels pretty good.
Neither of these cards are really helping out Rowan, but again, just thinning through the deck, trying to find a Night Stretcher to be able to close out on this game.
And even if it isn't found, there's Counter Catcher, there's Boss's Orders, there's so many other pieces where you could just use the Dusclops into the Ralts and take a double KO and leave Monkey Dory in play and probably feel comfortable you're going to close this game out anyways. But you still want to play to your outs. There is a line to victory if he can put it all together. And we'll see if Ultra Ball's worth Fez at this spot or if he just feels comfortable with the 3-price KO here.
Neo Upper Energy on that active Dragapult EX, allowing it to Phantom Dive. This is where Rowan is starting to piece things together for the turn. Dusknoir gets evolved.
Take the 1 and 6 to see the Dusclops that's in the prize cards. We'll get the bad news that it's at the top, but to see some familiar friend in Badoo. And is this now the time where you use Ultra Ball to help find that Pheasantipity? Where's Fez?
Pokepad finds that Dreepy just to thin out, but this is also going to shuffle the deck.
Just a masterclass here from Rowan's side of the board, just burning through his deck and setting up flawlessly. What can you find at this spot? It is down to Fez. He's thinned out all of the pieces. He's given himself some great outs and odds.
2 Night Stretcher available to Rowan off this Flip the Script.
It is just the Night Stretchers that can get it done at this point. The other Dusclops in the prizes. Halucha in the discard too if it were ever against the Ralts. But it is Iono and it is Fez. and
checking to make sure that no supporter has been played. There's been so many cards drawn already.
So many cards to be seen. Henry doesn't even want to see the cards. It's probably not worth it to him. Ooh,
no
missed.
Night Stretcher. 3 cards off the Flip the Script.
There's that Stretcher. Last card. He's found it. The last card. He pieces it together. And Rowan Stavenau takes that quick game 2. We are in for quite a match now.
What a way to capitalize on the kind of slower start that Henry was faced with on that Itchy Pollen. And that's really just what Dragapult does.
Yeah, this is the consistency that you constantly find, and why he made decisions in this list to remove some of those pieces like Hilda. If you set up to only have just all of this draw power, all of this thinning, it led to the very last card being the answer. Out of a full thin down and then redraw up to 8 to get that last piece.
There was 2 available and not much left in the deck, but even with not finding it, I think it's still pretty much Rowan's game. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for our past 2 games so far. And game 1 started off pretty stellar from Henry. Early Screamtail taking the knockout on the Cloak with the energy. Rowan having the Curse Blast take a knockout on the Screamtail, but no real follow-up due to not finding Neo Upper Energy. And then Frillish came down, really just capitalized on the board, and Rowan not having anything to do against that powerful start Henry had. And it's kind of the reverse in this game too. Rowan able to get those Dracloaks out early, get multiple Duskull, and finishing off with the Curse Blast and the Night Stretcher for that Dusclops yet again.
Yeah, just a wild back and forth now. Let's see if maybe we meet somewhere in the middle here in game 3, but if Rowan has anything to say about it, he's not expecting that. This is a pretty nice setup. Badoo active, along with that Pokepad. He's got some great help, but 2 energies and that pesky Dusclops.
I wonder if it's been the same one.
And it's sleeping on the Night Stretcher up there. Come on, man. You've got work to do.
Rowan having access to a ton of basics yet again, but due to just drawing them all in the hand, nobody buddy Poffin, but who really needs it?
Yeah, it's found all of the help already to start things off, and maybe this time around is the game where you hold on to the Dracloaks and actually get to play them instead of throwing them to the bottom or shuffling them back in, seeing all those resources. It didn't look like the rest of the hand had too much going on, and there is a missed energy at this point of the game, but with 2 in the prize cards, it wasn't expected to see that.
Henry does have that Earthen Vessel, discards Mega Diancie EX. Not really a card you see too much in this matchup. Ooh, look at the prize cards. Pheasantipity, Mew.
Yeah, Mew, one of those key pieces we often see in that perfect setup. If use genome hacking while the Lily's Clefairy is in play, you can set up quite a knockout with a Monkey Dory into Dragapult and Dracloak at the same time. It's been a game-changing setup. Instead, it would just be Lily's Clefairy and likely Gardevoir as the combo. And with that Pheasantipity in the prize cards, you might be worried, but that's actually a really great spot for it down at the bottom.
You don't really want to use that Pheasantipity until things start to get going, and That way, Henry doesn't actually have to search it out. Hiding along with that one dark energy. There's 3 in the list. Henry does find one of them with this Earthen Vessel. What is that, the evolution? Attached to the Monkey Dory. Ultra Ball discarding Lily's Clefairy EX, but needing to for this Ralts.
Well,
Lily's Determination.
If Badoo ever was licking his chops, it'd be when you see that card hit the discard pile. Without access to that, if you could set up some knockouts, maybe even item lock that at some point.
8 cards for Henry. Another Ralts would be amazing. There is a Ralts with the Artisan as well.
And this turn, no Curlia, so
that's a lot of machines in Henry's hand.
Yes, he is
all of them, all 4 copies.
He's got the aux cord. He's gonna pick whatever he wants. And this is double Curlia, the nightmare scenario on Rowan side. Is whenever you look over and see somehow, some way, they're still just setting up over there.
Speaking of setting up, I don't think Rowan is doing that. There is no supporter in the hand. Did find the energy off the Recon Directive, but just an Itchy Pollen back onto Henry's side of the board.
Oh boy, and there's an Artisan on this side of the table. Doesn't look like we see Gardevoir though, and that's the key piece. If you have Gardevoir and Artisan, that's Frillish that comes into play, and that can be nasty. Moving that damage over to the Badoo, locking the items back over.
Even Screamtail taking the knockout on Dracloak.
Yeah, that's not too unlikely as well. I think we've already seen one Psychic in the discard pile, maybe a second one as the attachment for turn at some point, but we're just not seeing those pieces just yet. It is Evolve again. You blink and here we go. We're all grown up.
It did look like there was a supporter in hand for Henry, but it was just the Arven. Rowan's turn, Recon Directive. Can he find a way to get out of this hand? Ultra Ball, maybe another Dracloak.
You see Iono in the hand there too, but not ready to play that just yet. It's a lot of key resources to consider now as your options to float around with the Latios later on, the counter catcher that seems like it could come into play in a game where you're struggling to get set up.
There's been a lack of counter catchers just in this match in general, but I think that's also due to the fact that Henry's only playing one. Just one counter catcher, no boss. There's really no Gust in this list.
There's so many easy knockouts waiting for you with these Badoo players on the other side. Sometimes they aren't willing to give you that, and if you're playing against Badoos and Dusclopses on the other side, they're managing when prize cards are taken, not you. They just become dead cards for you.
Second Recon Directive.
Oh, wow. That's tricky. What do you like more, Dreepies or Dusclops? And I think it's the lack of cards in hand that make him consider where to go with this. He wants to keep this in hand and hold that Iono. He wants to see this Badoo KO'd before he uses that supporter.
Taking a look at Henry's hand, there is a lot of supporters, the Arvens, but also an Iono as well.
I mean, the beauty of Rowan's play here is he is protected against Psychic Energy. The one thing that he's scared about is if a Psychic Energy hits the board and a Screamtail comes out and KOs his Dracloak. Right now, that's not an option. There is no other energy to go down on this Pokemon, and he's just safe from seeing any of those hit the discard.
Artisan grabs that second Monkey Dory. Henry's starting to move here.
Is this Turbo Energize Dark Energy? You're an animal.
Wow.
I love it.
And this is the way Henry has built the deck.
He's just been ripping CDs every single turn now, and here we are now with Turbo Energize of all cards.
I'm thinking right now whether I want to. I think they made him shuffle for the Artisan, potentially.
I was like, I don't think you want to fail search there just yet. Then maybe considerations to even pull that Psychic Energy here. It seems counterintuitive as you want to find a Psychic Energy for this Gardevoir, but just having any of those in play at this point seem like a valuable resource. Eventually, they will hit the discard by way of discarding, or by retreating.
Back to Rowan's turn here. Double Recon Directive available. Both of these players have had Iono and then just have been playing chicken with each other and not playing it, saying, oh, your hand's a little worse. All right, I'm not going to play this. Oh, your hand's a little worse. I'm not going to play this.
They're not going to set up. they don't have items. How are they going to find their energies? Oh, he's crazy. He plays 3 different technical machines, and it works out perfectly. Every single turn, he's played the exact technical machine to help his setup, and now he has full board Monkey Dory and double Gardevoir going for him.
So are you saying next turn we're going to see de-evolution?
If he wants to stay on trend, he needs to.
Pokepad and Artisan grab Duskull and Dreepy. The board once again set up for Rowan here.
Impressive to see this board through 0 supporters. And,
yeah.
And now you just question, how long can he keep this going? He is setting up pretty well. He's found an energy already. If he wants to set up a second one now, he's got that resource, and this Recon Directive could start to piece together a few more options as he sees the Lily's determination. Maybe that's the supporter that gets you going here and forces your opponent to make a decision.
Duskull fills the bench up. Rowan does decide to play that Lily's Determination, so 8 cards off this supporter.
And chose not to play down that energy.
Already 1 Psychic on the Dracloak, and it being the Psychic again has to attach to the other one. And that already has 30 damage on it.
We know that information of the prize cards too, with the Luminous Energy and the Fire Energy. Seems like setting up 2 of those Pokemon with a Psychic Energy and finding the right resource at the right time may be tricky. But there you are. Now you missed out on a card. It could have been a cool one. He's like, fine, I'll just play this.
Just another itchy pollen angle here from Rowan, it seems like.
And this does set up for the more classic approach of how to play against Gardevoir. You set up these really heavy lines of Dusknoir, try to incorporate the Cursed Blast at the right time, and try to remove both these from play if you can, or at least put a lot of pressure on one and remove Monkey Dory. But with the 2-2-1 line and the other Dusclops waiting in the prize cards over and over again, you just can't get anywhere. And does he really want to do your play, Jeremy?
I think it's just getting it out of the hand, right?
Could you imagine?
I mean, with no rare candy in the list, it would put Rowan back a turn from Dragapult.
It's not the worst, and he found the Psychic Energy to retreat this Pokemon. It's there.
Gosh.
You can move back over and have damage counters to work with. He could even put enough pressure onto one of these Dreepies to take a KO alongside this TM Devolution, but doesn't really do much for you with the second Dreepy already waiting there.
There is the retreat into that technical machine, Devolution Gardevoir EX.
You have your own attacks, you know, right? You don't have to keep borrowing ones from your deck.
And after a couple Adrenabrain.
I mean, this is where there's considerations. You either can KO this Dreepy, remove the Psychic Energy, or you put pressure on both Pokemon that already have an energy on them. In that case, you'd be ready for the follow-up Monkey Dory, but seems like he wants to take that prize card here now, and certainly can't blame him for it.
Just a clean Adrenabrain too, removing the total of 40 damage to be able to knock out that Dreepy with that Devolution. And wow, Kyle, all 4 technical machines used turn after turn.
That's a golf clap. Well done. Does see the Dark Energy out of those prize cards and not the Pheasantipity. However, that one may be one of the more precious resources. Already seen Artisan on the board. This could be a double Guardy, triple Monkey Dory setup against Rowan, who will not have Dragapult this turn.
Looks like Rowan is in high spirits, but it does not look good for this game 3 for him. Triple Buddy Buddy Poffin being used just to get him out of the hand.
He has had item lock ever since he can remember, and yet Henry has multiple psychic energies to work with, all the energies for the Monkey Dories to then shift the damage right back over. There's just so much pressure on Rowan, and this energy just feels bad.
It's risky loading up this Dracloak with the 2 energy, is inviting the Scream Tail.
All right.
Jamming Tower gets rid of that Artisan.
That was the piece. Was nervous if that was not in play, but thankfully for Rowan's side, will not have to worry about that now. It's a little trickier to search out that Pokemon when you're item locked, and it likely will be a Badoo turn here.
I feel like there's been a lot of Lily's determination for 8.
Yes. You basically determine when you start attacking in and taking those prize cards. You just let your opponent do whatever they want for the first 5 turns, and here we are again in one of those classic situations. How many resources do you have now? Can you set up for another Dreepy? Or do you need these?
I think that's what Rowan is kind of debating, but the 4th Dreepy is in the prize cards along with the Night Stretcher, so there's only 1 Night Stretcher available to find another Dreepy.
That is tough. As the other Night Stretcher is waiting in the hand, but that is a full-blown commitment at that point. You're basically removing the multiple Curse Blast turns away if you go for that strategy. But how comfortable are you with only 2 Dracloaks for the rest of this game?
Ultra Ball discards that Badoo and Dracloak.
Oh, this board's going to have to take him the rest of the way. I think we might be smelling Blood Moon Ursaluna here pretty soon. Because Henry's going to be taking some prize cards, whether he wants to or not.
Well, I have unfortunate news for you, Kyle. Blood Moon Ursaluna is in the discard pile.
Well, that's where the 1 stretcher has to go then, because there's gonna be some fireworks here shortly.
Ultra Ball does look like Rowan is eyeing down Pheasantipity EX. Again, there was a knockout last turn, so Flip the Script is available. Rowan has already evolved all those Pokemon due to them being brought back to the hand last turn for Henry's attack.
And it's nerve-wracking to play that Pokemon. As you see the board already, it's a very easy prize card here. These Pokemon definitely want to be removed from play at some point. And then you just have, what, this 2 prize Fez where your opponent has 5 prize cards remaining. It just seems like at some point the item lock will break, Screamtail will target that down and close the game out here. But this is a risk that Rowan needs to take, apparently. He wants to have that backup plan, and maybe he waits to bench it on a turn where he can also incorporate Iona.
Counter catcher. Monkey Dory being brought up to the active to just get Itchy Pollen yet again. Henry has been item locked this entire game 3.
Don't tell him that. He's found a way to set up a pretty remarkable board through all of it, but maybe this is one of those turns where he can finally slow down. It's a decent amount of items in an Iono that you don't really want to play just yet.
Does this Iono get better, though? Like, Henry's just going to be taking prizes. Speaking of taking prizes, Adrenabrain nets that Pheasantipity for Henry. It's not going to be useful just yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, where do you go from here as Rowan? You don't really want to promote anything super relevant. It may have to be Duskull. He's actually leaning towards this Dracloak, and I suppose this does put a fair amount of pressure on your opponent if they would have to have a double Psychic Energy on 1 Pokemon to then move the damage over and take a knockout with Monkey Dory, but shifts back over to the Duskull, which seems like a more classic strategy of this is a resource I'm a little more comfortable losing.
Talking about classic strategies, Frillish hits the board thanks to Artisan. And it is going to be item lock with Adrenabrain combination to really kind of close this game out for Henry.
Is there a more difficult prize to stare at for Rowan than that Dusclops. Every time. That has been an absolute pain. If you have access to that Pokemon, things completely flip on their head. Instead now, you're stuck in item lock. How do you find this Latias to move around the board? Or even the energy with the prize cards the way that they were looking. I mean, it's just not pretty.
Henry found the second Dark off the Iono to 4. Psychic Embrace on the active Frillish. Second Adrenabrain available for him now. What is that, just one damage counter?
The single damage counter moved over, and the 20 from the Frillish's Oceanic Gloom locking out to those items. And Rowan may find the pieces here, but he needs some help. Right now, there's no way to move that Duskull.
No way to move the Duskull. Latias EX is in the discard. Oh, is it going to have to be Neo Upper?
No, not that one.
Along with the 2 energies Night Stretcher in the prize cards, this is definitely an awkward turn. Boss's Orders brings up Gardevoir EX with no energy.
Wait a second. How many Psychics were in the discard pile at that point? That's just the one. Maybe there's an issue now. Is there an energy in hand? There is. So Henry does have a backup plan. He can retreat this Pokemon with the attachment for turn. That's really what Rowan was playing against. You see, he's like, ah, you pesky kids. What are you going to do here? You can retreat this Pokemon, put the Psychic Embrace onto the Frillish, and then have the KO just from removing the damage counters on the Frillish. And then you have a free item lock into one of these Pokemon. Don't know if that's all you really want to do at this point. I think having Duskull locked in the active has gone well for you so far.
Start moving damage to the Dracloak on the bench, maybe?
Yeah, that pressure seems pretty impactful. Even if you go to the Dracloak without the energies, you force the pressure onto that. If you find the Mew later on, you set up for that combo with the Lily and the Lily's Clefairy and the Mew.
With how this game has turned out, it's even more so important of the prize cards that Rowan has. This Duskull could easily be cleared with just a Dusclops, Curse Blast, or any of those 2 energies.
Yeah, this is, once more, he's just going to take that chance. Leave that Pokemon in the active item lock in play. Does Rowan have the answer with 2 recon directives? You'd think surely he could get a little closer to Energy or Latias.
First one, Luminous Energy is found.
Hey. Come and get you?
Imagine. It's only the 2-2-1 line, you know?
Tough. Well, there is another top deck in that jamming tower, so setting up to maybe lock something up here shortly.
Rowan did find the Monkey Dory, which he was eyeing down the Monkey Dory and Luminous together.
It's tempting, but yeah, without Latias, you need to have an attack this turn. And now, what can you really attack into here without that doesn't leave too many damage counters on the board and leave you wondering how you get out of this mess. We also saw the pass of using the evolution of the Dragapult there onto that Dracloak. Wants to hold on to the ability of Recon Directive, and we know how risky that can be.
Countercatcher is found off the Iono. That could allow Rowan to take a knockout on something like Gardevoir EX with that Dusknoir.
Yeah, maybe at some point when you see the 2 Gardevoirs already set up, you just full send into the Monkey Dories and hope that the damage counters stay on the board. But this is a wild turn. It is pass to Dusknoir, pass.
And this actually benefits Rowan just for the lack of Gust in Henry's list. There is also the opportunity to have Screamtail come out now, though.
It's asking for a few more energies to the discard pile if you want to commit this safely. The problem can be if you overcommit these energies now, you then have them stuck on a Pokemon like the Screamtail. And look at that, really cute play there from Henry. Uses the Night Stretcher to pick up the Liz Clefairy, but then shuffles it back in and says, I'm going to need you, but
not now.
But not yet. Go back into the backpack. We'll see you in a little bit.
6 cards for Henry here. Finally has access to items as well. So Ultra Balls, Earthen Vessels can really build up that discard for Psychic Energies.
Still see that Stadium in play with the Jamming Tower, so no overcommitments at any time with all the excess energies and Bravery Charm. But this is nice for Henry. He's been waiting for a turn like this where he can just see some of his energies and accelerate them. It hasn't been since the Turbo Energize and a couple lucky Psychic Energies along the way that he's had some energies to work with.
Dark and Psychic found off that Earthen Vessel. This Frillish is looking to retreat, it seems like. Big 3 energy retreat costs, but it actually really just helps out Gardevoir in a way.
Yeah, this is what you want to see, is a Pokemon that can hold on to these energies. And look at this, calling the bluff. So yeah, you know what? I like when you're stuck in the active too. Take that KO on the Duskull. Henry down to just 3 prize cards remaining. A minute 15 remaining in this game. Rowan Stavino needs he needs 6 prize cards to make this work, and he likely has 2 turns to make this happen.
And Henry smartly only having 10 damage on the Frillish. It's just 10 damage away from being knocked out with that Phantom Dive from Rowan. Iono puts Henry to 3. Rowan drawing a full 6 cards.
Ooh, sees Neo Upper, so second Dragapult would be ready to go, but I don't think that's the consideration just yet. Sees the counter catcher. Okay.
It's been shuffled back in quite a few times as well.
Just when's the right time to use this? There's 2 energies in the discard pile, so Gardevoir could easily retreat right back out of this. Locking the energies on the Frillish almost seems like a pretty nice play for you at this point. And are you kidding? Shadowbind Gamer? Pressure back on, but there's 10 seconds.
Passing the turn back, Henry drew for the turn, so as long as Henry plays a few cards for the turn, he will be turn 0.
All right. Looks like players would be getting word of this at this point, and where do you go?
Gardevoir EX powered up. Miracle Force taking the knockout. That 60 went on to the Dragapult EX. 2 prize cards left for Henry, and it's a simple Lily's Clefairy.
How does the math even work out at this point? If you find the world where Henry doesn't take a knockout at any point in this game right now, maybe you can chain together enough to get those prize cards. But now has a turn where he can use this counter catcher. Previously was under the Oceanic Gloom, but it just looks like a little slow of a setup now. Let's just play it through and see what else there is to work with.
Well, Rowan is turn 1 in time. The way time works is it's turn 0, 1, 2, and 3. Henry actually realizing he's turn 0 this turn.
Look, he may have wanted to play things differently. That is coming as quite a shock to him at this point.
Yeah, it does look like that.
He thought he had an extra turn to go along with this. He just has turn 2 to work with at this point, and
That was 25 minutes, really?
Right now, Rowan playing for the tie.
I mean, look at the board though. Where are the prize cards coming from at this point?
I've never had that happen.
Attack into Gardevoir. Anything that leaves damage on the board, Badoo is just removed from play, and there's an insurmountable amount of prize cards left.
Well, it's just Itchy Pollen.
Yeah,
and Hope Henry doesn't have.
Yes. Okay. I'm over here looking for a game win for Henry, but yeah, he's just
trying to survive. And
Rowan is doing everything possible for Henry not to win on the last turn he has available.
And for Henry, he would have played it differently. I presume this would have been a Lily's Clefairy. And does he see the Ultra Ball? That's exactly one of the worst cards to see now. The Badoo locks him out here and just misses out on that spot where he could have closed out. And what a wild way to end that one, huh?
Yeah, it's such a crazy match.
You just think that with the way that everything had been going and how much time there was left in that game, that eventually Henry would have the pieces to put together the puzzle and take the prize cards. That I got sidetracked thinking that clearly there was going to be a prize card winner, but Rowan found a way to slow that game down to a snail's pace and hold on with that Badoo and that unusual Dusknoir.
Yeah, just not taking a single prize card in that game figure, I believe. And yeah, they're all still sitting there. Unfortunate circumstances for Henry, but Rowan doing as much as possible to squeak out that one match point.
Yeah, it looks like Henry is saying that he didn't hear when time was called there and just assumed that he had the time to work with, that he got that turn in quickly enough that he could work in that additional turn. But let's go back to the replay. Let's see what happened throughout this 3-game series where Rowan, he had some work to do. This was quite a setup on Henry's side of the board. That Screamtail absolutely running through the other side, and with just that Dracloak there, there's not really much you can do. Henry set up so well here in this opening game, and I feel like we saw a little bit of that in Game 3 as well, but Rowan had a different story in Game 2.
Yeah, Game 2, it was all Rowan, having that early Itchy Pollen, that Dusclops, and triple Dracloak, being able to just pick apart Henry's board, having everything possible, and then finding that Night Stretcher off of, I believe, that Pheasantipity EX to be able to clear off the entire board of Henry's side of the field.
Yeah, just was waiting on, thinned down, did everything in his power to find that piece, and here we are in game number 3, 12 minutes remaining, both players holding on some pretty good setups. So for Rowan, it was a different strategy. There was no real route to victory with the prize cards. Instead, hanging on for dear life, and was able to do that with this Dusknoir. Just set that Pokemon up, held on for a little while, and with the access to 3 copies of Badoo, found that Pokemon at the right time. Henry did play around this strategy with the Night Stretcher included, shuffling back in that Lily's Clefairy, but maybe if he had a little more time, knew about that turn, he would have set up for a checkmate situation.
Yeah, it's definitely a little heartbreaking to see there when you're just so much in position for winning that match and moving on to 6-0. But both of our players, 5-0-1 to start things off here in the Orlando Regional Championships.
Yeah, it's a great start. I'm sure both players are still happy with the way that this went. If you told them they'd start 5-0-1, they're like, oh, you know what, I'll take it. But you have to think about what could have been for Henry on that side. He played very well. He worked through what was a really frustrating item lock for him, and he got down to a point where I think he could have set up something if he had known, but it just didn't work out for him.
And then just really playing to Rowan's disadvantage of the prize cards, noticing that, oh, there's a lack of energy. Oh, there's not a second Dusclops. The Night Stretcher even.
Yeah.
Just no real resources available for Rowan, even with the heavy Dracloak setup.
Yeah, well, we weren't the only ones watching this game. Chip Ritchie was alongside us as well over at his analyst desk. Hello, Chip.
Hey guys, how we doing? Yeah, what a matchup, right? I mean, this is like an iconic matchup in the Pokemon TCG at this point. We've seen it play out so many times. Both of these players very experienced in the matchup, especially Henry. But, you know, Rowan as well, he's someone who's played plenty of Gardevoir himself, so, you know, he kind of knows both sides of the coin here. But always a treat in day one, I think, to get to see a matchup that you very easily could have seen as the finals of this whole tournament in Rowan versus Henry. So really enjoyed getting to watch some high-level Pokemon play out there.
Yeah, and I think this matchup has really evolved just with the way that the deck lists are made. We're not seeing that thicker line of Dusknoir anymore. We're not seeing the approach of the World Championships where we saw a really heavy Dusknoir line trying to set up for this checkmate scenario against a Kirlia and a Gardevoir, you just can't set that up anymore. So instead, you have to play it a bit differently, and we've seen now this triple Badoo. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the triple Badoo is very interesting from Rowan, something he's chosen to bring for this weekend. So often, this matchup just comes down to those early turns and how the Dragapult player can limit the Gardevoir player. But if the Gardevoir player ever gets 2 Gardevoir EX into play, the game feels nearly impossible for the Dragapult player to come back from. But this is the ideal situation for a Dragapult player, you know. In this specific instance, you know, Rowan's been using the Itchy Pollen. He's been locking down Henry. Henry's not been able to do much of anything at all, and finally just gets an energy to attach to be able to attack, but no Gardevoir setup, only the one single Ralts, the item lock really doing the heavy lifting here. But on the other side of the coin, when the Gardevoir player is able to find the necessary pieces in this next game, we did see Henry being able to get himself 2 Ralts into play. The early Technical Machine evolution, and then also, even better, the follow-up second Technical Machine evolution to load up both of these Kirlias into 2 Gardevoirs. And he got himself to the board state through the use of the Technical Machine Turbo Energize. I mean, 2 Gardevoir, 2 Monkey Dory, that feels pretty tough for the Dragapult player to ever mount a comeback from.
Yeah. You missed the best one, Chip, the Technical Machine Devolution as well.
It's right here. There it is. Don't worry, I had to definitely get the Devo in there. So cool to see all of those technical machines being utilized. One last ride for Gardevoir, but also for all these technical machines, cards that are leaving us after this tournament to the rotation. Henry has used all of them to various levels of success throughout his time playing Gardevoir. Decided, you know what, we'll just throw all 3 of them in for the one last ride.
Couldn't work in a blindside for us just one time. Come on.
Crisis punch.
Yeah.
I was looking out for the technical machine Fluorite personally, but that's the one that makes the least sense. But, you know, that's okay. Yeah, and the Devo was actually super good here in theory for Henry because it just sets Rowan back a whole turn. Most people play maybe 1 rare candy in Dragapult, but it feels like that's been on the decline ever since the release of PokePad. It's kind of hard to commit space to those powerful search cards and also get yourself a rare candy into the mix. So I think it was a pretty solid hedge there from Henry saying, yeah, he doesn't have it, and bought himself a turn. And honestly, I mean, let's be real. Henry was never going to lose this game, right? If the thing played out completely. Rowan, there was just nothing he was able to do. But, I mean, I got to give some props to Rowan for kind of recognizing the situation, honestly, where he goes down super early. You know, I don't think there was any sort of stalling or anything like that happening on Rowan's side of the field, but he's not going to just fold over and give Henry the win. He's going to force Henry to take all of his prize cards, and, you know, maybe a little unfortunate with kind of how things worked out there at the very end. Henry not fully aware that he was turn 0 of this game, but it works out into Rowan's favor, and a game that he probably had no business winning, he comes away with a tie. I'm sure he's very happy to be walking away from the stage at 5-0-1.
Yeah, it worked out so well for him there. It's you build this deck with a chance to do something like that, to have those Badoos, to hold on in the late game, to have that impact in the early game. And as you mentioned with the Kirlia and the Gardevoir, how important that is to get those Pokemon in play. We also saw that battle with the second Psychic Energy. How pivotal is that energy to this whole setup? If you don't have the resources to move Gardevoir, you can't play this game.
Yeah, the second Psychic Energy being pulled out of the deck with the Devo, or the Energize, right? Able to get that into play, just getting access to it effectively is huge, because a huge play for the Dragapult player to potentially come back from this situation when 2 Gardevoirs get set up before you're able to do anything is to just stick a Gardevoir active for a turn. And there was even a turn where Rowan went for that play. He brings up the Gardevoir, and Henry, with the energy he had discarded, has one more in hand available, and was able to navigate it excellently to get himself into a winning position. Unfortunately, does end the match with a tie for Henry's side at least. But Rowan, I think, definitely happy to get away with one there.
I appreciate you helping us break down this match, Chip. Always great to have that extra insight from the head in the sky, you know, just being able to talk about anything that's going on. And speaking of Gardevoir, we had Wancho be able to sit down with Henry Chow and Isaiah Bradner to talk about Gardevoir and reminisce the good times.
I'm gonna do the thing where I have really sad expressions when I have the best cards in my deck in my hand, right? Just to tell you. Round 4 of the Dragons versus Gardevoir.
Every time, bro, every time.
Man, you really switched up. You didn't think you'd have some fun post-rotation?
You're so smart, Henry. You were just supposed to attack.
Really? Would I just win?
No.
Oh, I was gonna say, okay.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Orlando Regional Championships. I have some very special guests with me, some of the best players in the world, some of the best Gardevoir players in the world, Henry Chow and Isaiah Brandner. How are we feeling today, guys?
Pretty good. We just came from the water park here in Orlando. It's pretty nice. And yeah, excited for the last tournament of Gardevoir for us.
I appreciate you guys coming after the water park. I'm sure that was tough to leave. With that, let me just let's explain what we're going to be doing here today. So this is Gardevoir's last tournament here in North America. I know. And instead of reminiscing about how good the deck was, I know you guys have a lot of opinions about that. How about we just go through the years of the different Gardevoir decks we've had, and we'll have you guys rank them from S to F. All right? Nice and simple?
Absolutely.
All right, here we go. Let's start with the first one, practice round. And first one is, I can't see what it is. What is it?
TM Evolution.
Oh, that's... Okay, that's
pretty good. I mean, yeah, definitely. Ever since they rotated level ball, that was rotation. That was one thing people don't talk about that much. Like losing Arcana was bad, but that rotation also got rid of level ball, and people had to switch to this TM Evo engine. And at first, I think a lot of people were skeptical, but it's really good, especially the games you draw good. What TM Evo lets you do is it lets you get the Gardevoir down on turn 2, right? And that's insane. So it offers a lot more potential than the rare candy because you get the refinement and then the Gardevoir, and even without refinement, going through Bidoof is also pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if you have anything else to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think this card has been consistently good for different reasons. At the beginning, it was a consistency card, one of the most broken consistency cards. Guaranteeing double Curlia on turn 2, even if you didn't want to attack, which you didn't want to in a lot of matchups, it just let your deck flow so nicely. Now we need it to get through Bidoof, or else we get destroyed by Dragapult. Well, I mean, Atlanta, we beat them without...
Yeah, we tried some other strategies, the Turbo Energize deck as well.
Yeah, but, I mean, obviously, it's a really solid card. I would... A or B? What do you think?
Oh, right. We got to give it a... Yeah, I mean, I would say A.
Probably A, right?
I think it's absolutely a really good.
Yeah.
I like it. That makes sense. All right, let's move on to the next one. Man.
Oh.
This is maybe going to be a controversial one. You want to start with this one?
Well, this card's really interesting because it's absolutely horrible. The Clefairy is not very good. It's so bad. It's in the deck for one matchup. It's in the deck for the Dragapult matchup, and we even cut it for an event earlier this season because we didn't think we needed it that much for the Dragapult matchup, and we did pretty good in the Dragapult without it at that tournament. And so, I don't know. I mean, it even beat Dragapult for a lot of the time that Gardevoir was legal. In Stockholm, whenever I played it, I was pretty good in the Dragapult. So, I think this card is maybe in C tier. I mean, I think Dragapult would be pretty good even if it wasn't the matchup would be fine if it wasn't legal, and it just makes it a little bit better. So I don't think the Clefairy's that good. Obviously, it's been in a lot of my decks, but there's no way it's highly rated on the Gardevoir scale. There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, with this part, I think back to a conversation I had with my friend Andrew Hendrick. He tried to tell me that you better be so thankful for this Clefairy card because my Dragapult deck would destroy you otherwise. And then that was before anyone had ever experimented with cutting Clefairy. And then I cut the Clefairy just because I wanted to fit the Eldrim in my deck, which we'll probably get to later. Yeah. So I found out that the matchup was not that bad. So it's I don't think Andrew ever thought it was gonna actually happen. But I think it's, I don't think it's actually that necessary for the Dragapult matchup, and it's absolutely horrible in every other matchup.
So
was not expecting this. Okay, so C for Clefairy?
I'm totally okay with C here, yeah.
They started with C.
All right, that makes sense.
There we go.
All right, let's get through more.
Okay, well, I mean, it's actually interesting. I mean, between S or A tier, I would say is probably the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's S for Screamtail, right? I mean, with Counter Catcher, it probably should be an A tier. I mean, I don't know what the other cards in S tier are going to be, but it's not as good as Monkey Dory.
Yeah, it's definitely not as good as Monkey Dory, and maybe like refinement. Like, you know, there's some specific cards that really contributed to the deck function.
There were times where this was like maybe the only reason that Gardevoir was good. Or, like if you remove Screamtail, there were times where Gardevoir would like struggle. I mean, I don't know how good would the deck have been. You played Gardevoir before I did. Like how good would it have been before
the thing
Monkey Dory?
Okay, Monkey Dory question is interesting. I guess for Screamtail, I'll say that I started in Paradox, so I never played without Screamtail.
Right.
So I guess that makes me just used to it already. So your question is how big of a boost was Monkey Dory? Like,
well, with the deck that didn't have Monkey Dory but had Screamtail, how essential was the Screamtail?
honestly, it's interesting because specifically for the Paradox format, I think that Screamtail wasn't that necessary. Like Raymond actually, I think, top cut a tournament with no Screamtail Guardy. He just played the Cresselia. The card was definitely solid, and I definitely thought it was worth the inclusion, and I've told Raymond that. But I respected the cut. Like, it wasn't as essential as people may have thought, but once it got combined with Monkey Dory and the Bravery Charms and stuff like that, because the Arcana rotated, then the power of Screamtail really took off.
I think A's fair. I'm done to put it in A.
I'm done to put it in A.
All right. Sounds good. Let's move on to the next.
This is a really interesting card. I have a lot to say about this card. It's kind of an interesting card because it was specifically for the Charizard EX matchup at a certain time. And the issue with the Charizard EX matchup is their Pidgeot. Like, you had a really hard time dealing with their Pidgeot. They were playing Lost Vacuum at the time, so going in with the Drifloon could be pretty scary because they could counter catch up your Gardevoir, Lost Vacuum the Drifloon, and that's really bad for you. And if they have Pidgeot, that's really easy. But if you're able to do something about their Pidgeot, the matchup is actually pretty good. And the Mawile just kind of forced them to do something when you pulled up the Pidgeot and you Mawiled it. Because they could Turo the Pidgeot out of play, but that's not a very strong play for them because then they're going to have to go through the Mawile. They can't play boss that turn, and they also lose their Pidgeot. But if you were able to, so if they turned it, that was good for you. And if they just like attacked with it, you could go Unfair Stamp and then kill their Pidgeot. So that was also going to be pretty strong. So yeah, it was sort of a hard counter for the Charizard matchup. It also happened to be good for the Miraidon deck as well because you could just cheese them completely. They only played with one switching out, I think, at that point. Only one switch card. So if you just Mawile them twice, you won. So the fact that it was covering two matchups that I thought were both pretty scary meant that the card was pretty worth the inclusion. I top cut both the tournaments I played with this, Toronto and San Antonio. So I thought it was pretty good.
I don't know. I mean, this is your card. I didn't really play with this card ever. I mean, if this card was legal now, it'd be pretty interesting. Like, you could like do a lot against Dragapult after you tempting trap the Bidoof for like a million turns. It doesn't move, but we don't have anything like that.
There was an overlapping format.
In EUIC, but we didn't end up playing it in that format at all.
Yeah.
So,
well, I guess what Brader would say is, I remember when he told me about his Charizard deck that he played at Toronto, he was like, I thought it was favored in Gardevoir, but with the Mawile, I wasn't sure. So it was enough to make you scared.
Yeah, well, my Charizard deck was like super elite, so like maybe I could have been able to win, but I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's higher than B. If you want to put it in B, you can put it in B. But I would say
no.
C,
I'm okay
probably.
with B. I think I would put it in B. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm okay with B.
All right. We only have a couple more, so let's go speed round. Okay.
Okay. Sure. Oh, Curly, S tier. Not even a question. I mean, well, like just to talk to Curly about a second, like we put Refinement Zoroark in the deck after Curly rotated.
Yeah.
So clearly the Curly was pretty important.
All right.
Ooh. Well, there was a period where I didn't play it. I would say B overall.
It was like
this card was always really good in the mirror matchup. So if Gardevoir was good, then the Cresselia was good.
also really important against Dragapult at some point.
Yeah, and it was really good against Dragapult.
I think B probably, right?
Yeah, I mean, it made certain matchups playable. So like, yeah, it's definitely.
We're locking in B.
Yeah. Greninja, I'd say B. Yeah.
It's not like that good. Like
there were times we cut it when it was around. Yeah. You won a tournament without Greninja. Ooh, I'd say at least I give this one an A.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm down for A.
It's been essential in a lot of iterations of Gardevoir against Dragapult.
It's your main way to beat Goldengo in a lot of the lists now.
Yeah,
like,
and historically it's been really good against Zard.
Yeah, it just combos so well with Monkey Dory, like, and especially with like, I mean, there are so many different attackers. Like Screamtail spreads damage. I mean, Mew copying Dragapult spreads damage. So there's like just so many approaches that Devo allows you to, like, when you have Gardevoir, you have like a lot of out trade potential naturally with like Screamtail, DNC, whatever powerful attacker you play. And so having the Devo allows you to come in, like attack your opponent from multiple positions, right? You can attack them with the press trade, you can attack them with the Devo. So yeah. A.
All right.
I'm done. Yeah.
A. Sounds good.
It was good in my Stockholm deck. Was it that good? I mean, you played it at NEIC, right?
I mean, it was definitely. It was really good specifically against Lost Box because it shut off their engine.
Sometimes you put two of them, and then they still get to 7, and then your whole board dies.
Well, it's true that in Top Cut, when I played 2 Flutterman, I still managed to lose the Lost Box. But I mean, it definitely made the matchup a lot better. Like without it, it would be really hard. So I'm down to give it a B tier specifically for that reason.
Yeah. B tier. Well, maybe C. I don't know.
I just want to find an F tier card for Gardevoir.
Jirachi, this one's pretty weak, honestly. Yeah. I'm down for C. I mean, you did need to play this for Lost Box. Like, it made the Lost Box matchup a lot better. I didn't play that much when, like, before Jirachi was released, right? But I know the Lost Box matchup was pretty hard. It sounds hard, right?
I didn't play. I haven't played this.
I mean, your deck naturally puts damage on your own board, so the Sableye is going to be really annoying for you. So the fact that it stops the Sableye is good.
ED. Okay.
All right. Well, I think that's all the time.
Okay. Let's do that.
I'd love to go through all
do you want to pull out like the Enamorous and the Elgyem, and then like let me like comment on the Enamorous and the Elgyem?
All right. We'll do those two. I'll find those two.
Yes.
Okay. Argue about the Elgyem.
Okay, so you know how in school when you get grades, it's like A, B, C, D, F, right? Well, we can't do E for Elgyem, so we're obviously gonna do F for Elgyem because this card is horrible and like actually does nothing, and you can put it in your deck. Well, it's like good against decks that you're already good against. Like it's good against Grimmsnarl, which you're pretty good against the Frostlass, which you're pretty good against. It's okay against Dragapult, but I mean, the card is like not very useful, at least in the deck that we've played it in.
It single-handedly won me many games that
Oh my
tournament,
gosh,
so.
single-handedly won you many games that tournament.
It's true, it's
oh
true.
my gosh.
It's actually
maybe
true.
maybe you can't play against Boltard, man. Maybe Oscar Madsen would take you out back. Like
all right, well, how about the Enamorous?
That one's obviously F, right?
Yeah, you give me a chance to respond.
Yeah, you can, come on.
Okay, I mean, yeah, you can put it in F, it's fine.
And then we're just gonna leave that at Monkey with S.
Monkey's so good. Yeah,
no question.
The card for Gardevoir.
All right. Again, I would love to talk more Gardevoir history, especially with some of the best Gardevoir players out there. But we have to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Magic in the air here in Orlando as our players compete to see who will become this year's regional champion here. At the Orlando Regional Championships, Ethan Hegster-Hegge along with Piper Lapine taking you through the last 2 rounds here of phase number 1. These players are aiming to get as many match points as possible before we begin phase 2 later tonight and see who will become our champion.
Yeah, I already have had some great players on the stream. Tord Reklev, former world champion Vance Kelly, and Henry Chow, multiple-time regional champion. And now we're looking at some players that have already locked themselves into phase 2 at a record of 5-0-1, 16 match points, but now they're looking to get a couple more wins, get to a nice record heading into phase 2 and day 2 to get to that top cut threshold that everybody wants so that they can have a chance for the regional champion title.
Well, we've got an international clash here in our 7th Swiss round. Player from Japan coming over to show what they've got, or will it be the American defending on home turf? Let's throw it down on the stage and get into our 7th Swiss round. No introduction needed for the player on the right. He's been on the stream multiple times. Noah playing this Zoroark and Zekrom deck, that new inclusion from Ascended Heroes, up against Marnie's Grimmsnarl, a deck we featured already on the stream today.
Yeah, and a bit of a different build from earlier, a bit heavier into the Arven rather than the researches, and Noah with that End Zoroark, really powerful deck, relying on that End Zekrom now, just doing so much damage and putting a lot of pressure on the opponent. Still kind of having some extra techs in there. We've seen a couple different stage 1s from Lopunny, Toadscruel to Darmanitan, and Noah is playing that Darmanitan as a bit of a note, and that can be really strong against the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck, as you can knock out 2 Monkey Dories or 2 Frostlasses or some combination of the 2 in one turn and really weaken the Grimmsnarl's board.
A lot of interesting intricacies between these decks, how they function. As you mentioned, that, one copy of Monkey Dory, that only one copy of Monkey Dory, definitely going to be a lot riding on the back of that monkey's back.
Yeah, 1 Monkey Dory, but 2 Professor Turo scenario can be a big way to heal those Zoroarks. There is no Reshiram, using the Professor Turo scenario to punish your opponent for hitting into your Zoroarks. And then on Takashi's side, there is the Shaman, though, so Darmanitan could be a little bit weaker because of that. The Shaman, especially if there's a Bravery Charm, can tank a lot of hits, or a lot of Freezing Shroud pings, and some Monkey Dory Adrenabrains, and stop the Darmanitan from taking multiple prizes.
See how this matchup plays out. Of course, Takashi Yoneda, brother of Takuya Yoneda, who some of our international viewers may know, or American viewers, very famous player, lots of success not only in Japan, but abroad at international and world championship events. Did win a Champions League just a few years ago in the expanded format, so bringing his talents to standard. Did have a top 8 finish at the last year's Champions League with Ceruledge, so really switching it up here, going with Grimmsnarl and Frostlass.
Yeah, I mean, did get 9th place at LAIC with Marnie's Grimmsnarl, just a little bit short of the top cut there, but still an amazing showing. And it's just great to see the Japanese players coming abroad, trying to get their invites by winning events in top 4ing. I mean, we just saw Yoshiyuki winning Houston, so we'll see if Japan can go back-to-back at winning NA regionals.
These feel less like regionals and more like culminations of different countries coming together here at these events. It's not local anymore. We are not in a small town. Let's see how things play out. Of course, the prize cards will go out soon. It looks like a mulligan over on Noah's side, so before action starts, we'll have to make sure both players can find basic Pokemon to get set up. We'll have to see who is going first, who is going second. Another big advantage for both of these players.
Yeah, and depending on those mulligans, Noah could have revealed some key information. Like if that Darmanitan was in hand, now Takashi's going to get that Shaman a bit more aggressively to play around the Darumaka-Darmanitan combo. And there's a lot of information, like Professor Turo's. A lot of information can be given from mulligans, and it's something to take note of in every game.
We'll have to see how some of these dynamics play out against each other. The thumbs up is there, meaning there is a basic in the active. And we'll get to see everyone's favorite time, the prize card time. What is available and what is not in that Monkey Dory double N Zekrom EX. Oh no.
Well, it's not too bad for Noah that Darumaka still has Flare, which is hitting Monkey Dories for weakness. So with a single Frost Blast in play, those Monkey Dories will get knocked out from Flare. There's Flame Body Cannon from Darmanitan, and sometimes Backdraft, especially against Grimmsnarl with so many basic energies. Not all hope is lost for Noah, but it is going to be a pretty tricky way to navigate the early game.
It may be Darmanitan needing to carry some of the weight, or Darumaka, one or the other. It's like the cards haven't been flipped yet, but our players are having more than enough fun. Best of luck as we get into our 7th Swiss round here in Orlando. It will be Noah starting things off. Does open Secret Box right away. Of course, you'd love to see that in your opening hand. Now just has to figure out what 3 cards to discard, but already smelling the roses and thinking about everything that comes with, you know, playing this powerful ace-spec card on turn 1.
Yeah, not a lot of other cards going on in the hand, no supporter yet, but a lot of powerful cards, Boss's Orders, Countercatcher, Night Stretcher, and here Noah's discarding a Boss's Orders and Countercatcher. That's a lot of Gust, but typically Grimmsnarl is not going to take those aggressive prize cards, so you don't need Countercatcher too much, and Noah with 3 Boss's Orders and the Pal Pad, you can kind of discard one of them early. So now just looking through the deck is going to get the bad news that both Zekroms are prized. Yeah, see it on his face there.
So much for having a poker face in the TCG. Noah's getting the bad news right away. We'll now have to figure out how he wants to structure his setup. Like you mentioned, you know, you can copy the Flare on the Darumaka, you can copy the Flame Body Cannon, the Backdraft even sometimes on the Darmanitan. Really gonna have to sort of play outside the box. You know, the setup will probably look as normal as it usually does on turn 1, right? Buddy Poffin grabbing some basic Zorua, but he's got to get in the tank and figure out how he wants to go about things.
Yeah, and here grabbing the Cyrano, I was just about to say, I mean, Noah has that Buddy Poffin and Cyrano, but not a lot else going on in the hand, so kind of a question if he was going to get the Lilies or Cyrano, try to reset the hand, or just get those guaranteed Zoroarks. And notably, not playing an Artisan in the list right now means he won't be able to establish that Darumaka this turn, which does feel a little bad, but I mean, getting 3 Zeros in play turn 1 with a Cyrano for the next turn, can't complain with that. And an energy attach feels great anyway.
Pretty solid. Now, Noah also doesn't know exactly what deck Takashi is playing yet, so it's hard to know how to best go about things. So taking a generic approach on turn 1, not committing too many resources. And speaking of Secret Box, it is a Secret Box mirror here, as Takashi also has that card in his opening hand too.
Yeah, Grimmsnarl feels like they have their one Buddy Poffin or their one Secret Box in their opening hand all the time, and both players here having their Secret Box. And now Noah knows that his opponent's playing Grimmsnarl, so probably going to lean into that Darmanitan a bit later. Maybe use Budu to kind of get to that state, and Takashi here searching the deck with the Secret Box. And since he is playing that 4 Arven build, probably going to see the turn end in a Technical Machine Evolution, especially since Noah has the Cyrano ready to go. Itchy Pollen isn't going to do much for him.
Yeah, and speaking of Itchy Pollen, Takashi actually foregoing playing that card, instead opting to play the Blood Moon Ursaluna in that slot. So that is really the only attacking option here for Takashi, is to try and evolve into play some of these Frostlass and Grimmsnarl. Also a thin Frostlass line too, just playing the 2-2. We see a lot of times 3-2, 3-3 even in a deck like this. So just things to note so far. It looks like no energy card in hand for Takashi. That's really the one piece that's missing. We'll grab Lily to hopefully draw into that, as well as the Buddy Poffin, this Technical Machine Evolution, and that Spike Myth. So we'll have to see how things play out. We did see that Impidimp get discarded on turn 1. Looks like there's still plenty in the deck, right? None of those Marnie's Grimstyle pieces in the prize cards, only that one Monkey Dory. So as things stand, as long as Takashi can find that Darkness Energy, we'll be in an excellent spot setup-wise.
Yeah, and with 9 Darkness Energies in the deck and using the Lilies, odds are in Takashi's favor, but as with many things in the Pokemon TCG, it's not guaranteed to find that energy. And if Takashi was the energy, could be a big opening for Noah, not having the pressure of the Frostlasses immediately on those Zoroarks that he plans to evolve next turn.
Deck is getting shuffled. To see if Takashi does want to go back in. Second Snow Runt has Night Stretcher. Sure, we'll see that get played, though, with the Spike Myth Gym being there. Can even just thin out something, potentially, but may just want to guarantee a Grimmsnarl EX for the following turn. So instead, is just going to use the Spike Myth Gym later on, play the Lily, and here we go, Piper. Big 8 cards. Do we see a Darkness Energy to start evolving these Pokemon into play and getting set up?
Yeah, I mean, saving that Spike Myth is nice since Noah did use the Secret Box last turn, knows that he has End's Castle in hand, so having that Grimmsnarl guaranteed is always nice.
There it is, Dark Energy off the first 4, so no worries in terms of evolution. Did find a Frostlass in the hand, but can use Technical Machine Evolution on the other Pokemon, that Impidimp in play. Still yet to use that, that Marnie's Gym. So we'll have to see if this decides to find Grimmsnarl EX or if it decides to find another Impidimp in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, Noah did get the Cyrano last turn, so kind of telegraphing that he's not going to be using Boss's Orders this turn, so this one Impidimp could be safe, but also if you get an Impidimp this turn, you can evolve it into a Morgrem next turn and have that extra threat if Noah is able to get the End Zekrom, because Takashi doesn't know that both are prized, and knock out that one Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And yeah, opts for the second Impidimp, then shuffling the deck. Maybe looking for something else to play before the Technical Machine Evolution, but
doesn't look like much, just an air balloon, some Pokemon, not much that can be done. So far and wide, pretty much as good as it gets here for Grimmsnarl. Not too many resources discarded, plenty of Pokemon getting evolved. So here we go, Morgrem and Frostlass being put into play. The one tick onto the active, and Noah will start his turn off. So big turn here, pending if we can find a Darumaka to, like you said, copy that flare, take the KO, deal 100 damage to this Monkey Dory. Otherwise, the Monkey advantage is really going to start to kind of run away with things here for Takashi.
Yeah, and not even just the Monkey advantage, but Noah just needs to take prize cards and try to find those Zekroms. Otherwise, these Grimmsnarls are just going to be putting on so much pressure that Noah's not going to be able to handle with no good attacker besides that Darumaka flare to just take out Monkey Dories.
So here we go, triple Zoroark EX found into the hand. These are going to be some big trade abilities. Really need to start taking advantage of early game setup, putting pressure on the active. The best ability in the game, some would consider, is now going to hit the field threefold. We'll have to see what cards are also in the hand to discard, as these early refinements, or early trades can be really annoying. Does find Nest Ball immediately off that first one. Did get rid of that Binding Mochi. Knowing both those Zekroms are prized seems like an okay trade-off.
Yeah, having energy and Pokepad means that Noah's going to be able to find that Darumaka, use Flare to knock out this Monkey Dory, and try to get those Zekroms, like you keep mentioning, are both in the prize cards. And potentially just debating on the trade order, could wait to play that third Zoroark, and so it doesn't take the Frostlass Freezing Shroud ticks in between turns, and prolong the game so Noah doesn't lose to a TM Devolution at a certain point.
There it is, Pokepad being played. Darumaka will be found, does come down into play. And now becomes that interesting dynamic that we kind of touched upon early on in the game of, as Takashi, you do have that Shaman in your deck. Is it worth playing down if your plan is to go in with double Frostlass?
Yeah, it's going to be a little awkward because Takashi does have 4 Pokemon in play, none of which are Monkey Dories, meaning if he benches a Shaman, he only has room for 1 Monkey Dory. So you have to ask, can you put that second Frostlass into play, or is too much damage going to build up on the board? Because Noah has his own Monkey Dories and can put pressure on both the Shaman and the Monkey Dory to either take away your healing or take a 3-prize turn by knocking out the Shaman with an Adrenabrain and then using Flame Body Cannon to take 2 more.
And notably did not play down that stadium, that End's Castle, so Spike Myth Gym is still staying in play, meaning guaranteed Grimmsnarl EX to play for Takashi. There's the air balloon with the Frostlass and the Lily's Determination. So setting up perfectly here for Takashi. Will be able to put a lot of pressure onto this End Zoroark EX and start to play some bench damage counters onto either the Darumaka or something like the Zorua on the bench to threaten Technical Machine Devolution down the line.
Yeah, and since Takashi can't really bench a Shaman now, it's just going to be taking too much damage. Really looking for a counter catcher here to knock out that Darumaka, because the other way to deal with the Darmanitan threat is just knock out the Darumaka. There's no way to evolve the Darumaka into a Darmanitan in Noah's list, so that's just the best way to deal with that kind of threat.
Looks like a lot of Darkness Energy. Does have Boss's Orders for the following turn. But as things stand right now, it's just going to be the Spike Myth Gym, finding Grimmsnarl EX, Punk up to accelerate some Dark Energies. We will see Shadow Bullet deal 180, plus the 2 Freezing Shroud Ticks will bring this to 210. And then where those 30 damage goes is really going to be the big question here. Do you start to assume this Zorua is going to not evolve, thus you need to start putting counters on it? Do you start to target the other Zoroark? There are a couple questions to be answered.
Yeah, for sure. And Noah could also have something like a reversal energy, so even if you knock out all these Zoroarks and Zoruas, the Darmanitan still can pose a threat. So kind of just deciding what he wants to knock out. And Takashi doesn't know that the Zekrams are prized still, because Flare is a perfectly reasonable attack to use. It establishes the Darmanitan threat, so you can't really read something like that quite yet in the game. Interestingly, grabbing 2 energies onto that Impidimp means that Noah may, if he has the Darmanitan option, just opt to knock out that Impidimp and get a lot of energies down. I mean, there's already a Dark Energy in the discard. Now there's 5 in play. It's a lot of pressure on the energies. We'll see what Noah decides to do on the next turn. But just thinning the deck.
Yeah, that really information early on, you know, of discarding the counter catcher and the boss's orders, just so crucial in, you know, shutting off options essentially for Noah down the line. So, all right, Takashi's made his decision. Energies are bountiful in terms of his board. The Impidimp is all powered up. He's not swinging just yet. He's going to have to evolve before he gets in there. But, you know, he is prepped and ready. He has the confidence to move in. And sometimes that's really all you need in the Pokemon TCG. It's just a little bit of confidence, even if it's false hope sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. And going for an attack here is a little scary, because your opponent could always be playing that Reshiram. I mean, a lot of lists that are playing the Darmanitan lines kind of have a lot of different attacker options. I mean, we saw back in the Curitiba Regional Championships, William Azevedo and Pedro Pertusi both playing the Darmanitan, the Zekrams, and the Reshiram. So, but Takashi's still going for the attack, just putting pressure on where the energies are. And we're going to see this from both players, just pressuring the energies. And yeah, damage onto the Zorua. Just prioritizing the draw engine. Use Iona in the late game, can really just shut off Noah's options if all the Zoroarks are knocked out.
So let's see what Noah could find. You know, again, notably, if that boss's orders was still in hand, there would be a pretty solid play lined up for this turn to just start targeting Monkey Dory and Frost last down, but it's not going to be the situation here. We'll have to see what he can put together. He's got plenty of trade abilities to do something with it. Another Zoroark found, as well as a Buddy Poffin. Those aren't going to be too, you know, important in this situation. Let's see what else he can put together. See a lot of Iono. There is an Ends Castle that we already know. Looks like a pair of them in the hand.
Yeah, and the Monkey Dory could be a nice option to start loading damage onto Takashi's Monkey Dory if it doesn't get knocked out this turn.
Looks like Tatsugiri and another card found. Not really what you want to see.
Yeah, maybe an Ends PP up, looking to have it for the next turn. So now it's up to Noah to decide if he wants to change his hand with something like an Iono or Lilies, or just keep it where it is and keep building it up. It's really difficult to find this Darmanitan sometimes. I mean, Noah already used his Pokepad to get out the Darumaka, so now he just has the Ultra Ball and the Darmanitan in deck to find it, with Secret Box already gone.
So another Zorua coming down into play. Full squad of Ends Pokemon are here. So now that is the question, right? What attack can we use this turn? And do we have something like a boss's orders to accompany it? The answers are pretty foggy, and it's probably a no for the second question there.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to get the boss's orders and Darmanitan off one last trade, but Noah could get something like the boss's orders or the Darmanitan and still take a prize this turn on that Monkey Dory, which could be pretty impactful, and set up the Grimmsnarl to take some damage, which is pretty big when you don't have that 250 damage from Zekrom to pressure it. You kind of want to slowly build it up so that maybe you can get it with a backdraft or something if enough energies hit the discard pile.
Yeah, and with there being no energy in the hand and that one energy accelerated thanks to Ends PP up, we're going to have to play some sort of a supporter card here or evolve and use another trade ability, it seems like.
Yeah, and Noah here filling up the bench with that Monkey Dory means Takashi is going to be able to not have to play around the Zekroms as aggressively, or a Zekrom plus boss combination, as Noah would have to Professor Turret scenario to make a space for it. And yeah, going with that third trade, finds 2 supporters to use.
He already had, plenty of options this turn. It's just going to be the Iono now. So here we go. Big 6 cards, rather 5 cards here for Noah. Takashi will get 6. Can Noah find an energy card for this Monkey Dory? Does find the energy.
And I think I saw an Ultra Ball, maybe one of those old League Cup arts. Yeah, there's an Ultra Ball. Could get the Darmanitan to take a knockout, but you kind of have to keep this boss's orders in the hand. And discarding that Dark Energy doesn't feel amazing with quite a few in play, down in NSPP up, but Noah is on 8 Dark Energies, so can always find a replacement. So probably going to knock out this Monkey Dory this turn, or potentially that Frostlass with Air Balloon and try to take a bit of pressure off his bench Zoroarks. Especially since he can fully heal one here with the Adrenabrain, but choosing to heal off the active.
Yeah, it's tough to try and think about where you want to put this damage.
It's also tough to decide where you want to heal it.
Active is probably fine. It's going to take 90, so then you essentially guarantee that you can KO it, assuming you take a Zekrom off your prizes the following turn.
Yeah, but
that's going to be the choice here. So there it is, Flame Body Cannon. Knockout onto that bench Monkey Dory as Noah takes another prize, but it's not the Zekrom, it looks like.
Yeah, just another Dark Energy. Zekrom's still in the top 4, but the way he's taking them, the next prize may be a Zekrom, or if he takes 2 with the Darmanitan. But, I mean, this Grimmsnarl, the damage is starting to add up. It's already at 160 damage, taking 20 in between turns, and Takashi with no Monkey Dories is not going to be able to heal it super easily. And Noah with his own Monkey Dory is putting even more pressure on it.
Yeah, and look at this. There is really nothing going on in this hand here for Takashi. Just Counter Catcher. Can establish another Monkey, though, thanks to that Night Stretcher with Artisan.
Yeah, and has a Morgrim to evolve this Impidimp, but
how does the math line up here, Piper? Can you chase after the Darmanitan, maybe, and take a KO? I mean, you've got to have some sort of hunch that something's hiding out in the prizes here for Noah.
I mean, at the same time, using Flame Body Cannon to knock out the Monkey while establishing your own is a pretty advantageous play for Noah, so he kind of filled up his bench hedging around a TM Devolution, potentially. So maybe you have an idea, but it's still hard to want to play around it. And Noah did just take a prize, so even if you know he prized the double Zekrom, there's still a lot of things to consider. So maybe you just get super aggressive on another one of these Zoroarks, already 50 damage, plus another 180, that's 230, 250 with the Frostlass pings, means that with another, or with an Adrenabrain, can build up a lot of damage, potentially leading to a 4-prize turn in the future.
Let's see what Takashi decides to do here. You see the deck being shuffled, which usually would signal not going back in, but any chance to establish Monkey Dory always feels like a good chance in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and should have 1 still left in the deck. 1 is prize and 2 are in the discard pile, I believe.
So there is going to be the Counter Catcher. So Monkey Dory now in the active spot. Means a Shadow Bullet would KO it, plus 30 damage onto something like the End Zoroark with 2 ticks from Frostlass would put it to 270, or excuse me, 250. Math is just constantly moving with this deck. Everything is just changing at the flick of a button here.
Yeah.
Really just considering whether or not it's worth to put this Artisan back in play, is maybe scared of the ease for Noah to get a Pokemon like Zekrom thanks to that card.
Yeah, or even a replacement Monkey Dory. Takashi still doesn't know that Noah only plays 1 Monkey Dory, so that Artisan just gives Noah super easy access to it. And with a lot of lists playing Janine's Secret Art or 3 Ends PP up, it's really easy to accelerate an energy and attach return. And here gets the Shaman off this Artisan, really trying to protect from the Darmanitan play. But that Shaman's going to be taking so much damage in between turns, and this Grimmsnarl also has quite a bit of damage on it, so may just be able to get knocked out anyway with another Adrenabrain later.
Interesting approach in this spot. So we'll see the Shadow Bullet take the KO. And if there is, trying to think about the math here, the Zoroark's going to take the 220, then 240. If you kind of ignore it, it's on the right path to eventually get KO'd from Frostlass ticks, and I think Takashi understands that, is instead going to chase after the Zorua, take these 2 prize cards, excuse me, 1 prize card, and
but you also
as things tick up, wow.
You also have to be so worried about that Professor Turo scenario. I mean, Noah get to use a trade with that Zoroark, Turo, remove all that damage from the board, and then evolve the Zorua into a Zoroark and use another trade and have another Zorua to bench. Can really get a lot of pressure with something like that Turo.
And has it in the hand, plus the Dark Energy. Wow.
Oh, wow. Now he has to decide what to trade. I mean, your hand is Turo, Dark Energy, Boss, with a Boss already in the discard.
Could Turo and then get rid of the Zorua that you pick up with trade.
Then you're in like a really awkward spot to the Technical Machine Devolution. This active will be getting up to 50 damage from the Freezing Shrouds. That's just an Adrenabrain and Devo away, which with Artisan in play means basically just an Arven.
Yeah, and actually, I don't think this active can be KO'd is another big thing right now. You're not dealing enough damage with Backdraft or with that Flame Body Cannon.
Yeah, we'll see what Noah decides to do here. Trading the boss, now 2 boss in the discard pile without being used.
Let's find the black belt.
Could be interesting if he's able to draw into that last Zoroark, but then you're not healing that Zoroark on the bench.
Yeah, so a lot of supporter cards, as you can see at the top right of your screen, gone so far for Noah.
Yep.
Does have that Pal Pad of note, but it's yet to be played. We'll see trade number 3 be used. It's going to discard the Iono.
Does have the Ends PP up, though. Could move into a bench Zoroark and use that black belt and potentially knock out the active with Flame Body Cannon.
It is that Ends PP up. You are right. But then what, right? The Grimsnarl gets evolved, and you're kind of just working for nothing. You get that one easy prize on Shaman, but you're down so many boss. So it will be the Turo instead, picking up the Zoroark. Zorua gets rebenched. Zoroark gets evolved into the active spot, can use one more trade ability if Noah so chooses to.
Yeah, but this hand is just so strong. What do you trade? Black Belt, Night Stretcher, Dark Energy, Ends PP up. Looking to use that Ends PP up here. Onto that Zorua. Similar play to last turn, it looks like. Just attacking with the active and setting up another Zorua since it's not taking those Frost Blast damage. And Takashi has to be really careful. I mean, this Grimsnarl is taking a lot of damage this turn. Going with 90 damage, going to 290, and then 310 back into Noah's turn means Monkey Dory could knock it out at any point with just an Adrenabrain. And Takashi did have a dead hand last turn, no supporter, and we'll see if that prize and top deck. Oh, going for the backdraft, 60 damage, 80 with the Freezing Shrouds in between turns.
So setting up for a 2-hit KO from this point. So Grimsnarl takes some damage, so does that Shaman on the bench.
Yeah, and that Shaman
Noah's Pokemon will tick up too.
Yeah, the Shaman is really on a short timer. Takashi top decks a Monkey Dory. Not that great since the Artisan could get that out anyway. But there's just so much damage on the Shaman. It feels like you need to heal that, but there's so much damage on this Grimsnarl too, and you want to heal that. Like, at this point, the Shaman will get knocked out to going into Noah's turn and back into Takashi's turn. It feels like maybe Takashi needed to get the Monkey Dory last turn to really remove some of that pressure.
Yeah, but then it would have just been KO'd to a Flame Body Cannon. So it's so tough to kind of think about how it works. Back and forth this matchup as we sort of enter the endgame at this point. Feels like it's not, since both players have yet to take more than 2 prize cards, but there's just so much damage building up on this board. It feels like at any moment the game is just going to tip in one player's favor.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen this a lot with Grimsnarl today. They just kind of struggle to get a second Monkey Dory into play sometimes. And Takashi plays something like the Energy Switch, which he drew off the prizes to kind of mitigate that. But with such a tight board with the 2 Grimsnarl pieces, the 2 Frostlass pieces, and the Shaman, only has space for 1 Monkey Dory. Maybe looking to attack with a different Grimsnarl. But there's just a lot of damage on this Grimsnarl that's slowly ticking up. 260 right now, 280 going into Noah's turn.
I guess you could put 3 energy and then just discard 2 of them. It's really weird to sort of think about the dynamic. Are we going to put another on the active here? Okay, Grimsnarl is getting mobile out here.
Yeah, so many energies now. There's 2 in the discard and 4 now on the active. This is slowly powering up Backdraft. I mean, it sounds silly to say using Backdraft against Grimsnarl, but Noah with those 2 Sekroms still prized. We saw him use it last turn. Now it's going to be doing 120 damage if Takashi doesn't take a Dark Energy out of the discard with this Night Stretcher.
So Monkey Dory does finally come down.
Shows the E-Switch. That's going to be something Noah has to take note of.
Yeah, can just save that Night Stretcher for later.
Yeah. Probably going to have to heal off the Shaman, though, because Noah is threatening the Monkey Dory to Adrenabrain to it. But also is knocking out this active Zoroark if he chooses to move 30 damage. Yeah, 30 damage to it. Yep, healing off the Shaman.
So Shaman will take a little bit of rest here. 30 damage moved onto the active. No devolution, but we'll still hit this Pokemon.
To get knocked out by the Freezing
Shroud. Thanks to Freezing Shroud. Now, where do we want to put 30? It is going to be on the Zorua, so Takashi now taking the prize lead, going to 3 prize cards remaining. See how Noah can respond. It's going to require getting a Zoroark EX back into play plus a Darkness Energy, but even through all of that, this Grimmsnarl on the bench is looking primed to just kind of chillax.
Yeah, we'll see if Noah's able to reestablish that Monkey Dory. I think that's going to be a really important piece this turn to either pressure that Grimmsnarl on the bench or the Shaman, open up whatever options he wants. But promoting this Zorua means that he's not... Top deck's his third ends PP up, so if he had promoted something like the Darmanitan or another Zoroark, could have potentially gotten the Monkey Dory and an attack this turn.
Yeah, this is such a scary spot, though. If you continue to leave Frostlass up, Takashi is threatening a Technical Machine Devolution on the following turn. With 2 Adrenabrain abilities, it would be enough to KO and Zoroark. Even 1 Adrenabrain would do it thanks to the Frostlass's Freezing Shroud.
Yeah, but Noah discarding 2 Boss's Orders and a Countercatcher already this game. It's going to be really hard to find a Gusting effect to knock out one of those Frostlass.
So we'll take a look through. There is still a Countercatcher in deck. That is a big piece here if Noah can find that.
Yeah, and potentially looking for something like an Iono too to just disrupt Takashi's hand. Just took 2 prize cards, so even though it's looked a little dead the last few turns, it's slowly building up. And, yep, trading away the black belt, not doing too much here. Not the supporter that Noah wants to be using this turn. Finds Palpad to potentially get some Boss's Orders back in the deck, or that Professor Turo scenario.
It's a big card there. Now has to make a decision. What 2 supporter cards go back to the deck? Is it double Boss? Is it a mixture like you mentioned? Boss and Turo? What do you think is the choice here, Piper?
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be double Boss. Just trying to get one of those Frostlasses knocked out. Or the Monkey Dory, probably, actually. Because those 2 Frostlasses are really pressuring Takashi's board on the Shaman and the Grimmsnarl. So if Noah can survive, it discards the Palpad, though, off the trade.
Wow. So really just valuing the other resources. Can think that he can get this game done with just 1 Gusting card left. And finds the Countercatcher. Wow. Absolutely huge grab, and Shaman's actually going to be the one that comes to the active spot.
Going for an Itchy Pollen this turn to try to slow down Takashi. I mean, 5 energies in play and 4 in discard. Takashi has the Air Balloon too. This Shaman might be stuck for a turn.
Oh, wow. And with the Monkey Dory getting established too, is going to give him an extra turn of Adrenabrain back.
Yeah, be able to move some damage onto the Grimmsnarl or the Monkey Dory, either one. Those are the 2 things on Takashi's board that are really scary. But if that Grimmsnarl gets knocked out, then the Shaman goes to 60 damage. Noah might be able to put together a winning play on the next turn.
Hasn't even played a supporter card yet, so
wow.
We'll see Noah just go ahead and draw 6 more cards, and that deck is getting awfully thin, Piper.
Yeah, I mean, just trade is so impressive at getting the deck to this point. We see similar effects with Lunar Cycle, getting Goldengo to just such thin decks that they kind of just always have what they want. But discarding that Palpad will Noah have enough Gusting effects to win the game from here.
Does draw into Turo. That could be very impactful the following turn.
And we'll see where Noah decides to Adrenabrain off of and where to. I'd imagine he's going to heal the Zorua, but is down all 3 of those NPP ups now.
Yeah, so we need to find one of those remaining Darkness energies in order to attack on the following turn. It will be onto the Grimmsnarl, so that Grimmsnarl, if I'm doing my math correctly here, will fall at the end of this turn.
Yep.
Mochi goes down. Itchy Pollen brings the Shaman up to 60 after Frostlass ticks.
Yeah, and Takashi, with all his energies in play or the discard, can't Night Stretcher one back. And this kind of brings into question, should Takashi have used that energy switch, giving that knowledge to Noah instead of saving that Night Stretcher last turn? Then he'd have the extra energy in deck because he wouldn't have gotten it out from the Punk up and maybe had an out to win this turn. But now it seems like the Shaman's going to be stuck for a turn.
Yeah, and if that Shaman is stuck, we'll have to do the math, see if we're correct on this.
Yeah, 330 on that Grimmsnarl.
The Grimmsnarl should be KO'd, yeah.
Yeah.
So Grimmsnarl does go down, and finally Noah will rejoice at seeing that end Zekrom come out of the prizes. And from here, Noah is on a potential path to win the game on the following turn. Now, doesn't have any more Gust. That's definitely the big piece missing.
May have 1 boss left, I think, since he used this Countercatcher last turn and has only discarded 2, I believe.
Oh, that's right. 3 Boss's Orders, 2 Countercatchers, so lots of Gusting here for Noah in this deck. Here we go, Big Lily. Can he find some sort of way to put himself into this game? No! The Shaman is going to remain stuck this turn, and you can heal off the Monkey Dory and make sure it doesn't get KO'd, but then the rest of your board just ticks up and up.
Yeah, Noah just needs a Dark Energy here to close out the game because the Adrenabrain is going to be able to knock out the Shaman, and then whatever Takashi promotes, there's something that can be Flame Body Cannon on the bench, and Noah will get his last prize card. And it really shows the strength of those 3 Ents PPS, 8 Dark Energies, and tons of Gust. It really just plays to the aggression of Zoroark, which usually is it's usually complemented by those End Zekroms, but Noah without End Zekrom, purely on the power of Darmanitan, has been able to get to a point where he may be able to win this game.
Taking a prize card, now has to figure out what gets promoted here. Oh, wow, passed before Pokemon was getting promoted. I'm not sure it's going to necessarily matter in this spot. And like you mentioned here, with the ticks off Freezing Shroud, if Noah has an energy card, can copy that Flame Body Cannon. Let's see. No, not quite yet. Let's check the deck.
Yep.
And it's guaranteed in deck. Three cards there. The perfect 3 cards can use 2 trait abilities, draw into the Darkness Energy. It's there. There's the Monkey Dory taking a KO. It will retreat into the Zoroark, and after a long game 1, the power of Darmanitan riding on its back by itself. Who needs Zekrom, ladies and gentlemen? Noah closes out game 1.
Yeah, absolutely a crazy game there. I mean, the Itchy Pollen there to just lock all those energies in play and discard. Noah somehow takes the game with 2 Zekroms prize. I mean, the backbone of the deck, we were talking about how great it is and Zekrom for the Zoroark deck, really just bringing up the power level, but Noah didn't use it one time. Used Flare, Backdraft, Flame Body Cannon, Itchy Pollen, all these other attacks, but not a single Rampaging Thunder. And we'll see if this second game plays out differently. I mean, Takashi was unable to really get many Monkey Dories at any time. Noah with that aggressive Flare knocking out the Monkey Dory, and then Takashi going into 2 Frostlasses led to a lot of damage on both players' boards, and Noah kept being able to knock out those Monkey Dories. And then when Takashi was finally able to bench the Shaman, it started taking so much damage in between turns, and he was limited to only 1 Monkey Dory on the board. So while Noah only plays 1 Monkey Dory in his deck, it was able to be perfectly matched, and Takashi just kind of got too much damage on the board. And Noah here finding that interesting Itchy Pollen play, but it was such a strong card, not only for the early game scams where your opponent just bricks, but these random plays where you notice your opponent's down so many resources, and you can just lock them in their discard pile and trap something for a turn.
Badu, the MVP in that game, and it was Noah really managing the resources perfectly in the deck, essentially guaranteeing he would draw the Darkness Energy there to win the game. Noah will take game number 1. And there's just 20 minutes left on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to see how this game plays out. Takashi will have the advantage of going second yet again. Let's have to see how detrimental these prizes are to both players.
I feel like it can't be much worse than double Zekrom, but we'll see.
Surely it can't be worse than that. Does open a Buddy Buddy Poffin. That is, of course, the best item to play on the first turn of the game.
Yeah, Noah's hand looking really strong. I saw Zoroark and an Energy. It's kind of all you want going first. A bunch of Zoruas, a Zoroark for next turn, and a Dark Energy. Probably breathing a sigh of relief seeing a Zekrom. And looking at these prizes, there is the Secret Box in there, but when you're not playing Arvins, it's not too impactful. Secret Box and Zoroark right now is kind of just a card that when you draw it, you're basically guaranteed your combo, which feels great, but you don't need it every game. And the ones PP up, I mean, we mentioned that Noah is playing 3 of them, so nothing too big here.
Take the opportunity to note that Ends PP up and the Energy are in the prize cards, as well as that Zoroark EX. So there it is, double End Zorua coming down onto the battlefield. Now just really thinking about what the rest of the turn will look like. Like you mentioned, though, the bare basics are there. Double Zorua, the Energy attachment for turn. Next turn can start to get in there and swing with hopefully a more desirable attack than Flare if it so needs to be.
Yeah, the Shred from Zekrom knocks out the Impidimps. Could be the way that Noah starts this game off, and already having the Energy really showing how nice the 8 Dark is. A lot of people only playing 6 Dark in some of Liam's lists, 7 Darks in more typical lists, but here with 8, just always finding an attach early on is just so strong. And here Takashi starting off with the Spikemate to get on there, Impidimp, prize check, maybe debating what supporter he wants to use, find if the secret boxes in the deck. And these prizes, nothing too bad. The 1 Morgrim, a little annoying. The Artisan means your secret boxes can't turn into Monkey Dories from the stadium. And then the 2 Dark, not too bad. I mean, the deck plays 9. Just lowers the odds a bit. Although the Snorunt, I forgot that Takashi is only playing 2/2 Frostlass, so will... Oh, wow. Just nothing here. Just evoing into a Morgrim, having the Spikemate. If Noah can find something like the Stadium Bump, could really limit Takashi's start.
Yeah, even a boss's orders to KO that Morgrim would be a huge advantage here. Well, no, while that's not there, this hand still looks excellent. It's just going to double check the deck, see what's available again.
Yeah, Noah having a Zoroark and an Ultra Ball in hand could use that to get another Zoroark, but a lot of good resources in the hand.
There's a Lily in the hand, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can afford to play this Ultra Ball. It's just so tough to discard this.
I mean, the Binding Mochi isn't too important in the matchup. The Pal Pad is nice to get Turos back, but with 2 Turos, it's not as impactful, especially when your opponent has this start where they're not threatening Frost Lasses at all. Just drawing so much, getting an attack this turn is just going to be really big and pressuring Takashi, because if Takashi attacks the next turn, Noah could win with just Adrenabrain and Black Belt and Rampaging Thunder for 320.
Noah still needing to find an energy card. There's still trade available, 8 cards plus more Zoroarks to join the party, as there are 2 in play. Right away finds that, as well as the Black Belt. Now just needs to find a Pokemon to copy with that, that End Zoroark. No Pokepad yet. Nothing like a Nest Ball yet.
And there's an End Zekrom, I think, off the first trade.
Yep, so finds the End Zekrom, so that will do it right there. End Zekrom can finally come down into play. We'll see another Buddy Puffin just be played to fail, so may just have better use for this trade ability. It's actually going to potentially be Lily. No, the Iono instead hitting the discard pile. Does not find Darumaka, though. I'm sure that would be a Pokemon that he'd love to have into play this turn.
Yeah, it does have a Boss's Orders for next turn, and the Black Belt, and Monkey Dory Dark for next turn, so just so many options. Just using Shred here. Don't want to lock yourself out of any attacks next turn, and finds the Secret Box off the prizes. Noah just has every option, it seems, next turn. So,
and what can Takashi do? Like you said, Noah's threatening game for turn if there's nothing else besides just a Grimmsnarl attack here.
Yeah, Takashi needs to draw a supporter immediately, and probably an Iono at that. I mean, Noah just has so many cards in hand. Want to reset him down to 5. Even with the trades, though, so many options available. The free shuffle with the Spike Myth means all these great cards that would go to the bottom from an Iono could be re-added to the mix for trades.
And you see Noah just having an absolutely perfect turn 1 and a perfect turn 2 going first. And it looks like Takashi having nothing else is actually going to make sure he doesn't lose the game on the following turn, and instead is going to grab an Impidimp.
Yeah, it looks like he might have a Grimmsnarl in the hand, but still nothing going on. And if you attack, Noah, we know that Noah has the Black Belt and the Monkey Dory to take a response knockout, and Takashi is just going to be so far behind that even though Noah's going to be locked from the Rampaging Thunder second effect and not have any energies on a bench Zoroark, Takashi just has nothing going on, and Noah's going to be up 3 prize cards.
Wow. And look at this, Takashi full thinning in this spot, grabbing out all the energies he can just to maximize the chance of a good top deck on the following turn. This is what separates good and great players in Pokemon, is to play to your outs.
Yeah, Takashi here, not out of it yet, but it is looking pretty rough. I mean, Noah up in game 1, though. You can't really concede the match. Just got to keep playing, try to win. There's been some crazy games. I mean, Noah prizing double Zekrom last game looked like he was in a terrible spot, but was able to find a win condition.
It's never over till it's over. That is for sure. A certainty, you may call it, in the Pokemon TCG. So here is Marty's Grimmsnarl. It's powered up and ready to go. The Shadow Bullet will deal 180 and then 30 onto that Zorua, but the trap has been set. Noah is ready. Years of training and patience all into Black Belt coming together to allow a KO to happen if he so chooses to. Counter Catcher no longer needed with the big lead that Noah's going to be taking here. Can he find another Zoroark of chance? Did draw into the secret box as well off of the prize cards here. There's the energy attachment to the Monkey Dory. Pokepad can even find Darumaka here. There's the bench space for that. Just so much going on here for Noah this turn.
Yeah, and I actually saw him draw into the Darumaka off one of the trades. Can even Secret Box to find a Stadium Bump if he wants to try to limit Takashi from getting another Grimmsnarl with their Candy or even a Morgrem, but
and there it is.
Yeah.
Black Belt's training coming down into play, boosting the damage by 40 to these EX Pokemon. Count that as a plus 70 thanks to Monkey Dory, and Rampaging Thunder takes the KO onto Grimmsnarl. All of a sudden, Takashi Onate has got to find a way to attack again.
Top deck Iono.
Top deck Iono, okay. Not out of it quite yet. And now another interesting thought process here. Blood Moon Ursaluna is in the hand. Is there a world where we bench that to hope to find an energy switch to attack with it?
It's so scary. You have to find an energy switch and an energy. And the energy switch is just a one of. Benching the Blood Moon, it could always get knocked out, though, by Adrenabrain plus Rampaging Thunder.
That's true.
So we'll see. This is a big Iono for Noah, only getting 3 cards. But even more important for Takashi, trying to get a board or just do something this turn.
Can he find that one copy of Rare Candy or that Secret Box card? One of those two. But no, just some Counter Catcher. You could try and install something, but it feels like everything on this board is just so mobile thanks to End's Castle.
Yeah, and the End's Castle will also get rid of that Spike Myth, which could be really hard for Takashi to combat in the future turns, not finding a Grimmsnarl.
And reset that effect of Rampaging Thunder. So it feels like it's just not even worth going for it. We'll see the Spike-Myth Gym be played. Can just go about grabbing something, but let's not forget that other Morgrim's actually in the prize cards too. So can't even evolve up and hope that a turn is bought to try and find some help. May have to just retreat into this Blood Moon as a bit of a safety net to try and tank a hit this turn.
Yeah, but at the same time, if Noah has the ability to get another Zoroark set up, or just something like the Ends Castle and Professor Turos can reset Adrenabrain and Rampaging Thunder, may have to bench this Monkey Dory and retreat into it, but that can get shred with weakness, knockout. So it's just so much is going wrong for Takashi here, and everything seems to be going right for Noah.
Saw how close that game was when there were no Ends Zekrom available. Yeah. Now we see how powerful this Zoroark deck is when it's firing on all 4 cylinders. It will be the counter catcher, so bringing up the Darumaka. So that effect is reset now on the Rampaging Thunder, thanks to that Pokemon being on the bench. Let's not forget this Pokemon can draw cards if it does so choose to stay in the active spot here.
Yeah, I mean, Takashi's hand doesn't have a supporter for next turn besides Boss's Orders from what I see, so it might just have to go for the Filch to draw one. Can Stretcher to either get a Morgrim or another Impidimp. Goes for the Morgrim, so probably going to retreat into the Monkey Dory this turn, I'd imagine.
Yeah, but is there even a way to retreat back out of the Monkey Dory if you buy a turn for yourself?
I'll just use the Night Stretcher to get it, but I don't know what else you do. Leave it in the active, and if Noah finds an Ends Castle, a Turo, an Air Balloon, so many ways to move the active in a lot of Zoroark lists.
Yeah, it's tough. It feels like both scenarios you're in a bad spot, so you may as well play more to your outs to them not to have the pieces.
And I think I saw Takashi has an Arven in the hand, but that's just so, like, unimpressive next turn. Like, you get Secret Box, and then you get what with the one item? Countercatcher again, bringing up the Monkey.
We're burning everything. We're letting everything play around, and we're actually just going to see a KO on the Monkey Dory. So Takashi changing his mind here. Gonna now go after Monkey Dory, takes the KO. And now, all of a sudden here for Noah, is going to have a guaranteed KO lined up onto this Morgrim, and will now just have to get rid of Blood Moon Ursaluna to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, and looking at Noah's hand, it seems like this is the right decision for Takashi, as the Turo and Ends Castle could have easily moved the Darumaka, but draws a third Ends Zoroark, so just looking to try and get as far ahead as possible here. We'll see what attack he ends up being able to use, potentially wanting to get another energy on board, but also using Adrenabrain, then Shred can knock out this Morgrim.
Does find another Zoroark. Those are fine to evolve since there's no Frost Blast pressure whatsoever. And may just spin the wheel here with Lily and just be okay just drawing some cards this turn.
Yeah, could Night Stretcher the Monkey Dory, Lilies for 6, and still have 2 trades. Try to find some Ends PP ups to recover energies onto the Zoroarks and an energy to attach an Adrenabrain.
And even could consider discarding that Stadium from play too, but no, just going to hold on to it. I mean, the Spike-Myth is really not helping with how many of those Marnie's Grimsnarl pieces are in the discard pile for Takashi.
Yeah, 2 Impidimps in discard, 1 in play. A Morgrim in play that you know the other one was prized at a point because Takashi is Spike-Myth and failed, and then Stretchered for this Morgrim, so we'll see where Noah goes this turn. Looking to get energies in play in case Takashi's able to Blood Moon knock out the Zoroark, and Secret Box finds its way back to Noah's hand.
Buddy was going to the discard pile, going on a little journey, finds a Cyrano as well. That's going to go to the discard pile. 2 more additional cards drawn. Boss's Orders for the following turn. It just seems like everything is going right for Noah, and everything is going wrong here for Takashi. A one-sided match, so to call it, here in the Pokemon TCG. Now the choice here, where do you want to commit this energy for turn, and is it worth burning the Secret Box?
Yeah, burning the Secret Box means you can get the Ends PP up and attach to the Zoroark, and then also get that Adrenabrain so that you're not using Rampaging Thunder in case Takashi doesn't have an energy to use the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So it seems like that's what Noah's eyeing up with the Secret Box, but it does also feel a bit unfortunate to use the Secret Box when you're only really getting the item off of it. Finds that our Manatee 2, not going to be too impactful this turn, but could be something in the future to take the last 2 prizes. But here, Takashi just needs to top deck an Iono again, it feels. I mean, he did it last turn, but only playing 3 Iono, unlike a lot of other lists. Only has 2 left, I believe.
And just finds 2 cards.
Yeah.
Just that Ends PP up and the Turo. No Stadium, no tool card. Slams it down, puts the energy onto that Binding Mochi. Zoroark EX and Zoroark at that. This is a powerful partnership between these Pokemon.
And here, attaching to the bench Zoroark, oh, maybe not. Potentially, at the same time, if you have the bench Zoroark powered up, using Rampaging Thunder means you can always just retreat into it. And the Blood Moon cannot knock out that bench Zoroark. Since it's only doing 240, there's no damage on Takashi's side and no Frost Lasses to build up extra damage. So this also makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and this would build 2 other ways to win the game, since you could also just have Pecharunt to win the game on the following turn. You wouldn't even need to use the Monkey Dory. So either way, no matter how you draw things up, it is looking good for Noah. Finds another Zoroark off the prizes. That's not going to be too relevant, but here we go for Takashi. What can he put together? He's going to need to find some sort of hand disruption here, something like Iono to keep himself in this game. Needs an energy to attack with Blood Moon, but it's still a long hill to climb and just finds absolutely none of that. Can play Arven to grab Night Stretcher, to grab the energy card to attack with Blood Moon, but if there's a Pecharunt, if there's an energy, if there's anything here for Noah, this set will be all over.
Yeah, and even then, this Blood Moon can't attack back-to-back turns, so even if Noah whiffs, Takashi isn't threatening anything on the next turn. With so many of those Marnie's Pokemon in the discard pile, it's going to be difficult for Takashi to do anything here, and Noah just threatening game and has so much time to put it together.
Yeah, I'm not even sure he can attack with this Blood Moon safely. It just feels like your opponent's guaranteed to win, so he's going to have to maybe go for Devolution to try and take a prize card while also putting up a 1-prize Pokemon.
But I don't think he can move this Blood Moon and attach to use the TM Devo. Needing the extra energy to retreat. I mean, Blood Moon has 3 retreats, so even with that Air Balloon, still costs 1. So might just be committed to using the Blood Moon attack this turn to knock out this Zoroark.
Not much that can be done, it seems. That's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
still play to his outs. Down a game, he's got to do everything he can.
Yeah, we've said time and time again, Grimmsnarl has no engine, and Zoroark has one of the best engines. We just see the difference in how thin the decks are, and Takashi's just been drawing so poorly this game, whereas Noah, off the back of trade, is able to set up such a strong board and convert a dominant position.
There it is, Blood Moon taking the KO, and as long as Noah has an energy card in the hand, this game will be all over. Let's see if he can find it. Not quite. Does only have 2 trade abilities left.
Yeah, we can find Cyrano, Dark Energy, Night Stretcher, Pecharunt, Nest Ball. So many options. He promoted the Zoroark, but has an Ends Castle to retreat and then Pecharunt it back up.
And there it is.
There's
Pecharunt plus the Ends Castle. He's going to go ahead and retreat. Use the Binding Mochi's effect thanks to Pecharunt EX. And Noah taking down the set. And a formidable opponent at that. Well played here from Takashi.
Yeah, and especially after such a crazy game 1 for Noah. I mean, 2 Ends Zekrom prize. Not playing the Reshiram, only having that 1-1 Darmanitan line and still being able to put it together. Noah was able to have such a crazy game, finding that Itchy Paw in line, and going into game 2 was just able to have a much stronger board than Takashi there. Takashi just having the 2 Impidence, evoing 1 and 2 Morgrim, and Noah with the immediate knockout. Both games went first and got a turn 2 attack and knockout, really showing the strength of the heavy Dark Energy build for Lilies. Super strong, being able to get those amazing boards.
That is the Grimmsnarl special, ladies and gentlemen. That is how it goes sometimes. Let's take a look back at that set and see how things played down. What a battle it was between 2 of these competitors. It was the Darmanitan fanfare in this first game. If you're a fan of this little guy, I know I am. He got in there and he got involved. We saw backdraft action. We saw flame body cannon action, and it was all thanks to End Zoroark. And thanks to Zekrom taking a little bit of a nap in the prize cards.
Yeah, people always talk about how Darmanitan's great against Goldengo, but it also really shines against Grimmsnarl. So many frail Pokemon that can get knocked out by the flame body cannon, and forcing that Shaman bench really makes their board really awkward. And here Noah found that Itchy Paw in line, locking all of Takashi's energies in board and in the discard pile, so he couldn't retreat. And Noah finding his last 2 prizes on the following turn, making him win with, as we keep saying, no End Zekrom in the deck.
And in this game too, it was just all Noah. All pacing, all power, all probability here. It just had an excellent setup. Turn 2 KO, and Takashi just had nothing going on with the setup. No strong evolution like the game number 1, no Frost Lasset to play, and no disruption when it counted, and try as he may, he eventually fell, and it was Noah able to take out this win, take out all of the Morgrims in play, and Blood Moon Ursaluna was the last Pokemon to fall as Noah locks himself up a strong spot in phase number 2 at 6 wins, 0 loss, and 1 tie.
And Takashi still at 5-1-1. We'll see him more in phase 2. Not out of it yet. And Noah having a great record. They're both looking to end the last few rounds of today strong and put themselves in a great position for day 2.
Noah's been playing, a variety of decks throughout the season. Was playing Dragapult for a lot. Now is playing this End Zoroark deck. Seems to kind of be, you know, Tord said he wanted to play both of these decks, both the Zoroark and the Absol deck, as a one last stand. The Zoroark deck does not rotate going into the next format, but a lot of you early bird specialists may know the deck definitely doesn't style or, you know, shine as bright as it does currently in the standard format.
Yeah, losing Iono, Professor Turricinator, and Countercatcher kind of impact the deck a lot. You don't have as many comeback mechanics, you don't have as much disruption, and the board fixing from Turo is a really big part. We see Noah playing Darmanitan and Zekrom, Munkidori, Budu, all these Pokemon in post-rotation. Once you play them down, you can't pick them back up, so they're kind of stuck on the board, which can be a little awkward, but here we have Zekrom, we have all of these amazing cards, and Zoroark is honestly at the height of its power right now. It's amazing to watch.
It's doing Zoroark things. You love to see it. Drawing cards, styling on the opponent. Not sure we've seen Darmanitan get that much action with Flare. I mean, you've played this deck a lot. Have you had some crazy Darmanitan stories or Darumaka stories so far?
Yeah, at the League Regional Championships, I played against 3 Grimmsnarls. I think I went 6-0 in games against them because I just kept using Flare and Darmanitan, forcing them to bench the Shaman. But then my Munkidoris knocked out their Shaman. Then I took 2 prize turns after that. And it really just is so good against the deck, surprisingly.
Yeah, seems like a strong little fella. Even just as a 1/1, threatens so much on the board. You could totally tell that card has a place in this deck, whether you love it or not.
Yeah.
So we'll hear from Noah very, very shortly. I'm excited to see what he has to say coming up here as we get into our next round. 5-0-1, now at 6-0-1. Noah's been on the stream match a couple of times. He's had some strong success, but he's yet to have really broken into a super, super strong finish. I know he's really looking for a medal this season.
Yeah, he was able to get top 4 at the Utrecht SPE last year, but that was over in Europe, and did play Zoroark at the Seville SPE last year, but that was with Precious Trolley and Squawkabilly, crazy build, and now the deck has been so much more refined, it's so much more powerful, and really just seen so much success today. We see Tord playing it in his Absol build.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of awesome lists for Zoroark. Liam's out there doing great. I saw he was 6-0 heading into this round, so we'll see how he's doing. And Liam, honestly, the biggest pioneer for Zoroark. And yeah, exciting to see his list always.
Excited to see his list. Excited to hear from Noah as he's now ready, standing by with an interview to talk about how he's feeling after winning that last match. So let's throw it down and hear from him.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Sedana here, and I'm joined with Noah Sakajian, the last round winner. Noah, how are you feeling?
Oh my God, incredible. That game 1 was crazy.
Oh, yeah, let's dissect it real quick. That game 1. When you checked your prize cards, saw you had 2 Zekrom prize, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, well, I was thinking, game 2, maybe? Just going immediately. The matchup is a very long matchup. Zekrom is an incredibly important piece. I was worried about even being able to find my Darmanitan pieces. So I was like, I don't even think I'm going to be able to take enough knockouts. But I kept playing it out because he was so strained on Munkidoris. So his Frostlasses weren't getting a ton of value, it felt like.
Yeah, no, we saw that he wasn't getting his Munkidori set up, so even the Shaman was such a liability. Very important card because you were depending on your Darmanitan.
I wasn't expecting it, if I can be honest.
Even the first knockout, right? Your first knockout was with the Darumaka's second attack, 50 damage.
Flare.
I didn't even know what it was called.
I've had to know.
Yeah, 50 damage on that Munkidori. Luckily, because of the Frostlass tick, you were able to take your first prize card. With the folks at home know, and with the knowledge of the prize cam, the Zekroms were in the upper 4. So even if you took 2 prize cards, you wouldn't see a Zekrom.
Yeah, yeah. The game was like, it was very interesting. I think if that game like went to like him getting his Dories established, him attacking with Grimmsnarl, I'm probably completely lost because I don't play the Reshiram card. But because he was so strained on energies, I noticed he was down 9 energies based on board and in discard, and most lists are playing 9 energies. So if I could use Itchy Pollen, I can stick something in the active and then play for the big play that won me the game.
Yeah, and that was very, very big indeed, right? Keeping the Shaman stuck in the active and using your opponent's own Frostlass against them. And then just the right time using that Munkidori and then just going Flame Body Cannon. Beautifully played. Beautifully played. So, and then let's go into game 2. Game 2, you got to do everything you wanted.
Yeah, that one was a lot easier. I'd like more games like that moving forward, I think.
I like the game one. Game one was so interesting.
Yeah, but when you're sitting there and like you're like, oh man, where are my Zekroms?
No, but yeah, game two, you got to do more of the Zoroark things. You got to trade a lot.
Yeah.
We got to see the power of your deck, right? You set up so well, and that's what you expect from Zoroark with all the trade abilities. While your opponent, Grimmsnarl has no draw engine really, and because they took a while to really set up, they didn't really get to set up to full advantage. Has that been the case throughout the day for you? Like your Zoroark deck has just been flowing so smoothly?
It feels great. I feel like that the list, I played a one card off to Houston. I didn't play super well. I wasn't feeling well. That's my excuse. And I felt like that the deck could do so much better, that my list specifically, it felt like everything was really optimized. So it's been a good day.
Yeah, 6-0-1. Yeah, so you're pretty much guaranteed into phase 2. How are you feeling about that? What's going through your mind now mentally?
Man, I'm just excited to play more Pokemon. This game's so much fun, and I love using trade. I love Counter Catcher. I love Iono. I'm gonna miss them when they're gone, but I'm enjoying while I can.
That is true. I love that mindset. That's the exact mindset I feel like you need to get far into the game. As long as you love it, you should be able to do well.
Yeah. Like let's be honest. Like this game has so much variance, so many matchup. So many things can go wrong in a tournament, and like at some level you have to say it's kind of out of my control and enjoy the ride,
Well, it's fun when you get to see your cards, when you get to trade. It's like giving yourself a couple of gifts, right?
Right?
We talked about how you're going to miss a couple of cards. You're going to miss your Iono, you're going to miss your Counter Catchers. What card are you going to miss the most after rotation?
It has to be Iono. I think, here's my little rant on Iono. I think Iono is genius card design. Pokemon inherently is a game that really favors the aggressor, right? When you take a knockout, you get prize cards, so you get more cards into your hand. Iono allows you to put that aggression against itself by punishing that, by putting them to lower cards. And I think it's like such genius on the part of the game designers, and I wouldn't be upset if it came back. Hint, hint.
Let's reprint. No, that's for sure. Great pick. But yeah, and now again here, you're about to go into phase 2. Before I do let you go, I just want to ask, what advice would you give to someone who's aspiring to be a Pokemon master like yourself?
It's a long journey. It's not. I think that a lot of people think about growth as like just a straight upward trajectory. But when in actuality, it's really a set of you do really well at one event and then you might bomb another event. You do really well at one event and then you don't do so well at one event. What's important is to really learn from your mistakes. And I think getting better is what makes Pokemon so much fun.
Love that mindset. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah. Shout out my testing group. Shout out Julian. Shout out Jacob, who's 6'1". Shout out Piper, who's doing a great job commentating. I have to, unfortunately, give an anti-shout out to Bodie Robinson. I was trying to practice this week, and he said that, and I quote, "I've played 750 games of the Gardevoir deck. I can't get any better at it. No ego." And so he refused to practice with me. So that was, maybe I would be 7-0 right now, is that all that's to say.
I don't think I've ever heard an anti-shout out, but love it. Anyway, thank you so much. Speaking of Piper, we're going to throw it back to the casting desk for more Pokemon action.
Bit of a custom shout out for you. Anything you want to comment on a little bit of a shout out on the stream? It's not often we get a little bit of recognition and love back here in the booth.
Yeah, I mean, Bodhi is a griefer, but he does have 750 games on Gardevoir, and he can't get any better. I can confirm that.
Is there a peak? Because, Henry Chow doesn't stop at greatness.
Well, I mean, there is a fall off. I mean, Gardevoir's rotating now, so gonna have to find something else. Bodhi's gonna get 750 games on another deck and be the best at that too, I'm sure.
Well, I might have 750 games casted.
Yeah.
We're coming up to that close. Someone else who may have 750 games, Chip Ritchie, is standing by with us. It's got to come close to that at this point, right?
I mean, not this season or all.
No, no, all time, of course.
We're probably getting there, honestly.
It's at that point, man.
It's a lot of games over the years. Yeah, that was a really fun one to see play out. I think a big story for that one is obviously keeping composure and playing to your outs, right? Noah had his back against the wall from the get-go in this game. Prizing both ends Zekrom, huge part of his deck, huge part of his strategy. Really, really unfortunate to see that in his prize cards, of course. You could hear in his interview, he kind of considered just going to the next game. I was watching, wondering if he should just go to the next game. Is the time more valuable? The matchup feels like it is very fine for him. But he stuck it out for at least a little while, and I think it was good on him. We see this opening search here when he realizes the moment of, oh, yep, is that real? Yep, no Zekroms in the deck. He's going to have to pivot his game plan just a little bit, and he was relying on just that thin 1-1 line of the Darumaka and In's Darmanitan attacking with the Darumaka, or copying its attack, I should say, lining up nicely to KO the Dark Weak Monkey Dories, of course. But then also checking your opponent's resources. On this turn, Takashi pulled a ton of energy cards out of his deck and seemingly set himself up nicely, right? Was able to retreat this super damaged Marnie's Grimmsnarl on the active spot, was able to energy switch and energy over from the benched Marnie's Grimmsnarl to the Monkey Dory that he benches here shortly. And seems like he's got a pretty powerful board. I think Takashi was probably pretty keyed in on the fact that something was going on Noah's side of the board. There was no in Zekrom at this point in the game, so not something he assumed his opponent had access to. But it ends up coming back to really bite him here. Another thing that came back to bite him, I think, really is the bench of the Shaman. It feel a little bit of pressure to get this Pokemon into play because your opponent is relying so much on the In's Darmanitan. But ultimately, its low hit points become a liability at the end of the game. And after this knockout, here, I'll just skip ahead a little bit more. Noah pretty quickly is going to take stock of the resources from Takashi before making his decision here on what to promote. And I have to imagine number one thing was, how many energy cards does my opponent have left? And he found that really unique line with the Badoo to just lock his opponent out of being able to do anything on the next turn. It was actually technically possible for Noah to have won on this turn. He would have needed like a ridiculous combination of cards. Doesn't even worry about going for it. Knows that I can just lock my opponent for one single turn, and then I can close things out on the next turn. So really skillfully navigated there from Noah, I would definitely say. Wouldn't have faulted him for conceding on like the second turn necessarily, but he stuck it out and it paid off big time.
Played your outs, that's what it comes down to. And you have to also wonder on Takashi's side, if it ever becomes that clear and that apparent, you know, that the Zekrom isn't coming down, if you just fully start to try and pivot towards KOing the Darmanitan, right? You know, taking an extra turn to go into play, you can do some cool things with Flare that we were talking about, but you're kind of capped out at, you know, how much you really can do without Zekrom.
Yeah, Flare can KO Monkey Dories, but it doesn't do much to a Marnie's Grimmsnarl, that is for sure, and Scratch on Zorua is definitely not getting there. So, yeah, you have to wonder if there was an opening for him to maybe try to pivot in that way, find a gusting card, but like Piper's pointed out many times so far this weekend, the Grimmsnarl deck has no engine, so it is very difficult for it to piece together all of those big combo turns you'd like to think are possible. But yeah, I mean, just seeing the difference in the size of cards remaining in the deck for both these players as we get down to the end of both of these games, you can just see how nice it is to be able to have that consistent power through the game.
Yeah, and I mean, you could touch on that a little bit, Piper. It literally kind of seemed that at this last turn where the game ended, where the Badoo is finally KO'd thanks to that Adrenabrain, and then the Monkey Dory got pushed up. I think Noah's deck was exactly the amount of cards needed. It was the boss's orders, the Dark Energy, and nothing else. And it's really that pre-planning and that pre-thinning, so to say, with refinement, or excuse me, with trade. It's like evil and good trade, like the good and evil side of things. Refinement's been gone, trade and not gone right away. That really allowed this deck to thrive in the late game.
Yeah, trade discarding a card means when your opponent Ionos you or you use Lily's Determination, those cards aren't going back into the deck. So besides just drawing the two cards, you're also taking cards out of consideration. No Buddy Buddy Poffins, Cyrano's, Badoo when you don't need it. And it means that you're basically guaranteed to find the combinations that you need to win the game. And as we saw, Noah's able to put together that awesome Badoo play, locking out Takashi of all those resources that had been used.
Yeah, Noah's setting it up really excellently here and just kind of finding that line of, yeah, I don't win this turn, but my opponent can't do anything, right? And that's a pretty good spot to be in, right? Anytime you just set up a board where you just know that your opponent has nothing. Like, I mean, I guess there is maybe a world where Takeshi pulls the 10th Darkness Energy out, but Noah was kind of playing to the odds of, this is what most lists are playing, and I'm going to lock in on that, and it worked out very nicely.
Well, Noah's sitting at a pretty 6-0-1. We'll have to see House and Zoroark does throughout the course of the weekend. We are only just getting started. Thanks so much, as always, Chip, for joining us and sharing your insight into that last match. As we sort of buckle in and get ready, we've got one more Swiss round of the first phase, but we are more than still ready to keep going throughout our day. We've got one more Swiss round, and then phase 2 begins today. So I hope you all are ready, because we are kicking things up a notch here in Orlando. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm here with probably what is my new favorite thing here in the regional. We have Chelsea and the Radish Archon. You never know what to expect here at a Pokemon regional, but Chelsea, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling fantastic. I'm having so much fun today.
I know I am. I saw you across the hall with the Archon, and I saw it moving, and I'm like, it looks so real. He's a real Pokemon. He likes head scratches, apparently, so. No, but yeah, so let's talk about, his name's Radish, you said?
Yes.
And this is, you made him yourself, right?
I did. He's handmade.
Very cool. How does one get into the process of making a fossil Pokemon?
It started with cosplay. I love cosplaying as Pokemon trainers. I went to a few conventions, saw other people do puppets, and it just clicked like that. I already made stuffed animals in the past of my own, so one for one, it seems like a good idea.
Absolutely love it. You can see here just the full-on Pokemon paleontologist gear and everything ready for the Pokemon regional. Let me know though, what are you here for in the regional?
I'm actually here for the TCG game, so this is my first regionals. I'm super excited.
This is your first regional. Are you competing in the main event tomorrow?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's so exciting! Will Radish be joining you tomorrow?
Not tomorrow. He's got to take a rest.
That makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately, there's no Archon deck, I think, in the format. But what are we playing? I'm just curious.
Cynthia's Garchomp. I have to play my queen.
I love it. That's kind of like a dinosaur, right? It's a dragon. Yeah. It counts. With that, you know what? I just want to do something real quick. We have a buddy, Pablo, who is absolute biggest fan of Archon. Can we do a big roar for Pablo? Great job, Radish. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
Yeah, I'm going to shout out to my two friends, Chris and Reggie, who are here to help support me for the first regionals. And shout out to my best friend, Brittany. Woo!
Thank you so much, Chelsea. Thank you so much, Radish. We're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon fans. We're live here at the Orlando Regional Championships, and we have a player that you have to watch out for right now. Lance Bradshaw, 2015 national champion, as well as top 8 earlier this season. A couple of top 8s earlier this season. Lance, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Excited to get to play again in Orlando. So I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yes. Lance here again made top 8 in 2 earlier regionals this season. And just to paint the picture, right now, Lance, you're around 137 something. You're in the fringes right now for your Worlds invite. Are you pressured at all?
I am pressured because I would like to be in a spot where the number is high enough where I don't have to worry about it, and the number is low, so it's like I haven't booked my plane ticket to San Francisco yet, so it's like I can't quite do that yet, so it is getting to me a little bit. I'll be honest with you, yeah.
But again, I think we talked about this a little bit backstage. You've only have 3 of your regional finishes filled so far. You still have 2 more.
Yeah. I still have a lot of open slots, but the problem is I have to make sure that I can get those finishes, right? I can't just lose all my rounds. So it looks okay, but it's definitely worrying. I got to get those finishes still.
That's for sure. And right now, hey, you're here in Orlando. You're one of the people who, if you do well enough, guarantees your invite from here on out. What's going through your mind? How did you prepare for the events?
I'm going to be honest with you. I am a PhD student, so I'm very busy. So the last game of Pokemon I played was in Houston, the last tournament. I have played 0 games since then. The format is still the same, so I'm hoping my preparation previously, I'm playing the same deck, so I'm hoping that'll carry over, which It's probably not the best thing to do, but that's kind of my strategy right now, is just hopefully that it rolls over.
So you played, what did you play in Houston, if you mind me asking?
I have played Dragapult for the entire season. Not because I think Dragapult's the best deck. I actually don't think Dragapult's very good right now. Maybe I'll eat my words after this weekend, but just because the similar thought where I've put enough hours in with the deck at this point that I don't want to have to reinvest previously. In my last interview, I was talking about how it's kind of a sunk cost at this point, where I've invested enough hours into Dragapult that I just don't want to invest the hours into anything else. So I'm gonna stick with it until it's not good anymore.
You talk about it being a sunk cost, but what Dragapult's gotten you a couple of top 8s this season is the majority of your points. So I think you had return in your investment. But yeah, so Dragapult EX right now in the current format, how does it feel? You said it doesn't feel good, but I feel like it's still the best deck in format.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think that the deck was very good around the Worlds format, and it hasn't really gained. It's got Pokepad. I'll talk about that in a second. But after Worlds, Jellicent became pretty popular, and that was bad for Dragapult, so I think it got a little worse there. And then after that, Psyduck got printed, and that was quite a bit worse for the deck. And now we got Pokepad, which you would think would make the deck better, but I actually think that Zoroark's a pretty bad matchup for the deck, and that's pretty popular now too.
Ooh.
And also, Grimmsnarl got quite a bit better, and that deck is a pretty bad matchup. So I actually think the deck is worse in this format, even with Pokepad, than it was in the past. But it is more consistent now, at the very least, with Pokepad.
Yeah, I mean, Pokepad, you just get to find those Draclos, get the train going a little bit easier. I find it a lot easier to do the whole board wipe combos, you know, because of the Pokepad. But again, you make a lot of points. Those are a lot of very scary decks. With that, you know, you said you haven't prepared as much going to the event, but you know, you're still such an accomplished player. What advice would you give to any aspiring Pokemon master out there?
I would say don't do what I do for sure. I think the most important thing for these events is just to put in a lot of practice. I think there's a very, very strong correlation with the amount of games you play before an event with how well you do in the event. Something I hear a lot from players who are struggling a bit is they just feel like they got really unlucky or things along those lines, which is true to an extent. It can be true, but I think the biggest thing is as you get better, you start to recognize your mistakes. So if you're in that spot where you feel like you're just getting really, really unlucky on repeat, well, your luck might not be the best. I think a lot of times it's just that you can't recognize exactly where you could have made something better. So the best thing to do is just to put in more and more reps. The more reps you do, the better you'll do overall.
That is great advice. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I do let you go?
I always shout out my AP statistics teacher from high school, Mr. Moser. I haven't talked to you in about 6 years at this point, so I'm sorry, Mr. Moser, but I hope you're doing well out there. If you ever see these, shout out Mr. Moser.
One of these days. I know I've heard Mr. Moser as much as I've heard Lance Bradshaw at this point. One of these days he'll be at the event.
I hope so.
When you win the World Championship.
Yeah, you know, maybe he'll show out to Indianapolis. I'm from Indianapolis, so maybe, you know, that's like a 20-minute drive for him. So maybe we'll see if we can get Mr. Moser out to Indianapolis Regionals.
Absolutely love it. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Lance Bradshaw, a player we have to watch out for here at the Orlando Regional Championships. But right now, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Juancho Saldana here, live on the floor of the Orlando Regional Championships. I have a couple of updates for our players to watch. And how about we start with Lance Bradshaw, actually. Lance Bradshaw, currently 4-2-1, fighting for his tournament life. So, again, still needs one more game to get to phase 2 and probably a little bit more points. But more importantly, how about we talk about Justin Neudorf, gonna be 35. Very, very hot right now, 7-0, but he is, of course, followed by Ian Robb, 6-0-1. Both players are undefeated at the moment. Ian Robb, of course, are top 16 at EUIC and our Hartford Regional Champion. We also have Rowan Sivanow, who we've seen on the stream, did get a win on the floor, currently 6-0-1. However, his opponent, Henry Chow, did, however, lose his next round, so 5-1-1 for the Gardevoir champ himself. We also have Liam Halliburton, who is currently 6-1. Not too bad here for the other person who is on top of the CP leaderboard. While speaking of top of the CP leaderboard, we also have Tord Reklev, who we saw on the stream, still undefeated, but currently 5-0-2. There's a lot more players I wish we could go down through, but we're gonna throw it to the desk for more Pokemon action.
A little bit of an update so far on our players to watch. Got an update on Henry, we got an update on Liam, but let's not forget about Jackson out there playing that Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck at 6-1. So, you know, these are our players to watch. They're all living up to the hype so far. Still plenty of Pokemon left to play.
Yeah, all three of them locked in for Phase 2 with 16 or more match points and just looking to capitalize on that, get some more wins, and put themselves in a great place to get more regional wins. All of these players are regional champions, 2 of them this season, and countless other amazing finishes.
Yeah, and of course, plenty of other players competing out in the field as well. We'll take a look at our standings so far, see how the players are rounding up. We, of course, talked about Justin. He is at 7-0, playing the Dragapult EX deck yet again. Another 7-0 name that may jump out, less about the name, more about the deck. Matt Bridges playing Joltik Box at 7-0. Wow, wow, wow. Not a deck we expect to see, you know, undefeated this late in the tournament.
Yeah, and Aaron Davis playing Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. My friend just lost to him last round. Now up to 7-0. Noah Sakajian, who's just on stream playing that End Zoroark. Ben Clark, I know, is playing Mega Absol Box. Such a variety of decks here up at top 8 standings. Marco Garcia at 11th came all the way from Brazil playing Gardevoir with, I believe I saw some interesting text there. And then, as mentioned, Ian Robb, great player. I think 5-time regional champion, NAIC finalist, still up there, 601, second best record to have. Yeah, Rowan Stabnow, 2015 junior world champion. A lot of great players here in the top 16 Swiss rankings right now, and a lot of different decks too.
And of course, plenty more Pokemon to play, but this is the last round of phase number 1, going into round number 8 now for the Pokemon TCG. We've got plenty of star-studded talent out here. Caleb Rogerson versus H. Chow, that's another matchup that is great. Liam up against Bodhi, another great matchup. All of these matches are plenty full of talent, but the one we're going to be featuring for you all is Luke Mayer up against Pierce Blend.
Yeah, 2 interesting decks. I mean, 1 interesting deck and 1 other deck here. Waiting for the players to...
1 interesting deck and 1 other deck. So
yeah, well, the players don't have their headphones.
We'll wait for our players to get their headphones on, and we'll figure out exactly what will be the matchup between both of our competitors. We want to have fair advantages here for everyone involved. It is going to be an interesting match nevertheless. Everything gets underway here. Round number 8. Between both of these players, checking on the records to see where everyone is at. Pierce currently has played through phase 1 and is sitting at 6 wins and 1 loss. So both players, Luke as well, at 6-1. So they're already locked up here for phase number 2, but a win would cement them into an excellent spot. At worst, they would go into phase 2 at 6-2. And at worst, you know, if they lost another round, 6-3 is not a terrible spot to be. But winning this match is definitely a big advantage here in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and Pierce has been playing the game for quite a while now, top-warring the Collinsville Regional Championships back in 2018 with Zoroark GX, Lycanroc GX. I mean, we have Zoroark back in a way, still having trade, but we'll see what Pierce chose to bring to this event. And with both players having the headphones, Pierce is not playing Zoroark, but is instead playing Dragapult Dusknoir. Tried and true. And the lists are starting to get pretty standardized. They included Pokepad recently, but very quickly the decks got pretty optimized. And on the other side, we have Ethan's Ho-Oh Armor Rouge box from Luke, a deck that you see here and there. I know one got top 32 at the World Championships last year. Kind of has some great finishes on occasion, but not super popular. Very awesome deck. Those box type decks are some of my favorite. You know, they have so many different options, a lot of cool attackers, and Prism Energies, Rainbow Energies, whatever the format kind of gives them. And super fun archetypes in general.
You'll never guess which deck I want to win, ladies and gentlemen. Never get to see an Ethan's deck on the stream. I have my own Pokemon here, so I'll be rooting for Luke in the shadows. But like you mentioned, Toolbox deck, so cool. It's that cool combination between Golden Flame that puts your fire energy into play, and then the fire off moves them to your active Pokemon. So that's really the whole strategy behind this deck, and there are a plethora, and I mean a plethora of attackers. 22 Pokemon in the deck here for Luke. You know how we talk about how most of your deck is usually trainer cards? There's only 5 more trainer cards than there are Pokemon in this deck here for Luke.
Yeah, and so many of these Pokemon are one-ofs. There's a 3/3 Armor Rouge line and 2 Ethan's Ho-Ohs, but looking at the rest of the cards, it's just so many different one-of Pokemon, so many different options. Mega Kangaskhan is in here, a little bit extra draw, and sometimes just a random full attacker to knock out anything. Could knock out a Dragapult in there, but really going to rely on something like that Lily's Clefairy or the Mew EX. There's even a Monkey Dory, so we could see some shenanigans like Gardevoir getting in here, copying the Phantom Dive, taking 3 prizes in a turn.
Yeah, we'll have to also see how that A-Spec Legacy energy comes into play. playing around things like the Phantom Dive. One thing to remember, Legacy Energy only triggers when a Pokemon is knocked out by damage. So once a damage is knocked out, that Pokemon takes one less prize card. But things like Phantom Dive damage on the bench, things like Dusknoir, those can all play around that effect. And while it does provide that energy cost, you really are going to want to be trying to deny prize cards as much as possible for a disruptive deck like Dragapult Dusknoir. So we'll see the decks be shuffled up. These players will get ready. We will get into our 8th Swiss round. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not know if I expected to see things play out this way, but to be honest, it's not Gardevoir versus Dragapult. Yeah. I'm just going to say it. It's not Gardevoir versus Dragapult on the stream for round number 8, so I am more than happy to watch some Ethan's Ho-Oh fire off here in this match.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see one at round 8 also. Maybe round 4 earlier when it's like 3-0, but seeing it at 6-1, really impressive run from Luke here with such an awesome list. A lot of different options. And we'll see if he's going to be able to beat the big gatekeeper of the format, really, Dragapult Dusknoir. You know, it does so well against all those aggressive decks like Joltik Box, Raging Bolt, just the onslaught of Disruption, Gust, and damage spread. Will the different archetype in the Armorer's box be able to beat it, or will it fall like all those other aggressive decks?
Luke had a, Pierce had a mulligan, showed his hand. It was probably the most generic mulligan hand I've ever seen, and Luke took a time to kind of take through, make sure I understood all the cards, and Pierce kind of laughed, like, all right, buddy, like, this is Dragapult. Have you not played against this deck before? So players having a little bit of fun. Throw back to that Nashville shirt. That was one of my favorite World Championships, my first World Championships I attended. Not to make things personal, but looks like we're pointing the camera, making sure everything is good. These players are swagged out in Worlds Apparel. I'm excited to see what this year's Worlds Apparel is going to look like. Always a pleasure to see what the design team brings every year to World Championships.
Yeah, we got a bit of a sneak peek back on Pokemon Day, and it looks great. I'm really excited for Worlds this year in San Francisco. 10 years since the last San Francisco Worlds where I was in attendance, and I got top 32 there, so that was my first top 32 at Worlds. So really sentimental place for me as well, and really excited to go back this year.
Well, Judge Totodile back there is making sure everything is going up to form. Luke is going to have the advantage of, you know, being able to have a couple of cards to start the game off with extra. Yeah, so the basic was found here for Pierce. Is now just debating what Pokemon to put in the active spot.
Yeah, had the Latias in hand, but chooses to start that Dreepy instead, not wanting that Latias in the active, because sometimes you don't want Latias on the board, especially if you don't know what your opponent's playing.
You just get Yveltal trapped, and then the game just ends. I know another top player was complaining to me last event about starting that Pokemon, so you've always got to be careful, you know, when things like this happen. We'll finally see the prize cards get put out. These players are eager to get into this match, and honestly, Piper, that makes me more than happy. Let's take a look and see what's unavailable. Is that Lily's Clefairy at the bottom? 2 Dreepies for Pierce and a Badoo. So both players not having access to the cards they exactly want.
Yeah, that Lily's on the bottom is good for Luke, though. An aggressive deck takes prizes quickly, so something like the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX could just take those bottom 2 prize cards, and Clefairy's in the deck now. And those 2 Dreepies in the prizes is really big against aggressive decks, too, because you're not going to have as many Dracloaks in play, which gives you less draw, and then it also means that if your Dragapult gets knocked out, you're less likely to have responses turn after turn. Now that we're getting into it, we're going to see who's going first, and it is Luke going first. With those 2 extra cards, is going to be able to make a bit better of a board going into the Itchy Pollen turn.
Just slams down the SAR, Ethan's Ho, like it's no big deal to start off the turn. And it has the Legacy Energy as well. Immediately actually throwing it down onto Terapagos. Now, of course, these Pokemon can be moved around, or excuse me, energy can be moved around freely. It's not as much of a concern. And this is a solid start. You know it's strong when your opponent Ultra Balls away Carmine on turn 1.
Yeah, Luke already having another Carmine in hand. Ultra Balling here, likely grabbing something like that Squawk ability to just draw so many cards, or maybe get a Charcadet, start to threaten the Armorers, because while he attaches Legacy Energy immediately, it doesn't mean it's staying on that Terapagos. Could always move to something like that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. And yeah, here's the Squawk ability, meaning Luke's going to see up to 11 more cards this turn with the Carmine and then the Squawk and Seas, discarding a lot of cards, but at the same time, seeing so many to make such a great board that it's kind of asking the question, if Pierce has Badoo, is it even going to do anything?
Yeah, Luke is locked in right now. I can already tell. Holding the Pheasantipity, finds Latias off the rip, and is actually just considering not even benching Fez. So Fez goes to the discard pile. We're going to see 5 cards off of this here. Finds Prism Energy, Reshiram, double Prism. Is considering just squawking it away. Who needs Prism Energy? Goodbye. Needs to find Charcadet and does. Huge find there. No Ethan's Ho-Oh, no energies just yet. finally finds the fire energy, and all of a sudden here on turn 1, we're threatening so much Piper next turn because we haven't even talked about one of the most impactful Pokemon in this deck, and that's Wellspring Mask Ogerpon.
Yeah, and as mentioned, Pierce prized 2 Dracloak, so if Luke decides to get aggressive with the Wellspring Mask, could really dampen Pierce's board, make it really weak, and leaving him with potentially 1 Dracloak on the following turns. I mean, we saw Dragon Bolt Dusknoir in the past playing Unfair Stamp. Looking to the future, it's playing Unfair Stamp, but right now it's playing Neo Upper Energy, so it's not going to have as strong of a response to those aggressive Wellspring Mask Ogerpons. And looking at Luke's hand, I saw an Energy. He's going to be able to accelerate 1 to the Ethan's Ho-Oh and an Armor for next turn. Really just making a super strong board turn 1 at the cost of those 2 Prism Energies, but with a Legacy in play and 2 more Prism Energies in the deck, should have plenty of energies to close out the game.
Wow. Now just considering if it's worth playing Ultra Ball, you already got the Armarouge in your hand for next turn. A big thing to be thinking about is just considering whether or not to retreat the Mew EX. Yeah, just going to pass. That guy seems fine to have in the active spot. As Pierce will start turn off and get the bad news immediately, like you mentioned, that 2 copies of Dracloak are in the prize cards.
Yeah, those 2 Dreepies being prized is really big here. It means that Pierce, if he finds another Buddy pop-in, needs to try and conceal that those are prized, because you can kind of make your opponent not want to go for Wellspring by using Itchy Pollen and having like a decent board and threatening just Disruption plus Gust plus Itchy Pollen. But Luke finding that Latios means the Gust Disruption is not going to be as strong. But if Pierce shows that the 2 Dreepies are prized, Luke is going to be incentivized to go for that Wellspring and really just take apart Pierce's board turn after turn. And
it seems like, you know, the illusion of choice, essentially, is kind of how it feels, you know. On one hand, you're going to take 2 prizes and KO a Pokemon, and on the other hand, you're going to take 2 prizes and KO a Pokemon. Now, the biggest interesting thing to think about in this spot is there's actually no Iron Hands EX in this deck. That's a card I feel like I've seen a lot in this Armarouge Toolbox-style deck, which, again, kind of begs the question of, can you afford to Torrential Pump consistently every turn?
Yeah.
And a lot of that, I think, is just going to depend on how consistently Pierce can string together Itchy Pollen, and with 1 being prized Piper, it feels difficult.
Yeah, it could have also been something like Luke benching that Pheasantipity. We mentioned it earlier that Cruel Arrow is really good against these Dragon Bolt Dusknoir decks, and with the Armarouge can get 3 energies, but here Pierce has the Jamming Tower, which now locks Luke out of benching any more Pokemon without another Area 0, and I think Luke might have had to discard another Area 0 earlier and has the Armarouge, but...
That's the Armarouge at minimum, though, Piper. This does mean that the Terrapagos can take a KO onto Bidoof, so the knockout is already there, and there is a Boss's Orders in the hand. I think is considering maybe just starting to chase down Dreepy here with Boss.
It could be a little scary, though. Countercatch for this Armarouge plus Iono means the Armarouge could get stuck for a turn. Luke not adding any more energies to the board. Kind of considering here if you want what support he wants to play. Boss at the front, but looking now the Iono's at the front. Really important decision here. Do you go aggressive? Do you try to stop your board? But here goes aggressive, knocking out that Dreepy.
And this is just going to pay off because of that other Dreepy being prized. Now all of a sudden, we're in a spot where our opponent's only going to have 1 Dracloak up max next turn, and they're going to be really relying off of that.
Yeah, and Luke is going to know that 2 are prized if Pierce has to Night Stretcher for the Dreepy this turn, and Pierce does have that 1 Dracloak, but not a whole lot else. I think I saw an Iono, but no Countercatcher yet, really looking to Countercatcher up that Armarouge and try to buy a turn.
Yeah.
But Luke here just off to such a commanding start.
Flame Cannon does deal 90 damage, so it could KO the Bidoof, but it would be at the cost of 3 energies.
Yeah, and your Armarouge is in the active just to get Phantom Dive, so you're losing a ton of energies and your Armarouge, so a little bit awkward if Pierce is able to find that Countercatcher.
This Pokepad may just be a dead giveaway here, Piper, that there is no Dreepy left in the deck if you're just going to grab another Dusclops out. But on the flip side, though, if this Dracloak does not get KO'd, you are going to have an excellent following turn, assuming you can use 2 of these Curse Blast abilities.
Yeah, threatening double Dusknoir is really good against these 2 prize decks. I mean, the Squawk ability has 160 HP. This Mew has 170 HP because of that 1 Itchy Pollen. So you can really get a lot of damage on the board and potentially take 6 prizes in 1 turn as more and more damage builds up.
Even 4 and then Blood Moon to threaten game is also just more than enough. So here we go. Iono, both players shuffling in the bottom. Luke will get 5 cards. Pierce will get 6. Pierce has already done essentially all he wants to in this spot, right? The Dracloak is up. If there's a Night Stretcher, that's great. There's the upper energy for the following turn, the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And we will just see the Pokepad be played to shuffle the deck and probably grab Dusknoir for the following turn.
Yeah, and also thin out the deck, try to find counter catchers and the likes. And there's that Hawlucha, which could also add even more damage to the double Dusknoir play, potentially enough to just win the game for Pierce at some point. And yeah, now Pokepadding the Hawlucha, really just thinning the deck. Doesn't have a strong hand next turn, just a Hilda, no other supporter. And as we mentioned, those 2 other Dreepies prize mean Pierce is locked with only 1 Dracloak on the board, not having a ton of draw. Might have wanted the Fezandipity this turn.
And here we go. Is there a boss's orders in this hand?
Doesn't look like it. I mean, Luke's only playing 2 boss and down 1 already. No draw on board.
That stadium bump is just absolutely massive in this spot. If there was a stadium here, that Wellspring Ogre Pond could be used. It's no. Instead, just going to be an Iono.
Yeah, and
making sure the deck is cut first. Not playing the Lily instead, so really just going to put those cards at the bottom. But Pierce was actively thinning that previous turn.
Yeah, and I think Pierce is happy to see this Iono. I mean, had the Neo Upper, had the Hilda, but really wants to keep Ionoing the aggressive deck. And we'll see what Luke draws here, looking for an Area 0 and a Pokemon to go with it, but not much. Finds an energy, but probably just going to have to knock out this Budew.
And what do you do it with? Could use... Is there another energy in hand? There is a Prism energy, I believe. Could drop that onto something like... looks like it is already dropped onto the Mew EX. So here we go, another knockout with Unified Beatdown. And now, while this Lily's Clefairy gets taken, is it too little too late? If Luke can find a way to Dusknoir and KO this active, he will be in an excellent spot. Or, Piper, do you just ignore completely this active, or excuse me, do you just ignore this Armarouge on the bench?
I mean, if you knock out this Armarouge, there's no threat of Clefairy. And looking at Pierce's hand, I didn't see any supporters besides Boss's orders, so may just have to knock out this Armarouge to protect the Dragapult. Not much else going on. You can't really use 2 Dusclopses to knock out it on the bench. So probably going to gust up that Armarouge and start spreading damage on the bench. And it is a little awkward, because then Luke could force you to play a 7-prize game, knocking out the 1-prizer and then 3 2-prizes. But yep, here's the gust on the Armarouge. We'll see if Luke benches another 1-prizer for Pierce to take advantage of, or if he's locked on this kind of energy spread.
Yeah, with there only being 5 bench Pokemon, you're not even setting up for a 2-hit KO onto this Dragapult EX. You're going to have to find something here. But let's not forget about Ethan Ho-Oh's second attack, or only attack, because this attack is actually so good against Phantom Dive. Shining Feathers does 160, sets up for a 2-hit KO, and then heals 50 damage off of all of your bench Pokemon. So it doesn't really matter how Luke spreads, or excuse me, how Pierce spreads the damage, because it's just going to get healed off from this Ethan's Ho-Oh. And I have to double check here to make sure if it heals off the active or not, because that is an absolutely massive advantage if it exists.
Yeah, but Luke does have to find 3 energies to use with 2 Prisms in the discard and 3 more energies in play besides on the Ho-Oh. Has to find 2 to use with the Ho-Oh ability and an attachment for a turn just to do that. And then next turn, what do you use to knock out the Dragapult? As mentioned, if Luke doesn't find that last Area 0 in the deck, the Trapagos is only locked at 150 damage and will not be able to knock out the Dragapult even with that 160. And here benches a Charcadet.
Yeah, it's really going to have to find, like you mentioned, something like the 2 fire energy and another energy to move this here. If there's not a way to heal this 30 damage off of the Ho-Oh, it's almost just going to be game over for Pierce. There's just too much pressure, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna can easily close the game out. And now Pierce is going to read that Shining Feathers attack and say, maybe I should have just dumped all my counters onto 1 Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, the Ethan's Ho-Oh is really strong. You have some grass attackers for something like Grimmsnarl, but the Ethan's Ho-Oh is great against a 2 healing it, and it really shows kind of the flexibility of these decks. Well, in a matchup like Grimmsnarl, you have the grass attackers and this healing, just lots of options for a lot of different matchups.
And the energy retrieval is going to double check the discard pile. Are there any energies? I don't
think there's any basic energies.
Yeah, there's
just
no
2
basic
Prisms.
energies. It's just going to essentially take the turn off here. So Luke just not finding the pieces necessary, and I think Pierce has another Gusting card in hand. If he could just bring up this Charcadet again, or even better, use a Curse Blast ability with a counter catcher, this is going to spell absolute disaster here.
Yeah, knocking out the Mew EX and the Charcadet this turn kind of takes all the threats off Luke's board. The Mew being really scary because of the Lily's Clefairy can knock out the Dragapult next turn.
Yeah.
And as we mentioned, this Trapagos just isn't doing enough damage, and now Pierce finds one of those Dreepies off the prize cards. He's finally starting to restabilize, gets an energy there. And
this is excellent. This is 100% what you want here. Yeah, if Pierce, like you mentioned, KOs this Mew EX and KOs the Charcadet, then what does Luke do in response?
Yeah, Luke's at 3 prizes. Pierce is at 2. If Luke takes a knockout on this Dragapult, you're just asking to get Blood Moon Ursaluna. And if he doesn't, then the Dragapult's just going to keep on Phantom Diving.
So Pierce will give Luke a prize thanks to that Cursed Blast ability. The biggest disadvantage right now, though, for Pierce is he just doesn't have anything going on in the hand.
Yeah, I mean,
dusting cards and energy.
Yeah, if he had Dusknoir this turn, he actually could have won the game using another Cursed Blast on that Squawk ability. But here, just using a counter catcher, knocking out this Mew and the Charcadet, getting a couple extra damage counters to spread here. Probably seen some on the Trap Ghost, maybe one on the Latias. Just kind of spreading the damage around. Could be prone to the Shining Feathers, but that's not even knocking out the Dragapult. So it's not seeming like enough. Pierce, despite having such a weak board throughout this whole game, is starting to claw back into it. Luke prizing that Clefairy, not being able to attack with it early.
Yeah.
And then now not being able to find it from the disruption is just falling a little too far behind. Has the Clefairy now, but just seems a little too late.
Yeah, and we see time and time again, if you let Dragapult EX get into play in a matchup like this, it just almost shifts completely into Dragapult's favor. So Pierce down to just 2 prize cards now, and what can Luke do? He can use this he can use this Unified Beatdown, but he's gonna need to find a full bench if he wants to stay in this game. If Dragapult does not fall, this game is all but over.
Yeah, and the big issue of this whole game has been Luke's only been able to establish one Charcadet at a time, and Pierce has just been knocking it out, preventing the moving of the energies, and whatever tricks Luke may have up his sleeve.
Can we take a close look at this hand, ladies and gentlemen? If we have a camera op that's close here, wrong hand, close. The other hand, I think there's just 8 Pokemon in this hand.
Yeah, so many different Pokemon.
It's all Pokemon, no breaks, and with no Area 0, I'm sorry, Luke, but you can only choose one of those to bench.
Yeah, using the Pheasantipity already, really just showing that, well, he had such a great turn 1 with the Carmine and the Squawk ability. A lot of resources were discarded, like that Area 0 and some energies. And then choosing for that boss play instead of the Iono kind of just had too weak of a board to be able to keep up with this one Dragapult. So while Pierce only has one Dragapult and no Dracloak on the bench, just can't deal with it.
Yeah, and this game is just over. No matter what Luke promotes, he can go for a Sob and try and block this, and I guess that does keep him in the game in a sense.
Eventually, they're just losing to a Dusknoir on the Squawk ability, though, and there's an Ultra Ball in Pierce's hand. Gonna grab the Dusknoir, Curse Blast, knocking out the Squawk ability from the bench, not even having to worry about this Saw block, ending the game with the Curse Blast, not even the Phantom Dive.
Yeah, who needs attacks here? You can just use that Curse Blast, and Pierce, off the back of some pretty unfortunate prize cards, does win a very convincing game number 1.
Yeah, had a good start besides the prize cards, had all his basics evolved in stage 1s on turn 2, and Luke here just unable to create a response to that Dragapult. Really showing the issue of these aggressive decks. They don't have an amazing engine, like they have Pheasantipity, Kangaskhan, and Mew, but those aren't easy to always use. I mean, Kangaskhan has to be active, Mew you have to less than 3 cards, and Pheasantipity something had to be knocked out, which Dragapult doesn't do for a while. So we'll see if Luke actually chooses to go second maybe in this game. Typically, the deck is kind of built to go first with the Carmine and the Squawk ability, but going against Dragapult, you can get the turn 1 attack with the Ho-Oh potentially if you high roll, and Dragapult wants to go second, so maybe taking that away from them.
Yeah, this game, seemed like a strong start for Luke, like you mentioned, but Pierce really was just able to stabilize in that mid game. The double Dusclops, bit of a tongue twister there, was just enough pressure offensively to allow Pierce to get across the finish line. The dude did his job, it slowed the game down, and it was really just being unable to go wide early in the game that caused Luke to falter on these turns. Had to go with some mediocre attacks, and if you're not using good attacks, if you're not taking one-hit KOs onto onto Dragapult, you're in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, Luke had to discard an Area 0 and played one turn 1, and then Pierce had the immediate Jamming Tower, playing 3 right now, so was able to bump that stadium, and Luke is never able to find the Area 0 return bump. So now heading into this next game, Pierce up game 1, hopefully having less Dreepy's prize, starts the Budew versus a Mega Kangaskhan start. Great starts for both players, Luke going first.
Yeah, that run errand ability, super solid to get things started. The choice here, I don't think there's much else going on in the hand.
Yeah, a lot of recovery cards, though. I saw a Night Stretcher and a Super Rod. Finds an Ultra Ball. We'll see if he goes for the Squawk ability here. It does feel kind of bad losing a Prism Energy, a Super Rod, and Night Stretcher.
Yeah.
Maybe just playing passively.
Could discard those resources if you so choose to, and then shuffle them back in. What's the consideration here? It feels like, what else are you going to grab, right? It's like, you know, okay, I'll get down another Charcadet, or okay, I'll get an Armarouge for next turn, but then you don't have Ethan's Ho-Oh, then you don't have anything else. But it looks like Luke just wants to go slow in this spot. Hope to, maybe high roll into Ethan's Ho-Oh and Energy, and then if you find both those pieces, you're essentially in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, having the Kangaskhan draw, And a Lily's in hand for next turn means Lily's is basically getting 10 cards and having that Armorers ready. A lot of great options here, just fixing a sleeve. But in both games, we've seen Luke discard the Pheasantipity turn 1. I wonder if maybe benching it and going for a Cruel Arrow attack could be really strong here, as you can knock out the Dusclopses, the Dracloaks with energies, and you don't have to worry about shuffling the energies into your deck like Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon.
Yeah, the Cruel Arrow can really be devious. That could be a nice devious play to play against some of your opponents, but you know, it is kind of hard to spot that. It's kind of a more efficient Wellspring Ogerpon in this matchup sometimes.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, Countercatcher on the Armorers plus Itchy Pollen and Iono can really punish you for shuffling all those energies back in, which really sucks. But here...
I'm agreeing with you, don't worry.
Yeah,
I'm saying Fez is good. Fez is better for that exact reason. It looks like nothing else going on, though, so just going to pass the turn over, and, you know, there's not too much going on in the hand here for Pierce. Does have Iono, though, and that is extremely valuable to shuffle that freshly searched Armarouge back into the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, Luke has 3 Armories in the deck, so still has some decent odds to draw into one, but looking at Pierce's prize cards, much more manageable than last game. Only 1 Dreepy this time, so we'll have plenty of Dracloaks, and Luke didn't have as crazy of a start as last game. So using that Iono, Pierce is hoping to get some more basics down, some stage 1s for the next turn, and here just prize checking, making sure that those 2 Dreepies are not prized like last game, kind of adjusting the game plan around. Luke does not have too many cards in hand, though, for the Iono.
Yeah, at minimum, you know, the baseline is complete. You know, you're getting the Itchy Pollen, and your opponent, you know, didn't have a super strong start. So you're feeling more than okay, at least with a Dreepy down in play. Now it just comes down to getting stabilized in these next turns. Can you find a Buddy Buddy Poffin this turn? Can you find one next turn? The scariest thing of all of this is not what he doesn't have in hand, it's what he has in hand.
Yeah.
3 Dracloaks are going to the bottom of the deck, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, 3 Dracloaks going to the bottom of the deck, 1 Pokepad down. It might be a little difficult for Pierce to find these Dracloaks on the following turns, but 3 more Pokepads in the deck, a couple Ultra Balls, Hilda, and that 4th Dracloak, a lot of ways to find them, and some shuffles with Buddy Buddy Poffin, hopefully.
No Buddy Buddy Poffin, but there is a Pokepad for next turn, and with the way this hand looks, it may have to be foregoing benching Duskull for this turn, and I think that is going to be the case. Could choose to attach the Neo Upper, but is just going to hold off for now. There's another Lily, or excuse me, a Lily as the top deck. It looks like there was actually pretty much nothing else going on here, so a nice find. Also has that Prism energy, which now means if there can be a Latios or Ethan's Ho-Oh plus energy, we could see a KO on Badoo, and that would be a big find here for Luke. He's going to have 8 cards to try and make that happen.
Yeah, 2 more with the run errand. Really showing the strength of this Kangaskhan. Turn after turn, 2 more cards. Well, you can only use it once per turn. Unlike something like Trade, it adds up over time, especially when you can start using it from the first turn of the game, being on a basic. And that basic has a good attack too, 300 HP. I mean, Mega Kangaskhan, one of the more impressive Megas that have come out recently. So we'll see what Luke draws here off this Lily's, looking to take a prize. Just be super aggressive against Polt, especially with Pierce's super weak start. It looks all right, but looking at Pierce's hand for the future, it is a little bit weak. Having an Ultra Ball and Pokepad, which can get some Dracloaks, but
he did not just hit that on stream. I am livid right now. Not on the stream. We get into here. Let's see. He's got 8 cards in hand, but there's no ability to get the attack off right now. 2 cards. Does he find Latios? No Latios. No Ethan's Ho-Oh, which means we're just going to have to see a pass and a huge turn gained here for Pierce.
Yeah, I think if Pierce had his Badoo knocked out here, he'd have been in a little bit of a tricky spot. The only energy in his hand being that Neo Upper could be a little awkward to move back into a Badoo, but now having this turn to just chill, get some Dracloaks into play, use some Recon Directives, and hopefully restabilize here, finds a Duskull, which is a nice find, not having any Poffins last turn, being able to build up the Dusclops and the Dusknoir to make some more damage onto the board, force some counter catchers, Ionos to low. Really flexible card that is super powerful with Dragapult.
And smart sequencing here, not playing the Ultra Ball just yet. Gonna use this Dracloak's Recon Directive first in hopes of finding some Pokemon that Ultra Ball may want to find to maximize the outs. We'll have to see. The hand is looking a little bit tight in terms of resources. Does find Hilda, though, and I think that's got to be the takeover Ultra Ball here, just to grab another Dracloak and an energy card to hopefully preserve that Neo Upper energy as well.
Yeah, Pierce having that Neo Upper energy in hand and a Dragapult for next turn anyways. This Hilda, without any other supporter, is great. I mean, it gets the energy on the backup Dracloak and another Dracloak, so you even see 2 more cards. You have the Duskull. You kind of have everything you want. So while it's not a Lily's for 8, it's still pretty good this turn.
Is those 2 cards, Psychic Energy and Dracloak, both going to the hand. Now that Fire Energy is prized, so the choice is a little bit interesting as you are kind of limiting your outs to attack just by a little bit compared to, you know, grabbing that Luminous Energy first. Small details, though, probably won't matter, but you've always got to be thinking about stuff like that in the Pokemon TCG. We'll see Recon Directive number 2. It does find Dragapult EX for next turn. There is already one in the hand, however.
Yeah, and an Ultra Ball, so probably just going to grab this Budew as Ultra Ball fodder for something like Pheasantipity next turn if Pierce needs to draw Iono, Countercatcher, any of those pieces, or even a Dusclops. And now Pierce has done everything. Just going to Itchy Pawn again. Luke, oh, Jamming Tower for the Area 0. Yeah. Really big find. We saw last game how Luke, having only 5 bench spaces, really limited his options each turn, but has another Area 0 immediately. First card he plays.
It down right away. There is a Fire Energy in the hand, so if Luke does choose to, he could attach the energy card here.
Considering using the Kangaskhan Run Errand first, maybe looking for a Ho-Oh, considering using the Lilies first too.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a combination of Latios and Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon could take 2 prize cards, knock out the Dracloak, and knock out this active Budew, and put pressure on Pierce to have that Neo Upper Energy in hand.
Yeah, just not attaching the energy before, though. Interesting decision, maybe trying to maximize the odds of the Ethan's Ho-Oh and 2 Fire Energies, and just really building a board with a ton of energies to use. But yeah, looking for a Charcadet 2 potentially, so that this 1 Armorage doesn't get knocked out, and then options are too low. But here, finds an energy, not much else. Another Charcadet is nice, though.
Does find Legacy Energy as well, thinking about just slamming that down right away. Here's that Run Errand. Is there a Latios, anything to pivot? Does find the Ethan's Ho-Oh, so can put that Fire Energy into play thanks to that Golden Flame ability.
Yeah, saves the Prism Energy, so you don't have Prism Energy, and like Legacy Energy or something on this Kangaskhan.
So 3 prizes for Mega Kangaskhan can just be so awkward here when you're going to want to knock out an Armarouge anyways down the line.
Yeah, so this Legacy Energy really big. I mean, it acts as a 5th Prism Energy, but also can just disrupt your opponent's prize trade, especially when you're playing against something like Goldengo, another big 2-prize beat stick deck that just go 2 prize for 2 prize every turn.
Are we really flipping on this poor Budew? Come on, let him live, man.
It's like on TCG Live. It forces you to flip until you get tails.
It's a canon event.
Yeah,
right? That's
yeah.
how it works. Okay, well, Budew goes down one way or another, maybe with a little bit of a less beating than it needed to. But it goes down nevertheless, and Akon Pierce does have another counter stadium. These 3 Jamming Tower are just, you know, coming in tenfold in terms of strength.
Yeah, Jamming Tower is so fantastic into the meta. Shuts off those technical machine evolutions from Gardevoir, air balloons from Goldengo, and also it's just a stadium bump against Area 0s in these aggressive decks. And 3 of them means you just find them quickly and whenever you need them. So a really interesting deck building decision that is paying off here for Pierce.
Both Recon Directives being used, and now the question is, what is going to be our attack of choice? Pheasantipity will use that Flip the Script ability, draw 3 cards. Does find Lily and the Boss's Orders. There was already one in the hand, though, it seems, before. So we'll likely just see Phantom Dive from the active and potentially a Lily before this turn ends.
Yeah, and the Jamming Tower bumping that Area 0 because Luke has really failed to abuse the Area 0. He always has 5 Pokemon, so he doesn't really get to discard after to get rid of some liabilities, although he doesn't have liabilities right now, but doesn't get to board fix like he sometimes may want to do. And Pierce maybe setting up to knock out this Kangaskhan with Phantom Dive or Curse Blast damage later and get the 3 prizes anyway.
But the math is a little bit weird right now since it would go to 220. It wouldn't be KO'd from a Dusclops. It would be just shy. And there's no Monkey Dory in this version of the deck. So we'll see Ultra Ball be played right now, most likely to grab that Dusclops for later on. So now the question just kind of becomes, how do we want to spread damage with our Phantom Dive to try and set up for a win in 3 turns, including this one?
Yeah, this Clefairy is a little bit scary. It's guaranteed to knock out this Dragapult this turn if Luke is able to pivot into it, which he can retreat the Kangaskhan, which feels bad, but is an option, or if he's able to find another Area 0 and a Latios, now that he's not item locked. But Pierce could go 200 onto this Mega Kangaskhan, putting a lot of damage onto the Charcadet, and maybe threatening to knock out that for the 6th prize, and knock out the Kangaskhan, the Charcadet, and the Lily's Clefairy, but it could get evolved into an Armorage, which could make the math a bit awkward.
See the Jamming Tower come down, and I'm just debating whether or not we want to play Boss's Orders this turn. Like you mentioned, could go after the Lily's Clefairy, take a KO on it. And it seems like we are just going to be ignoring the Kangaskhan. So Lily's Clefairy comes up, Phantom Dive used, KO. And now the question, Piper, where do we want to put these 5 damage counters?
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine we want to set up some of these 2 prizes because at this point, with Luke being at 5 prizes, Pierce is at a point where he can just try to trade 2-2-2 with Luke, and Luke goes to 3, then to 1, and Pierce goes from 4, then to 2, then to 0 because he has this Dragapult here. Then he has this Stricloak on the bench with an energy and a Dragapult in the hand or an Ultra Ball in the hand. A way to get a Dragapult in the hand already, and then can close out the game with a Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands right now, Pierce could win the game on the following turn with Dusknoir onto the Kangaskhan and then KO on the bench Charcadet. That would be 4 prizes right there.
Does have the Legacy energy, though, so has to watch out for that.
Oh, right on.
And here, Luke just getting the Clefairy back, maybe looking to find Area 0, Mew, Latios, some combination of these cards to potentially could knock out all of the Pokemon. It'd be really difficult. A lot of pieces need to be found. And with 2 Area 0s discarded, we mentioned it last game that only 3 Area 0s in the deck. You have to find the 3rd one.
Yeah,
it's not easy to do.
Issue. There's no way to pivot right now.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's prized.
Oh,
no. So Luke is going to have to be forced to attack with Mega Kangaskhan EX. We may be reliant on some coin flips here in order to get this KO.
I mean, he could find...
Oh, he's got 1 left. So it looks like I thought he had gone through 2, but it looks like 1 in the discard pile.
Yeah, he could also find an energy to use Ethan's Hoa's ability to accelerate and another Prism energy, then manually retreat, but that feels so bad discarding all those energies on the Kangaskhan, especially that A-Spec Legacy energy. So there is 2 Area 0s in the discard. But yeah, I mean, this hand just 3 Nest Balls does nothing with full bench.
Can draw some cards off of Run Aaron, but it's just more bricks. I don't think there's any fire energy to bring back. I think we got to flip some coins here, Piper.
Yeah, I mean, Luke needs to find 3 heads here, and if he doesn't, it's just such a rough spot. I mean, Pierce could even knock out the Armors and Charcadet this turn if he can find a Dusknoir, which he has an Ultra Ball in hand already. Going for the coin flips, rapid fire combo.
We'll get hype if there's a couple.
Oh, there's the tails.
No, see, we reserve the hype until they hit a couple, but unfortunately, short-lived. 200 damage onto the Dragapult EX.
And now Pierce has Monkey Dory potential. Actually, Pierce is not playing Monkey Dory, but that is another thing to consider.
If Pierce had kept that boss's orders in hand, actually would just have had close to game this turn. If he could have found something like Hawlucha, would that have gotten it there? No, it would have been really close. The Lily's Clefairy always can be KO'd on the bench thanks to the damage counters. And actually, yeah, with Hawlucha, it would have been enough, I believe, with the damage counters from Phantom Dive. Be able to put 10 damage onto the Charcadet and then 10 more thanks to that Lily's Clefairy, but I don't think it's going to be a potential with that boss's orders being discarded on the previous turn. Still going to grab Dusknoir, though, as that counter catcher hits the discard pile.
Yeah, I mean, Pierce kind of had to decide between discarding Boss, the Ultra Ball, or Lily's, and the Ultra Ball is just so important to get a Dragapult on the next turn, or the Dusknoir if your Dragapult survives a turn, and the Lily's, you don't want to leave yourself with a dead hand, and here, Pierce using that Lily's, just trying to get as far ahead as possible. Could see a Curse Blast onto that Lily's Clefairy, putting 200 on the Kangaskhan and knocking out that Clefairy again. And Luke just showing that he's not been able to find a way to pivot into this Clefairy. And Pierce is going to be able to potentially run away with the game by just putting so much damage on the board and knocking out that Clefairy, that one big threat that Luke has.
Even without taking a KO, you are threatening so much with Dusknoir just being up. A Phantom Dive, even if you just take a KO on the Charcadet this turn, you're just threatening game on board next turn.
Yeah, for sure.
So we'll see what else Pierce can do. Does have Pokepad in hand. Has yet to use Recon Directive yet, so can find another Dreepy, hoping to get that Integer Cloak later on. There is 1 prized still, so it looks like that's actually not an option.
And also looking at it, Pierce could just Curse Blast, knocking out that Armarouge, and then Phantom Dive to knock out the Charcadet, and that just locks this Kangaskhan into attacking because Luke wouldn't have any. He could find 2 energies on the Ethan's Ho-Oh, then another Ethan's Ho-Oh, and another acceleration to knock out this Dragapult, but that feels very inefficient.
Well, yeah, Ethan's Ho-Oh can only put it onto itself is the issue. So you have no way of attacking with the Clefairy itself is kind of where it comes down to. You can flip heads off Kangaskhan, but that's really all it goes down to. I guess this Dragapult already has enough damage, so it will fall either way to a Kangaskhan, but that would just be the game in response. So either way, it's just going to get tricky.
Yeah, I mean, Luke at 5 prizes just had such a slow start compared to last game, but sometimes when you have a fast start and get too far ahead, Dragapult is the deck that can punish you for that, and that's why Dragapult keeps seeing success. It just has so much comeback potential with Counter Catcher, Iono, the Jamming Tower, and Itchy Pollen, really just the star of the show here. Really limiting Luke's board presence this game, not being able to find Latios ever, and forcing him into this rapid-fire combo line. And now Pierce here kind of calculating, deciding, if he wants to take knockouts, where he wants to take knockouts. A lot of different options. Can knock out the Clefairy, the Armourouge, and the Charcadet. Could even knock out the Kangaskhan, but I think that's a bit less likely. But it does get all the energies off the board at the same time.
He's actually going to go after the Lily's Clefairy. Very interesting here.
Yeah, may have something like the Hawlucha to knock out the Charcadet too, or just content knocking out this Clefairy, preventing like any Mew shenanigans.
Sure. Yeah, it is interesting now because even with a Dusclops, you would be able to KO this Kangaskhan on the bench. And even now, that Legacy energy doesn't matter when you're at 2 prize cards anymore. So I think this is a fine play here from Pierce.
Yeah, I think whatever Pierce did, he was in a good spot this turn. It's just kind of dealer's choice of what do you want to knock out.
Sure.
And here is just such a strong board, having Pheasantipity, Cloak with an energy on it. It's going to be up to Luke to try to piece together something, but with that last Area 0 prize, it's going to be really difficult to do anything. You need the Latios in play to pivot, but then you can't have any other attackers like Clefairy or Mew. And here, using Nest Ball to get the Pheasantipity to draw more cards. We just saw how bad Luke's hand was last turn with triple Nest Ball and no Area 0 to use them.
Yeah, and now with there not being a way to retreat out, it means, you know, our only saving grace, which was essentially to use this Ethan's Ho-Oh to heal some damage off, is pretty much gone.
Yeah, Luke here, I think just looking for an Iono and hoping that Pierce can't find the combination of a Fire Energy or a Luminous Energy and a Dragapult EX. But Pierce has been thinning his deck through the game, has the Pheasantipity flip the script, has a Recon Directive, and another Dreepy that can evolve up and Recon Directive.
See, that energy accelerated, but it feels all for naught at this point. Pierce with just so many cards and so many options. And with that 1 copy of Iono missing, MIA here for Luke, the doors are starting to shut. As Pierce can taste victory and can taste that 7th win right below his fingertips.
Yeah, Dragapult Dusknoir really just proving its title of the gatekeeper for all the cool decks in the format. Gets a little bit of a power hit post-rotation, but still is able to gatekeep a lot of cool decks, so...
We'll see the Carmine for a little bit of style. There's that Iono. It was close, but no cigar, unfortunately. We'll have to see what else the situation is here for Luke. He's thinking about whether or not to play Ultra Ball to thin out something from the deck. Already played that supporter card for turn. And I think the question now is, do you want to go out with style or do you want to go out with a little bit of jazz essentially here?
Yeah, I think I'm going to just use those rapid fire combo to flip some coins. We saw him flip some coins off the buddy a couple turns ago. Hey, go for it again. Try to style, get as much damage as possible. I mean, rapid fire combo like the old Mega Kangaskhan Wham Bam Punch.
Sure,
Much more fun name, though.
Yeah, you know, a little bit of inspiration on both from some cool attacks through the history of the Pokemon TCG. We'll see Ultra Ball just grab another Pokemon, thin it out of the deck. And if Pierce can just find that energy card, it already has the Dragapult EX in hand, this game will be over. So we'll go through the motions. There is that Kangaskhan. We're going to see a little bit of flip action. All right, come on, let's see some heads.
One heads.
2, 3. Keep going. All right, that was an illegal roll. Do it again. Do it again.
Yeah,
all right. Dragapult goes down. Maybe could have used those 3 flips on a previous installment to KO Dragapult, but as long as Pierce can find the energy, it will be all over. Cloak comes up into the active spot.
Can just get the game done with Jet Headbutt.
And actually, we're going to style out. He said, you want to style with rapid fire combo. I'm going to style with this Headbutt. Dragapult EX takes things down and advances Pierce to 7 wins and 1 loss going into the second phase of competition.
Yeah, everybody talks about Phantom Dive, but sometimes the Jet Headbutt just gets in there, especially early if you whiff too many energies. But here we saw it ending the game. A fun way to end a really interesting set, seeing that Armourouge box deck with Ethan's Ho-Oh. Unfortunately against Dragapult Dusknoir, where can kind of struggle, but Dragapult Dusknoir was able to gatekeep the deck again.
A cool concept, unfortunate to not really see the full plan go into action, but Luke is still in things, 6-2, still in phase number 2. We'll battle it out to see if he can advance to get some cash, some points, and all the prizes, and of course, did everything with a smile on his face. You gotta love that here with Pokemon TCG.
For sure, and can still top cut. I mean, 6-2, going 5-0-1 in the coming rounds, I believe.
Yeah.
Bringing to an 11-2-1 record. That's top cut, asymmetrical. So we'll see if we could see Ethan's Ho-Oh and Armourouge again. But yeah, going into the replay, game 1, Luke had such an amazing start, just popping off, and had the boss on the Dreepy with Pierce having 2 prize, but wasn't really able to do anything after. This Itchy Pollen just really shut down the options, and with 2 Area 0s gone, Luke's board was just kind of locked to this jamming tower, and Pierce was able to slowly but surely use a lot of Phantom Dives, targeting those key weaknesses on Luke's board, something that Dragapult does against every deck, and slowly take back a victory from a really weak start here. And we see Luke just forced to two-shot this Dragapult, doing 150, and yeah, it was a really rough game. The Dusknoir here just ending the game, even with the Sob trapping this Latias.
Game 2 was just more of the same, it felt like.
Yeah.
It was close, but really just this Stadium War, having to use those Area Zeros early, but also not using those turns to bench multiple Pokemon. It seemed like benching Area Zero while under item lock just wasn't the recipe for success, and you have to wonder if Luke had prioritized the stadiums just a little bit differently, what these final turns could have looked like.
Yeah, it's weird to balance, because we saw in Game 1 he used Lilies and drew like 8 Pokemon or so, or just had 8 Pokemon in at the end of the game, and then he used Lilies in the second game, so maybe looking for a similar hand, but just wasn't able to find that, and Pierce was able to take the game against Armourouge.
So, you know, no new story to anybody at home. Dragapult EX found at the top tables at 7-1. Congratulations again to Pierce. I know he's been looking for a super strong finish as of late, competitor for multiple years. I'm excited to hear, once we have an interview with him, how he sort of reflects on, you know, the new era of Pokemon and what Dragapult EX has helped him with in the coming tournaments and what he's expecting out of phase number 2.
Yeah, it'd also be nice to hear the approach, because you don't always test against a deck like Ethan's Ho-Oh Armourouge. So when you're playing something like Dragapult Dusknoir, how do you approach those kind of uncommon matchups? And I think that's just an interesting topic for tournaments in general, because at the end of the day, a lot of people play weird decks. You know, sometimes people play Crustle, and you need to know how to adapt your playstyle to beat these decks sometimes.
Yeah, there is always interesting dynamics when it comes to your 1% matchups. Yeah. To say. I don't know if there's more than 10 people in this room playing Ethan's Ho-Oh this weekend. So when you do have a deck like that, you have a natural advantage of people not being prepared to play against your archetype, and that can really show, especially in those early rounds. But once you get to this point in the tournament, it seems like sometimes the cracks start to show a little bit more with your deck, as people are a lot more prepared or have the preparation in terms of their style or their play in the Pokemon TCG to deal with things like this on the fly.
Yeah, and as you get deeper into tournament, the players get better, so even if you catch them off guard, they're more able to adapt and overcome those challenges that they may face, such as Liz Clefairy in a box deck. We saw it never really came up. Pierce was able to just target it and knock it out before it ever became a real threat.
Dragapult EX at the top, as mentioned. I have to wonder, you know, what some of the thought process was behind the 3 jamming tower. We've seen 2 be good, but, you know, towards the end, these players sometimes get a little bit fancy with their card combinations. It's not a consistency card, which, you know, Dragapult sometimes wants even more of, but look, I mean, looking at this list, managed to fit 4 Pokepad and the 3 jamming towers, so had to make space somewhere, but it seemed to have paid off.
Yeah, the Dragapult lists have like 57, 58 cards that a lot of them are all playing, and they have those 2 kind of flex spots. You know, I think we saw earlier with Rowan playing 3 Badu, now we see 3 jamming towers, so a lot of little kind of personal preference there. Sometimes people play second Hilda, Turo, Scenario. Kind of just depends on the player, and that's kind of the nice thing. You see people's personality shine in their deck building in those last few slots.
Well, at 7-1, Pierce has got to be feeling great about his record so far. Let's have a chat with him and hear how he thinks that match went down. Let's throw it down to that interview.
All right, we have our last round winner, Pierce Blend, here in the lounge. How are we feeling, Pierce?
Pretty good, pretty good. Good to be here. Excited to be on my first stream, so it's awesome.
It's your first time on stream, but we did mention backstage that you've been playing now for 15 years.
Yes, that's correct.
Again, congratulations on stream. Congratulations on winning on stream after.
Thank you.
So Dragapult EX, right?
Yes.
Why that deck for this tournament?
To be honest with you, I have been playing Dragapult for most of this year. I've been to actually almost every major tournament this year. I wanted to go and see and push my limits and see how well I could do. Every time I played a deck that wasn't Dragapult, I did really poorly. And every time I played Dragapult, I did pretty good. So I figured might as well, you know, give it one last ride, play Counter Catcher, Iono, all those great cards that are rotating soon. And I stuck with my guns, so.
And it paid off. You're now 7-0-1, guaranteed a spot in phase 2 now, and 7-1-0.
7-1.
Yes. Guaranteed a spot now into phase 2, and a pretty good spot. 7 wins is pretty good. What's going through your mind right now?
A lot of emotions. Like you said, I've been playing Pokemon for so many years. I've been very close to being on stream so many different times, and it's honestly been a dream to be on stream and to win. The first time doing it, it's it's so awesome. I love this game. I love playing, and it's just, this has been so awesome. Everyone's so professional. I'm just very blessed.
Perfect. But yeah, now let's talk about that matchup real quick. Were you expecting to run into Ethan's Ho-Ho at all going into this tournament?
I was not, but when we sat to pair against Luke and I actually played him earlier in the year, and he was also playing Armor Rouge. So I figured he was probably going to play something like that. So when we sat down before we flipped over the cards, I was like, this is probably Ho-Oh for him specifically. But for the tournament, no. It's kind of like it's a rogue deck.
Wow, so you remembered something you faced earlier in the year, and it did come into play. But I mean, Ethan's Ho-Oh, not something you see every day. When you run into these rogue style decks, the non-meta decks, what goes through your mind? What's your game plan as Dragapult?
Thankfully, with Dragapult, a lot of the game plan is pretty simple. Use Badoo, Itchy Pollen for 2 turns, start attacking with Dragapult EX as soon as possible, and then obviously build up Duskulls, Dusklops, and Dusknoirs to blow something up and do a bunch of damage and spread it everywhere. So thankfully, the game plan is pretty similar. It becomes tricky of like what you want to target, and that sort of thing. That always depends on the match and what's in your opponent's hand, what's in their discard. So, for example, in that second game, in the first game, I targeted the Armor Rouge and the Charcadet so that he couldn't move his energy around. But in the second game, I realized that he was already down to Area 0, and his bench was pretty full, and he didn't have a Latias EX in play to retreat. So I figured that I might as well just target the Clefairy, the main threat to my deck, and I realized that I had a pretty easy prize map given my hand and given the board position, and so I decided to go that route, and obviously it paid off. So I'm thankful I did that.
That makes a lot of sense. That's pretty much a hallmark, I think, of a good player is being able to adjust your game plan. Even if things, you won game 1, still you identified a certain scenario, a very specific scenario, like you mentioned in game 2, and adjusted and came out with the win as well. Very, very cool. Again, you're 15 years of experience coming into play.
Yes.
But I'm curious though, you've been playing for 15 years. What's your favorite deck of all time?
That's a great question. I've thought of it a lot. I will say I have gained a lot of favor with Dragapult EX recently, but actually probably my favorite deck of all time was back in like 2018, 2019 Sun and Moon era, playing Zoroark GX, Lycanroc GX. That is my favorite deck of all time. I played it to many events, played it to Worlds one year, and it's just my favorite deck. I love drawing cards and having a lot of agency in the games that I play.
I like it. So why didn't we bring Zoroark EX to this tournament?
That's a great question. That's actually the deck I've been trying to play through this year, and every time I do poorly. I think 2 weekends ago in Houston, I played Zoroark, and I hit Festival Lead, I hit Garchomp, I hit all of the non-meta decks that beat Zoroark, and I just told myself, hey, Zoroark is a great deck. You've given it a couple tries. Just stick with your guns and go back to it. So,
fair enough, fair enough. I mean, if it works, right? Again, now you're into phase 2 with your 7 wins. What are you hoping to face, and what are you hoping to avoid?
Oh man, that's a great question. My mind just went blank there.
Just ready for everything.
Probably, I don't want to see like Mega Absol Kangaskhan. That deck is usually pretty good. Also, you don't want to see Gardevoir when you're Dragapult. Even if you have like tools and options, like I have not really a secret card, but I have extra options against Gardevoir than most other Dragapult players. So I don't really want to see those 2 decks moving forward.
You mentioned the extra options. A couple of casters on the desk actually mentioned they're wondering, is that the 3rd jamming tower?
Yes, it's the 3rd jamming tower. Yes, I played it specifically for those 2 matchups, right? If you can slam jamming tower, you can stop Turbo Energize from Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, and then also against Gardevoir, right? If you're able to get a jamming tower to stick and they can't use TM Evo into their Curlias or Gardevoir, usually that gives you an extra turn, and you're also able to find it more frequently if you play 3, so.
Makes a lot of sense, and yeah, looks like it's come into play.
It has. It was helpful against Ho-Oh Armor Rouge, right? I was able to bump his stadium, so I was able to find it.
That's true.
preventing your opponent. And there's so many good stadiums right now in the format too, right? And so many of these decks that really rely on it. When we think of like Marnie's Grimmsnarl, for example, too.
Exactly. Yes, that's a good run.
Yeah, sometimes it's just good to shut things off. The shutting off the tools, just a little bonus there.
Yeah, mostly it's just a stadium bump, like you said, but
that's for sure. With that, just a couple more questions for you. How did you prepare for the event?
I did zero preparation for the event. Like I said, I've been playing at all the major events this season, and I did a lot of prep work like coming into the season. And as you all are aware, like the format hasn't changed too much in the past couple months, and so all the prep work I did leading up to that, I just hoped that stuck. I've been very busy in my personal life, so haven't really done much testing as of late. So I'm, again, like I said, I'm very blessed to be 7-1 right now.
Love it. With that, last question for you. Just anyone you want to shout out before I let you go.
Yes, I want to shout out my parents, my girlfriend Emily, my brother, my sister watching, all the homies out there rooting for me who go to all the events and test with me, and I want to thank God.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk, though, for more Pokemon action.
Great to hear from Pierce. Great to hear that he's got support. Saw a little bit on social media as well. Lots of people from the DFW area rooting for him. So it's great to see community really pop out and show their love here in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, and prepping those secret techs for those matchups that you're struggling against, something that a lot of players have been doing, especially at the end of a format. I feel like you see the crazy decks come out. We've said it so much today, but towards Zoroark, Mega Absol deck, just kind of seen some crazy techs, even in Poltnor, which has been pretty standard. So we'll see some hopefully more interesting deck lists in the coming rounds and tomorrow.
Well, that matchup was anything but standard. I want to bring in Chip Ritchie, our analyst for the weekend, to kind of talk through a little bit of that dynamic. You know, I know you are our analyst for the weekend, but, you know, I myself, and I'll speak for Piper, can say we didn't really have much insight into how this matchup was really going to play out before we got into the thick of things. You know, there was some Dusknoir.
It's your ho-oh, man.
Well, okay, I knew what I wanted to do, but I didn't know, you know, how Dragapult was going to be throwing those Dreepies around, man.
Yeah, definitely one that I think Pierce was not expecting, right? But when he saw the pairing, it's pretty funny hearing that story, right? That he played Luke earlier in the year and was like, oh, I paired into this guy again. I know what he's playing, what he's working with this weekend. But yeah, Piper, I think you called it out kind of in the midst of that last game. Dragapult being a little bit of a gatekeeper to some of the cool decks out there. And this game was, I think, a pretty good example of that, where Dragapult is just such a powerful deck. The card itself does so much. Dusknoir being thrown into the mix as well makes it really difficult for a lot of these decks to break through and thrive. One of the main things I wanted to talk about here, what we saw in game number 2 specifically, a little bit in game number 1 as well, was just, I think that there was opportunity for Luke to kind of take it a little slower. He didn't necessarily need to throw down his stadiums. That's, I think, been kind of a bit of the discussion, it seems like, throughout the course of things here. But on this turn specifically, he's item locked. He throws down his Area 0 under depths. Sure, there's a theory of like thinning the card out of your deck, giving yourself a chance to draw better cards, but this is one of the most important cards, it feels like, in his deck, because at some point in the game, he's going to want to go wide. He's going to need to get down Mew EX. He's going to need to get down Latias. He'll want to get down Fezandipity to prepare for being KO'd. And not having access to an Area 0 in future turns, Pierce being able to just pretty quickly bump it on his next turn after, you know, while being item locked, Luke was not able to draw into a bunch of Pokemon, made it so that he just didn't have access to that resource later in the game. And it ends up happening later on where, he, you know, Luke on this next turn as well, put an Area 0 down, didn't really get much use from it. The third one ends up being prized, and then he's stuck with this Kangaskhan active. Kangaskhan's a really good card, but doesn't give him a lot of pivot into things like the Wellspring Mask, which would have actually lined up really nicely. There was 120 damage, or HP remaining on the Dragapult, and the Dracloak on the bench, you know, prime for the taking, but he just didn't have the mobility to make that happen.
Yeah, you mentioned the stadiums. We were talking about that, a key piece that really just shut down any comeback potential in that second game. Talking a little bit about the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, were there opportunities you think early on in the game, if especially in that first game, where he could have pivoted to maybe go for something like that instead of, you know, the early unified beatdowns instead?
Yeah, could have maybe tried to prioritize that a little bit. It did seem like in that first game, he just kind of dumped a lot of resources early. There was quite a few of those Prism Energies going down, things just not quite lining up exactly how he'd like. You know, Carmine plus Squawkabilly is a really powerful early engine, but those later turns get a little bit sketchier when you're only drawing 5 cards as opposed to maybe 7 from a research, something like that. So yeah, he wasn't quite able to piece everything together in order to pull off the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon play.
Yeah, I also think discarding the Pheasantipity both games could have been a more resource friendly way to target the bench, especially against Poltnor, where they kind of have 1 energy per turn that goes on the Dracloak, and you can really target that, force them to find that Neo Upper, which with Liz only going to 1 or sometimes 0 Hilda can be not as easy to find as it was in the past.
Yeah, the Cruel Arrow, a slept-on option for sure. I know, Piper, when we were watching Henry Chow's game backstage, you were rooting for the Turbo Energize onto the Pheasantipity. Didn't quite come up in that one, but yeah, the Cruel Arrow, super strong, and something that maybe Luke could have gone through with that very first game. It would have possibly been easier to piece together than using the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX, but didn't quite piece it together here. Pierce really with a pretty commanding win in both of those games, despite prizing the double Dreepy in game number 1. He was able to find a way to still navigate to a win, and then game number 2 had a pretty dominant showing.
Luke put up a fight, but it was ultimately not enough. Great to see this deck on Showcase. We'll see later in the weekend if we see any more of that Ethan's Ho-Oh deck. Thanks as always, Chip, for joining us. As we kick things back into the desk here, of course, we have our thoughts on what we think is going to do well this weekend. We didn't cover it at the top of the show, but I'd like to see, you know, what are cards that we think will succeed or most likely to succeed, and
a lot of Gardevoir EX.
There might be a slight trend, it seems. I know me and you are nostalgic, but it seems the whole crew here has a little bit of bias when it comes to what we think is going to do well on this last weekend of the G regulation.
Yeah, and I know Juancho also picked the Gardevoir EX, although he's not on here. I mean, I think they copied us, honestly. But we do have all different secondary Pokemon, some rotating, well, just Goldengo rotating, but a lot of other really powerful meta contenders, Dragapult, Zoroark, Frostlass, and Grimmsnarl, and just Frostlass Monkidori. And I'm personally a big fan of Grimmsnarl. I played it to NAIC last year. A lot of my friends are playing it out there today. Really strong deck. We've seen it quite a few times on stream. Do all right, but yeah, we'll see how these decks go moving forward.
I'm going to miss you, Gardevoir. I'll say it time and time again. I'm enjoying the last life in the sunlight, essentially, before this $1 million baby goes out of play. Dragapult EX is my pick. You know, as you saw, Phantom Dive is just a gatekeeper. You know, anytime people try and get fancy in style, Dragapult is kind of just there to humble people and kind of send them back to their roots, essentially. At Zoroark, Goldengo, Frostlass, all really powerful Pokemon. I think Zoroark is really got to step up to the hype. It was probably the most hyped, not new deck, but revitalized deck going into this format. It had some life before Ascended Heroes. It's very early to tell, but there are some good representatives. Liam Halliburton and his crew are playing that deck. Some other players as well, other representatives, and it's got good volume. It's the second most played deck here this weekend.
Yeah, and Goldengo also rotating this weekend like Gardevoir, and also kind of a gatekeeper like Dragapult, that early Solrock pressure and late game draw from Lunar Cycle, and infinite damage cap from Make It Rain, really just threatening so many different decks, and the deck is really flexible. It seems to draw whatever it wants, whenever it wants, from Coin Bonus, Lunar Cycle, Arven, sometimes Cypher Maniac, Secret Box, so many different ways to find all those cards. And Frostlass Monkidori has kind of been a new deck. It's always been around, but it seemed to really struggle with Gardevoir, but now with Pokepad, Mega Frostlass, it has a lot more of a stabilization to it. So it's been pretty strong now. It got top 4 and top 8 at Houston, so we'll see if it can replicate that success.
Well, we said goodbye to Gardevoir early, and I think it's time to say goodbye to another G regulation staple. We will miss you, Goldengo. The beautiful Mon that you are, the coins that you drew, and the rain that you fell upon the beautiful Pokemon fans. You had a fan club, people who loved you. Yell, Drew, Ilya, the money that you earned, and the world championship that you won. The internationals that you fought in, and the regionals that you traveled to. We won't forget the bonus that you brought to all the people around the world. Thank you, Goldengo.
I have to give a personal thank you to Goldengo for my Worlds run last year. Couldn't have done it without it, and Goldengo really made it rain that year for me. And I mean, Yell and Drew, 2 great Goldengo players, fighting it out last weekend in Seville for that #1 Goldengo player. Yell barely squeaking it out with the weird special championships ranking, but yeah, rest in peace, Goldengo.
Truly a soldier that has gone through the ups and downs. There were times when Goldengo was called a meme deck. It was called fake. It was called a wannabe. But it really showed at the end of the day maybe thanks to a pair of rocks.
And
that it
Genesect.
truly and Genesect EX.
And a balloon.
And okay, we get it. It had some help, okay? It was shown that it had some life. We're going to pour out another cry. Have a toast to Goldango EX. And while we do that, you don't go anywhere because we are just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting into phase number 2. We'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hello once again, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Orlando Regional Championships. I have a very special guest with me, probably one of the best kids, one of the best junior players out there, my personally favorite caster, Kenji Ono. Kenji.
Hello.
How we doing?
I am very excited to compete in the Orlando Championships, and I'm very looking forward to that and hoping to do very well.
I bet you've been on fire lately. Oh, Kenji, do you remember the very first time we ever talked, we ever made a video together? 10 months ago in Milwaukee?
Oh yeah, that was like a long time ago.
It was only 10 months.
It felt so long ago though.
But 10 months ago in Milwaukee, I remember you saying that your goal back then was to win a regional.
Yeah, because at that time I really wanted to win one. I was just kept trying and trying, but I was so close, but it wasn't close enough. So.
And you want me to tell the folks at home what you've been able to accomplish since then?
Yeah.
All right, so Kenji here, finals at NAIC against Annabelle, right? Against his sister. And since then, he's also won 3 regional championships. Within 10 months, you've been able to accomplish your goal and then some. How?
Well, how it's been working is like I said, I really wanted to win one. So then when I played against a bad matchup in Toronto against Charles, it was super close that I ended up winning that one. And then I just felt crazy ecstatic that I won that one because it's a really bad matchup and he's a really good player too. And then I beat a bad matchup, which made me just feel super happy about it. And then in Merida, I played against one of my good friends, Ethan. And then he was playing Gardevoir, a really bad matchup. So then I just say, or I just wanted to try to even second place is really good. It's I've already won one, but Ethan he didn't draw any of the cards he needed, so I ended up winning that one, and I just felt really happy, and I just felt really lucky to win 2 of them. And then in Seattle, I played Ethan again, and then another bad matchup. But then he also the deck wasn't working for him, and then he just couldn't pull the pieces off.
It's a little bit of skill, a little bit of luck. Oh, yeah. Actually, a lot of both, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, since then, that was 3 back-to-back regionals, right?
Yes, yeah.
So you're on fire. Can you tell me about?
I have been playing Charizard, so maybe that could be the reason.
That makes a lot of sense. Can you tell me about how you practice for all these events?
Well, it's just my parents, they just help me, support me, they push me, and then my sister, she's willing to test, and she's a really good testing partner.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
And then also TCG Live, I go to my local card shop who's really supportive. They know how I do. They want to know my strategies, my idea on things. Which they're and all my local card shop, yeah, parents, my family, my friends, especially Ethan, who's been a really good sport in the finals match.
Sounds like you have such an amazing support system, and I'm honestly not surprised by all your success with so many people just having your back. Do you still have Positive Potato?
Yes. Annabelle has the Positive Potato right now.
Oh, so maybe Annabelle.
Yeah, we brought it. We brought the Positive Potato. We like to bring it everywhere.
That's great to hear. With that, Kenji, can you tell me, you're talking about your Charizard. Charizard is what you played at NAIC. It's what you've won your regionals with. what's after? This is Charizard's last tournament here in Orlando. How do you feel about that?
I'm like sad to see it go, in which I've seen it can be replaced with Blaziken, but the attack is just not the same. It's just like, it's like not different. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna play going into post rotation, but I'm sure I'm gonna find a deck that I can be successful with.
I'm sure you will. So Charizard's probably one of your favorite Pokemon now.
Definitely.
Not for Alligator?
This guy's very cute and I like him, but he's not my favorite. I mean, he's one of my favorites, but he's not like the favorite.
All right. Before I let you go, any advice you'd like to give to any aspiring Pokemon master out there?
I just want to say, like, sometimes when you think like things are like not going well for you, like let's say like you like aren't doing well and like you really need to like win out, or like you really need to accomplish something or be a really good player, sometimes it just helps to like, when you're in that moment, it's okay to just close your eyes and then just take a deep breath, and then that could like help you like feel better, get you like all focused, makes you makes like everything go into one.
That's great advice. I'm gonna use that. All right, Kenji, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, I think my family, my friends, my local card shops, and then my family. I'm not sure if I already said that, but
hey,
yeah, a lot of
thank your family.
Everybody has been super supportive.
Absolutely.
And I just want to thank that.
For that, ladies and gentlemen, Kenji Ono, once again, I'm sure we're going to see more from this kid. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Yay!
On Valentine's weekend, thousands of Pokémon TCG fans, including a record-breaking 3,988 Masters Division players, descended on London for the European International Championships. Entering the weekend, the discussion was about the format being dominated by the 4 decks we've been seeing for the past few events: Golden Go, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragapult. And the metagames for both Phase 1 and Phase 2 looked like it was business as usual. Moving into Top Cut, however, it was a different story, with 3 Mega Absol box and 2 End Zoroark decks, proving there's still plenty of other decks that you can take through a huge international championships. After 3 intense days of action, though, it was time to crown our champions. In the Junior Division Finals, it was an all-Japan affair as Hotaru Matsudaira defeated their friend Rei Watake, but not before they both confirmed their Worlds invites. In the Senior Division Finals, Jacob Lee took the victory with a Mega Kangaskhan X deck that nobody saw coming, using Booth Block to prevent damage and Jumbo Ice Cream after Jumbo Ice Cream to heal any damage that was dealt. Finally, in the Masters Division, Edwin Mesman took the lesser-played Mega Absol box into a matchup which looked unfavored on paper, but was able to play carefully, using Poison, Monkey Dory, and all his other tricks to take home the crown. Thousands of players, thousands of matches, 3 champions, one fantastic weekend of fun. Don't forget to head to Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can join in for future events.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans and trainers at home watching and in the building today. We are here at the Orlando Regional Championships and just finished up with our Swiss for Phase 1 this weekend. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin. And Kyle, Phase 2, are you excited?
Ooh, yeah, it's what they're all working for, right? You have to get to Phase 2 to keep that dream alive, work closer to that top cut, eventual top 8, and try to become the champion here in Orlando. Only so many people can be a champion in Orlando.
At least for the card game 3.
Yeah, and of course throughout all the years, you know.
Yeah.
You might be with me.
You won the regional championship in Orlando. How many players?
Enough to be the best that day.
Is it more or less than the people in Phase 2?
Oh, so much less. So much less.
All right, we have talked about everything so far, but let's talk about what the decks were that we have been seeing these players play for the meta here this weekend. Of course, Dragapult EX Dusknoir sitting at almost 15%. It is the big boogeyman of the room.
I mean, it's just such a good deck. It's tried and true. We understand it's got such a great meta share because of how it does against all of these other decks right now. It's so hard to target. The only one thing that really works against it right now is the Lily's Clefairy, and even that doesn't feel like the greatest answer, as it's just a susceptible Pokemon that's easily KO'd at times. And we saw it in the previous match. Just if you don't have a way to set this Pokemon up, you're not really getting somewhere. As far as the rest of the decks that go alongside it, though, Zoroark was the one that I was looking to see it start to make its way up to the top, and 9% is pretty formidable.
And kind of on the downtrend is Golden Go EX. It is one of those decks where it really took the top spot for a lot of the season, especially with the inclusion of the Lunatone Zoroark. And this weekend, we haven't seen it on stream at all. There's maybe 1 or 2 players that are doing what we considered like well with it in the first phase. But it is one of those decks that it's also getting rotated, the Golden Go EX.
Yeah, it had its moment in the sun. You know, we've seen how well the deck has worked throughout the few years we've had it, and it's seen so many different iterations. And this current iteration, it has enough play in the early game with the Zoroark package to attack in and remove some of these Pokemon, but then it's just susceptible. We've seen players include the Toadscruel line, or even just a late game, mid game Badoo can just shut down the engine at times. And even though you have this basically endless cap of damage to attack in and remove Pokemon, the fact that you are so susceptible to Iono has been a real issue for this deck.
And of course, we've seen Gardevoir EX time and time again, but Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX Frostlass, that's a deck that has been getting up in popularity, especially for this weekend. A lot of top players choosing to bring it.
We thought that Japan was crazy when we first saw this deck because it had such a large popularity over there. And then we tried it, and it just didn't work.
The consistency was the issue.
It wasn't. It just didn't work. We were like wondering what is the problem with this deck, and eventually you just slowed down, picked apart the pieces, realized the Frostlass line is something that you can fiddle with, and eventually Badoo is just such a good card that if you include that and then basically play this as a Frostlass Munkidori deck that has a Grimmsnarl that can attack in at times to handle some of these Pokemon like Gardevoir on the other side, this deck becomes pretty good.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the best of the rest for Phase 1 and see what of the rest. Like, Frostlass Munkidori is one of those ones where it actually creeped up on the list for Phase 2 in Houston. It was on the beginning part as well, just a lot of conversion rates going in.
Yeah, with that new Mega Frostlass that players included, that's a Pokemon that's really changed how this deck can look. Some players are still foregoing it in their list and just sticking with the consistency of using the Freezing Shroud and Adrenabrain and using Badoo to manipulate this board and set up this game state that basically you can break at any point in time, decide when to take all these prize cards or use that TM devolution and just take apart a board. But it does just lack some like an idea of, do you go wide and just spread all this damage, or do you go tall with the Mega Frostlass and try to take out one of the big attackers? A good opponent knows how to take that apart.
And then talking about 3 of the decks, I'm going to loop them together, is Joltik Box, Raging Bolt EX, and Cerule Edge EX.
Why would you group those together?
They kind of do the same thing, right?
You don't like the boomstick decks. Okay, I see you. Yeah, it's a great point. It's all these decks kind of fit that same mold of, I want to play a few turns of Pokemon, but I want to have a good chance at maybe surprising and stealing some wins. And boy howdy, do these decks do just that. With Joltik Box, definitely very streamlined. It's Jolting Charge, get all those energies loaded up onto the Iron Hands, and then just steal additional prize cards when your opponent hasn't set up yet. Raging Bolt, very similar, but we've seen iterations of this build now that have really evolved, and we've seen the other Ogerpon included to add in some uniqueness, the Baby Raging Bolt as well to help to surprise some opponents. And it's one of those decks that just it's so susceptible to having a teched in stadium and removing your Noctowl that you're just like, oh, I lose just like Golden Go to Iono, except even harder because I can't draw a coin bonus.
And then a deck that is known for stealing wins, Crustle.
Oh boy, yeah. I mean, it's definitely earned enough pieces throughout every set that eventually it's going to become a deck we have to worry about. And here we are. It's getting closer to that point. We've had some notable names that are playing this deck, and even though they might not be testing all of their skills throughout the weekend, it's a deck that you have to have an answer to.
Yeah, it's just all based on that matchup roulette too, where you're going into phase 2. If you hit 2 Gardevoir maybe, then it's a little bit worse for wear for trying to make that piece in.
Yeah, it can be a real uphill climb for a lot of players. And so often you see the tweet of the one person who runs into 2 or 3 Crustles, and they're like, there's only 3% in this field. How am I this unlucky? It does happen.
Speaking of tweets, Kyle, let's go ahead and take a look at some social media posts from all of y'all at home. This one is from Caprine Ashes, watching the stream with my besties. And look at those
the pups
doggos. And hey, watching and Zoroark EX as well.
All right, yeah, I gotta take a look over and see what that game was. Yeah, it was a good one to tune in for. Glad you're watching the stream and having some fun with it. And we love some pups. I've got 2 pups at home.
Yeah, you do. Golden retrievers, right?
Yep.
All right, hey trainers, check out our TCG featured match stations. We now have at all of our North American regional events, seating and featured match area is located just past First Step near the entrance. This has been such a wonderful inclusion to be able to just watch more Pokemon.
Yeah, it's easily one of my favorite things that we've included over the past year or so. It's such a benefit, especially for everyone in backstage, and of course for everybody viewing as well. Just more Pokemon. We've heard what the players want, what everybody wants to watch, and of course we're here to watch people play Pokemon, and now we have this chance to include more once the game that we have on stream is concluded. We can bring this feature match in at times, and also for all the players in the venue, they get to tune in and see a junior and senior match that's also going on in the venue, and get their name up there on the stream out there at least. The outside.
There's too many great players. And too many players matched up together. We're like, oh wow, that should have been going on stream. And now we at least get a chance to view some of those secondary ones.
And think about it from this perspective as well. These are players that, well, for the juniors and seniors especially, they're going to get those reps with the headphones on, with the noise, and under the lights. How often are you going to get a chance to play a really meaningful game of Pokemon like that before eventually getting to that stage at NAIC or Worlds when everything's on the line? To have a rep like this and maybe take a game or even a match has to be everything for them.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard it with the interview that Wancho had with Pierce. He's been playing for 15 years, and he said it was his first time on stream still. It's definitely a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, it's a hidden treat from Texas that we have longed to see on the stream, but finally made his way over there. This one from Phoenix. Pokemon Orlando Regionals has been pretty fun. Lots of fun matches to watch and shopping. We definitely partook in some of the shopping. There's a lot of great vendors out there, and there's so many tempting plushies. I know you know all about that, Mr. Badu.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Gotta love a good itchy pollen every now and then.
Yeah, you do. Some of these opponents have not enjoyed it, but of course.
Yeah, and if you look at this picture, we're down at the dark end of the picture in the top left.
We hide in the darkness. Lurking in the shadows is Kyle and Jeremy. Just balling it up. Yeah, I mean, there's so many competitors here for all of our games right now. The TCG and video game Go. It's great to see so many people come out and play, and that's another beautiful thing about playing in Orlando is it's so accessible that we see so many old heads.
Oh yeah.
For lack of a better term, it's just great to see people that have been around this game for plus 20 years.
Yeah. It's crazy. I love to see it, and Pokemon's for everyone, right? It really goes to show. And let's talk about some of our players that we've been seeing in our seasons so far. Let's start with Isaiah Bradner. Take a look at his player profile and check in on how his season is going.
Yeah, we got to talk with him. We had that interview lined up with him and Henry Chow to say goodbye to Gardevoir. Good riddance. I'm sure he doesn't feel that way after the NISC championship that he won. And boy, he has just put in a lot of work, not only with his wins. I gave him so much crap for how he was playing before the regional championship. Every time I was like, oh, here he is he ever gonna win that tournament? But of course, just joking with him, we're good pals. And eventually he did have that breakthrough moment, and right after Stockholm, it goes straight over to NAIC, and he takes that momentum with him and finds that win. And he's just been building on that, and alongside that, he is behind the scenes on so much of the deck building that happens.
Oh yeah, and this season too, hasn't he been focusing on school and everything like that? Finally done with it, now sitting at 260 championship points. That is a far cry away from what we think will be the cutoff.
Yeah.
But if anyone can do it, I think it's a player like Isaiah's caliber.
Right. I mean, he came into this season with different expectations for himself. This is a time to come back and see his friends and get to scratch that itch of competition that he loves so often to do. And now he's back here with a little more time to do that. I mean, he's a brilliant kid, doing a great job in school, and it's great to have some time to see him back here playing some Pokemon.
Next player profile that we have for y'all today, Alex Szymanski, recent top 4 just a couple weeks ago. The championship point numbers aren't going to matter. Alex has already locked up the invite essentially, and really is just hoping for that big first regional win. Already has an IC win.
Yeah, he's on an unfortunate list that not many players want to be on, with trying to strive for that regional championship, with how many times he's made it into that top 8 or to that final table. We see him here so often. You know, I thought he had the vision when he got to top 4 with Frostlass, and of course after that, the eye surgery they did. Let's take those glasses off of him, as he don't need those anymore. But he is really starting to pick things up here, and he's found a deck that he loves right now in that Frostlass. What a unique combo that he had there with the Ting Lu inclusion as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. And starting out, what, 11-1, or no, 12-1 at Houston?
Yeah, he had 37 points. So he just bodied his last opponent for fun, even though they could ID in. He's like, no, I'm not going to go into asymmetric cut. I'm going to win.
Poor Eric.
Yeah, rip. I mean, look at those tournament results there. Top 32 at Worlds, and then as
That's
well
just
as
essentially this past season.
Yeah, I mean, we know the list. I think at the point where everyone was really talking about him and Rahul striving to get to that final regionals, that big win, and how many times they've reached. I think we were talking about like 11 to 13 different times that they reached the top 8.
I mean,
like,
for Alex, there's 5 second places.
Yeah. It starts to wear on you. I think I've had 3 regional finals losses, and even that's a lot to take in.
And I believe our last player profile we have for y'all is Isaiah Chevelle. Now, this has been a player who consistently just top 64, as you see a couple top 16s there, Louisville and Atlanta, sitting at the cusp of 534 championship points. Again, needing a good finish here, maybe a good finish at NAIC to really lock up that invite.
Yeah, Isaiah is the perfect representative of this player that continues to show us how talented they are, and we're just waiting for that breakthrough moment. He's gotten so close so many different times, and he's with the right testing groups, doing all the right things, and look at it. He has the championship points to show for it, but he is missing just that little extra step that you need to lock in those points for this year, be a great representative at the World Championships, and all you need is a ticket to have a shot at this thing.
It is really great to see these players kind of like try to close out their season and try to punch their ticket to San Francisco for Worlds. Again, every finish matters. You can win these regional tournaments and be able to get that automatic invite. You can get top 4 at these international tournaments, get that automatic invite. But it is those season grinders that we see, the people playing at locals and cups and league challenges, really building up their standings.
Yeah, we love to see the players going out there and taking advantage of all the possibilities they have to compete in Pokemon, and Isaiah is a great representative of that. And we're going to have a few more players here that are working their way towards the top now as we finish up here with phase number 1. We're looking forward to phase 2 now, and we have some standings for our players as we take a look at what our opening round here of phase 2 will be. This will be the final round we feature on today's stream. And boy howdy, look at these names. Some 8-0 players, 3 8-0s, and the Gumi stands out to me the most.
Yeah, my local Aaron Davis putting up a really good showing, and then 3 different decks between the 8-0s as well is really cool to see,
yeah,
especially with the rotation on the horizon.
A little bit of Guardy, little Marnie's Grimmsnarl, little Dragapult in there as well, and some great names that we've seen on the stream and off, still running things. We see Ian Robb, who's had a gauntlet of good players to work through, Karis as well, and oh, Charlie. Charlie, I know what you're up to over there. Keep at it, mister.
It is all about those matchups, and yeah, we have just stacked talent up here for the top 16 and below for our players in Phase 2.
Yeah, there's so many different decks right now that have a shot at closing this thing out, and what a great time to solidify that regional championship, take advantage of this last run in this format. You could be the last winner of one of these big events in this format and then take all that momentum throughout the rest of the season.
Kyle, we are almost ready. It is just, well, not really. We're still waiting for people. But
you got me! I know that we're all excited. This is, of course, one of those moments built into the tournament. Give these players a quick break and also make sure that everyone's ready as we move into Phase 2. We do have our pairings lined up. These are the notable matches for this stream, and Aaron Davis and Ian McGregor will be the 2 8-0s facing off. Justin down paired to the 7-0-1 Noah, and
who we saw on stream earlier.
Yeah, gave a great interview and some other really interesting. Oh goodness, can you imagine the Charlie versus Pierce matchup there too? There's a lot going on, but we're gonna focus on the tippy top there with Andrew and Matthew, and it's a crazy matchup. To be quite honest, you want to stick around for this.
Yeah, we can't see anything yet, but y'all will be.
What a treat! Yeah, yeah, we love a good surprise here as we look forward to the opening of this Phase 2 for us here in Orlando. And
anything stick out to you for our Phase 1 matches that we had? Anything you liked? Anything surprised you?
I went back and we looked at the matchup that we saw with Henry Chow, and there was a moment in there. Of course, I was obviously very frazzled with the way that things went down to get to that turn timer and set up for that tie, but there was a moment with his second turn where he just scooped the cards. But if he used his Monkey Dory to take the knockout on the Badoo, he actually could have taken a prize, and one of his prizes was Lily's Determination, which would have maybe led him to his Lily's Clefairy to win the game. But we looked back at it and we're like, hold on a second, he actually could have still won this thing, but completely understand how he got to that point. I mean, we're sitting there in that matchup going, what just happened?
Yeah, that was definitely
so much to digest.
I mean, that's usually what happens when you have Dragapult versus Gardevoir. It's been one of those things where not only has both decks evolved throughout the season, but the matchup has evolved throughout the season as well.
Yeah, there was a point where Henry was content not running Lily's Clefairy in that deck. And instead, we saw the Elgyem that was thrown into the list as well, and they still found a way to win those matchups at times. Like, we're talking about players that are just on another level.
Yeah, it's really crazy the amount of work that the top of the top players are able to put in and get out of the Pokemon TCG. It really goes to show just how the game's evolved and grown to a level that we never really expected.
Yeah, and it's so accessible as well. These players, they do so much of their testing on Pokemon Online, and of course they're sharing that information on their Discord channels, and we see a lot of players getting a lot of great information as they really open to sharing this and seeing some of their students do well at these events. We've seen the juniors and seniors that are sharing all of their thanks, especially to some of the coaches like Pablo and Jackson Ford that have done so well, and now we see them out here winning these events. It's just really fun to see.
Yeah, and we actually got a chance to talk to some twins who watch every regional stream and are here competing for the first time at a high-level event.
Hey everybody, Gabby here with Declan and Miles, and it is their first ever Pokemon event. Declan, are you having fun?
Yes.
Miles, are you having fun?
Yes.
All right, well, Declan and Miles are huge Pokemon fans. They've seen every episode of the animation. They like to play the Pokemon games, and they like Pokemon Go. So let's talk about the animation first. What is your favorite series of the animation and why?
XY and XYZ, maybe even one of the newest ones, which would be, how do I already forget its name? Horizons. Yeah, Horizons.
I love the Horizons theme song. I listen to it all the time. Miles, how about you?
I like XY and XYZ, mainly because of the Mega factor.
So then, did you really like playing ZA with all the Mega Pokemon?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Mega?
Lucario.
How about you, Declan? Who's your favorite Mega?
That is such a hard question. Maybe Altaria, or I can't say it. Altaria.
Altaria? Well, you mentioned you have a Swablu in Pokemon Go, so that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
My favorite Mega Pokemon, I think, would be Mega Metagross. So let's talk about Pokemon Go. So you've mentioned that you still have your Charmander from when you first started?
Yeah. We both chose Charmander.
Is Charmander your favorite first partner Pokemon?
Out of the three that I could choose, yes, but not in general.
Well, what about in general?
I really like Mudkip.
Mudkip's a good one. How about you, Declan?
First of all, brother, what happened to Torchic being your favorite? And second of all, my favorite out of the ones I had to choose was Charmander, but in general, it would have to be, Froakie, maybe.
I mean, Froakie's a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
So
They're tied, okay.
So Froakie is tied with Sprigatito. Very nice. What's your favorite Pokemon game?
We haven't had many, so...
You haven't had many?
But I really liked having Shield, because that's when I caught my Zygarde, my Tapu Koko. Yeah, I still don't know how you got a Zygarde and Tapu Koko from Shield. I told you, the caves. One of my favorites would have to be ZA.
I really love the music in ZA, and I love being able to run around with my Pokemon alongside of me. Was that your favorite part too?
Yes, I really love just running around with my Greninja beside me. My least favorite part is being able to be knocked out by wild Pokemon.
Yeah, they're so mean, right?
Yeah, very mean. I don't like how the rogue Megas just constantly attack me and not my Pokemon. And when they do attack my Pokemon, it's when I have Mega Evolved my Lucario, which makes it even worse. Only then when they attack.
It's like they know, right? They know when you're just not expecting it, and then they just attack you, and you end up at the Pokemon Center. Yeah.
Good. Goes black, and I'm just like, why?
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 All right, well, to wrap things up, I want to ask you both, who is your favorite Pokemon?
Mimikyu. No question. That's a hard one.
My favorite's Bidoof, so it has to be stronger than Bidoof.
Like Scizor.
You really like Scizor?
Yeah.
Why are you holding Aegislash like that?
Attack!
All right, well, we might...
Doing that all day.
Well, we might be getting into some rogue mega battles out here with Aegislash, so I'm going to make sure these trainers make it home safely. Declan and Miles, thank you so much for joining me. Do you want to say hello to anybody who might be watching?
No.
All right?
No.
All right, easy enough. Thank you both so much for your time. I hope you enjoy your first Pokemon event, and we'll be back with more Pokemon action from here real soon.
I hope y'all are not sleeping on this round 9 for Swiss. We have the start of phase 2 here for our Saturday. It is Andrew Zhang up against Matthew Sefstein. And what are we looking at, Kyle?
Yeah, this is Blood Moon Ursaluna, baby. It's getting that time of night. The moon's out, and we're going to be howling away as we see what in the world could happen here as the battle-hardened Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to war against Charizard.
And it seems like the old Charizard. There is no Dawn or Fan Rotom or Noctowl in this list. It is the good old Pidgeot Dusknoir.
This is Oivand gamer status, all right? There's a Mesagosa in here. We are visiting way back when to some good old times. We'll see if the prize cards have anything to say about that. Calamitous Snowy Mountain, we know how important that can be. Secret Box, uh-oh.
The one of Jet as well.
All right.
A Briar.
Manageable, but 2 energies for Charizard. We know how tricky that can be with just 7 in the deck. Might want to take note of that.
Both of our players are sitting at 7-1. Such a great record to end the first phase of our tournament. Now eyeing down just those ever important match points to try to build up even further to that top cut. Here we go, Kyle.
Yeah, we are underway here, and keep your eyes peeled. This can be a wild one, not just because of the players and the decks, but also you have to think about where we are in this tournament. Players have been playing for, what, 10 hours now at this point. This is a long day. There's a lot to think about, especially when maybe we haven't tested very much against Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, it is a deck that has been around ever since Tim Franklin kind of introduced it a little bit, and then Yoshi Tate was putting it to some respectable finishes in these regional tournaments. And yeah, you see that battle-hardened ability. When you play this Pokemon from your hand onto your bench during your turn, you may attach up to 2 basic fighting energy cards from your hand to this Pokemon, and it combos with the Calamitous Snowy Mountain Stadium, being able to put damage on your Pokemon for however many energy you attach from your hand, and then you can use that damage to move it with Mucky Dory, and then your Blood Moon attack is able to deal more damage based on your opponent's Pokemon being damaged. There's a lot of damage.
Yes, a lot to keep track of here, and certainly no reason to throw down the gauntlet just yet. We saw the secret box in hand, but a very nice setup here for Matthew to start things off, and we know how explosive this deck can be when it chooses maybe a formidable opponent, not just a Pidgey in the active spot.
Thankfully for Andrew, he has Buddy Buddy Poffin, going to be able to take a quick search of the deck and get all the Pokemon that you need. A couple Charmanders maybe Duskull Charmander.
Yeah, we've seen players take your time on this opening search, see what's going on in there, and it's where you get your first peek at the prize cards. You do see that new inclusion of the Charmander that can retreat with its ability, the 80 hit points, however, so can't search out the Agile Charmander with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, but still have access to the little guy, 70 hit points.
And this Charizard deck, we have seen it time and time again. You mentioned Oivand in particular. It plays very differently from the Donzard that we kind of have been seeing recently.
Yeah, the completely different decks and the way that they run. This deck has a lot of return play. The other one's a lot more aggressive. It just wants to set up with the Fan Rotom and just blow through with the Noctowls, set up with the Dawn. This style, you have a lot more play with your Dusknoir line and including the Klefki as a backup answer whenever your opponent surprises you. And we see a little more consistency with the Pidgeot as well.
Iono did not find the best cards this turn, but Andrew does have Call for Family available.
And the little bit, the nod of respect from Andrew, there was a Mesagosa in the hand with the Iono, chose not to play that, understanding that in this matchup, you might want to have a counter stadium ready to go and not just think about your own setup.
Matthew is playing one of those decks yet again that just isn't really on our meta graphic. It is one of those decks where there's really only a few champions in the room trying to make it work, and Matthew is one of them here, and he is doing great.
Well, speaking about doing a great job, little Pidgey pulling its weight. The Call for Family, the 50 hit points used to be a real issue. Not so much anymore. It's not really being targeted by too many players, and it pays off here. Searching out some friends with another Pidgey and the Fez if there were to be that simple knockout of just a fighting energy here, Pheasantipity might turn into some rare candies.
Andrew hopes so. Matthew, meanwhile, has the fighting energy. Will be able to Lunar Cycle.
Yeah, just
3 cards off the top. There's a Dark Energy. Monkey Dory can start being powered up, but Fighting Gong can search for another fighting energy, and Cosmic Beam can start taking some knockouts.
And that's great. Just have the early answer to some of these Pokemons. Take those initial prize cards in a lot of matchups. This matchup, thankfully, you don't have to worry too much about charging up your opponent's Charizard. Typically, taking those first prize card or 2 is going to be a problem. But here, most Pokemon, it's just going to be that single prize other than the Pheasantipity EX and that 1 copy of Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. And you don't mind giving away, or at least starting off that battle.
Yeah, as long as you don't start the EX Pokemon, this deck pretty much plays as a single prize deck.
It works out so well, and it buys you some time as well. You take those early prize cards, you start to get through those, and maybe you find that Calamitous Snowy Mountain, which really is one of the more important pieces when you play against a deck like this that doesn't spread damage counters against you. It's more on you to find that stadium, throw the damage down for yourself, and then load up for some big KOs.
Finds Night Stretcher off of the prizes. There's 4 copies of that recovery card in this list.
Wow.
Just goes to show how important these specific energy cards are to get in your hand. Pheasantipity draws 3 cards already, and then Arvin. I think you were right, Kyle. This Pheasantipity is going to find rare candy.
It does a great job. You're really not asking that much of your deck as well at this point. There's so many resources that lead to a Pidgeot. And I think we see them there. And there's a TM Evolution, but that's probably Ultra Ball fodder at this point now. Rare Candy into Pidgeot is lined up. And what else can be chained together with this? I'm not sure if we see all the pieces just yet.
Lily's Determination actually getting discarded with the Ultra Ball. Most likely means there's another one in the hand for Andrew for next turn.
Okay, and with this, I think the Pidgeotto is the play now. You already have the Pidgey down, but just with that singular copy after the other one was KO'd, take a little bit of a hedge now. Play down that Pidgeotto. Have the Charizard ready to attack in, take prize cards, put pressure on your opponent. Maybe they don't have that turn to target the Pidgeotto, which we know can be a really integral piece of having a mid to late game setup here.
Pidgeot EX is one of those cards that is just powerful. It's really no other way to describe it.
It's great, and also it's a great attacker in this matchup too. If you want to remove the Calamitous Snowy Mountain at a random point, you could just sneak in a Blustery Wind, maybe take a knockout on a Monkey Dory, and remove that stadium from play. Now, you probably don't have the energies for it this game with the way the prize cards worked out, but there's always a world where you can surprise with that one.
Andrew takes the knockout with Burning Darkness, finds Jet Energy from the prize cards. Matthew now has to find another attacker for this turn.
Is it Fez time? It doesn't feel like a good Fez time here with the way the prize cards are lined up. But, I mean, the draws just aren't there yet. Thankfully, the Zoroark is back because of the Night Stretcher, but where's the energy? This needs to get rolling. I think it's going to be a Fez.
There is a copy of Technical Machine Turbo Energize in the list to be able to kind of cheat extra energy in play, get those Monkey Dory powered up for that Adrenabrain, but Matthew has not been given access to that just yet this game.
You can see how debilitating this is. So often you see a prize card taken, you go, yeah, it's Fez time, let's go. Not here. The single prize game is really your avenue to buy yourself those turns, and instead now he's just walking right into a Charizard. But maybe it pays off. Can it find at least a fighting energy here? I'm not seeing it just yet.
There's a Night
Stretcher, but okay. Calamitous Snowy Mountain also there, but I mean, when this deck doesn't have Earthen Vessel, what are we doing? you need some cards.
Yeah, and there's only one of Earthen Vessel in the list, opting more for 4 Fighting Gong.
Yes.
To be able to find those fighting energies.
I'm not sure if we've seen that just yet. Maybe just with the one copy that's been used already, but so many items that are
Lunar
used.
Cycle. Fighting Gong, Night Stretcher, Dark Energy, so...
That kind of worked.
I mean, yeah.
Hang on. That's access to 2 fighting energies at this point. With the Calamitous Snowy Mountain, then the Blood Moon Ursaluna starts to get a little more formidable at this point. The problem is the Dark Energies onto the Monkey Dory just haven't been established. We haven't seen a Turbo Energized turn. And, that's going to cost you here. At least 1 prize, maybe 2.
There's also just a little too much HP on Andrew's side of the board, evolving into the Pidgeotto and the Charmeleon. And then the Fez isn't really getting knocked out by the Zoroark. The Charizard having 330 HP. Zoroark's not really doing too much on this board.
Yeah, it's maybe just one of those softener turns here, but it doesn't feel great either. Your hand is telling you 3 Dark Energies. We need to take a turn off and establish Monkey Dory, but you know you are 1 boss's orders, 1 Pidgeot away from losing that energy attachment and that Monkey Dory altogether.
Fighting Gong will grab that fighting energy for Matthew. I think it's just going to be a Cosmic Beam angle.
Yep.
Whittle down that Charizard EX a little bit.
Doesn't feel great here. A lot of tech resources here, these backup cards, these things you want to see maybe 1 or 2 of at a time, but he's got 9 of them sitting in his hand just waiting to see some more draws. And there's plenty of them lined up with the Pheasantipity and the Lunatic Zoroark combo, but now it's on Andrew to pick this apart. I don't think he has the pieces here just yet.
There is that Lily's Determination, though, to be able to help Andrew refresh the hand. Duskull finally hits the bench, though. That's 1 key card in this matchup just to be able to take 2 prizes in 1 turn.
Yeah, it's not. It's a nice inclusion to have, but ultimately, with the way that it works out, you're so focused on continuing to chain together your Charizards that if you're not including it with the Dusclops into the Dusknoir evolution, you don't want to waste that rare candy in that spot typically. So see if the cards line up for him here. The big piece now is if you at least establish that Pidgeot or find a counter stadium here, you can put your opponent on the back foot.
There is that Mezagoza Stadium to replace that Calamitous Snowy Mountain. Heads flip to find Pidgeot EX?
1 time? Oh, not yet. And what a goofy hand. You see every comeback mechanism, Defiance Band, double counter catcher in there. But you know when you have 3 cards that you can't use, what's a good card to find in your prizes?
Secret Box.
That one. That'll do just fine over here. We'll see what's left. And Matthew's like, hang on a second. I could use that. I want a free Pokemon. Mezagoza? No, sir.
Usually seems to be the trend for Mezagoza, at least as of late.
It's just a disrespectful place. Just gets your hopes up. You get all excited about what could be. A Zoroark comes down. You start seeing all your energies and drawing all your cards. Nope. None of that.
Flashbacks from old Lugia, you know.
Oh, no. Don't take me there. I'm good. What is happening? That's another Dark Energy. I mean, look at that. That's all 4 Dark Energies.
Wow. Where is the fighting? There's been basically just the same one has been recycled for a while.
Yeah.
There's 2 in the discard.
He's just been using Night Stretcher on that same one over and over again. And, I mean, that is just brutal. It's a Lily's Determination play here for 6?
Wow, not even attaching the Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory, hoping for the perfect cards off this supporter.
Please, list me the perfect cards here, because I'm not seeing them. The Switch is already used. You need...
Air Balloon, Blood Moon Ursaluna, 2 Fighting Energy, and just another energy.
There you go. All right, and you still need to find the Monkey Dory to push down. Well, there's damage on the Charizard lined up, I guess. So here we go. Can you see some help here? I think we saw the Blood Moon, but where are these? Do the energies exist? Secret Box, can you help? Please?
Secret Box can only find essentially 2 energy with searching out the Earthen Vessel. Still missing the 1.
Vessel and Snowy Mountain could be found in this spot, and of course it's the Lunatone added to the hand and not the Zoroark, so even less draw to build on this hand. There is a Pokepad, but is there even a there is a Zoroark that could be searched out now.
And honestly, this discard's very important because the other Calamitous Snowy Mountains in the prizes.
Yeah, he
just discarded the Calamitous.
He didn't count the stadiums.
There's no Calamitous Snowy Mountain left, so the engine of this deck is not available to Matthew anymore.
You can generate 0 damage on this board now against Charizard. That's not good. And
this
even
is
worse
where
news.
Matthew is noticing.
Yeah, even if you do find this KO and incorporate the Blood Moon, you're not finding Calamitous Snowy Mountain in those prize cards. It's at the tippy top.
Air Balloon, Lana's Aid are the choices so far off this secret box. But here's the secret.
Yep, I've made that face before. It is, that means that we're sad.
Oh, there's another way to get energy. Energy retrieval. There's also a copy of Superior Energy Retrieval.
Are there 2 fighting energies in the discard pile? I mean,
I believe there's 3 now.
All right, there you go. Well, that would help out. And yeah, a few copies of that now, and just slowly but surely trying to inch across the finish line. Regardless of what the deck thinks, it's definitely making it tricky over here.
The problem, though, is Energy Retrieval still only gets 2 energy.
Yeah.
Matthew needs 3 to be able to attack, and there is a copy of Counter Gain in the list, but I didn't see that in the hand.
Yeah, the search out the Air Balloon to move the Lunatone.
Yeah.
Just missing out on pieces. If that one card wasn't the Calamitous Snowy Mountain, maybe we're talking a little differently here, but this is
spin the wheel?
This is spin the wheel time.
The 3rd Zoroark. And then off the Energy Retrieval, needing to find another 2 energy, one of them being fighting.
Yeah. It's still asking a lot, but you know what? You have a chance, and that's all you need in this game. Energy Retrieval pulling back too. Yeah, we need a little more help now. Air Balloon can move this Pokemon. Blood Moon can take those energies, but you need a few more to get the ball rolling. What do you have in store for
cards. Bravery Charm, Night Stretcher, Dark Energy.
Whoa, hold
Did
up.
Matthew just pull this together?
In the most unlikely fashion. He has found the knockout. It's a
lot. A lot of resources.
This is I think he plays basically every card except for the Lana's Aid in the hand. He's just going to throw it all down. But Battle-Hardened Blood Moon Ursaluna will have a Mad Bite lined up into this Charizard EX. And I'm waiting for Calamitous, but it's going to come down, but those are all gone, and there's enough damage already, too. But here it is. It is.
100 plus 30 for every damage counter on the Charizard EX. So that's 310 damage plus the 70 already on there. That's more than enough to take the knockout. Blood Moon Ursaluna finally Mad Bites the Charizard EX. Matthew going down to 3 prizes.
Taking those prize cards. They are not the ones that Matthew wants to see, however. It's just tricky. You put all your eggs in this basket. You have this great attacker finally removing the main threat here. But after this, you cannot generate any damage except for Zoroark and Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
Yeah, and that Blood Moon Ursaluna got discarded, I believe, right?
And we've seen at least 3 stretchers at this point. It's been a lot of resources to get to this stage.
Speaking of resources, Andrew finally has access to that secret box from the prize cards. Charmeleon, Tatsugiri, and it looks like Buddy Buddy Poffin are going to be the discards.
Yeah, truly just so many resources to work with here on Andrew's side. And where do you want to go from here? Are you worried about what your opponent can set up on the following turn? If that's the case, then including Iono into this KO certainly seems like a reasonable answer. We've seen players forego attacking into the Blood Moon and trying to remove the Pheasantipity to take out some of those draws and also guarantee that Pokemon likely doesn't come back. A few different avenues here, but number one, you at least need Charizard in the mix to get an attack off with this Chi-Yu.
And Ultra Ball will be able to do just that, finding Andrew Pidgeot EX into the Charizard most likely. There's the Dusclops in hand to potentially close out the game on the next turn.
Yeah, Chi-Yu just, it doesn't line up perfectly in this spot. You see with the lack of energies that have already been shown, just attaching those to this Pokemon while your opponent's at 3 prize cards basically guarantees that you need to include the Dusknoir into your math right now, and we could see that. But finding the last energies to take that game-winning knockout with Charizard could be tricky.
Did eye down the Super Rod in the deck. That could be a way for Andrew to replenish those fire energies. He still has access to Pidgeot EX. Charmander found off the Artisan.
Always nice to have some more pivot options.
Defiance Band will help this Chi-Yu kind of clean things up.
Yep, Mega Fire of Envy, it's already boosted up to that 140 mark, and then with the Defiance Band, you get a little more there, get over the hump, take that KO on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. However, still missing out on those energies, and it's we see the fires now, but will the fires be there later on?
Just the 2. Andrew actually eyeing down the Super Rod. He's going to shuffle back a couple energy at least.
Yeah, and
Charizard?
I think the other Charizard was in hand at that point, so that'd be helpful, of course. You need to have those energies accelerated back onto the board. And then if you choose to accelerate the 3 energies, you could always search out that final one, but has that Charmander as a backup plan too. If you only choose to go with 2 energies, you could have those 2 fires for a final Rare Candy Charizard closeout.
And you said it, Charizard EX gets evolved from the hand onto the bench. Infernal Rain will be able to power up this Chi-Yu and what, the 1 energy on the Charizard EX on
That's the question, is if you want to even go for that energy at this point. I don't mind if you only play down the 2 because you have access to that final one, but then you are susceptible to that Charmander being KO'd and then only having Chi-Yu to close the game out, and that might not be where you want to be.
I do believe there is 1 left in the deck.
Yep. And with Pidgeot, that probably won't be bothered on this side of the board. It seems like Andrew has pieced together a pretty great response to that Blood Moon.
And of course, getting the fire energy off the prize cards is pretty stellar as well. Matthew now, on the other hand, no real attacker, no real way to get damage in play for these Monkey Dory, not even dark energies on the Monkey Dory.
There's nothing even Nest Ball at this point. And just takes a peek and realizes this is going to be a lot to ask for. Even to remove Chi-Yu this turn could be a daunting task. Mad Bite's only doing 100, and there's no way to accelerate even a point of damage onto your board.
Fezandipity flipped the script 4-3. The last Night Stretcher is found along with Blood Moon Ursaluna and Superior Energy Retrieval.
I mean, Night Stretcher has to be reserved for Blood Moon Ursaluna EX at this point?
Essentially.
And maybe if your opponent uses the Dusknoir preemptively, you can surprise with this Pokemon, but it's going to be telegraphed, and that is a fighting energy.
That is a fighting energy.
Uh-oh.
That means the only recovery is that one of Lana's aid supporter that does not get rule box Pokemon. So Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is just an afterthought now in this game.
I didn't think we'd be seeing a Chi-Yu two-pieced on the stage, but that is the plan at this stage of the game. Just things is not lining up very cleanly on that side of the board, but understandable with the way that the draws went down. You saw 4 dark energy in the hand, just the fightings weren't lined up, and when you don't have the Snowy Mountain, where do you really go from this point of the game?
Boss's orders in the hand for Andrew, has access to Pidgeot EX. This is going to find that Dusknoir to be able to take 3 prizes this turn.
It's all there. Boss's orders, Charizard with the energy and the Dusknoir. You can clean up any of those Pokemon, goes for the Solrock, but has the Boss's orders for the Fezandipity, can retreat that Chi-Yu and has a clean closeout here in game number 1. Andrew taking that opening win now, and we'll see if he can add a little more here with the rest of his time to open phase 2 with a big match win.
Yeah, Charizard doing Charizard things.
Winning?
Winning.
How you doing, son? You got one last shot. Charizard will be etched into the history books. Will it be a champion? Andrew has something to say about that. Already 7-1, taking a pretty convincing opening game here.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the game 1 replay we have. Now, it started off with a solid start from Matthew, having the knockout with Zoroark and being able to just draw some cards, but Andrew responded right back with a turn to Charizard EX while also evolving into that Pidgeotto and Charmeleon. And then after what seemed like every single card played possible from Matthew, was able to pull together that Mad Bite from the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but a simple Chi-Yu with Defiance Band was able to take a knockout on that Blood Moon Ursaluna, and from there Matthew had just nothing to be able to attack with in play other than Zoroark, and a 3-prize turn thanks to Dusknoir and Boss's Orders helped Andrew close out that game 1.
Yep, just too many answers on the other side. Charizard, a deck that easily finds its outs. If you don't challenge this Pokemon, if you don't KO that Pidgeot as soon as you see it, if you don't have any way to challenge it, it's a little too much access to deal with.
Yeah, it's kind of overwhelming at a certain point.
It's been that way for 20 years. And when we saw it come back, we said, you gotta be kidding me, right? Good or bad, but it's been a real treat. It's like we had a bit of a hiccup with the draws. I don't think the cards were seen, but 8 cards were presented on Andrew's side. So now just I think they're gonna look back at the video and make sure that the right card goes to the top of the deck. We might have another second here to ponder our thoughts. For Matthew, it's, oh boy, things can go wrong.
Yeah.
But things can also go very right. You saw that turn. Piece together a really clean knockout on that Charizard, and it's not that far-fetched to get to that point. However, he really needs to make use of that Snowy Mountain this time around.
Especially just prize checking.
Yes.
Having the ability to not discard it, and then choosing to do so, and then just getting punished right away.
Yep. If the energies fall the way that he intends, if you see the Turbo Energize in the opening with the energies of the Monkey Dory, it can be a lot to deal with for Andrew to work through 6 prize cards individually. I've seen players try to work through that, but it can be difficult if all the draws line up.
Andrew is starting things off for our game 2 of our Swiss round 9. Tatsugiri in the active spot. What a better way to start this game.
Yeah, attract some customers, get the ball rolling, and saw the secret box, got excited, and then I realized what we were doing. Still some great resources there, and just hold on to a Lily, and you know, you don't need to have Buddy Poffin if you just have all your friends.
That must be nice. Andrew, again, showing that he grabbed the lilies off that attract customers. There was an Arven there, potentially to grab as well, but the ability to grab just 8 brand new cards on the following turn is pretty stellar.
Yeah, I mean, Arven is the guaranteed way. You basically lock in that Pidgeot as soon as you see the secret box. And here we go.
Oh,
prize cards. I don't love seeing all those Night Treasures. They were pretty important last game. Of course, it's 4 copies.
One of the Arvens. There's only 2 in the list.
And that is the Turbo Energize.
The 1 Energy Switch, the 1 Turbo Energize. The one thing about this deck, there's a lot going on, but because of that, it's very thin, very teched out.
The one part you don't skimp on is the energies. You have the 7 fighting energies to work with, and we do see those this time around in the opening hand. 1 straight to the discard, another to the Zoroark. Tatsugiri, you did a great job. And your reward could be the discard pile very soon.
No. Pokepad finds a second Monkey Dory. This is essentially the same start that Matthew had going the first game. Just very aggressive. You'll be able to Cosmic Beam, take a knockout. And honestly, I think Andrew kind of has the same hand in Rare Candy Charizard and get things going that way. But, oh no, Charmeleon there right away.
There was Rare Candy Charizard, but chose not to go that route and wants to pressure in a different way. Bring up this Lunatone, maybe sense some weakness in the build with that one copy of the Switch that was revealed, and seeing how difficult it was to find the air balloon and move these Pokemon around. If you buy a turn or two here, lock in with this Klefki, slow down the abilities on the other side of the board, perhaps there's a chance to just build up a really nice board state for yourself here.
8 cards for Andrew. Did find an energy to be able to use that technical machine evolution. Be able to grab Pidgeotto from the deck.
Is there a worse feeling as a Charizard player than drawing into multiple energies? I'm telling you, it does not feel good. And that's a see that, well, there goes my Super Rod. I already have to commit those energies away to that, or maybe find that Night Stretcher earlier on. Does get a good look at the deck this time around.
Seems like the hand was shuffled in upside down. A lot of cards being fixed, but Rare Candy, EX, energy on the Klefki, quick search.
This is so awkward. You see it's the TM evolution setup, but there's no Pokemon you want to evolve. But thankfully now with Pidgeot has the Buddy Puff and can search towards some of those stage 1s.
The rough part, though, is the prize cards. Yeah. Dusclops and Charmeleon are in the prize cards. There's only one Dusclops in this list, and there's only 2 Charmeleons.
And the energy's already been attached at this point. He's a Joust gamer. There's, do you even put the damage counter over there, though? I don't think you want to give Monkey Dory any help. There's some questions.
Yeah, and one of them was, can I see your discard pile?
The other is, what are we doing here?
Such an awkward turn for Andrew and this Charizard EX Pidgeot EX deck.
Still feels good to see these Pokemon, have them in play. It can always lead to rare candies down the road, but for now, the prize cards are telling you, uh-oh.
There has to be another Charmander, right? With the 70 HP. There we go. So looking like a good bench, especially if this Technical Machine Evolution was able to do anything. But just the pass of the turn, like you said, not putting that damage counter for Matthew to potentially work with in the future.
Yeah, it's a wise call. You made a mistake with the energy, but it doesn't mean that you need to continue down that road. You identify the issue and move on from it, and you're still in a great spot in this game here. And of course, in the match, up a game, 18 minutes remaining, it's looking like you have a great chance.
Matthew uses Night Stretcher for the fighting energy, but cannot use Lunar Cycle. Literally went to not even pick it up, just discard it. Yeah, I'm going to draw 3 cards. Nope, Mischievous Lock.
Yeah, the lock is intact, and maybe this isn't exactly what Klefki was intending on doing, but it serves a great purpose here.
The lock is intact in more ways than once because this hand from Matthew is not doing it.
Oh no, is that the only supporter as Lana's aid?
I believe so.
That doesn't really work here now, does it? That's it's not the supporter of choice. And that is an energy attachment to a Lunatone. Giddy up, gamers. Zoroark back up into the active. Has a job to do. Remove 70 hit point Pokemon. And there's a few of them on this side of the board. First was Tatsu, now Klefki. 2 prizes down. Matthew starting to eye together maybe a way to take out 2 Pokemon EX and close out game 2.
Now, there was the Technical Machine Turbo Energize in Matthew's hand. He could have opted for that to charge up the 2 Monkey Dory, essentially. Did go for just the attack. It's going to put him down to 4 prize cards. Thankfully for him, Andrew is doing Lily's Determination instead of Iono.
Yeah, has to think about himself at this point. And with the Super Rod now, the energies are available. Pidgeot means we'll definitely see that Charizard ready to roll here. And now it's just considerations for what else can you really do to your opponent to hinder their setup. You've targeted down the Zoroark Lunatone beforehand. Maybe just closing out on that Pokemon once more could work out.
8 cards in the hand. Andrew did find Charizard EX. Now just debating what to quick search for.
Do see an interesting inclusion there with Professor Turos. So often been a really nice resource to preserve the hit points of your Pokemon and stick around for a while, but it looks like it could be another one of those games where you have to chip away with a Zoroark and try to set up for that knockout if you don't have all the pieces just yet. If you can't find the Calamitous Snowy Mountain, you might have to go slower, and in that point, if Andrew lines up a really nice Turo play, where do you go from there?
It really is heartbreaking when you're trying to set up that 2-hit knockout, and then all of a sudden, that Professor Turo scenario just cleans up that Pokemon, and you're back to square one, essentially.
Oh, it's birdie time. Energy 2, the Pidgeot. It has a knockout on every single one of these Pokemon on this side of the board.
It does, Kyle.
Until Matthew proves otherwise, Blustery Wind could do some work, but it's not time yet. The energy's not there. Charizard.
The energy's taking the knockout. I don't even see Charizard.
Basic energy, closing things out, taking a prize. Matthew, where do you go? Just without any other cards. Did he find the secret box? Okay. Boom.
Ooh, and it was a top deck as well, because that hand wasn't really doing much. There was a couple Blood Moons, the Turbo Energize, Dark Energy.
I did not see very much in that hand, but we've seen this before. Secret Box can really open up some avenues.
He has access to the stadium now to be able to get some damage, but there's no Dark Energy on those Monkey Dory. And again, that goes to last turn where he had the chance to Turbo Energize.
Yeah, could have taken that turn off and slowed things down, set up the Monkey Dories. You don't see Dusclops or Dusknoir just yet, and it means the Monkey Dories would go unchecked or at least require a boss's orders from the Charizard deck, but instead now it's that slower approach of, well, we can get a Blood Moon in play, but after that point, you need a Dark Energy, Energy Switch, counter gain. You're going to need some help if you want to set up a big KO.
And the thing that's kind of scary about this deck in particular for Charizard is we normally see Dusknoir and Dragapult, where there's not really rare candy. There's 4 rare candy in this, or 3 rare candy in this list, and you can just surprise a Dusknoir out of nowhere.
Yeah, it lines up so well. You expect the 5 damage counters, and boom, 13 out of nowhere takes away a Monkey Dory that you were expecting to hold on to, or a piece of this Lunatone Zoroark engine that you need to continue to draw cards through and see the rest of your deck, and instead just miss out on those pieces. All right, can you put this together, Matthew? The Mad Bite, if you find all of the cards with the Energy Switch, Dark Energy, you'd have to get even more damage down onto your side of the board too. I don't know if you can make it happen with the way the damage lines up.
No, especially with just the counts in this deck. And yeah, there is the Turbo Energized Dark Energy on the Lunatone. Matthew now deciding to use that Energize and charge up those Monkey Dory.
Well, it works for him here. This is a turn where it didn't seem like you had very much going for you. Now the Monkey Dories are lined up. This can lead to that situation. 3 energies onto that Blood Moon or Saluna. Move both of those, all 6 damage counters over to the Charizard, and then Mad Bite is lined up for a big 280 knockout into a Pokemon that already has 60 damage on it. However, if you lose one of these Monkey Dories, you're already working your way back to drawing all those resources again.
Kyle, I think Andrew has access to a boss's orders.
And there's nothing that says he won't also find rare candy Dusknoir. You may be able to remove both these Monkey Dories.
Oh, that would be heartbreaking.
It just depends on what cards he can find at this stage.
The world is available to Andrew. Secret Box is being dealt with right now, but you also have access to Quick Search. That's essentially just 5 cards from your deck that you can do anything with.
What else is in the hand? Rare candy. I mean, with Mezagoza, if that's a heads, that's already the Dusknoir.
you choose to go for boss's orders instead of Iono, then you could easily clear both, but it looks like
the counter catcher.
A different path here. This looks like the fodder line, yeah. Once you switch over from all the good cards to all the bad cards, you know where you're going. And Ultra Ball has wants to guarantee at least one KO on a Monkey Dory now.
Again, discarding that technical machine and Buddy Buddy Poffin. There is that powerful Pokemon in Dusknoir with that Curse Blast ability. Ever since it got introduced at the World Championships, has just been a mainstay in the metagame.
Yeah, terrifying ability for both players. It really speeds the game up at points. You have to be ready to close out at any point of a match. If the deck says it's time, then you need to giddy up. And this is getting close to that point now for Andrew. You can see a lot of weakness on the other side with this Monkey Dory setup, this turn taken off, and surprising to see. It is the Lunatone package that's being targeted here now.
Essentially, Andrew wants to be able to take both of the kind of packages at once with Monkey Dory or with the Lunatone Zoroark, and opted for that Zoroark and has the Lunatone inactive. You don't have to worry about something like Countercatcher.
I mean, there's an Artisan in play. There's a Zoroark is going right back onto the board next turn. I'm lost.
But how can it attack with no Lunatone?
I don't care if it has friends. There's a Monkey Dory. Have you seen the last 2 years of Pokemon? Monkey Dory's good. I'm scared of that guy.
Quick search. Did not get to see what Andrew grabbed from the deck.
Well, there was counter catchers available. If you valued that, there could be the removal of that. But here's your answer. If you want to use Artisan and then not give the Zoroark, throw away your own Artisan with the Blustery Wind. That is one way to use that combo. All right. The draw's severely weakened at this point. But I think he actually found the pieces to get the Lunatone line back. There's a Fighting Gong and Energy and a Nest Ball in his hand, but
wow.
I think you go Fez first. You need a lot of help.
Our players are tied at 3-3 prizes, just over 8 minutes to go in this game 2 of our Swiss round 9.
Could you imagine the knockout here? How brutal that'd be if you ignored Monkey Dory and Fez and friends just pieced together a beatdown out of nowhere. I mean, this is calamitous Blood Moon energy retrieval away from a knockout Pidgeot right here, right now. Like, that is nasty.
It is going to take a lot. We'll have to see. Starting things off with Lily's Determination.
Doesn't feel like it, but 3 prize cards have been taken on that side of the board. So just 6 cards to work with. I say just, but 6 with the inclusion of the draw of Fez. Really could piece together this combo that we've talked about for 43 minutes now, and maybe we will see it. Where is that Snowy Mountain?
6 cards. Blood Moon found, Night Stretcher found, a Fighting Energy found.
Pokepad along with Night Stretcher is guaranteed Lunasoul. Energy to go along with that. That's 3 more draws. Tons of resources here. And although Andrew fought valiantly to deny this, the Sun and the Moon will not be denied. They're out.
Still Secret Box available for him to draw off this Lunar Cycle. But getting rid of the Fighting Energy is going to need at least another one, maybe in combination with the Vessel or the Energy Retrieval, to be able to pull off this attack.
Flip the script, finds an energy. Is that a counter gain to go along with that? Needs a little more help. Can Lunatone make it happen? A big draw here with the cycle.
The calamitous Snowy Mountain. 3 cards, Night Stretcher.
Keeping him close to the chest.
Switch, Pokepad.
Where is the mountain? We're in Florida. What were you expecting with calamitous snowy mountain? We're fools.
Yeah, it's like
we need
mid 80 degrees.
We need the dirty swamp. Where's the bog? Or,
oh yeah.
we need the bog.
Like Gape Jaw Bog. Or
yeah. That would give us the damage too. Hang on a second.
We're cooking.
A couple years ago. Well, this isn't what you want, but it is a way to stay in contention here. 3-3 prize cards. Zoroark can attack into this Pidgeot. And this isn't exactly your favorite Turo target.
And the same thing could just happen that we saw last game. The boss's orders is in the hand. Is there access
Ultra Ball
to a rare candy in the deck?
We've seen, what, one rare candy used? It was a slower approach this time. Are the pieces there for the Dusknoir? Takes a gander.
Oh. I'm not seeing it.
I think piecing together the recovery is the tricky part. There's a Super Rod, but then you'd have to search back out from that point. No knockout taken, so no Fez draws to go along with this. You just would have to have the pieces, and a little lacking in that regard.
Just can't play two supporters in a turn, unfortunately, to be able to find everything needed.
If there was a piece of this in the prize cards, then perhaps you get there if you order it differently and go directly into the Dusknoir KO and try to find the rest of it, but not sure we have that just lined up either.
Another boss's orders found.
Oh, now we don't like Monkey Dory. Threat identified. Blustery Wind. Prize card taken. Massive hand for Andrew. Guaranteed KO lined up on that Pheasantipity for next turn to close things out. It is on Matthew to either disrupt the hand with the one copy of Iono or to piece together a masterpiece that I have yet to witness from Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Another Night Stretcher for Matthew.
Certainly not over just yet with the way the prize cards are lined up here. You could draw into the Calamitous Snowy Mountain, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the Iono. If you have all those pieces, Secret Box really does help in this spot.
Okay.
That may have been the draw. With the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Secret Box, you can search out that Iono and the Calamitous Snowy Mountain.
Oh, no. One thing, though, Kyle.
Stop.
Iono's prize.
You gotta be kidding me. The one copy of Iono that could save the day here is stuck in the top of the prize cards. How often do we see it? That last prize card just mocking you as you piece together what could be a crazy comeback.
I think it hurts more on stream because when you're just playing out in the field, yeah, it's prized. I don't know if it's the last one or not. We know.
All right. Well, then you have to pivot, and pivot tells you the counter catcher into Charizard with the Monkey Dory could get there. But that's a lot of cards. And even then at that point, you're still staring down a Pidgeot that can remove at least one threat, and even a rare candy Charizard with that boss's orders that's waiting in the hands could clear the Pheasantipity. Matthew, how many more miracle draws do we see out of you?
Has access to the counter gain. That lowers the requirement for one if you're behind in prize cards.
Basically acts as that additional energy that so often you need at these points. You have the two energies that you can accelerate to the Blood Moon Ursaluna. You have that one energy that maybe has to go towards retreating or assisting a Monkey Dory, and so often these pieces just fall into the hand at the right time and you take these big KOs, but this has just been a choppy setup where it's scrapping to find the answer.
There is the one counter catcher in the deck for Matthew to be able to try and take a knockout on this Charizard and just hope that another Charizard EX doesn't come down onto the board.
Yeah, that's the answer. At this point, you have to limit your opponent and what they're capable of. If you can't attack the hand, then attack the board. And the board says Charizard will find a way to knock out this Fezandipity. If you don't have an immediate answer to that threat, then it's going to end right here.
The thing is, though, like, at how much is that really doing you any good? Your opponent has Fezandipity EX, the Pidgeot EX. That's 3 cards off the top and 1 of any card. And all they need is a Rare Candy Charizard?
Yeah, not a lot to ask. And the boss's orders was already placed into the hand. We know that the Rare Candy was waiting in hand as well, and I think the Ultra Ball was there too.
Well, no, the Ultra Ball's in the hand. The Rare Candy's still in the
The one piece, yeah. There's at least enough of it there to help out. And where do you go?
Arvin grabs the Earthen Vessel.
We've been in the tank for this one. We're down to 15 seconds remaining. Matthew, if he wants to have any more turns in this game, may need to pick up the pace here, but we'll at least have that turn 2 to work with if he is announced as the turn 0 player.
I don't know if we're going to get to that far, Kyle.
You don't want to see him get another turn? or Andrew
I'm
doesn't want to see him get another turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Andrew has some plans. He's got the dinner reservation lined up. Might be time to celebrate here shortly. 7-1. Charizard's strongest soldier at the moment, and a massive hand to work with.
Judge is explaining to both players the turns procedure. Again, it is turn 0 and then 1, 2, and 3 for our players here this weekend.
Have to give it up here for Matthews, continuing to fight, identifying the lines to try to make this happen. Throws away the supporter that likely would not make any impact at this point. Find the energies, thin down, try to draw into those perfect combo pieces with the Fez.
And actually, Kyle, there has been a couple minutes added onto the time for pace of play. So it's not time just yet. But again, I'm not sure how much it really matters. It seems like Andrew almost has checkmate at this point.
Yeah, he set it up with already had boss's orders in hand, but went to find a second one there. What can you find off here? If you have that counter catcher, then there's maybe a chance at this KO, but I think we're just not putting together all the pieces just yet. Second Monkey Dory, energy switch could make some things happen.
This combo has been sitting in this hand for what seems like forever now, but Calamitous Snowy Mountain.
Yep, rev up those fryers. It's time. And energy onto the Monkey Dory. A little bit of damage there. Energy for the Blood Moon. Mad Bite getting closer with the counter gain. That Pokemon's ready to roll. And there is the counter catcher onto the Charizard. This ain't enough. I think this needed an energy switch and that attachment to the from the Monkey Dory to the Blood Moon, but that's not going to work. Uh-oh.
Matthew's able to move essentially 5 damage counters.
That's for Mad Bite. That's a 50 on a Charizard with what? 250 from your attack at that point. Just 300 into the 330 hit points of Charizard. Leaves you wanting a little more.
And that's just the way this deck kind of works. It's a little bit tricky in the sense of, like you were saying, the third energy needed to come down on the Blood Moon Ursaluna, so there's 6 damage counters. And then energy switch the energy over to the Monkey Dory. With that damage being split up,
Isn't that
KO's not going to happen.
It's silly that it happens that way, but sure enough, you need all 6 damage counters onto the Blood Moon to make that happen. Instead, with them split up in this regard, just missed out on that chance. Can still attack in for some decent damage and load up for what could be a return KO at some point, but without the damage here just yet, Charizard's just waiting. Andrew's trying to figure out what's happening at this point.
That boss's orders is just waiting.
Hang on a second here, pal. You're not going to win, right? You're not going to remove my Charizard, right? I need that guy.
So you're saying it's not enough?
It will not be enough. But it will feel nice to announce this attack. The first Mad Bite we saw took a big KO into the Charizard. The second one just a little bit short here.
Matthew just trying to go through every option available, but yes, this Mad Bite is not enough. 300 damage on the Charizard EX. That boss's orders is just sitting in Andrew's hand to take the knockout on the Pheasantipity EX. And with that, Andrew Zhang now goes to 8-1 here, finishing off the first round of Phase 2 with a win.
Yeah, we talked a lot about some of these retiring decks trying to see their last moment in the sunlight. And Gardevoir, one of those big names, Golden Go as well, but people forget often that Charizard was a big competitor, and we saw it here once more from Andrew, bringing some old school flair back to this deck, and gave us a really great show. As well as with Matthew, it's a really innovative deck. Unfortunately, we've seen now with this and the Ethan's Ho-Oh toolbox, just some of that innovation not being rewarded here just yet.
It's just the reason why they aren't seen as much is that consistency, really. But let's go ahead and take a look at the replay for our round 9 here this weekend. Started off with a quick Zoroark knockout from Matthew, but Andrew answered right back with a Rare Candy Charizard along with a couple Stage 1 Pokemon on the bench. Was able to take a knockout after Matthew just had the Cosmic Beam into the Charizard, and Matthew powered up that Blood Moon Ursaluna with a ton of resources used to finally be able to Mad Bite that Charizard EX. But Andrew's Chi Yu with Defiance Band taking the knockout on Blood Moon Ursaluna, and then this play of Cursed Blast taking the knockout, boss's orders on that Pheasantipity EX, and then Charizard cleaning things up for Game 1.
Yeah, just a pretty interesting back and forth to see how these decks will combat each other. And for Matthew, piece together a really familiar setup here in this game. The one piece we really wanted to see this whole time was how you include that Turbo Energize, especially on a slower turn. It didn't really show up for us until here, maybe one turn too late, where the Lunatone worked this in. And this was Andrew's big moment. You have a chance to remove double Monkey Dory, chose to target down the Lunatone package, and left a small avenue, even though he worked in the cute play with Blustery Winds. However, the punish was not waiting there. Matthew could not find all of the pieces, and instead had to attack in with Zoroark. And this led to a later setup where Charizard came in, punched for 300, but that wasn't enough to clear this Pokemon. Pheasantipity all but guaranteed KO as soon as it touches the board. At some point, you're going to jump ahead in that prize race, and it worked out really well for Andrew.
Yeah, who knows what could have happened if that one of Iono was actually available to Matthew, but
that'd have been nuts.
Yeah, it's still 7-2 with a deck like Blood Moon Ursaluna is crazy to see, and Andrew moving on 8-1 with Charizard, Pidgeot, Dusknoir, and it's been one of the few Charizards we've seen actually do well today so far.
Yep, and for Charizard, we got to pay it off a little bit with how well it did here with this last round of the day, opening up our Phase 2. But let's pay homage to the buddy, Mr. Charizard EX. 330 hit points, the terrestrialized Charizard. It's found in the wilderness with its Infernal Rain ability, searching out its fire energies and equipping them to its friends, sometimes itself. Selfless. Burning Darkness, dealing 180 damage and taking those prize cards. Oh boy, has it taken prize cards. William Azevedo, and Oyvind, Tord, Jackson, all taking home nearly $1 million in total earnings with this Pokemon. My goodness. Jeremy, do you have 23 regional wins?
No.
Charizard does.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, get there.
Do you have 4 international wins?
Tord does.
It is sad to see Charizard EX go. It has been really just at the top ever since it's been released, and it has been one of those cards that really just shapes the meta.
I'm gonna miss you, Charizard. You were an absolute beast. The the Gardevoirs were scared of you for all but 5 minutes, but you did turn it around with the Noctowl. I enjoyed that. That was fun. So thanks to Dawn for training you up right.
There's no Noctowl anywhere here this match, but let's go ahead and talk to our winner, Andrew Zhang, and figure out what his tournament's been going on.
Thanks, gentlemen. I am here with our winner from the last round, Andrew Zhang, moving to a very impressive 8-1 record. How are you feeling, man?
Pretty good. Yeah, overall, I started playing TCG seriously in around 2023. It took a little bit of a break to play VGC and then came back into it. And at the beginning, it was like really, really hard, honestly. This game is definitely a lot harder than I thought it could ever be for, I guess, what people call a children's card game. But I'm glad to have my first ever X1 start, because usually I end up in like a tie bracket, and then my day 2s I'm just clawing out of it.
Well, you won't be having to worry about that tomorrow as we get into day 2. You're at 8-1, avoiding the ties so far. Definitely feels pretty nice. Yeah, talk to me about Charizard for this event. It is rotating very, very soon. A very popular Pokemon, a deck that's been very powerful. It does feel like it's fallen out of the meta just a little bit more recently. What made you stick with it for this tournament?
So if you pull my Limitless page, it's actually like literally all Gardevoir, just a wall of Gardevoir.
Yeah.
Why I searched recently is, well, first of all, this current meta isn't exactly like as good as Gardevoir for before. So, and Charizard was something that I've kind of been playing for a while, and I kind of wanted to like play it a couple of times in regionals before it rotated. So in the last regional at Houston, I played a version with battle cages and no Dusknoirs. And I think that version's actually the best version into the current meta. But the issue with that is you have no control over your wins and losses. You just have to play your Ionos and then pray your opponent doesn't hit it. Whereas the Dusknoir version gives me control, like more control over the pace of the battle.
Yeah, there's so much you can do with the use of Dusknoir, with the use of Briar as well, working in to kind of mitigate some of the issues you could run into in single prize matchups like this one. Briar didn't quite come up, but
yeah,
perhaps situations
I wanted to use it game 1, but it was in the top 2 prizes.
It was prized, yes, indeed. Yeah, tell me about this matchup going in. You get to 7-1 through phase 1, feeling pretty good. You sit down, you get called to the stream. Your opponent's playing Blood Moon Ursa Luna. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, initially I saw the Zoroark start, and I thought it would be Dango, which it's a matchup I've practiced quite a bit. But once I see the Monkey Dory, I know it's the Blood Moon Ursa Luna deck, which is like a completely terrible matchup. You get one Dusknoir, because if you use more than one, your opponent will just win on prize trade. And you have to basically time your one Iono at the perfect time to try to like scan them, basically, because the matchup isn't good if you just knock them out over and over.
Sure. Well, you were able to navigate it pretty nicely and sneak in some extra KOs. I actually did really quickly here over on the tablet want to take a look at a very specific turn in the game where your opponent, Matthew, this is in-game number 2, just used Technical Machine, Turbo Energize on the previous turn, loaded up both of these Monkey Dories. You have a little bit of a decision here of what to do. You went for the Dusknoir, and you end up going after the Zoroark on the bench. Did you ever think about, trying to line up something with a boss's orders to KO both Monkey Dory? Why did you target the draw engine of the Zoroark and the Lunatown?
Looking back, I think it actually was correct to get rid of the Monkey Dory and the active, because he already had like a Lunatone discard, I think. So, but what I was thinking was I'm just going to take out the draw power and Iono to 3, and to win the game, he would basically need Blood Moon, like 3 energies.
A lot.
Yeah.
The stadium, right? Like he needs so much. So
yeah.
I definitely understand, right? Targeting that draw power plus comboing it with Iono, giving him just 3 prizes, of course, after he's just taken a KO, makes it seem less likely he'll be able to pull things together. Were you getting a little nervous, though, when he started piecing together Zoroark and Lunatone on his next turn?
Yeah. when he actually drew out of it, I was starting to realize my mistakes. So on the next turn, that's when I lost the Monkey Dory.
Yep, and you were able to target those down, get it out of there, and put yourself in a really, really strong spot. Matthew did prize his 1 copy of Ino. I don't know if you kind of keyed into that. So that was kind of, I think, what he was going for in that last turn. If you could have secret boxed for the Ino, cleared your Pidgeot, that's what he would have been hoping for. Couldn't quite piece it together, though. And you, of course, still had Fez Draw available to try to go after his Fezandipity. So really, really interesting game to see play out there. Andrew, congratulations on your win. Tell us about some of your other tournament games today. Have you had any other interesting matches, any other unique decks, or does Blood Moon Ursaluna top that list?
I would say one of my opponents in the early rounds, he looked at my Limitless page, thought I was playing Gardevoir, started a Shaman, which is completely useless, and basically instantly won the game, so that was pretty cool.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, whenever he metagames just a little too hard, right? Checking the Limitless page before the match and comes back to bite him. Well, keeping them on their toes with your deck decision. I like to see it. Anyone you want to say thank you or shout out to before we get you out of here, man?
Yeah, shout out to Henry Chow for providing me Gardevoir lists for 2 years. Shout out to people I test with, Kenneth Chuan, Yao Chen, Ming Wing. There's definitely people I'm missing, but I'm like so tired right now.
It's been a long day, man.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's many out there who are supporting you and happy to see you doing well. Congratulations, Andrew, on the start. And that's it for now, folks. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we're going to get over to the lounge to close out the show.
Thank you so much, Chip. Wancho here, joined by Ethan and Piper. What a day. How are you feeling, guys?
It's a long one for sure. These days, you know, they take the best of you sometimes, but we saw so much good Pokemon action. We saw a variety of different decks. We saw a variety of different players. And we are seeing, you know, a mix-up at the top. And I think that's what's really interesting is, you know, just because you have a strong finish, just because you're, you know, 7-1-1 or 8-1 or even, you know, close to a 9-0 record, the job is not finished. There's still plenty of Pokemon to play with this system. 5 more rounds before Top Cut tomorrow.
Yeah, a lot of really interesting decks. Early on, we saw Tord with that Zoroark, Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck. And then later, we saw Armorge, Ethan's Ho-Oh. And then just last round, the Blood Moon Ursaluna box. A lot of different decks today and a lot of surprises. Hopefully that continues into tomorrow, as well as some of our old favorites, Goldengo, Gardevoir, Charizard. Those last events, see if they perform.
Yeah, everyone going all out for the last tournament in this format. With that, though, how about we check out the current Swiss standings, actually. We can see who's doing well and how everyone is doing. A lot of big names here, a lot of people doing quite well. Just some, you know, Justin Newdorf at 8-1. Aaron Davis is our lone 9-0. Anyone else jump out to you?
Like you mentioned, Justin Newdorf, that's a big one for show. Sure, Noah, who we featured on the stream earlier, he's 8-0-1 with Zoroark. Saris, a player who predominantly has played Dragapult over the last year or two, switching things up this time, playing a different deck. You know, no spoilers in case we have her on the stream tomorrow. She's doing super, super well. Yeah, and then Pierce as well. So it seems like some players that we featured on the stream have continued their success, kept that momentum going, and are going into day 2 at a pretty solid rate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Here we just have even more players who are currently in phase 2. Anyone stand out to you, Piper?
I mean, like we mentioned, Tord, one of the greatest of all time. And back, like we saw on the last leaderboard, our player to watch, Jackson Ford, you know, the Charizard GOAT, some call him, played so much Charizard this season and last. And Charlie Lockyer, probably playing a pretty interesting deck like usual. I remember a couple years ago, played that Articuno Frost last box. Usually has something awesome cooked up.
Absolutely. With that, though, how about we take a look at, you know, the rest of the regionals that we still have for the season. There's not too much left, unfortunately. I know a lot of it is grayed out, but again, I think we have, what, 3 regionals left, including this one. It's Orlando, Los Angeles, Indianapolis, and then the 2 big ones, NAIC into Worlds.
Yeah, it's really going to start to just go bang, bang, bang. As soon as we hit May, it's going to feel like everything is right around the corner. World Championships, obviously the big ticket item in August, but don't you forget about NAIC because that event is going to be absolutely massive, both inside and out.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like the first half of the season up to UIC had been over a long period, and the last few months have just been so many events. A lot of interesting results. I mean, we saw a lot of international players, and NAIC, I'm really excited to see how many people show up. UIC this year had over 4,000 players, and I believe like 700 in day 2, so it's going to be really interesting to see the statistics there.
It just keeps on going up. It's always a good time to start playing the Pokemon trading card game. It's a good time to start playing any type of Pokemon, really. I feel like the community has just gotten bigger and bigger. With that, though, my friends, all good things must come to an end, but that's okay because we still have day 2 for tomorrow. We're going to start, of course, bright and early, 10:45 Central Time, 11:45 a.m. Eastern, or 8:45 a.m. Pacific. Again, a lot more Pokemon action tomorrow, but of course, if you want to catch all the Pokemon action, make sure you visit Pokemon.com/broadcast for all your broadcast needs. And of course, follow the channels /Pokemon on YouTube or /Pokemon TCG on Twitch, however you like to watch Pokemon. With that, though, this is it for day 1. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Line it up. Here it is. Mochi, Penny, double Monkey Dory. That is a knockout on a Mega Kangaskhan.
The sunny city of Orlando, Florida. We are Stay Ballin'.
And there it is. There's Tetra Run plus the Ends Castle is going to go ahead and retreat.